the pinnacle martial arts master of the Blue Star, seeking to liberate himself from the constraints of the pure Yangboy technique, endeavored to ascend to the supreme realm. Unexpectedly, he found himself transported to another realm of cultivation. He vowed to propagate the tenets of his sect. However, upon the awakening of the signing-in system, damn it, Su Shu was enraged. What purpose does this system serve? Chapter 1, Transmigration. Brother Zhang, this kid Su has breathed his last. He's truly weak. Just 2 blows, and he's choked to death. What do we do now? Can young Master Qi protect us? We acted under his orders. It's not our fault if it went awry. Don't worry. In the realm of the outer disciples, young Master Qi is like a deity. Losing a couple of lives is no big deal. Just dispose of the body. Should we find a place to bury it? Yes, be quick about it. The young man, in a daze, overheard their conversation. Brother Zhang. He has come back to life. Su Shu struggled to open his eyes, immediately feeling a splitting headache and a world of darkness before him. He gritted his teeth against the pain and managed to sit up. Before him stood 2 individuals, clutching each other in terror that he froze, for their attire was peculiar. Long hair cascading to their waists, adorned with jade hairpins, clad in immaculate white robes with golden threads, and a jade pendant. Hanging from their waists, resembling figures from ancient times. Is this Hengyan? Su Shu tentatively inquired. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrent of memories surged within his mind. Fragments of recollection flooded in, forcibly invading his consciousness. The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. Su Shu felt as though his temples would explode. His vision blurred with anger and confusion. Su Shu, Yuan Sect, outer disciple, cultivation world. This was a realm entirely foreign to his understanding. Seeing Su Shu in agony, the 2 men ceased their fear. The man named Zhang kicked his companion and cautiously asked, Su Shu? Su Shu, overwhelmed by excruciating pain and the influx of alien memories, paid him no mind. Zhang sighed with relief, but then his expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and kicked his companion again. This kid is clearly alive, you fool Zhao Yang. His frustration mounted. How could he be nearly scared to death by someone barely clinging to life? It was Zhao Yang who had claimed Su Shu was dead. Thus, he advanced once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Brother Zhang, stop. I was wrong. Zhao Yang, in a pitiful state, allowed Zhang's blows to rain down upon him, too frightened to resist, only able to curl up defensively, for this was the Yuan Sect, albeit merely the outer sect, where outer disciples congregated. Zhang was one of the few who had successfully advanced to the Qi refining stage, and even at the first level of Qi refining, his status was worlds apart from that of mere outer disciples like Su Shu and Zhao Yang. Even a common outer disciple from the Yuan Sect would be envied by many, for it was the most coveted sanctuary of cultivation in the world today. As for why? Well, the Yuan Sect, as those in the know would understand. Meanwhile, Su Shu's expression gradually grew calm as he skimmed through the information in his mind. Once he confirmed he was not dreaming, disbelief surged within him, for he had transmigrated. Su Shu was originally from Blue Star, having begun his martial arts training at the tender age of 10 with the remarkable pure Yangboy technique, and continued until he reached his 30s. Over 2 decades, he honed his internal strength to perfection, supplementing it with various martial arts from the Jianghu, embarking on a journey through the world at 30. With his perfected pure yang external energy, he became invincible across the lands. Though undefeated, a profound regret lingered in his heart, for due to his training in the pure Yangboy technique, he remained a fledgling throughout his life. He often mused that given a second chance, he would willingly forsake the title of the foremost martial artist rather than endure the trials of that wretched technique. Training in this technique was not an insurmountable burden for life. Once he could elevate it to the supreme realm, he could break free from its shackles and attain an incorruptible pure yang body. At that point, he could venture wherever he pleased, be it to the foot massage city or the wellness center. Alas, though Blue Star revered martial arts, it was already in the twilight of its martial era. After 2 decades of training, with the perfected pure Yangboy technique, he had found it increasingly difficult to seek out worthy opponents, let alone aspire to that elusive supreme realm. He feared he would remain a fledgling throughout his life. Yet, unwilling to resign himself to such a fate, he chose to forcefully break through in search of the pure yang supreme realm. Unfortunately, even a martial arts prodigy like him, rare in a century, ultimately failed. His meridians shattered, his martial body laid waste, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in the scene just described. I have truly transmigrated, Su Shu murmured. He gazed at his fair, unblemished hands, devoid of the calluses that once marked his martial training. That moment, exhilaration surged within him. He finally had the chance to start anew. As for the pure Yangboy technique, begone. No matter how formidable the martial arts, nothing could compare to the softness of a sister's embrace. He longed to laugh out loud. However, With Zhao Yang and Zhang still present, he quelled the urge to burst into laughter. Having roughly organized his memories, Su Shu understood his current position and circumstances. He was now in the Yuan Sect, with the identity of an outer disciple. The original owner of this body was also named Su Shu, barely past 20, an orphan that he had once traversed great distances in search of immortals, and was selected as an outer disciple by an elder of the Yuan Sect due to his striking appearance. Competition within the Yuan Sect was fierce, and unlike other sects, one's natural talent was not the sole criterion for selection. Here, one's inherent beauty could also serve as an advantage. Su Shu's handsome features had stirred jealousy among his peers, particularly from the likes of young Master Qi. Thus, Qi had orchestrated for Zhao Yang and his companion to deal with him. The original Su Shu was frail and defenseless, unable to withstand the onslaught of the two. After Zhao Yang knocked him down with a stick and confirmed his death, he planned to dispose of Su Shu's body. Little did they know that the original Su Shu had perished, allowing the Blue Star Su Shu to inhabit this body. Hence the tale of resurrection. Su Shu slowly rose to his feet. The pain in his body was but a trifle for one who had endured countless battles. He clenched his fist, feeling the weak power within him, and found it a bit disorienting at first. Nonetheless, as a martial arts master who had ascended step by step to the pinnacle, he quickly adapted to this new body. You have granted me a new life, allowing me another chance. I shall avenge you, Su Shu, he murmured. At that moment, an imperceptible dark soul shadow flew from his head, vanishing into the radiant Su Shu, sensing something, turned toward the crimson sun and smiled brilliantly. Thank you. From now on, there shall be only one Su Shu in this world. One? Heh. Soon there won't be any. Zhang, having vented his anger on Zhao Yang, remarked with a tone that dripped with sarcasm upon hearing Su Shu's seemingly nonsensical soliloquy. Su Shu provocatively beckoned with his finger, a light laugh escaping his lips. Indeed, you possess ambition. Let me see just how formidable your so-called first level of qi refining truly is. Chapter 2. Repulsion. Zhang and Su Shu had little interaction and thus failed to perceive anything amiss. They merely found it amusing. Though one at the first level of qi refining had merely entered the gates of the immortal realm and could hardly wield spells or divine abilities, that did not mean someone like Su Shu, in such a feeble state, could dare to provoke him. Just moments ago, Zhang Su and Zhao Yang had effortlessly beaten Su Shu to the brink of death, not anticipating that this young man would be so oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Had he chosen to kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps his life would have been spared. Alas, this fool dared to challenge a cultivator with his mere mortal frame, unaware of the chasm that separated them. It is essential to understand that even a novice in the qi refinement stage, regardless of their cultivation level, possesses physical capabilities far beyond those of an ordinary human. Perhaps it was the blow you received that muddled your mind. A mere mortal daring to speak so brazenly to a cultivator, Zhang Su scoffed. Why don't you get past Zhao Yang first before you speak to me? Zhao Yang, go entertain this fool, he commanded with a sneer. Just be careful not to kill him. I want him to witness his own gradual burial. That Su Shu and Zhao Yang had been at the Yuan Sect for over 2 months, sharing a room. However, Su Shu had always been a reserved individual, lacking the social skills to form friendships, leaving their relationship merely cordial. But, if he dies, it will be difficult for me to explain to the elder, Zhao Yang stammered. If I tell you to act, then act you shall. If you want to associate with Qi Shao, you must obey, Zhang Su frowned. Or do you wish to become the next one buried? Zhang Su grinned ominously. The murderous intent in his words was unmistakable, clearly indicating that Zhang Su was no stranger to bloodshed. A shiver ran down Zhao Yang's spine as he forced a smile. It is a privilege to associate with Qi Shao. The thought of Qi Shao steadied Zhao Yang's wavering heart. Qi Shao was the only disciple among the outer disciples at the 3rd level of qi refinement, rumored to have powerful backing within the sect. Associating with him would surely lead to prosperity. Zhao Yang turned to look at Su Shu, who was bleeding profusely yet appeared remarkably calm. Seeing this, Su Shu smiled faintly. Come on, it matters not who comes. Although Su Shu's reaction was vastly different from before, Zhao Yang attributed it to his nature without further thought. Gritting his teeth, he thought, Su Shu, do not blame me. Blame only yourself for provoking Qi Shao's ire. I am merely following orders. Die? Zhao Yang roared, summoning courage as he charged at Su Shu with a long staff. Su Shu's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond as he regarded Zhao Yang. The calmness in Su Shu's gaze sent a shiver down Zhao Yang's spine, causing his confidence to plummet. What kind of gaze was that? Did he look down on me? Zhao Yang seethed. The sympathy he had once felt for Su Shu evaporated under that piercing gaze. Enraged, Zhao Yang swung his staff down towards Su Shu's head. For Zhao Yang, this was perhaps his most formidable strike. Yet to Su Shu, a former martial arts master at the pinnacle of Blue Star, it resembled a child brandishing a toy knife. With a slight sidestep, Su Shu effortlessly evaded Zhao Yang's strike. He bent his knee and, taking advantage of Zhao Yang's missed attack, delivered a powerful knee strike to Zhao Yang's abdomen. Ugh! Zhao Yang doubled over, nearly retching as he clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Su Shu's strength alone was insufficient to incapacitate Zhao Yang. However, Zhao Yang had left himself wide open, and the momentum of his own attack had facilitated this outcome. Perhaps you should come at me yourself, esteemed master of the Qi refinement stage, Su Shu remarked with a serene smile, as if the earlier scuffle had merely been a figment of illusion. Zhang Su's pupils constricted. It seems we have underestimated you. Who would have thought you were a martial arts practitioner? Meanwhile, Zhao Yang continued to retch, as if he might expel his innards. Zhang Su approached, ignoring the pitiful Zhao Yang, and coldly remarked, however, if you think your meager skills can contend with a cultivator, you are sorely mistaken. Only those who have truly entered this realm can comprehend the boundless wonders of cultivation. With that, Zhang Su lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch. This punch was devoid of flashy techniques, relying solely on raw speed and strength. Su Shu's eyes narrowed. This strike possessed the caliber of a 10-year martial artist. Given his current physical condition, he could not withstand such a blow. Yet he remained unfazed. With fluid grace, he moved his hands in circles, slow yet smooth, as if orchestrating a symphony. Tai Chi. Soft strength. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. At the moment of contact, Zhang Su felt as though he had collided with a cloud of cotton candy. His fist became ensnared, leaving him unable to advance or retreat. Beads of sweat formed on Su Shu's forehead, mingling with the blood that trickled down. Clearly, he was not entirely at ease. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Zhang Su's brow furrowed as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Su Shu. Su Shu transformed his hands from fists to palms, pushing and redirecting, continuously dissipating Zhang Su's force, accumulating it within his own hands. This was Su Shu's renowned technique from his past life, Tai Chi's soft strength, converting an opponent's force into one's own, ultimately releasing it in a magnificent explosion. With this technique, he had once claimed the title of the foremost martial artist in the Blue Star realm. Zhang Su's patience waned. He was infuriated that Su Shu's rudimentary skills were actually able to withstand his offense. As a cultivator, a practitioner of Qi refinement whose body had been enhanced by spiritual energy, how could he possibly fail to subdue an ordinary person? Su Shu's physical stamina waned, yet the force he had accumulated was substantial, merely waiting for the opportune moment to unleash. Zhang Su, on the other hand, forcibly gathered the scant spiritual energy remaining within him, preparing to shatter Su Shu's face with a single punch. Die Su Shu, Zhang Su snarled, unleashing a punch imbued with all his remaining spiritual power. Su Shu exhaled heavily, using his left hand to gently strike. Tai Chi cloud hand. He deflected Zhang Su's mighty punch aside. Tai Chi, firm strength. The violent force stored in his right hand erupted instantaneously, delivering a devastating blow to Zhang Su's face. With a sickening thud, Zhang Su spat blood, sent hurtling several meters away, a trail of blood and a pristine tooth tracing an arc through the air. Thud. Zhang Su fell to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Yang, witnessing this scene, was struck with terror, suppressing the agony in his abdomen as he covered his mouth to stifle any sound in that instant. The courtyard echoed only with Su Shu's heavy breathing. Do you wish to spar again, Zhao Yang? Su Shu inquired, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Zhao Yang was drenched in cold sweat, for although Su Shu appeared weak, he could not summon the spirit to resist. This man had actually defeated a cultivator. Then take that dead pig and roll away, Su Shu chuckled lightly. Zhao Yang hastily rose, hoisting Zhang Su onto his back, and scrambled out of the courtyard in a panic. Haha, what a thrill. Chapter 3. The Jiang sign-in system in the courtyard. Su Shu waited for quite some time, ensuring that the two individuals had ventured far and would not return in the near future. He then collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Had he possessed any strength left, his character would have compelled him to dispatch those two without hesitation. Unfortunately, after unleashing a single surge of formidable energy, he found himself devoid of any power. At that moment, he had feared that Zhao Yang might muster the audacity to attempt to take his life. Fortunately, Zhao Yang, intimidated by Su Shu's defeat of Zhang Su, chose to flee. At that moment, with no one around, Su Shu erupted into wild laughter. The exhilaration of his unexpected journey, the fantasies of cultivation, and the thrill of vanquishing a formidable foe were all encapsulated in that joyous outburst. Blood and sweat mingled on his brow, trickling down his handsome face and pooling at his chin. The droplets of blood and sweat gradually grew larger, delicately falling onto an ancient piece of gold jade resting on his neck. Instantly, the jade emitted a soft glow, hovering before Su Shu. This revelation left Su Shu astounded. This was the jade pendant that had accompanied him throughout his childhood in his previous life, seemingly linked to his origins. In that past existence, he too was an orphan. enduring hardship and solitude, with only this jade as his companion. He had known it to be incredibly resilient, impervious to blades and fire alike. Once, he had even fantasized whether it was a rare treasure requiring a blood oath for recognition. However, the harshness of reality had led him to understand that it was merely a jade pendant, exceptionally durable, yet nothing extraordinary. To his astonishment, this jade had traversed with him into this new realm. Furthermore, the once inert pendant now exhibited signs of agitation at this very moment. What could this possibly signify? Even his tempered soul found it hard to remain composed upon witnessing such a phenomenon. The gentle radiance of the jade dispelled Su Shu's fatigue, gradually healing the wound inflicted upon him by Zhao Yang and his companion. Bathed in the warm, soft light, Su Shu's smooth, fair skin was illuminated, accentuating his sharp brows, deep-set eyes, and striking features. Regrettably, at that moment, no one took notice of this handsome young man. The glow of the jade gradually receded, prompting Su Shu to scrutinize the ancient pendant closely. Under the blazing sun, it appeared entirely transparent and pure as crystal, seemingly entwined with strands of gold, faintly resonating with the echoes of a dragon's roar. Suddenly, the pendant transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting towards Su Shu's forehead. Startled, he instinctively touched his brow. Although the golden light emanating from the jade was quite soothing, the sudden intrusion into his forehead filled him with unease. Amidst Su Shu's anxiousness, a clear, neutral voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The Jiuyang sign-in system is now activated. Host bound for life, Su Shu. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. A system? As an avid enthusiast of the vast online literature of Blue Star, he was certainly aware of what a system entailed. Su Shuqiang suppressed his excitement, striving to control the overwhelming joy within him. In his mind, he pondered, is this the kind of system that grants strength through sign-ins? After a moment of silence, the system confirmed, yes. Ha! It seems I am destined to be the protagonist. Unable to contain his joy any longer, Su Shuqiang burst into maniacal laughter. Please review the conditions for sign-in carefully. For reasons unknown, this seemingly mundane and emotionless reminder carried a hint of pity in Su Shuqiang's ears. His heart gradually sank. Are there conditions for sign-in? He asked anxiously. The sign-in condition requires the pure yang technique to circulate one complete cycle within your body, the system replied indifferently. For Su Shuqiang, performing a complete cycle was a simple task. However, the words pure yang technique struck him like a thunderbolt. He forced a grim smile. You must be joking. As someone deeply scarred by the torment of the pure yang technique, Su Shuqiang was acutely aware of its implications. The spirit of the system had only 10 minutes left. The system responded coolly. Release it. Get rid of it. What kind of system is this? Leave me alone. Su Shuqiang screamed in madness. The Jiuyang sign-in system has permanently bound to the host's soul, accompanying the host through eternity, unbreakable even through the cycles of samsara. Su Shuqiang was left in a daze. So I was a fledgling in my past life, and now I must remain one in this new existence. Moreover, this is the Huanhe sect we are speaking of. Do I even need to ask what it represents? The dream of every man. The paradise of every woman. I beg you, do not bind me. I have finally crossed over. I seek liberation. System brother, system sister, system father, system ancestor. Su Shuqiang pleaded desperately. Request ineffective. The system replied coldly. Gritting his teeth, Su Shuqiang thought. Then I simply 1T practice the pure yang technique. I'll treat you like air. Binding me is pointless. You are the reincarnation of the pure yang body through 9 lifetimes. Without practicing the pure yang technique, you cannot cultivate any other methods, the system taunted. Only the body of the 9 lifetimes of pure yang can awaken the Jiuyang sign-in system. So, I am a 9-lifetime virgin. Were it not for the system's claim of eternal binding to my soul, Su Shuqiang would have been driven to immediate self-destruction upon hearing such words. How humiliating. Enduring a lifetime as a virgin is one thing, but 9 lifetimes? Who could bear that? So, the Huanhe sect is but an unattainable dream for me? Su Shuqiang scoffed. The spirit of the system was fading away. Above Jiuyang, in the supreme realm, one must cultivate an impenetrable golden body to transcend. Su Shuqiang looked skyward with a bitter smile. In my previous life, I perished in the pursuit of the supreme realm. Little did I know that upon crossing over, I would still be unable to escape this dilemma. Where's the supreme? How can one attain the supreme? Su Shuqiang implored eagerly. Regrettably, the spirit of enlightenment has dissipated from his mind, seemingly vanishing as he had previously stated. In the courtyard, the once spirited young man appeared to age decades in mere moments, as if he had endured countless trials and tribulations. He bore the demeanor of a hero in decline. Disheartened and despondent, Su Shu slowly entered his chamber, his expression fluctuating between gloom and hope as he retrieved the jade pendant from his waist. Through prior recollections, he understood that it contained the male cultivation technique of the Huanhe sect, the Zerong method. Though the Tsuerong method is a yang-based technique, it lacks the stringent restrictions of pure yang practices. I refuse to believe it. Su Shu resolutely pressed the warm jade against his brow. Instantly, the entirety of the Tsuerong method for the qi refinement stage materialized in his mind. He promptly commenced his cultivation, drawing in spiritual energy. As he began to operate the technique, a minuscule thread of spiritual energy that entered his body erupted violently, leaving him grievously injured. Su Shu's countenance darkened. It turned out the system spoke the truth. Chapter 4. The Nine Suns Transformation Technique. Su Shu wandered restlessly within his modest abode, his heart racked with turmoil. The shimmering Nine Suns beginner-esque gift package in his mind resembled a charming young woman enticing patrons to a small inn beside the Blue Star train station, stirring his desires. Had he not been confronted by the qi refinement stage Jiangsu, Su Shu might have chosen to resist the system to the bitter end, opting instead to pursue martial arts cultivation. However, even at the nascent stage of qi refinement, his strength rivaled that of a decade's arduous training in his past life. Su Shu surmised that his former pinnacle of martial mastery would likely equate to no more than the fourth layer of qi refinement in this realm. Perhaps only through accumulated experience and techniques could he barely hold an advantage. Thus, he felt a profound sense of discontent. 2 decades of relentless cultivation had seemingly been rendered so trivial. Since the system declared him a fledgling across 9 lifetimes, what was one more? Su Shu reassured himself, vowing to reach the supreme realm of extreme yang in this lifetime. He gazed longingly out the window at the distant, ethereal Huan sect, shrouded in mist and radiant with hues of dawn. My sect, await my return. With a determined flick of his gaze, Su Shu activated the Nine Suns beginner-esque gift package. The package was unveiled, granting him the extreme yang technique, the Nine Suns transformation technique, a drop of Nine Suns true blood, and 3 pure yang purple pills. The sign-in feature was activated, allowing the host to regard the successful operation of the Nine Suns transformation technique as a sign-in success. Su Shu stared blankly at the 2 suddenly materialized jade vials and a jade slip in his hand. Ultimately, he had arrived at this juncture. He pressed the jade slip to his brow, and instantly, it dissolved, imprinting the foundational principles of the Nine Suns transformation technique deep within his consciousness. This was the precursor technique to the supreme method of the celestial realm, the Nine Suns true method. Only a pure young youth of 9 lifetimes could cultivate this technique. After mastering the techniques, one must seek the supreme realm of utmost yang to cultivate the golden body of pure yang, an impervious form. In order to transcend the physical self, Su Shu organized his thoughts, cleared his mind, and sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, commencing the operation of his cultivation method. The morning sun harbored primordial purple energy, which he aimed to absorb into his body to refine the pure yang force. However, to his surprise, it was already midday, and the purple energy had dissipated, rendering him unable to practice the 9 yang transformation scripture. With a soft sigh, he suddenly recalled the true blood and pure yang purple pill from the beginner's gift package. Unable to resist, he opened a jade bottle to inspect its contents. In an instant, a brilliant golden blood surged into his mouth before he could react. As the true blood entered, a tremendous energy erupted, and he immediately felt this drop of blood coursing energetically throughout his body. Wherever it flowed, along the meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs, everything seemed to be cloaked in a faint golden hue. Strangely enough, despite the overwhelming energy, Su Shu, with an ordinary physique, felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced a warmth akin to basking in the winter sun. As the true blood circulated, various black and white substances began to seep from the surface of his skin, filling the small room with a foul odor. Immersed in the operation of the true blood, Su Shu was oblivious to it and instinctively began to practice the first layer of the 9 yang transformation scripture. To his astonishment, the technique commenced its operation swiftly under the influence of the true blood. It became apparent to him why the cultivation method and true blood were packaged together in the beginner's gift. It was evidently meant to enhance the host's constitution. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a pure yang purple pill from another bottle and consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a rich purple energy that flowed down his throat. Su Shu was elated. Indeed, the 3 elements needed to be utilized in unison. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the other 2 pure yang purple pills as well. Within him, the true blood of the 9 suns propelled the cultivation method, and the 9 yang transformation scripture absorbed the purple energy from the pills, continuously converting it into a stream of purple golden spiritual power. Moments later, the scripture completed a full cycle, having absorbed all the purple energy, and the true blood fully integrated into Su Shu's being. With the successful conclusion of his first day as cultivation, he unlocked the 9 yang storage space. Suddenly, Su Shu opened his eyes wide. His left pupil transformed into a purple golden hue, exuding an air of majesty and gravitas. At that moment, he could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy, fine dust, and murky gases in the air around him. Could this be the yang I mentioned in the 9-yang transformation scripture? A soft smile graced Su Shu's lips, thoroughly satisfied with the transformation brought forth by his cultivation. According to the refining yang scripture, he had likely reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He chuckled heartily. The earlier resolve to resist had long since been cast aside. Wasn't this the supreme realm of utmost yang, with such divine skill assisting him? The conquest of the Huan sect was merely a matter of time. How delightful! As the 9-yang transformation scripture ceased its operation, the purple hue of his left pupil gradually returned to its original deep black. Su Shu comfortably stretched, a series of crisp sounds emanating from his joints, reminiscent of popping beans. Just as he was about to savor the prowess of the first layer of qi cultivation, an overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils, nearly causing him to retch. It was then that he noticed the foul, viscous substance of various black and white patches permeating his skin. Hastily, he made his way to the bathroom, shedding his garments in swift strides before plunging into the bathtub, swiftly eliminating the impurities that clung to him. As he submerged, the formerly crystalline water became murky, prompting a deep exhalation of relief. Ah, what a refreshing sensation. He soon emerged from the tub, pure yang spiritual energy circulating within him, causing the water clinging to his skin to evaporate rapidly. Donning a pristine white robe woven with golden threads, securing his hair with an ornate hairpin, and adorned with the emblem of a servant disciple from the Huan sect at his waist, he completed his ensemble with gleaming white boots. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he observed his striking features: arched eyebrows like distant mountains, a nose chiseled like a blade, and an overall countenance that was both handsome and refined, as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Unable to suppress his admiration for his own appearance, he found himself almost envious. As the water rippled gently, he became increasingly familiar with the visage staring back at him. Upon closer inspection, a sudden shock coursed through him. Wasn't this the exact visage of his 20-year-old self from his previous life? Having only skimmed the surface of this world's memories upon his arrival, he now realized that, were it not for the distinctly different spiritual energy and internal strength coursing through him, he might have doubted whether he had merely been reborn at the age of 20. Was the cycle of 9 lives truly a reality? A chill ran down his spine. He had never believed in reincarnation, yet the revelations before him were too astonishing to ignore. What did the system mean by his 9 lives? Why were there identical names and appearances across different worlds? In that moment, he recalled everything from his past life, feeling as though it were but a fleeting dream, distant and elusive. Ah, since I am here, I shall make peace with my fate, Su Shu sighed softly. Although the paths of cultivation in the two worlds differed, the environments bore a striking resemblance. Only by possessing formidable strength could he unravel the mysteries that surrounded him. The law of survival of the fittest was universal. Contemplating the system, the ceaseless flow of pure yang energy within him, and his extensive combat experience, he felt a sense of reassurance. Slowly, he clenched his fists and murmured, "Cultivating immortality, is it? Quite an enticing prospect." Chapter 5. Turbulence. In his previous life as a martial arts master, Su Shu effortlessly commanded his surging strength. I wonder if I can still practice the refining yang technique now, having been through much. Su Shu was well aware of the adage that the tall tree draws the wind. Learning to conceal one's talents was essential for thriving in a chaotic world. With this thought, he immediately resumed the practice of the refining yang technique. The refining yang technique, which had earlier inflicted grievous injuries upon him, now responded obediently like a docile kitten under the guidance of the 9-yang transformation technique. With minimal effort, he successfully executed the refining yang technique in its entirety. Moments later, he reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi cultivation. Strangely enough, after this, no matter how he practiced the refining sun technique, he could not make any progress. Indeed, it was only through the cultivation of the 9 suns transformation technique that one could elevate their strength. However, it mattered little. From this moment forth, I shall be a disciple of the Harmony sect practicing the refining sun technique. Su Shu laughed heartily. The purple-gold spiritual energy of the 9 suns transformation quietly faded within Su Shu's body, replaced by the pale golden spiritual energy of the refining sun technique. Having reached the first layer of qi refinement, he could now register for the outer sect disciple examination. Su Shu meticulously reviewed his memories and discovered that if a servant disciple practiced the refining sun technique and achieved the qi refinement stage, they would be eligible to register for the outer sect disciple examination of the Harmony sect. Su Shu's expression turned peculiar. The requirements for this examination were indeed quite unusual. Boys and girls of pure bodies practicing qi refinement techniques only needed to reach the first layer to have a chance of becoming outer sect disciples. However, if one was not of perfect purity, They would need to advance to the fourth layer of Qi refinement to qualify for the outer sect disciple examination. The individual known as Qi Xiao was the only servant disciple among them who had reached the third layer of Qi refinement. Remaining a servant disciple at the third layer naturally indicated that he was no longer of perfect purity, which explained why he continued to labor in the outer sect as a servant. Su Shu pondered for a moment. With his current strength and cultivation, becoming an outer sect disciple was a certainty. If Qi Xiao and Zhang Su, along with Zhao Yang, were wise, they would leave him be. But if they dared to trouble him again, he would not hesitate to show them no mercy. A martial arts master would undoubtedly be stained with blood. These thoughts flitted through his mind. The specifics would depend on how they chose to proceed. Su Shu set aside his musings, opened the door, and walked outside. Shortly after Su Shu departed, a powerful and awe-inspiring spiritual sense lingered within the room. There was, indeed, a pure yang body within the sect. A cold, feminine voice gasped in astonishment. Though her tone was as frigid as ancient ice, it could not conceal the delight within. Immediately, this spiritual sense was conveyed to the elder hall of the outer sect. In the elder hall, a frail old woman was savoring the spiritual tea presented by her disciples. Suddenly, a formidable spiritual sense accompanied by a medallion appeared before her. The intensity of this spiritual sense indicated that it belonged to a formidable entity, at least at the nascent soul stage. Such power was likely reserved for the 9 great elders of the inner peak. The old woman was struck with fear, fearing that her clandestine siphoning of the yang energy from servant disciples had been discovered by the inner peak elders. You must personally seek out the servant disciple who appeared today at 234 East Street and summon them to see me at once. Upon hearing this, the old woman breathed a sigh of relief. It was not an inquiry into her actions. However, her curiosity surged. She wondered which disciple could possibly warrant such significant attention from the inner peak elder. As she contemplated what transgression the servant disciple had committed, her peripheral vision caught sight of the medallion from the inner peak elder lying quietly before her, with a conspicuous numeral 9 shimmering upon it. The old woman was suddenly engulfed by a tempest of dread, recognizing the cold-faced elder Jiao, a rare presence indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped her command token and hastily made her way towards East Street, disregarding the exquisite spirit tea she had just brewed, intent solely on fulfilling Elder Jiao's demands. It is well known that this elder, typically reticent, wielded authority comparable to a sacred decree within the Hahuan sect. At times, even the commands of the sect leader paled in significance beside her wishes. Should she fail in her duties and incite her wrath, there would be no one in the Hahuan sect capable of safeguarding her life. Su Shu was en route to the elder hall. The once handsome figure, now imbued with a slightly ethereal grace after practicing the 9 yang transformation technique, had transformed remarkably. His somewhat slender physique could not conceal the robust masculinity that radiated from him. He could keenly sense the glances of several young women, who, with hands covering their mouths, whispered and giggled in delight. Although he should have felt elated, he could only muster a bitter smile due to the constraints imposed by the pure yang technique. The continuous flow of pure yang spiritual energy within him provided a sense of empowerment, slightly alleviating the bitterness in his heart. After a while, Su Shu gazed at the imposing entrance of the elder hall, adorned with grand calligraphy and magnificent architecture, momentarily lost in thought. The expanse of this hall was perhaps comparable to that of the Forbidden City from his previous life. Soon, he composed himself and swiftly entered the hall. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than several figures emerged before him. One person appeared exceedingly pale, unconsciously clutching their abdomen, while another bore a bruise at the corner of their mouth, looking rather disheveled, yet persistently bending over to explain something to the men beside him. At the forefront stood a delicate man, idly toying with a jade ring on his finger, exuding an air of nonchalance. Su Shu narrowed his eyes, recognizing 2 of the figures as Zhang Su and Zhao Yang, the very individuals he had encountered earlier. His gaze focused intently on the delicate man, who was none other than Qi Xiao. Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting Su Shu. Qi Xiao, look, Su Shu is over there. At the mention of his name, the delicate man ceased his actions and lazily lifted his head to regard Su Shu. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Su Shu searched his memories for information about Qi Xiao. The young man, whose real name was Qi Feng, was rumored to be the illegitimate son of a certain inner sect disciple, having leveraged connections to gain entry into the sect. After more than 5 years of cultivation, he had reached the 3rd level of Qi refining and was said to have an unspeakable relationship with one of the elders in the hall, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Qi Xiao had once encountered Su Shu during a menial task, a meeting that had precipitated the subsequent bullying incident involving Zhang Su and Zhao Yang. Su Daoyu, I extend my greetings, Qi Feng said with a delicate smile, bowing politely. The onlookers were taken aback, for the term Daoyu is a respectful salutation exchanged among cultivators. The prowess of Qi Feng is widely acknowledged, yet Su Shu is merely a new disciple who has recently entered the sect for just over 2 months. Zhao Yang immediately interjected, pointing at Su Shu. Qi Shao, this fellow has merely dabbled in worldly martial arts. With a disdainful smirk, Qi Feng remarked, he hasn't even grasped the cultivation levels of others. It's no wonder he cannot contend with me. Observing Su Shu's tranquil demeanor, coupled with Qi Feng's assured tone, Zhang Su suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that this young man was masquerading as a fool while secretly being an accomplished Qi refining stage practitioner. With this realization, he felt considerably better, understanding that his defeat was merely against an opponent of the same rank. Little did they know that just an hour prior, Su Shu had broken through his cultivation, emerging as a genuine Qi refining stage practitioner. Otherwise, Zhao Yang and Zhang Su would have long since met their demise. Chapter 6. Battle. Su Shu exhaled softly. He had initially intended to ascend to the Qi refining stage and immediately become an outer sect disciple to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, as the unpredictability of life would have it, one cannot evade their fate. That being said, Master Su is not one to shy away from challenges, especially given that his current strength far exceeds that of the earlier Su Shu. He chuckled lightly and offered a polite bow. Taoist Qi, I extend my greetings. The graceful demeanor of Su Shu as he bowed, along with the glimpse of the birthmark revealed during his bowing, caught Qi Feng's attention, igniting a spark of jealousy and resentment within him. A pure, unblemished youth, a practitioner of the Qi refining stage. All he needed was to pass the assessment to become an outer sect disciple of the Hahuan sect. Why should it be so? A Qi refining practitioner with a pure body. Qi Feng had once been in the same position, believing that becoming an outer sect disciple was merely a matter of reaching out. Yet it was that accursed old crone. As an elder in the outer sect examination hall, she had been enamored by the beauty of her disciples, condemning him to remain a mere servant disciple. A multitude of thoughts raced through Qi Feng's mind as he gazed upon Su Shu, his own grievances surfacing, and his heart filled with resentment. He resented that examination elder. He loathed that he could only watch as all the honors that should have been his slipped into the hands of another. If I cannot attain it, then neither shall others. Taoist Su, as a member of the immortal sect, do you realize that harming the mundane disciples of the sect without cause and disregarding the sect's rules is a grave offense? Qi Feng's voice dripped with a sinister mockery. Su Shu paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Qi Feng, we were both once members of the immortal sect, and I had held you in higher regard. Yet, meeting you has proven to be a disappointment, revealing you to be such a foolish individual. Qi Feng retorted disdainfully, why should I, Qi Feng, seek your approval? A mere fledgling newly entering the Qi refining stage? He then added, perhaps your paltry aura and cultivation have emboldened you to speak so boldly before me. Huh? Do you not understand the vast chasm that exists between cultivators? Su Shu replied nonchalantly, I may not know the extent of the disparity, but if you seek trouble, then come forth directly. Spare me your incessant prattling. It gives me a headache. Ah, Brother Su speaks plainly. How refreshing. Li'in, go and enlighten Taoist Su on the hierarchy that exists even among Qi refining stage practitioners, Qi Feng stated coolly. A burly man with a dark countenance stepped forth with a sinister grin, his fists rubbing together in anticipation. I shall make sure that Taoist Su comprehends, he declared. I am Li'in, a cultivator of the second level of Qi refinement, and I seek guidance from Taoist Su. Su Shu slightly narrowed his eyes and replied, please. The second level of Qi refinement was indeed a fitting match. He wished to assess his current strength alongside his combat experience. Su Shu formed a circular motion with his hands, the Tai Chi stance ready to be executed. Li'in charged forward, delivering a ferocious punch. Su Shu bent his legs slightly, lowering his center of gravity, and unleashed a powerful straight punch. The essence of Tai Chi surged forth. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Li'in was forced back several steps, staggering from the impact, while Su Shu remained steadfast as an unyielding mountain, unmovable in his stance. Qi Feng's expression darkened at this sight. Indeed, Su Shu was a martial artist of the mundane world, capable of withstanding Li'in, a cultivator of the second level of Qi refinement, and even gaining the upper hand. Zhang Su recalled his own encounter with Su Shu, where he had experienced the fluidity of his strength, and he expressed concern. This lad possesses considerable martial experience. Li'in is in for a rough time. Qi Feng scoffed. A dignified cultivator relying solely on mere physical skills cannot ascend to greater heights. Such tactics may suffice against a novice in Qi refinement, but against Li'in? He is far from it. Zhang Su exclaimed. Qi Shao, could it be that Li'in has mastered the arts of the immortal path? Qi Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the escalating clash between Su Shu and Li'in. Although Li'in was clearly at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand Su Shu's relentless assault, he displayed no signs of concern. Meanwhile, After their latest exchange, Li Yin swiftly retreated, maintaining a distance while observing Su Shu intently. Taoist friend, as a cultivator, one must utilize the abilities befitting a cultivator. Su Shu furrowed his brow. Having just advanced, he had little time to familiarize himself with the skills of immortal practitioners. Li Yin swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers dancing in intricate patterns as he chanted incantations. Fireball technique. Boom. A sphere of flame materialized from his palm. Su Shu was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary technique, conjuring fire from thin air. Li Yin forcefully propelled the fireball towards Su Shu with great speed, leaving little room for evasion. However, he felt a surge of curiosity and decided to test the purported power of this immortal technique. His golden pure yang spiritual energy surged within him, gathering in his hands. With a focused gaze, Su Shu braced himself to meet the fireball head-on. It was searing and scorching, indistinguishable from true flames. Li Yin's lips curled into a smirk, realizing that this Na'vi simpleton was oblivious to the intricacies of immortal techniques, mistakenly thinking it akin to mundane fire. He swiftly altered his hand seals and shouted, "Explode!" Bam! The fireball detonated before Su Shu, unleashing a fierce wave of heat and shock that sent him hurtling back a considerable distance. Su Shu hastily summoned his spiritual energy to suppress the searing pain coursing through his body. The prowess of celestial arts was indeed formidable, rendering the martial techniques of his past life utterly insignificant by comparison. It was no wonder that Qi Feng held such disdain for his martial abilities. When he turned his gaze back to Li Yin, he discovered that Li Yin had already conjured another fireball in his hand. Su Shu's expression grew grave. He could no longer afford to underestimate this fireball technique, which appeared deceptively similar to mundane flames. "How do you feel now? Understanding the terror of celestial arts?" Li Yin taunted. "I merely wished to gauge your martial skills. Did you truly believe I was not your match?" Su Shu remained silent, his full attention fixed on Li Yin. "Ha ha ha, what a country bumpkin. He.S. actually frightened by a mere fireball technique." Qi Feng cackled with unrestrained glee. "Li Yin, you are truly formidable. How could this simpleton even begin to compare with you?" Zhao Yang flattered. Li Yin reveled in Zhao Yang's flattery, laughing maniacally. "This time, I shall incapacitate you." The fireball shot forth with blinding speed. Su Shu's handsome visage was marred as the fireball exploded, leaving his skin charred and some flesh even torn asunder. At this rate, a second fireball would surely render Su Shu utterly defeated. Qi Feng, Zhang Su, and Zhao Yang awaited the spectacle of Su Shu's downfall, their minds already concocting fantasies of how to humiliate him afterward. Qi Feng couldn't help but recall the sows he had fed in the servants' dining hall, a smirk betraying his delight. Taking a deep breath, Su Shu noted that the fireball was rapidly approaching. While the fireball technique was swift, he found that with concentrated observation, there remained a chance to evade. Under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, a subtle smile crept upon Su Shu's lips. His feet glided in a rapid motion, into Qi Feng and the others. It appeared as though he had conjured an illusion. Floating steps. Chapter 7. Qi Feng strikes. How is this possible? Zhang Su gasped in astonishment. Su Shu had managed to evade Li Yin's fireball technique with his footwork. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, Su Shu grinned widely. "It seems celestial arts are not as invincible as you claim." Qi Feng, furious, shouted, "Li Yin, what are you doing? Can't you even defeat such a simpleton? Truly pathetic." Li Yin was at a loss for words. I aimed at him. As Su Shu channeled his spiritual energy, he discovered it possessed healing properties. With each cycle of energy, the layers of skin that had been scorched by the fireball gradually began to mend, a feat unattainable by the inner strength of his past life. "It's his footwork," Zhang Su observed intently, discerning the truth. Qi Feng's expression darkened, even at the second level of Qi refinement. Li Yin could barely manage 3 fireballs at full capacity. Now, he had only one chance left, yet Li Yin was already shaken by Su Shu's unexpected resilience. If he failed to strike true this time, depleting his energy would signify his defeat at the hands of a mere novice in celestial arts. Li Yin's face shifted between shadows and light, no longer daring to form the seals necessary to unleash the fireball technique. In close combat, Su Shu was no match for Li Yin. While he could evade celestial techniques, they remained exceedingly troublesome. Su Shu's injuries had nearly healed, though his visage still bore an ashen hue. He chuckled lightly. "Li Yin, you are no match for me now. Defeating you would be a trivial task. Do yourself a favor and depart." Though seething with anger, Li Yin found himself at a loss, having only mastered the fireball technique of celestial arts. He cautiously glanced towards Qi Feng, whose rage was on the verge of eruption, and dared not utter a word. Qi Feng, perceiving Li Yin's lack of will to continue, recognized that his silence stemmed from fear of future repercussions. "Begone, you worthless lot," Qi Feng bellowed. Li Yin sheepishly retreated into the crowd. Zhang Su and Zhao Yang wore grim expressions. They understood that Qi Feng's ire encompassed them as well. with a solemn countenance. Qi Feng's eyes glistened with murderous intent. Very well, country bumpkin, you are fortunate to witness my personal intervention. I shall gradually tear apart your face and cast you into the pigsty, allowing you to experience the degradation of being violated by beasts. Su Shu's countenance darkened. It was evident that Qi Feng intended to sever their ties and render him incapacitated. He replied calmly, should you survive, feel free to attempt it. His seemingly placid tone sent shivers through the onlookers, as if they beheld mountains of corpses. The master's murderous intent was unmistakable. Zhao Yang could not help but regret his allegiance to Qi Feng. Had he known Su Shu was a formidable adversary, he would have dutifully performed his menial tasks and focused on his cultivation, avoiding entanglement in their conflict. Qi Feng, fueled by rage, laughed mockingly. How dare you harbor murderous thoughts? Who granted you such audacity? With a thunderous stomp, Qi Feng propelled himself forward, unleashing a ferocious punch. Su Shu remained composed, yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. He extended his hands, executing the Tai Chi cloud hands technique. Boom! Su Shu was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing against the wall. The Tai Chi cloud hands proved utterly insufficient to withstand Qi Feng's overwhelming force. With a spurt of blood, Su Shu found himself gasping for air, the agony in his back and arms nearly suffocating him. Qi Feng was formidable. His strength rivaled that of Su Shu's peak from his previous life, lacking only in combat experience. Qi Feng undoubtedly possessed celestial arts, and coupled with their power, the former Su Shu would have struggled to contend with him. A bitter smile crossed Su Shu's lips as he realized that his 2 decades of martial training paled in comparison to that of an ordinary menial disciple in this realm. Yet, despite the crushing blow to his confidence, the blood coursing through him began to simmer with renewed vigor. Excellent. This is the essence of a true cultivator. He remained unaware that the previously faint golden energy of his Ziyang technique was now swirling into a deep purple-gold hue, the manifestation of the Ziyang transformation technique. Do you see? The trifling skills you rely upon are inconsequential in my eyes. How dare you, a mere mortal, presume to oppose a celestial being? You seek death. Under the furious roar of Qi Feng, a fireball, considerably larger than the one directed at Li Yin moments earlier, hurtled towards Su Shu in the corner. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball struck Su Shu, igniting a conflagration in the corner. After casting the fireball, Qi Feng paid no further attention to the scene. Coldly addressing Li Yin and his companions, I must personally intervene for a worthless individual like you. What use are you to me? I might as well toss you all into the pigsty to serve as livestock. Zhang Su and the others trembled in fear, bowing their heads in silence. In his rage, Qi Feng was capable of anything, and no one dared to provoke him at that moment. Qi Feng, even at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you are incapable of defeating someone at the 1st level like me, merely flaunting your tricks? A mocking voice emerged from the flames. The crowd gasped in shock, their gazes shifting to the inferno. Qi Feng smiled coldly. Excellent. It has been a long time since I encountered such a fitting toy. Flickers of purple-golden light danced within the flames. Suddenly, the purple-golden radiance coalesced into a vortex, drawing the flames into a singular point of purple gold, towering at the height of a person. As the flames dissipated, the onlookers beheld Su Shu's left eye glowing with purple-golden brilliance. Clearly, it was his left eye that had absorbed the flames. Furthermore, Su Shu appeared revitalized, free from his previous injuries. The purple extreme yang eye. You are a pure yang body. Qi Feng screamed, his voice laced with overwhelming jealousy, envy, and unmasked malice. The pure yang body is an extraordinary talent in the realm of cultivation, a rarity that emerges once in a millennium, possessed by but a single individual. The emblem of the pure yang body is the purple extreme yang eye, for the Cultivation Sect, which practices the duality of yin and yang. Discovering Su Shu's pure yang body would compel them to exhaust their resources in nurturing him. This body signifies the presence of a celestial being, a true ascendant capable of transcending mortality, an invincible entity in the world of cultivation. Give me your body. Give it to me. Qi Feng was driven to madness. Su Shu, unaware of the significance of the pure yang body, felt only a profound sense of confusion and revulsion. Are you out of your mind? The intense greed evident on Qi Feng's face left Su Shu deeply unsettled. Su Shu, you should perish. You have no right to exist in this world. The pure yang body belongs solely to me. Anyone else who dares to appear must meet their demise. Qi Feng roared, no longer concealing his spiritual power, exerting himself to the fullest. He was indeed a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. His hand seals shifted rapidly, and as his incantation solidified, Qi Feng's complexion grew exceedingly pale, indicating the strain of the technique. Upon completion of the incantation, a layer of oppressive black clouds materialized above Su Shu. Die! Lightning strike! With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds, aimed furiously at Su Shu. The latter, in utter astonishment, had not anticipated Qi Feng's ability to control thunder, regardless of Su Shu's former prowess or the finesse of his techniques. None could compare to the swiftness of the lightning strike. He had a premonition that with this strike, even if he were to miraculously survive, he would at the very least find himself gravely injured and in a perilous situation. Yet, there was no alternative. After revealing his true abilities, Qi Feng's resolve to kill him had become unwavering. Qi Feng, if you wish to take my life, then let us perish together. He could only fervently circulate the Nine Suns transformation technique, gathering all his spiritual energy at his left eye, intending to annihilate them both. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Stop. Chapter 8. Elder Zhu. At the sound of this furious cry, the gathering dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated without a trace. The spiritual energy within Su Shu came to a halt, and the pupil of his left eye returned to its original black and white. Qi Feng, daring to act violently within the Elder Hall, do you seek rebellion? A sinister, aged female voice resonated, even before her arrival. Upon hearing these words, Qi Feng's previously frenzied expression faded into one of dread and trepidation. In the distant sky, an elderly woman flew swiftly on her sword, descending into the Elder Hall. Observing this, Su Shu felt a tinge of envy. Sword flight was once a dream cherished by countless individuals from Blue Star. Qi Feng hurriedly knelt and reported, Elder, it is the miscellaneous disciple Su Shu who has advanced to the Qi refinement stage, showing utter disregard for others and insulting both disciples and friends. In a moment of desperation, I momentarily forgot the rules of the Elder Hall. I beseech Elder Zhu for forgiveness. He continually gestured meaningfully to Li Yin, Zhang Su, and the others. They understood the cue and promptly followed Qi Feng in kneeling. Elder Zhu, what senior brother Qi has said is indeed true. It is that Su Shu who is arrogant and oppressive towards his roommates. Senior brother Qi was compelled to act out of indignation. We hope that Elder will show leniency considering senior brother Qi's earnestness towards his fellow disciples, Zhang Su hastily added. Yes, we all witnessed it. Senior brother Qi is right. It is indeed that Su Shu who is presumptuous and self-important, bullying his fellow disciple Zhao Yang. Senior brother Qi, in a moment of urgency, could not hold back. We hope Elder will see the truth. The crowd clamored, completely denying Su Shu an opportunity to speak. Zhao Yang, the victim, was also present, pleading for Elder Zhu's discernment. Zhang Su quickly signaled to the bewildered Zhao Yang. The elderly woman scanned the room with indifference, her gaze settling on Zhao Yang. Is there any falsehood in their words? Zhao Yang's expression was conflicted. Realizing that Su Shu was no easy opponent, he had decided against provoking him further. However, Qi Feng was evidently far more fearsome. He clearly perceived the threat in Zhang Su's gaze. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Yang thought that since he had already offended Su Shu, he might as well strive to curry favor with Qi Feng. With Qi Feng's strength and background, he could undoubtedly procure some advantages among the miscellaneous disciples. Having solidified his resolve, Zhao Yang hastily spoke. Elder Zhu, I am Zhao Yang. The statements of my senior brothers bear no falsehood. As fellow miscellaneous disciples residing at East Street, room 234, relying on, stop. The elderly woman interrupted Zhao Yang. Upon hearing the room number, her heart skipped a beat. Was this not the very miscellaneous disciple she sought? She urgently inquired. Are you and that Su Shu both from East Street, room 234? Where is Su Shu? Su Shu, puzzled, stepped forward and replied, Elder, I am Su Shu. Elder Zhu. He is the arrogant disciple. With a swift motion, the old woman slapped Zhang Su, sending him flying. Her cold gaze sweeping over him as if to imprint his visage in her memory. With a disdainful snort, she declared, I am the one asking questions. How dare you interject? Qi Feng, trembling in fear, dared not utter another word to implicate himself further. It appeared that Zhang Su was also on the verge of falling into Elder Zhu's clutches, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within him. The more they suffered, the more joy it brought me. It would be best if Su Shu were implicated as well. Su Shu maintained a calm demeanor, uninterested in contesting the words of others. There was no need. All that was required was for everyone to reveal their cultivation levels, and their deceit would collapse under scrutiny. Who among you appeared on their side today? The old woman inquired, disregarding Qi Feng and the others. To her, Qi Feng was merely a puppet in her hands, summoned at her whim and discarded at her leisure. What bullying of disciples, what conflicts among elders, all paled in comparison to her demands. Su Shu replied, Elder, it was just Zhao Yang, Zhang Su, and myself. Just the three of you? The old woman narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the trio. Qi Feng knelt on the ground, unnoticed by others, his expression shifting like the weather. It was this Elder Zhu who had robbed him of his innocence, condemning him to remain among the lowly ranks of servant disciples despite possessing the cultivation of an outer sect disciple. He had intended to quietly break through to the fourth level of Qi refinement and participate in the outer sect disciple assessment when Elder Zhu was absent from the Elder Hall. However, in his earlier fury, he had forgotten to conceal his cultivation. Although the old woman had not pursued the matter, her notorious meticulousness meant that his intentions could not escape her notice, and trouble would undoubtedly follow. He was uncertain of her motives for visiting the disciples' living quarters, but whatever it was, it must have been sanctioned by the higher echelons of the sect. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. He could only gamble on this opportunity to evade her grasp. A myriad of thoughts flitted through Qi Feng's mind. He straightened his posture and declared, "I also went there." "All of us did." The old woman squinted, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Is that so?" A chill ran down Qi Feng's spine, and feeling the pressure, he forced himself to assert, "Indeed, I hope Elder will see the truth." After all, he was now entangled with the group, and even if disaster were to strike, he would not face it alone. His resolve began to solidify. The others exchanged glances, now dragged into Qi Feng's predicament, compelled to follow his lead. "Yes, we have all been there," they echoed. Su Shu, perplexed, assumed that they truly had visited before his arrival and remained silent. "Heh, Qi Feng, you always enjoy playing these little tricks with me," Elder Zhu remarked, her smile enigmatic. With her cunning nature, she could easily discern Qi Feng's lies. Yet, regarding the inner peak elder, she chose to err on the side of caution. "Well, since you all have been there, this simplifies matters. I shall take you to meet a significant figure. I trust you can keep your mouths in check. One must judiciously discern what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken. Do not forget, as long as you serve as mere disciples under my watch, I shall be ever vigilant over you." Elder Zhu remarked with a derisive smile. Upon uttering these words, her gaze swept over Su Shu's handsome and masculine visage, a fleeting glint of greed flashing in her eyes. She inwardly chastised herself for her negligence, having neglected to patrol the outer sect for an extended period. She had unwittingly overlooked such an exceptional disciple. Silently swallowing her salivation, she contemplated the ample opportunities she would have to revel in such beauty in the future. Her spirits lifting considerably, Su Shu remained expressionless. From the very moment the elderly woman appeared, he sensed her unabashed covetousness. However, the memory of Elder Zhu's decisive interruption of Qi Feng's thunderous technique was indelibly etched in his mind. The ability of a mortal to command the formidable might of heaven's thunder was already astonishing, yet to encounter someone capable of dispersing it with mere words was utterly staggering. He pondered the depths of her cultivation level, reflecting on his own once-peak martial prowess in the Blue Star, now reduced to that of a mere third-tier Qi refining disciple. Amidst his bitter smile, a sense of relief washed over him. Arriving in this world, to witness and possibly possess such tremendous power stirred his blood with fervor. Indeed, formidable strength was the sole principle of survival, Su Shu mused silently. His disdain for Elder Zhu and the murderous intent of Qi Feng and his ilk transformed entirely into a fervent drive for self-improvement. Chapter 9. Dispute. The elderly woman waved her hand, and a diminutive sword, no larger than a thumb, instantly expanded. At her behest, everyone stepped onto the blade one by one. Was this to be an experience of sword flight? Su Shu's heart raced with excitement. With a mix of trepidation, he eagerly stepped onto the sword first. As Qi Feng was about to ascend, he caught sight of Su Shu preparing to leap onto the blade. A sinister smile crept across his face as he quietly gathered his spiritual energy. Just as Su Shu leapt, Qi Feng stealthily delivered a gentle push to Su Shu's back. Caught off guard by Qi Feng's audacity to act beneath the elder's watchful eye, Su Shu failed to perceive the impending danger. A sense of dread washed over him. Contrary to his expectations of an overwhelming force, a gentle push instead propelled him from the sword's body to its tip. Infuriated, Su Shu's murderous intent towards Qi Feng surged. Although he did not comprehend the significance of Qi Feng's actions, the malicious glee evident in his eyes assured Su Shu that this maneuver was undoubtedly detrimental to him. As a mere servant disciple, Qi Feng could not possibly dare to harm a fellow disciple under the elder's gaze, even if the elderly woman shared some unspeakable connection with him. His intention was merely to vex Su Shu. With a mocking smile, he refrained from offering any explanation. The elderly elder turned her head, and upon seeing Su Shu's precarious position, her initial frown and reprimand for Qi Feng abruptly ceased. Her expression transformed instantly, the tightly wrinkled corners of her mouth involuntarily curving upwards. Qi Feng was astute. She had been incensed by Qi Feng's disregard for her presence and his covert attack on a fellow disciple. However, as her gaze swept over, the obsequious expression on Qi Feng's face and the position of Su Shu made her instantly comprehend his intentions. It was an implicit invitation for her to embrace that pretty boy. One must understand that prior to mastering the art of sword control, the practitioner must direct the blade's trajectory from the tip. Su Shu, propelled by Qi Feng's palm, found himself precisely where the old crone was casting her spell. The old woman discreetly brushed her gaze across Su Shu's cheek, exerting considerable effort to swallow the saliva of desire that had gathered. If only it were just her and Su Shu, then she could play with this pretty boy using her newly conceived technique, sword shock. The mere thought of something tantalizing brought a flush to the old crone's dark, wrinkled face. Her perception of Qi Feng immediately intensified. She mused that even if the pretty boy fell into her hands, she could not show favoritism. Qi Feng offered Su Shu no chance to retreat after his palm strike. He swiftly leaped behind Su Shu, blocking his escape. The malicious glee on Qi Feng's face was unmistakable. Su Shu's brow furrowed even deeper. Yet, the old woman feigned ignorance, clearly condoning Qi Feng's actions, leaving Su Shu with little recourse. The former Su Shu had merely been a mundane errand boy, newly introduced to the realm of cultivation, and thus lacked understanding of such devious schemes. He could only sigh inwardly in resignation. Ahem, let us not keep that esteemed one waiting. The old woman cleared her throat. To Qi Feng, this conveyed an air of desperation, prompting a knowing smile. He immediately barked, "Did you not hear Elder Zhu? Elder Zhu's time is precious. Hurry up." The crowd, bewildered, complied as both Elder Zhu and Qi Feng had spoken, and they quickly ascended the sword's body. Once everyone was aboard, the old woman smiled with satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Su Shu. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gripped Su Shu's heart. As the old woman leaped towards his position, Su Shu immediately grasped Qi Feng's intentions. "Damn, Qi Feng, you scoundrel. I will not rest until you are vanquished." Enraged, Su Shu had long suspected the old woman harbored ill intentions, but he had not anticipated her to be so base. She actually leapt behind Su Shu, feigning an embrace, hands outstretched, ready to ensnare him. Moreover, the old woman was covertly utilizing her spiritual power to suppress Su Shu, rendering him immobile. From the corner of his eye, he saw the old woman drawing near, and he could not evade her grasp. The mocking expressions of Qi Feng and Zhang Su only added to his fury. Su Shu's eyes widened in desperation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and veins protruding at his temples, no longer concealing his strength. The Nine Suns transformation technique surged within him, the frail purple-gold spiritual energy coursing violently through his meridians. And his left eye transformed once more into the purple extreme yang eye. Boom! A flash of purple-gold light erupted from Su Shu, instantly breaking free from the old woman's spiritual pressure. The old woman was momentarily stunned. A mere Qi refinement stage cultivator had managed to escape the grasp of a foundation establishment expert. Yet, she attributed it to her earlier distraction by the pretty boy's allure, believing she had not exerted sufficient force. When the radiant light emanated from the young man, it captivated her immensely, igniting an irresistible desire to draw closer to him. However, the brilliance vanished in an instant, and she failed to notice the subtle hints of purple woven within the golden glow. Elder Zhu, with her modest cultivation, was apprehensive about the fierce winds ahead, fearing she might falter during flight. The disciple humbly requested to swap positions with the elder, hoping for her understanding. Su Shu suppressed the overwhelming fury and disgust within, turning to speak calmly. The old woman inwardly chastised herself for her impatience. Realizing that this young man had discerned her intentions, alas, she should have waited until they were soaring on their swords to indulge her whims. Qi Feng was acutely aware of the lecherous elder, who, amidst a crowd, often feigned an air of righteousness, but in private, was as predatory as a wolf. By openly addressing her before so many, Su Shu was certain she would acquiesce. Thus, Qi Feng hastily rebuked, "Impudent. Su Shu, you, a mere servant disciple, dare to haggle with an elder? Do you not know your place? We are all aware that the elder's intention was to allow you, an unsophisticated bumpkin, to witness the art of sword flight firsthand. Instead of expressing gratitude for her kindness, you hypocritically decline, wasting her goodwill. Do you look down upon Elder Zhu?" The old woman increasingly felt that Qi Feng's words held merit. Her original intent was merely to expose these servant disciples to the world. Consequently, her initially awkward demeanor transformed into one of displeasure. Su Shu bowed respectfully, softly stating, "My cultivation is insufficient. I certainly cannot withstand the wind's force. I wish to grant this opportunity to senior brother Qi, who is a fourth-layer Qi refinement practitioner and will soon learn the art of sword flight. He should be the one to gain this experience." Their argument was rather typical, yet Qi Feng's cultivation felt like a thorn in the elder's side. Her icy gaze turned towards him, rendering him momentarily speechless, cursing Su Shu for his cunning. "I have only just broken through today and intended to report to you, elder." Qi Feng muttered softly, "Enough." The elder, filled with ire, waved her long sleeves and coldly remarked, "Such a recent breakthrough seems remarkably stable. It appears you are quite exceptional." Qi Feng dared not speak further, lowering his head in silence. The elder shot him a fierce glance, muttering, "I will settle this with you later." Upon seeing Su Shu's unwavering stance, her tone softened gradually as she replied, "You are correct. I may have been somewhat inconsiderate. Thank you for your understanding, elder." Su Shu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he had temporarily escaped the grasp of this old woman. The elder disregarded the two any longer, leaping to the forefront of the sword, swiftly forming seals with her hands, and the colossal sword, carrying everyone, soared into the distance. Chapter 10. The Transaction. First update. During the flight, Su Shu remained wholly focused on the elder and Qi Feng, who flanked him, leaving him no room for relaxation. Fortunately, Qi Feng merely glared at him with resentment, refraining from any further antics. Su Shu was also concerned that the elder might execute some abrupt maneuver. After all, the sudden halt of the Blue Star is the most joyous occasion for the Blue Star motorcycle to take a maiden along. In his perspective, guiding a maiden on a sword and riding a motorcycle with her are quite akin. Fortunately, the elderly woman was solely focused on the sword, maintaining a steady course without uttering a word. Her long hair and robe billowed gracefully in the wind, lending her a semblance of a cultivator. Time passed swiftly. Su Shu estimated that they had flown for at least 5 or 6 hours. They had set out at noon, under the blazing sun. And now the sun was setting on the horizon. Moreover, they had remained within the bounds of the Cultivation Sect. He overheard the miscellaneous disciples, such as Liyin, mentioning that they had merely traversed from the outer gate to the inner gate. He could not help but marvel at the vastness of the Cultivation Sect, which he surmised could rival the area of several provinces on the Blue Star. Along the way, they encountered an old man who stepped forward in midair to block their path, citing the sect's regulations that forbade flying on swords within the inner gate. Su Shu observed the elderly woman display a token, prompting the old man to bow and retreat, no longer mentioning the rules. This piqued his curiosity. He wondered what esteemed figure within the sect could command such authority. In the distance, a colossal ice peak, soaring into the clouds, came into view. Its grandeur and majesty left onlookers in awe. This ice peak was their destination, as the elderly woman stated, one of the 9 peaks within the sect, known as Ice Phoenix Peak. Her tone carried a profound reverence as she introduced it. Ice Phoenix Peak. Qi Feng exclaimed. Could it be that the 9th elder wishes to see us? Su Shu, perplexed, could only listen to their conversation in silence. Yet, the towering ice peak stirred tumultuous waves of emotion within him. At such an elevation, did anyone truly reside atop it? The elderly woman chuckled softly, noticing that apart from Qi Feng, everyone else appeared bewildered. Only you are somewhat aware of the sect's affairs. Indeed, it is the 9th elder of Ice Phoenix Peak who wishes to see you. What the matter entails, I do not know. I was merely instructed to bring you here. Qi Feng felt a mix of elation and trepidation. No wonder this old hag had disregarded his quiet breakthrough. It turned out an elder from the inner peak had ordered their presence. He had anticipated that a significant figure within the sect had issued the command. But he never imagined it would be the 9th elder of Ice Phoenix Peak, a true power capable of influencing the sect's direction. What could such a distinguished individual want with them? He recalled the elderly woman inquiring about those who had visited Su Shu's residence. However, Qi Feng had never been there. As the flying sword drew closer to Ice Phoenix Peak, Qi Feng's heart grew heavier. Upon reaching the peak, whatever questions the esteemed elder posed, you must answer. Keep your mouths and eyes in check. Be mindful of what should not be spoken or seen. Elder Zhu warned coldly. With a shift in tone, she ominously added, should anyone dare to display any cunning before the 9th elder, and should the elder's displeasure fall upon me, I will ensure you understand that there are far worse fates in this world than death. As long as you remain within the outer sect, whether as a menial disciple or an outer disciple, you are all under my control. Do you understand? The old woman remarked suggestively. Qi Feng forced a bitter smile, realizing this was a warning directed at him. His mind raced with thoughts about the purpose behind this esteemed individual's gathering. He pondered, among the assembled disciples, the highest cultivation level was merely that of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, within the inner sect, one could easily find numerous individuals far surpassing him in strength, indicating that the matter at hand was likely unrelated to sheer power. His gaze traversed the crowd of menial disciples until it suddenly landed on Su Shu ahead. A wave of shock washed over him. Could it be? It was him, the pure yang body. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that only Su Shu's pure yang body warranted the attention of the inner peak elders. Qi Feng's eyes darted back to the old woman. She had not noticed Su Shu's purple extreme yang eyes, so she likely remained unaware of his unique constitution. The only ones privy to this information were the menial disciples. As Su Shu had been provoked into revealing his physique when he threatened to perish alongside Qi Feng in a fit of anger. Qi Feng's expression fluctuated between dark and light. His grievances with Su Shu were neither insignificant nor profound. They stemmed entirely from his own jealousy. Now, 2 paths lay before him. 1, to reconcile with Su Shu, potentially leveraging his pure yang body to free himself from the old hag's clutches. The other, to take advantage of the moment before they reached Ice Luan Peak and align himself with the old hag, exposing Su Shu's true nature. His covert investigations had revealed that the old hag's predation on menial disciples was driven by a desire for yang energy, seeking to merge yin and yang to achieve the golden core. What could possibly rival the yang energy of a pure yang body? Thoughts churned within him. He composed his expression, adopting a congenial smile. Brother Su, surely we harbor no deep-seated animosity towards one another? Su Shu was taken aback. Qi Feng's inexplicable politeness puzzled him. However, noticing the obsequiousness in Qi Feng's demeanor, he began to grasp the situation. Su Shu, being astute, had reached the pinnacle of mastery by the age of 30 in his previous life, and he was merely unfamiliar with this world. Qi Feng's behavior hinted that the commands from the esteemed figure might be linked to his own recent changes. With a chuckle, Su Shu feigned ignorance. It was merely a minor misunderstanding, nothing to warrant any great hatred. Although Qi Feng and his associates had already sealed their fates in Su Shu's mind, he was willing to indulge Qi Feng's performance. With the signing-in system in place, what he truly craved was time. A mere slight stratagem could extricate him from their entanglement. Why not seize the opportunity? Qi Feng's heart soared with joy. Brother Su, you are indeed extraordinary. Pray tell, do you know why? Among the countless individuals within the Huan sect, I alone have recently managed to cultivate to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Su Shu cast a glance at the old woman, who was engrossed in her sword control, oblivious to their exchange. Why? He inquired. Qi Feng remained silent, merely gesturing towards the old woman ahead, wielding her sword. Su Shu suddenly understood and smiled knowingly. Without further ado, Qi Feng proposed a deal. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shu spoke. I possess knowledge of a certain fortuitous location, known only to me, which I can bestow upon you as compensation for my previous offense. Su Shu mused that this likely pertained to him, as Qi Feng would not have made such a proposal otherwise. He inquired about the conditions. Qi Feng whispered, that person. Su Shu's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing Qi Feng's words. What do you think? Qi Feng chuckled. After a brief moment of deliberation, Su Shu slowly nodded in agreement. Qi Feng erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of those around them, yet he remained unfazed. Tossing a jade slip to Su Shu from his pocket, Su Shu accepted the slip, turning silently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Qi Feng lowered his head with a cold smirk, thinking, fool, I've given you the item, but you must possess the means to survive. Chapter 11. Ice Luan Peak, First Sign +2. As dusk descended, the night began to envelop the surroundings. At long last, Su Shu and his companions arrived at Ice Luan Peak. Only at the base of the mountain could one truly appreciate its grandeur. Looking up, one could see the clouds shrouding the mountain's midsection, obscuring its summit. The elderly woman retracted her flying sword, her complexion somewhat pale, clearly indicating that the extended period of sword flight had taken its toll on her. She bowed slightly, her steps light and cautious, as if afraid of treading upon the wild grasses at the roadside. Cradling the inner peak elder's token with both hands as if it were a treasure, she respectfully announced. Elder Zhu Yu of the Outer Sect comes to relay a message from Elder Jiao. Su Shu was taken aback, pondering how influential this so-called Elder Jiao must be to elicit such deference from an Outer Sect elder. Your master has awaited your arrival for some time, Elder Zhu, came a woman's voice. Before Su Shu and the others, the barrier enveloping Ice Luan Peak opened to reveal a pathway. A woman clad in palace attire, hands resting on her abdomen, wore a smile and nodded gracefully, like a solitary cold plum blooming amidst falling snow. A jade hairpin held her ebony tresses in a bun, and her simple gown of blue adorned with golden threads lacked any superfluous embellishments, yet it could not conceal her gentle demeanor. Elder Zhu Yu offered a courteous bow. Taoist friend Guowen remains as charming as ever. Guowen covered her mouth and laughed lightly. You flatter me, my friend. Please, do come in. She surveyed the multitude of timid disciples behind her, her gaze lingering on Su Shu and Qi Feng, for they were distinctly different from the others, especially Su Shu. Su Shu maintained a calm expression, while Qi Feng was visibly drenched in sweat. Guowen, seemingly contemplative, refrained from further words and gestured for the many disciples to ascend the mountain. As they entered the barrier, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped them. The disciples could not help but greedily inhale the abundant aura, and Su Shu was no exception. Observing this, Guowen merely smiled lightly, not intervening in their actions. Guowen is indeed a rare beauty, and her smile instantly caused the servant disciples to flush, forcing them to conceal their awkwardness. Only Su Shu continued to inhale spiritual energy deeply, even quietly activating the 9-yang creation technique within him. His suppressed cultivation began to experience notable growth the moment he entered this place to absorb spiritual energy. If he could linger here for some time, he felt certain he would break through to the second layer of Qi refinement. He gazed at the unseen peaks, his heart brimming with joy. How long would it take to ascend? Just enough time to absorb more spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Guowen seemed to see through his thoughts and teased. Everyone, be cautious. We are about to be transported. Transported? Su Shu was taken aback. Suddenly, with a gesture from Guo Wan, the scenery around him transformed in an instant. No longer were there the trees and grass of the mountain base, but rather a thick mist and swirling spiritual energy, with only a sacred ice palace standing not far away. Damn it! Su Shu inwardly cursed Guo Wan for her pettiness. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Wan had lost all expressions upon arriving at this place, her demeanor now entirely respectful. Master, Elder Zhu Yu has brought the servant disciples. Zhu Yu held his breath, daring not to move. After a moment of silence, a distant, chilling female voice echoed. Those irrelevant. Leave within a quarter of an hour. The disciples, including Qi Feng, were taken aback, and those drawn in by Qi Feng began to retreat. How could she discern this? Had she been watching them all along? Qi Feng, reluctant, could only step back. Suddenly, among the disciples, Li Yin floated in the air, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Before being thrown back at the feet of Su Shu and the others, Guo Wan, escort them out. One person owes a Qi refinement pill. Understood. Immediately, Qi Feng and the others were transported away by Guo Wan. Zhang Su, watching their departing figures, was filled with envy. The Qi refinement pill was a superior elixir capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation by a layer. Those individuals merely made a trip and received such great rewards. He began to anticipate what he might obtain. Upon arriving at this location, Su Shu ceased operating the 9-yang creation technique, and instead only symbolically employed the refining sun technique. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he felt as if someone were watching him, prompting an urge to summon the purple extreme sun eye for a glance. However, reason restrained this impulse. He simply continued to silently operate the refining sun technique to absorb spiritual energy, uncertain if it would be effective. Yet, he inexplicably wished to keep his 9-yang creation technique a secret, as he could not disclose its origins. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasure invites suspicion. Once Qi Feng and the others departed, the area fell into a heavy silence, laden with tension. Whoosh! Guo Wan reappeared before Su Shu and the others. With a wave of her jade hand, for blades of spiritual power swiftly sliced through the arms of the four. Su Shu was alarmed, fearing Guo Wan intended to harm him. Subconsciously wishing to evade, Guo Wan furrowed her brow, and an immense surge of spiritual power erupted instantaneously, rendering Su Shu and his companions immobile. A blade of wind sliced through the air, causing 4 streams of blood to spill forth, one of which shimmered with a faint golden light. Witnessing this, Guo Wan's breathing grew considerably heavier. She hastily waved her hand, collecting the 4 blood samples into her grasp. At last, Su Shu was able to move. Frowning, he could not help but inquire, "Dear sister, might you enlighten us as to the purpose of summoning us here?" Guo Wan remained silent, methodically incinerating 3 of the blood samples until only the one that flickered with golden light remained, Su Shu's blood. She turned to point at him, stating, "Master, it is this individual you perceive. The others merely share an incidental connection through the scent of his blood." The atmosphere once again fell into silence. Zhang Su and Li Yin trembled, afraid to breathe. Only Zhao Yang, a mere mortal, remained oblivious to the suffocating tension, enviously murmuring what Qian Shao spoke of. The pure yang body is indeed Su Shu's blood. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu's pupils dilated sharply, her heart racing violently. So that was it. No wonder these mere servants could provoke the elders of the inner peak. He was a pure yang body. She swiftly turned her gaze to Su Shu, her eyes brimming with astonishment and avarice. If she could absorb his yang energy, she would achieve the fusion of yin and yang, culminating in the golden core. Bang! Guo Wan, expressionless, reduced the loquacious Zhao Yang to a mere pulp. Li Yin and Zhang Su trembled in fear, covering each other's mouths with trembling hands. Su Shu was horrified. He had felt no indication of Guo Wan's attack before Zhao Yang was slain. Guo Wan coldly addressed the Elder Zhu. "Keep a tight rein on your underlings." Zhu Yu bowed her head repeatedly in apology, as everyone assumed she felt remorse for her failure to manage her disciple. With her head bowed, Zhu Yu silently chanted, "Golden core." The fervent flames of desire in her eyes were unmistakable. She resolutely decided that once Su Shu left this place, she would immediately capture him and keep him as a male servant for her own nourishment. Quickly regaining her composure, she lifted her head and feigned a smile, saying, "Since he is indeed a pure yang body, the outer sect can no longer accommodate him. Allow me to take these 2 away, so as not to hinder Sister Guo's affairs." Guo Wan fixed her with a cold stare and tossed 2 Qi refining pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. "One for each of you for your service in guiding, and a reward of 1 foundation establishment pill." Without awaiting their response, the moment they grasped the pills, Guo Wan immediately transported them away, leaving Su Shu standing alone. Chapter 12. The master of the Ice Palace, Su Shu, remained silent for an extended period, hoping for Guo Wan's return. Alas, after she departed, she never returned. He let out a soft sigh. It seemed that the Nine Suns transformation technique could no longer be concealed. Since concealment is futile, he decided to embrace the situation openly. Eager to discern the identity of the one lurking in the shadows. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Nine Suns transformation technique. Feeling the violet gold spiritual energy within him surge forth. His left eye's pupil transformed once more into a shimmering violet gold. With his left eye, he meticulously scanned his surroundings. At last, within the icy palace, he spotted a languid figure reclining upon the throne. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a woman adorned with a golden crown and draped in a robe of golden threads and deep blue fabric. Though her face was largely obscured by a blue veil, the depth of her starry eyes and the graceful curves beneath her attire caused Su Shuji's heart to race uncontrollably. Just as he intended to intensify his observation through the violet extreme sun eye, the woman suddenly issued a chilling reprimand. "Audacious fool! How dare you spy on my seat with your sun eye? You seek death." The once fluent flow of spiritual energy within Su Shuji abruptly ceased, and the violet extreme sun eye dissipated. At that moment, he perceived a delicate hand reaching towards him, adorned with a jade ring on its finger and a scarlet mark upon her wrist. Su Shuji closed his eyes with a sigh, realizing that Zhao Yang had met his demise in a similar manner. The difference lay in the fact that Zhao Yang fell to Guo Wan, while he would face his end at the hands of the mistress of the Ice Palace. Bang! The anticipated darkness did not descend. The force of the hand was not as overwhelming as he had imagined. With a splatter, Su Shuji was thrust backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. Realizing that he was gravely injured but still alive, relief washed over him, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the shimmering violet gold blood that had adorned the air abruptly vanished without a trace. As he lay unconscious on the ground, the figure from the Ice Palace materialized before him. Gazing at the jade vial in her hand, she sighed. "I never thought I would resort to such a base method to collect this pure sun blood." Her gaze then shifted to Su Shuji's face as she murmured, "Is this truly the only pure sun body of this era?" The following morning, atop the icy peak, in an unremarkable courtyard, a young man stirred slightly, gradually awakening from his slumber. The searing pain in his internal organs jolted him to full consciousness. Su Shuji quickly rose, scrutinizing his attire, which remained the same golden-threaded white robe. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had not traversed realms, thus he had not perished. He activated the Nine Suns transformation technique, embarking on the restoration of his injuries. As he completed a full cycle of energy circulation, a clear sound resonated within his mind. Ding! The double sign-in was successful, awarding him 5 pure sun purple pills. As Su Shuji opened his eyes to inspect his hands, he was taken aback to find that the jade vial he had anticipated was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged within him. This was his hope for strength. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Could Guo Wan have seized it while he was distracted? That seemed implausible. If she were to strike, he would sense it with ample time to react. In the depths of Su Shu's mind, the owner of those profound eyes flickered into his thoughts. Could it be her? A silence enveloped him. He had no inkling of the true strength possessed by that icy palace's master. If it were indeed her, he felt utterly powerless. With a long sigh, he immersed his consciousness into his mind, seeking to discern if there were any items akin to a novice gift package. Suddenly, his awareness was transported to an enigmatic realm. This space measured approximately 10 square feet. While he pondered its nature, he caught sight of a verdant vial at the center of the expanse. Hastily, he reached for the vial, and in an instant, his consciousness departed from that realm. Upon reopening his eyes, he found a green vial quietly resting in his palm. Upon inspection, he discovered 5 pure yang purple pills nestled within. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the reward from his sign-in yesterday, the 9 yang storage space. He had been so engrossed in the power bestowed by his cultivation that he had momentarily forgotten to examine the benefits of his previous sign-in. After a brief contemplation, he murmured to himself, "So, the rewards from sign-ins now directly appear in the storage space? That is quite convenient, as it would be difficult to explain if they suddenly manifested in my hands." He chuckled at the thought of mistaking the blue-clad woman for having taken his pills. He returned the pills to the storage space and closed his eyes, resuming his practice of the 9 yang transformation technique. After completing a full cycle of the Great Circular Heaven, he noticed signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Perhaps it was due to the abundant spiritual energy in this place. Undertaking another cycle of the Great Circular Heaven, Su Shu abruptly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Second layer of Qi refinement. The innate realm of my past life. Ha ha ha. The wonders of cultivation. He summoned the 5 pure yang purple pills, intending to stabilize his newfound cultivation. Without hesitation, he consumed all 5 pills, feeling the familiar purple energy erupt within him. Having experienced this absorption once before, he possessed some knowledge. Calmly operating the 9 yang transformation technique, He allowed the purple energy to meld with every thread of his spiritual power. As the purple energy integrated, his spiritual power gradually transformed from 9 golds and 1 purple to 8 golds and 2 purples. Though it was a subtle change, the potency of his spiritual power had more than doubled. Suddenly, he was struck with alarm. The recently achieved second layer of chi refinement, upon integrating with the purple energy, had regressed to the first layer. It was as though he had labored in vain. Su Shu furrowed his brow and immediately rose to circulate his spiritual power, meticulously sensing its essence. He discovered that while the strength of his spiritual power was indeed significantly greater than the day before, its quantity seemed to diminish with the infusion of the purple energy. The realm of chi refinement is defined by the quantity of spiritual power within one's body. Thus, he was currently at the first layer of chi refinement with the strength of the second layer. He let out a long sigh of relief. As long as one's strength has improved, the realm becomes inconsequential. In the present moment, it becomes evident that integrating the purple energy enhances the quality of spiritual power, while absorbing spiritual energy increases its quantity. Therefore, to elevate my realm, I must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It dawned upon Su Shu, who finally grasped the significance of the pure yang purple pill. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to circulate the Huan He Sect's external refining technique within his body. As the technique progressed, his spiritual power transformed into a pale golden hue, and he discovered that his realm had ascended to the second layer of chi refinement. Su Shu remarked curiously, "Thus, I am at the second layer of chi refinement in the refining technique, while at the first layer in the 9-yang transformation technique." However, he distinctly felt that the first layer of the 9-yang transformation technique was far more formidable than the second layer of the refining technique, not to mention the nature of the spiritual power. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, as showcasing the refining technique would aptly demonstrate his apparent strength. Ha ha, how amusing. Su Shu closed his eyes once more and began to absorb spiritual energy to fortify his purple gold spiritual power. Chapter 13. The Rules of Ice Luan Peak. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Shu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with delight. The rich spiritual environment ensured that his cultivation here advanced at an astonishing pace. His spiritual power in the 9-yang transformation technique had already broken through to the second layer of chi refinement, while the disguised refining technique had also reached the pinnacle of the second layer, merely a step away from the third layer. The sensation of abundant power made him feel as though he had returned to the moment he reached the pinnacle in his previous life. Yet, he understood that this was merely the psychological inflation resulting from the increase in strength. Soon, he calmed his mind. Knock, 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 creak. After a rhythmic knocking, the door was pushed open. The gentle Guowen entered with a smile, though her expression bore a hint of peculiarity as she gazed at Su Shu. "Seeing you so joyful, it seems your cultivation has made significant progress." Su Shu found himself perplexed by this woman's intentions. The decisiveness she exhibited when dealing with Zhao Yang and her everyday gentleness left him uncertain of her true nature. Thus, he chuckled and bowed slightly, saying, "I must first express my gratitude to you, sister, for saving my life yesterday." Guo Wen's expression grew even more peculiar as she waved her hand, saying, "You need not thank me for that. It was not I who brought you into this room yesterday." A sudden image of the woman in blue flashed through Su Shu's mind. Could it be her, the mistress of the ice palace? It seemed unlikely. Guo Wen, as if reading his thoughts, nodded slightly and smiled. "Since it was not me, it must certainly be our master." Su Shu was taken aback. When he was injured by that woman's palm, he had assumed it would be Guo Wen who came to his aid, but he never anticipated it would be her. He couldn't help but ask, why must it be her? Could it not be someone else? Guo Wen covered her mouth, chuckling, and shot him a knowing glance, saying, "Yesterday, only the two of us were on the peak. What do you think?" Su Shu clicked his tongue in disbelief. In such a vast Ice Luan peak, were there truly only the two of them present? "There are 2 others. One is my junior sister, the sole disciple personally taught by our master, and the other is my husband, who seldom returns to the Ice Luan peak. Yesterday, my junior sister was on a mission while my husband was elsewhere in the sect, leaving only my master and me." Su Shu was taken aback. Even with the 2 additional individuals mentioned by Guo Wen, this vast Ice Luan peak accommodates merely 4 inhabitants. "Is the sect truly willing to allocate such a large expanse for you?" he inquired curiously. As long as my master requires it, not just 1 Ice Luan peak, but even half of the entire sect would be granted to them," Guo Wen replied with a light laugh. Su Shu was astonished, unable to fathom how the woman in blue possessed such considerable influence within the sect, and couldn't he help but express his amazement. After contemplating, he realized that with his improved cultivation and healed injuries, it was time to depart. He spoke, "In that case." Guo Wen, perceiving Su Shu's intention to leave, hurriedly retrieved several vials from her storage ring, interrupting him. "Here are healing potions, blood replenishing pills, coagulation powders, vitality elixirs. And refining energy pills. All for you, she said swiftly. Su Shu was bewildered. What did this mean? Why did he receive so many items when others only received a single refining energy pill? Guo, slightly embarrassed, explained, it's to make up for your injuries. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar, Su Shu did not dwell on it and graciously accepted the elixirs, feeling a genuine need for them. Guo, too, did not appear to be in want of such items. He silently vowed to remember her kindness, for he was not one to forget favors. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would certainly repay Guo. Thank you, sister, for your kindness. I shall take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, Su Shu prepared to exit the room. Unbeknownst to him, Guowen's expression shifted between light and shadow, as if she were deliberating something. What should I do? My master instructed me to find a way to keep him here, yet I cannot find an excuse. Watching Su Shu inch closer to the door, Guo felt an urgent desperation. She summoned the courage to call out to him, but was at a loss for words. Su Shu turned back, puzzled, waiting for Guo to speak. Yet, she merely tightened her fists, appearing deeply conflicted. Are you all right, sister? He ventured cautiously. I'm fine, Guo responded instinctively. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. Indeed, after Su Shu confirmed her well-being, he once again performed a bow and resumed his departure. Turning toward the door, a storm brewed in Guowen's mind as she pondered how to reasonably keep Su Shu without him perceiving it. Conversation? No. A few exchanged words would not suffice to deter him, perhaps enticing him with the spiritual energy of the peak to demonstrate that cultivation here yields greater results? Yet that wouldn't work either. Upon his recent advancement, he exhibited no desire to linger. Then an idea struck. Suddenly, Guowen's eyes sparkled as an ingenious thought illuminated her mind. At that moment, as Su Shu lifted his right leg, preparing to step over the threshold, Guo seized the opportunity. With a surge of spiritual energy emanating from her hand, she exclaimed, according to the rules of Ice Lawn Peak, one must not step out with the right leg first. Bang! Uft! Su Shu once again savored the thrill of flight. Guo struck with meticulous precision, inflicting just enough injury to render Su Shu unconscious and cause him to spit blood, yet without leaving any lasting repercussions. Swiftly, she collected the blood and gazed down at Su Shu, sighing, why the haste? I was just about to explain the rules of Ice Lawn Peak to you. Guo was exceedingly pleased with her strategy, having successfully accomplished 2 tasks assigned by her master. 1, to extract blood, and 2, to temporarily detain Su Shu. Poor Su Shu, oblivious to the unfolding events, had his mind solely set on seeking vengeance against Qi Feng and others after enhancing his strength. Guo moved the unconscious Su Shu back into the room and retrieved another blood-condensing pill and a vitality pill from her ring, placing them into his mouth. With a mischievous grin, she clapped her hands and declared, mission accomplished. After assessing Su Shu's condition and confirming that his injuries would keep him unconscious for at least a day, she departed from the small room. In the ice palace, Guo stood respectfully at the entrance. Master, as you instructed, I have arranged for that young man, Su. Does he show any signs of resistance? The woman in blue within the palace inquired softly. Guo pondered for a moment. Su Shu had displayed no inclination to resist from the beginning, and now, in his stupor, he was incapable of doing so. She cheerfully replied, none at all. Everything proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Very well. Remember, when extracting pure yang blood, ensure he bears no resentment, for any lingering bitterness will contaminate the blood and cannot be cleansed. Guo contemplated, concluding that Su Shu had likely never anticipated such an action prior to his fainting, thus he would harbor no resentment. Rest assured, master, everything is under my control. I doubt that young man would dare to feel anger. A gentle sigh escaped within the ice palace. Wen, your junior sister is inexperienced in the ways of the world. It falls upon you to handle these matters. Once this task is complete, I shall truly take you as my disciple. Guo fought back tears, for this was the first time she had heard her master's affirmation. For 20 years since joining Ice Lawn Peak, she had merely been a nominal disciple of Elder Jiao. Now, finally hearing the long-desired words filled her with joy. Thank you for your kind intentions, master. I would brave any peril for you. You may go now. Yes. Chapter 14. Striking again morning dawned. In the small cottage of Ice Lawn Peak, Su Shu awoke once more from his stupor. However, this time, he felt no pain within. Instead, he sensed a substantial accumulation of medicinal energy coursing through him. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. This must surely be the work of Guo, as she had provided him with several vials. He found Guo to be quite perplexing. What was her true intention? The rules of Ice Lawn Peak, not allowing the right foot to exit the room first? What nonsense! He felt as though he had unwittingly offended a miserly superior in his previous life as a novice in the workforce. Yet, having recently traversed into this world, it was his first time entering the inner peak. Perhaps others indeed adhered to such customs, and he simply failed to comprehend them. After all, in Guowen's words, The master of the Ice Palace is indeed a prominent figure within the Huan sect. Some eccentricities are not entirely incomprehensible. After Guowen inflicted an injury upon him, she even took the time to administer a healing elixir. He could only blame himself for inadvertently violating the rules of Bing Wan Peak. Su Shu silently reminded himself to step out with his left foot next time. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and activated the 9-yang transformation technique to dissolve the accumulated medicinal energy within him. As the energy continuously merged into his body, Su Shu felt a notable enhancement in his physical constitution, particularly in his hematopoietic function. There was no remedy, after all. The elixir Guo had given him was specifically aimed at enhancing blood production. As he circulated his internal technique for a complete cycle, a familiar sound echoed in Su Shu's mind. Ding. 3 consecutive sign-ins successful. Reward. 6 pure yang purple pills. Just like the previous day, he swallowed 5 of the pills, and the purple aura erupted once more. With his experience in managing the quantity of 5 purple pills, he felt a surge of energy as he practiced the 9-yang transformation technique. Unbeknownst to others, a subtle purple aura descended upon Su Shu from the rising sun in the east. He took out the qi refining pill that Guo had given him and tossed it into his mouth. Boom. The spiritual power erupted instantly in his dantian, but fortunately, Su Shu was well prepared. He calmly circulated his technique, continuously converting the energies of the pure yang purple pills and the qi refining pills into his own strength. Time and cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly without notice. When Su Shu opened his eyes again, it was already noon. The Cui Yang technique had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement, while the 9-yang transformation technique was at the mid-stage of the 3rd layer. With spiritual energy now 3 parts purple, the evident enhancement in his strength filled Su Shu with immense joy. Having only practiced for 3 days, his prowess had already surpassed that of his former self. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, martial arts were trivial in comparison to the realm of cultivators. Fortunately, he had now become a true cultivator. Creak. The sound of the door being pushed open interrupted Su Shu's thoughts. He immediately stood up, only to see Guo appearing at the entrance with an awkward expression. She had just begun to speak, but Su Shu preemptively addressed her. It was my ignorance of the rules yesterday. I hope you can forgive me, sister. Guo was momentarily taken aback. Then her face broke into a smile as she softly complained. It's wonderful that you understand, young brother Su. The inner peak has its shortcomings, particularly with its cumbersome rules. Su Shu pondered for a moment and asked, are there any other rules I should be aware of? I hope sister can enlighten me to prevent Elder 9 and yourself from misunderstanding me as someone who is ignorant of the regulations. Guo replied sheepishly, rest assured. There aren't many other rules. In fact, our master is quite lenient. Su Shu breathed a sigh of relief and continued. I am greatly appreciative of your care over the past 2 days. However, being under someone else's roof makes me feel rather ashamed. Should you ever require anything in the future, please inform me, and I shall surely repay your kindness. Guo cleared her throat and replied, all right, no problem. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with devising a reason to persuade Su Shu to remain. Noticing Guowen's distraction, Su Shu cautiously remarked, I see that my sister seems troubled. Therefore, I shall not impose further and will take my leave. Guo nodded absently, her thoughts swirling incessantly. Su Shu carefully approached the door, tentatively stepping out with his left foot. Upon glancing back, he observed a hint of distress on Guowen's face. However, as she was a married woman, he felt no obligation to alleviate her concerns. He then stepped out with his right foot, finding himself safely outside the door, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, he had been unaware of the rules yesterday. Now, having exited with his left foot, Guo remained silent. He chuckled, saying, I bid you farewell, and turned to leave. To his surprise, Guo suddenly struck again. Rules of Ice Luan Peak. A guest must close the door upon leaving. Those who dare to disregard the rules will face severe consequences. Guo attacked Su Shu with the same force she had employed the previous day. In her expectation, she aimed to render Su Shu unconscious and bleeding, ensuring he would harbor no resentment, a delicate balance she sought. However, she was oblivious to the fact that today as Su Shu had transcended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, unlike the 2nd layer from yesterday. Moreover, he had been vigilant, anticipating her potential assault, recalling how she had caught him off guard the day before. Thus, as Guo launched her attack, Su Shu had already keenly observed her movements from the corner of his eye. The ethereal blue energy of his palm materialized behind him. Just when Guo thought events would unfold as they had previously, Su Shu's figure suddenly became illusory. To her astonishment, several angled silhouettes of Su Shu appeared in the space where he had stood, reminiscent of the fleeting steps he had used to evade Li Yin's fireball technique. Guowen's energy strike met with nothing but air as it passed through his form and soared skyward. Realizing her blunder, Guowen inwardly cursed her misfortune. Su Shu turned to face her, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In truth, there are no rules. You merely wished to prevent my departure, did you not? With her plan now in tatters, Guowin discerned a surge of resentment rising within Su Shu. However, having failed, she no longer sought to conceal her intentions. Steadying her breath, she remarked coolly, I did not anticipate that you would break through again. You must have consumed the chi refinement pill I provided. A significant oversight on my part. When did you begin to sense this? Su Shu's expression remained impassive. This morning, as I reflected on the events of the past few days, I recognized that you and your master had employed the same technique, attempting to render me unconscious and confine me to the inner peak. Indeed, had it been merely Guowin's singular attempt, Su Shu might not have perceived it so swiftly. Yet, when he connected the actions of the woman in blue with those of Guowin, the pieces began to fall into place. He was astonished to discover that, given the prowess of the two women, it should have been an effortless feat for them to strike him down without a sound. Much like that day when Guowin had effortlessly dispatched Zhao Yang, leaving him entirely oblivious to the commotion. However, when the woman in blue and Guowin had launched their attack, it was inexplicably perceived by a chi refinement stage cultivator among his ranks. This was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Su Shu began to connect the peculiarities of the two women with the unfounded rules they seemed to adhere to, ultimately concluding that their intention was to prevent him from departing. Although he could not fathom why they did not simply employ their strength to subdue him or command him with the authority of a sect elder, this remained merely a point of speculation, insufficient to overturn his judgment. In the end, he deduced that if his assumptions were correct, Guowin would undoubtedly attempt to thwart his departure today. True to his expectations, she made her move, employing the same tactics as before. Chapter 15. The reason with an impassive expression, Su Shu inquired, why? Is it because of my pure yang body? Guowin sighed at the realization that Su Shu had managed to deduce the intentions of her master from mere hints. Faced with such an astute individual, she felt compelled to speak candidly. Otherwise, the resentment evident in Su Shu's words would inevitably taint the quality of his blood. Since you have surmised my purpose, Guowin remarked softly, I shall not hesitate to divulge it. It is precisely because of your pure yang body that I need to keep you here to utilize your blood. Su Shu pondered for a moment before asking, then why not take my blood while I am unconscious? Guowin nodded in commendation. It is impressive that you thought of that. The reason is that the blood of a pure yang body can only be taken and used immediately. It cannot be preserved. Moreover, my daily requirement is not substantial, but it must be harvested precisely at noon, which means I can only draw blood during that time. In fact, I did take your blood when you were unconscious, but for some unknown reason, your blood at that moment was akin to that of an ordinary person. Failing to meet my standards, Su Shu silently acknowledged Guowin's explanation, recognizing that his pure yang constitution stemmed from the 9-yang transformation technique. At all times when he was conscious, he was quietly circulating this technique, naturally embodying the pure yang quality. However, in his unconscious state, he could not perform the 9-yang transformation technique, rendering his blood ordinary at that time. He replied coldly, you could command me with your strength or the authority of the inner peak elder, and I would naturally comply with your requests. Yet, why do you continue to deceive me? Guowin sighed, how I wish it were otherwise. I have even contemplated exchanging various resources for your blood. However, that pure yang blood would be tainted. If I were to overpower you or issue commands, it would inevitably instill a trace of resentment within you, one that you might not even recognize, and this resentment would corrupt your blood. Similarly, if I were to tempt you with fame and fortune, greed would naturally arise in your heart, further tainting your pure yang blood. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure. She observed that although Su Shu's complexion remained pallid, it had improved significantly compared to before. She continued, though the sect of Harmonious Union bears that name, it fundamentally practices the duality of yin and yang. Within the sect, men cultivate yang, while women cultivate yin. Only through their harmonious union can one attain enlightenment. Thousands of years ago, at the sect's inception, there were 10 inner peaks, each dedicated to a distinct path of cultivation. For instance, I belong to the Ice Luan Peak, which specializes in the cultivation of extreme yin. This path can only be practiced by those with an extreme yin constitution, rendering them virtually invincible among their peers. However, as one delves deeper into the cultivation of extreme yin, the cold energy can lead to bodily rigidity, culminating in complete freezing. Thus, pure yang blood is required to alleviate this condition. Once, the 10th inner peak was dedicated to the cultivation of pure yang, and during that time, the sect enjoyed a balance between pure yang and extreme yin, avoiding such issues. Yet, 500 years ago, a calamity struck, causing all practitioners of pure yang in the 10th peak to succumb to madness and perish in self-immolation overnight. Since then, despite the sect's exhaustive efforts, you remain the sole individual with a pure yang constitution. Su Shu sighed deeply. Now it makes sense. No wonder the sect, despite its name, practices both yin and yang. It is the essence of their cultivation. In light of this revelation, he found himself more sympathetic to Guo Wen's choice. After all, he was the only pure yang body left. To preserve the purity of her blood and prevent it from being tainted by inner turmoil, Guo Wen had opted for the dramatic rules of the Ice Luan Peak to retain him. He remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, "It is not you who requires pure yang blood." Guo Wen's pupils dilated in shock. In that instant, a surge of murderous intent arose within her. Had it not been for Su Shu's unique constitution, she would have struck him down without hesitation. However, the truth, as harsh as it was, remained. Within the entire realm of mortals, Su Shu was the only pure yang body, and she could not kill him. Su Shu gestured towards Guo Wen's hair. "The cloud bun is a woman's adornment. You have explicitly stated that you are married, and thus cannot be a practitioner of extreme yin. Therefore, the true practitioner of extreme yin must be that ninth elder within the Ice Palace." Guo Wen's expression darkened, her golden core cultivation radiating power that suppressed Su Shu, rendering him immobile. With a fierce demeanor, she declared, "Intelligent individuals rarely live long." Su Shu disregarded Guo Wen's oppressive aura and chuckled lightly. "If you do not reveal the reasons behind this, I shall feign ignorance. However, as the sole, pure yang body, this is my leverage for survival." Guo Wen fell silent, gradually retracting her oppressive force. Indeed, as Su Shu had asserted, he was the only pure yang body, and that constituted his safeguard. She felt utterly powerless, having botched everything her master had instructed her to do. No, perhaps it was that Su Shu was too astute, managing to manipulate her, a golden core cultivator, with his mere chi refinement stage cultivation. "Now that you are aware of everything, what do you intend to do?" she inquired, her voice low and somber. Su Shu recalled the pair of profound eyes that constantly circled in his mind and smiled. "I have but one request. Speak. Do not limit it to one. I would grant you 100. Guo Wen urged eagerly. "I wish to see Elder Jiu in person, to ascertain to what extent she has been consumed by that extreme yin power." Su Shu replied with a cheerful grin. "You must be dreaming." Guo Wen exclaimed sharply. She would not permit her master's otherworldly beauty to be scrutinized by such mundane beings. "Didn't you just say 100? Su Shu teased with a smirk. "Everything concerning my master is off limits." Guo Wen interrupted him with urgency. "Hee, Sister Guo Wen, the more you resist, the more curious I become about the true might of that extreme yin power." Su Shu laughed heartily. In truth, he genuinely wished to see Elder Jiu, to witness the transformation wrought by the ultimate yin energy. For although he and Elder Jiu were different, one practicing pure yang and the other extreme yin, both were indeed forces of the utmost path within the realm of yin and yang. If he could glimpse her current state, Su Shu would gain insight into potential challenges he might encounter in his future cultivation. It was illogical that extreme yin would require pure yang, while pure yang would not need extreme yin. Yet Guo Wen remained resolute, unwilling to yield. "Would you accept another condition? How about entering the Foundation establishment in one day?" she hastily inquired. Although this proposition tempted Su Shu greatly, he pondered that even if he were to enter Foundation establishment in a day, he could still face drawbacks in cultivating pure yang energy. He slowly shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "I must see her in person." Guo Wen was on the verge of scolding Su Shu for his lack of gratitude when suddenly, Elder Jiu's voice echoed from afar. "Enough, Wen. Since he wishes to meet, bring him forth to see me." Guo Wen still wanted to say something, but Elder Jiu coldly interjected, "No buts. This is an order." With a dejected tone, Guo Wen replied, "Yes, I shall obey Master's command." Chapter 16, The Ice Palace. Elder Jiu snowflakes danced through the air as Su Shu and Guo Wen arrived at the entrance of the Ice Palace. Guo Wen hesitated, casting furtive glances at Su Shu. He sensed her peculiar behavior, but chose not to inquire, instead focusing his attention on the palace itself. The biting cold compelled him to activate the Nine Suns creation technique instinctively. He had initially believed this naturally formed ice palace was constructed solely of pure ice blocks. However, as he approached, he discovered that beneath the crystalline frost lay sturdy walls. This indicated that the original palace was merely an ordinary structure, perhaps encased in ice due to the high altitude of Ice Luan Peak. He extended his hand, intending to touch this masterpiece of nature. "Stop!" Guo Wen exclaimed urgently. Su Shu paused, bewildered, and looked at her with confusion. "That is millennia-old ice. With your mere chi refinement stage cultivation, a single touch would freeze you into a statue in an instant, leading to certain death," Guo Wen warned gravely. Su Shu bowed his head, astonished by the formidable power of the ice. As the saying goes, it is meant to be admired from afar and never trifled with. Guo Wen respectfully saluted within the ice palace, stating, "Master, I have brought Su Shu." After a moment of silence, came the reply, "Let him enter." For reasons unknown, Su Shu could not shake the feeling that the voice of the woman clad in blue carried an air of fatigue, as though she were weary. He followed Guo Wen slowly into the palace, his heart beginning to race uncontrollably. Su Shu inwardly chastised himself for his lack of composure. After all, he was merely here to inquire about the matter of the extreme body. Why was he feeling so anxious? Yet, the image of those profound eyes incessantly lingered in his mind. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Shu entered the grand hall alongside Guo Wan. Inside the hall, much like the exterior of the ice palace, every ornamentation was enveloped in thick layers of ice, exuding a unique beauty. At the forefront of the hall were several steps leading up to an immense throne, sealed in ice. The decor of the hall and the frozen throne were indeed awe-inspiring. Yet Su Shu appeared oblivious to all of it, his gaze fixated on the woman in blue seated upon the throne, utterly entranced, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could swear he had never imagined there could exist such an enchanting woman in this world. She wore an ice crown, beneath which flowed her crystalline blue tresses, undisturbed by the wind. A blue scarf obscured much of her face, leaving only her forehead, as radiant as white jade, and her moon-like brows, delicate and azure. With a slight furrow of her brows, the surrounding beauty of the extreme ice faded into insignificance. Beneath those moon-like brows were the very eyes that had been etched in Su Shu's memory, sparkling like the night sky. Strangely, when he had previously seen her with his purple extreme young eyes, her gaze had been a stark contrast of black and white, yet now, her pupils appeared a crystalline blue. Nevertheless, Su Shu remained resolute that this was indeed the woman who had once made a move against him. There was no mistaking it. For the cold indifference reflected in her blue eyes was identical to that day. The woman donned a long robe of blue threaded with gold. Languidly reclining against the left armrest of the throne, her posture revealing the perfect curvature of her form. His gaze gradually descended along her figure. Suddenly, Su Shu's pupils contracted sharply. He realized that 2/3 of her legs were encased in the chilling ice, which connected to the floor of the hall. Although there was a distance between them, he could still feel the biting cold emanating from the ice, far more intense than that of the ice palace's exterior. Despite her breathtaking beauty, the plight of the woman stirred a deep sense of compassion within Su Shu. He discerned that the ice had bound her body, confining her to the throne for countless years, alone. His expression grew profoundly complex as he gazed at the woman upon the throne, slowly articulating. "This is the reason you seek my pure young blood, isn't it?" Since entering this place, Guo Wan had dared not lift her head, standing in the corner, striving to render her presence as inconspicuous as possible. Ever since the appearance of the ninth elder, Su Shu had not once looked at her again. Elder Jiu responded coldly, and the two fell into a prolonged silence. Su Shu gazed at her quietly and sighed, inquiring, "The path of extreme Yin harms others greatly. Why continue to practice it?" Elder Jiu replied pensively, "Because strength is paramount. Both pure yang and extreme Yin embody the essence of immortals, rendering them invincible among peers. They can even transcend their levels, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. Is that reason sufficient?" Su Shu scoffed. "So, in pursuit of this so-called invincibility among peers, you have endured countless years of torment, even humbling yourself before a mere chi refining practitioner like me." Elder Jiu offered no reply, but sighed. "The pure yang body endures similar hardships. If you assist me in overcoming this trial today, I shall likewise aid you in the future. The heavenly way births the powers of pure yang and extreme yin, bestowing upon them unparalleled strength among their kind, yet it also imposes corresponding penalties." Su Shu retorted coldly, "But currently, I am the only pure yang body, while there are many with the extreme yin body, for reasons unknown." He felt a surge of irritation at the sight of the woman, who, despite enduring immense suffering, maintained an air of tranquility. It was as though he feared he might one day mirror her state. Perhaps that was the case. Elder Jiu observed him quietly, her expression enigmatic. In a corner, Guo Wan timidly interjected, "At present, there are only 2 extreme yin bodies, and one of them is my junior sister." Su Shu was taken aback, realizing that all the extreme yin bodies resided upon this ice phoenix peak, closely linked to Elder Jiu. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "How long have you been trapped here?" As soon as he spoke, Guo Wan's expression changed drastically, wanting to stop Su Shu. However, the peculiar nature of the ice palace and Elder Jiu's imposing presence rendered her words stuck in her throat. Elder Jiu did not respond, her gaze shifting calmly to Guo Wan. Understanding, Guo Wan promptly excused herself. Once Guo Wan had departed, only Su Shu and Elder Jiu remained in the hall. Elder Jiu then murmured softly, "I have practiced the path of extreme yin for over 500 years and have been confined here for." She furrowed her brow, lost in thought, as if calculating the passage of time. "Over 300 years, I suppose." Su Shu exhaled heavily. Despite Elder Jiu's seemingly casual demeanor, he discerned the profound loneliness of countless years slipping away. With compassion in his eyes, he gently remarked, "Though commendable, it is also pitiable." Elder Jiu was taken aback by his words. Was it truly the first time someone had deemed her pitiable rather than extolling her formidable cultivation and unwavering resolve? She frowned. How absurd. My strength is beyond your comprehension. Su Shu retorted with a cold smile. Even if you are unmatched in the world and possess celestial might, you cannot escape the essence of your own pitiable state. To say you are respectable stems from my sympathy for your 300 years of plight. Otherwise, in my eyes, you would merely be a stubborn and detestable figure. Elder Jiu felt a flicker of anger. This young man persisted in provoking her, truly believing that because of her unique, pure yang body, she would refrain from acting against him. Chapter 17. The Ice Palace's Gathering of Spirits Boldness. How dare a mere thief utter such reckless words to me? Boom. With the furious reprimand of Elder Jiu, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted. In that moment, Su Shu felt as if he were being repelled by the very air around him. The invisible yet colossal force seemed intent on reducing him to mere pulp. In an instant, he found himself kneeling on the icy surface, one knee pressed down. His face flushed a deep crimson, veins bulged, sweat poured from his brow, and frost gathered between his brows. He desperately sought to channel the 9-yang transformation technique, but under this immense pressure, the once invincible technique lay dormant, as if frozen by the palace's biting cold. Such might. Su Shu's heart quaked with fear. The ability to instantly freeze everything within him without evoking a sense of coldness was a terrifying display of mastery and control. I have cultivated for 500 years, embodying the essence of a celestial being. None of my contemporaries can withstand even 3 moves from me, rendering me truly invincible. Even those ancient beings dare not label me as pitiful or contemptible. You, a mere ant of a chi refining practitioner. What qualifications do you possess to engage in idle talk of invincibility with me? Elder Jiu's voice was laced with chilling disdain. Her words struck Su Shu deeply. Yes, he was indeed just a lowly chi refining practitioner now. Yet, he had once stood at the pinnacle of martial arts on Blue Star. Though the powers of cultivators and martial artists differ vastly, to Su Shu, it was merely a matter of disparity in strength. As an emperor of martial arts, true supremacy did not stem solely from profound cultivation or inner strength, but rather from the fortitude of spirit and will. This was the essence of invincibility. Boom. Suddenly, the golden light within his Niwen palace erupted. The 9-yang transformation technique began to circulate within him. Externally, a faint purplish golden aura enveloped his body, and the purple extreme yang eyes re-emerged, continuously resisting the external pressure. Gritting his teeth, trembling, he endeavored to rise. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his body quaked violently. Yet he resolutely lifted his left knee from the ground. Within the Niwen palace, countless wisps of spiritual awareness began to rapidly converge under Su Shu's fierce will to fight, gradually forming a translucent golden silhouette. Upon closer inspection, it was a small figure, Su Shu himself, standing proudly with his hands clasped behind his back. Ignoring his internal and external injuries, his trembling body slowly rose from the ground to a half-crouch, and then he stood tall upon the icy palace, radiating a purplish golden glow, indistinguishable from the small version of himself within the Niwen palace. He fixed his determined gaze upon the Elder Jiu, whose expression was obscured by a veil, and proclaimed, "This is the essence of invincibility." Elder Jiu's countenance, worn by years of icy erosion, rarely displayed emotion. Yet, she witnessed this chi-refining practitioner, this mere ant, steadily rising against her oppressive force, breaking through the barriers of the Niwen palace to gather spiritual awareness. It left her utterly incredulous. Wasn't it only after breaking through to the golden core stage that one could cultivate spiritual awareness? How had he accomplished such a feat? Vivid memories surfaced of her own glory days, when she was hailed as a prodigy, a rarity in millennia, achieving the opening of the Niwen palace only at the pinnacle of her foundation establishment. Yet, at that time, it had merely been an opening, not a convergence of spiritual awareness. Even so, she had stood proudly among her peers as a genius. But this young man, she extended her consciousness once more, confirming repeatedly that he was indeed a mere third-layer chi refinement cultivator, leaving her speechless. She, a once-in-a-millennium talent, now over 500 years old, was left questioning the nature of this boy. A genius? A prodigy? Who on earth was he? She even began to doubt whether her parents had deceived her all those years ago, leading her to believe her aptitude was exceptional when it might be quite ordinary. "I may be but a chi refinement practitioner," Su Shu boldly declared, exuding the aura of a master, "but I dare say, within 3 months, I shall be unrivaled among my peers in chi refinement." The 9th elder blinked repeatedly, confirming that the individual before her was indeed a genuine chi refinement cultivator and not a powerful being in possession of another's body. Her consciousness swept over Su Shu thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, and only then did she ascertain that this physical form and soul were in perfect harmony. Although she had already acknowledged his talent and spirit in her heart, The long-standing ninth elder could hardly bow her head easily. She withdrew her spiritual energy and coldly remarked, "Speak to me again once you have truly become invincible at your level. The upcoming inter-sect competition in a month will feature primarily peak chi refinement disciples, which barely meets your criteria." Su Shu was taken aback, offering an awkward smile. "Surely, the competition in a month is unnecessary. I'm only at the third layer of chi refinement and have yet to study any celestial techniques." The 3 months he mentioned included time for him to delve into celestial arts. How audacious of her to push him into the fray. The ninth elder quipped, "What difference is there between 3 months and 1? I witnessed you progress from the first to the third layer of chi refinement in just 3 days. By that reckoning, you have ample time." Su Shu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, astonished that she had been keeping such a close watch on him. It seemed he had been under her scrutiny since the moment of his breakthrough. However, he was merely a servant disciple at present, still needing to return for the outer sect disciple assessment. Even if all went smoothly, he would only attain the status of an outer disciple, disqualifying him from participating in the inner sect competition. His voice grew weaker as he realized the stature of this woman before him. She was a powerful figure within the sect. Was it not a simple matter for her to summon anyone to compete at her whim? How infuriating to have fallen into her trap. As anticipated, the ninth elder's eyes curled like crescent moons, laced with amusement. "You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply focus on participating. Moreover, since you are participating, you must aim for first place. Otherwise, how will you demonstrate your unparalleled prowess?" Su Shu exhaled deeply. After careful consideration, he realized that with some effort, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement within a month was not beyond the realm of possibility. Within this month, you may remain at the Ice Phoenix Peak for your cultivation. All facilities within the peak, including the library, alchemy chamber, and artifact forging hall, are at your disposal. This shall serve as a compensation, reducing your training time by 2 months. 3 months of practice in the outer sect cannot compare to a single month at Ice Phoenix Peak. Elder Geo waved her jade hand, exuding an air of authority. Su Shu was taken aback. "If I weren't aware of your ulterior motive to keep me here for my blood, I might have truly been deceived. Humph. Is this truly appropriate? No matter. I shall not belittle your status as a servant disciple, when one is notably kind, and would not either," Elder Geo remarked with a light cough. Su Shu's expression turned peculiar. "Is that truly what I meant? You, woman, are indeed resorting to any means to obtain my blood. Furthermore, will one is kind?" Su Shu's lips twitched. Did I not endure a beating for nothing? He genuinely wished to decline, for his strength was aided by a system, and he lacked neither resources nor support, only time. Yet, upon perceiving the glimmers of pleading within her profound azure eyes, the words of refusal lodged in his throat. His heart inexplicably began to race, and, softening, he found himself nodding in agreement. Chapter 18. Shui Yin unexpectedly, the moment he acquiesced, Elder Jiu immediately resumed her previous aloof demeanor. This left Su Shu feeling vexed. What a blunder. He longed to charge forth and deliver a swift reprimand to her petite backside. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Though this formidable figure was ensnared by icy bindings, her cultivation remained unrestrained. Clearing his throat twice to mask his thoughts, he inquired, "The function of pure yang blood is to melt this ice, correct?" Elder Jiu nodded lightly, unperturbed by Su Shu's deduction. Anyone arriving here would grasp her need for pure yang blood. Was it truly effective, then, to extract so little over the past 2 days? Su Shu couldn't help but ask. Elder Jiu cast him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "Your physique has only recently awakened. Excessive extraction of pure yang blood would be detrimental to you. Moreover, perhaps due to your recent awakening or your low cultivation, the purity of yang energy in your blood is less than I anticipated, yet it is still better than nothing." Su Shu nodded in agreement. His pure yang physique had awakened solely due to the 9 yang transformation technique, and it had only been 2 days. Once he refined the technique, the yang energy within him would undoubtedly increase. Contemplating this, he suddenly wore a strange expression and asked, "Is it for drinking?" Considering that the previous extractions were drawn from his internal blood, albeit visceral, it had originated from his mouth. Elder Jiu's face turned cold, and she replied icily, "I am not so grotesque. Pure yang blood is merely used to nourish the extreme ice." Su Shu realized suddenly. She was indeed using the pure yang blood to resolve her predicament, and pouring it would be entirely reasonable. Yet, he was unaware that pure yang blood with a high yang energy content could indeed be effective simply by being poured. However, within his nascent pure yang body, how high could the yang energy content possibly reach? Thus, Elder Jiu turned her head aside, striving to conceal the crimson hue that had spread across her forehead from Su Shu's notice. Coldly, she remarked, "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Su Shu pondered for a moment, remaining silent. He retrieved from the space the vial containing the pure yang purple elixir he had prepared over the past 2 days. With a swift motion of his left index finger, he sliced across the vein on his right wrist. Instantly, blood began to drip rapidly, which Su Shu hurriedly collected into the vial. Elder Jiao, having awaited his response in silence, finally turned to discover he was drawing his own blood. She remained speechless. Soon, the vial was filled, and Su Shu's complexion gradually paled. He tossed the jade vial to her and extracted another vial to continue his bloodletting. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Elder Jiao exclaimed, "That is enough." Su Shu grinned, "Since the yang energy content is low, I shall take more to achieve victory by quantity. Besides, didn't Guowen provide me with some blood-replenishing pills?" He swiftly retrieved the vitality pills and swallowed them, silently continuing to draw blood. Elder Jiao, holding the still-warm jade vial, gazed at Su Shu in a daze. Was he pitying her? She herself had no answer. Yet, the warmth of the jade vial stirred something within her heart, which had been frozen for centuries. Before long, the second vial of blood was filled. He seemed intent on drawing a third, just as he opened the vial's mouth. Elder Jiao frowned and said, "That is sufficient. Drawing more will be harmful to you." With a wave of her delicate hand, Su Shu's wound was instantly frozen. He felt a touch of dizziness. Yet the efficacy of the pills within him continually replenished his blood. Suddenly, a rich aura of the morning sun enveloped him, reviving his senses. Upon closer inspection, the vial contained the remaining pure yang purple elixir from today. He extracted the elixir, tossing it to Elder Jiao. "Do you find this useful?" Elder Jiao gazed at the pill, emitting a faint golden-purple glow, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves, for she sensed that upon receiving the elixir, the chilling force that had gnawed at her for years showed signs of retreat. She hurriedly inquired, "What is this elixir? Do you have any more?" Su Shu contemplated. Although he had given it to her, he could not allow her to discern the nature of his system. One must always guard against others. "This is an elixir I discovered in a relic. It greatly benefits my constitution, so I possess only this one now." "Oh." Elder Jiao felt a twinge of disappointment. "However, if it proves useful, I can procure more for you in due time. There is still some left that I have not taken." Su Shu smiled. "Very well, I can exchange other items for it," Elder Jiao said eagerly. Su Shu chuckled strangely, murmuring to himself, "Exchange? At present, you are entirely in my care." Yet, how could Elder Jiao, with her formidable cultivation, fail to hear his words? In an instant, clouds darkened her expression. Impudent fool, seeking death. A resounding palm strike sent Su Shu soaring out of the grand hall. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet, scratching his head in embarrassment, wondering how he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he called out towards the ice palace, "Pray tell, what is your name?" He waited in vain. The palace enveloped in an unsettling silence. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, but it was to be expected. Such a prominent figure likely looked down upon a mere servant disciple like him. "Shui. A soft voice echoed from within the palace, accompanied by a delicate ice jade token. Upon hearing her name, Su Shu's lips involuntarily curved upward. He murmured, "As pure as snow and as gentle as jade. Truly a fitting match for you." He took the token and made his way outside. Within the ice palace, Shui Yuyan gazed towards the entrance, her grip tightening around the empty jade vial. "One lacks a bit of cunning in handling matters," she mused. "Look, she merely employed a few subtle tactics." Yet that Su Shu lad willingly chose to remain. "For at least a month, I need not worry about the repercussions of the cold power at midnight. As for what transpires after a month, if he triumphs, splendid. If not, it should not come to that." Though they had met only once, she sensed that Su Shu was not one to speak recklessly. His earlier demonstration of gathering spiritual awareness proved that only one who truly acknowledged their own mental resolve could achieve such a feat thus. She believed there was a 99% chance he would succeed. Yet, contemplating the rare possibility of failure, she resolved to prepare for contingencies. She would ensure that, regardless of victory or defeat, he would remain as her blood servant. Yes, a blood servant. She, the master. What nonsense about him nurturing her. Upon hearing such words, she had nearly struck him down in anger, but recognizing the potential utility of a blood servant, she had refrained. At that moment, she removed her veil, revealing an exquisite visage, a trace of crimson still lingering at her lips. A smile graced her face as she softly remarked, "This man is quite intriguing." As her smile blossomed, the icy chill within the palace seemed to dissipate, reminiscent of winter giving way to the warmth of spring, with blossoms blooming in abundance. Chapter 19. The matron not far from the ice palace, Guowen stood at a distance, and upon seeing Su Shu, she immediately greeted him with a warm smile. She quickened her pace and approached him, asking anxiously, "It seemed like Master was angry just now. How is she?" Su Shu's expression darkened. It appeared that Guowen had witnessed him being forcibly expelled by Shui Yuyan. Irritated, he retorted, "Sister Guowen, you ought to be concerned about my well-being rather than hers." Guowen chuckled, covering her mouth. "But she is my master, and you." Su Shu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had instinctively begun to complain to Guowen. He had completely forgotten that he was merely a servant disciple. It seemed as though, without even realizing it, he had come to believe that he belonged in this place. Su Shu sighed softly, glancing back towards the ice palace, murmuring, "Is this your tactic?" He then lowered his head and chuckled lightly. "You ought to be cautious. I am now the only one capable of nurturing you." Su Xiao Di. Su Xiao Di, Guowen softly called out to the entranced Su Shu. She was uncertain of how to address him. Had she known earlier, she would have simply called him by his name. After all, as a disciple of the Ice Luan Peak, she was technically a senior to the outer disciples, and her cultivation was scarcely inferior to that of the outer elders in the sect, perhaps even surpassing them. However, everything had changed since entering the Ice Palace. Now, he was the sole individual permitted to engage in lengthy conversations with the master within her palace. It is worth noting that her husband, also a registered disciple of the Ice Luan Peak, had never set foot inside the Ice Palace, let alone converse with the master privately. Thus, after some contemplation, she decided to follow Su Shu's lead. If he addressed her as sister, then it would be fitting for her to call him little brother. Su Shu regained his composure and offered a slight apology to Guowen. He then produced the blue jade token and inquired, "Sister Guowen, do you know what this is?" Seeing it, Guowen was astonished. This is the token for registered disciples of the Ice Luan Peak. Within the sect, there are 9 inner peaks. The registered disciples of the inner peaks hold a status equivalent to that of inner disciples, enjoying slightly superior treatment. By bestowing this disciple token upon you, the master has declared that you are no longer a servant disciple, but rather a disciple of our Ice Luan Peak. Congratulations. Su Shidi, disciple? Su Shu felt a wave of frustration. Was this small token meant to bind him to the Ice Luan Peak and drain him dry? Dream on. Guowen secretly admired the master's strategy. By accepting him as a registered disciple, she had effectively subdued Su Shu. Did he not seem entirely disinclined to leave? Little did she know, this token was merely a pass granted to him by Shui Yuyan, with no genuine intention of accepting him as a disciple. After all, the master of the Ice Luan Peak cultivated the extreme yin energy, which was in stark contrast to Su Shu's pure yang energy. For so many years, you are indeed the first disciple that the master has actively taken under her wing, Guowen remarked enviously. Su Shu did not refute her. Since this token conferred the status of an inner peak disciple, why not make use of it? After all, he had not formally apprenticed himself to Shui Yuyan. Thus, he smiled and said, "Sister, you flatter me. It is merely my physical constitution that has afforded me this advantage." Guowen pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You shall reside in the separate courtyard halfway up the mountain, the very one you have been staying in these past few days. Furthermore, this disciple token must be kept secure. It requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master, so take heed. Aside from the Ice Palace, everything within the Ice Luan Peak will necessitate this token, be it for teleportation or to procure cultivation resources and tasks from the inner sect." Su Shu, filled with confusion, inquired, "What cultivation resources?" The inner sect disciples receive 10 low-grade spirit stones monthly, which must be collected from the inner sect. Other elixirs and magical artifacts must be earned independently. Only the disciples of our inner peak have a dedicated elixir pavilion and artifact pavilion from which they can obtain these items, replied Guowen. Su Shu pondered for a moment and asked, "Aren't there only 4 of us on Bing Luan Peak? Where did the elixir and artifact pavilions come from?" Guowen chuckled, pointing to herself. "Now there are 5 of us. It doesn't hinder anything. I manage the elixir pavilion, while my husband oversees the artifact pavilion." Su Shu felt a wave of exasperation. This truly was a one-man show. Guowen added with a smile, "If you need any elixirs, or wish to learn the arts of alchemy or artifact crafting, feel free to seek me out." Su Shu, intrigued, had not anticipated that Guowen possessed such a diverse array of skills. He waved his hand, saying, "I don't have any such requirements for now. By the way, Senior Sister Gua, could you tell me where the library of Bing Luan Peak is located?" Guowen pointed to the jade token in his hand. "That is it. With your spirit sense, simply press the token against your forehead, and the spells within will be revealed to you. The level of the disciple's token determines the spells accessible. However, the registered disciples of Bing Luan Peak and the ordinary disciples practice the same arts. Only the truly direct disciples possess additional divine abilities." Su Shu gazed at the jade pendant resting in his palm, his eyes brimming with fervor. He had long coveted the spells of cultivators, and now he finally had the opportunity to learn them. Suddenly, Guowen remembered something and said apologetically, "Su Shidi, if you wish to cultivate suitable divine abilities, you must go to the library of the inner sect, because, aside from basic spells, the spells in the disciple token of Bing Luan Peak are primarily focused on extreme yin techniques." Su Shu did not feel particularly disappointed. From the moment Guowen informed him that Bing Luan Peak practiced the path of extreme yin, he had surmised that only extreme yin spells would be available there. However, his primary interest lay in understanding the basic spells. As for Li Yin and Qi Feng, Being miscellaneous disciples, their skills should encompass basic techniques. He could hardly contain his yearning to practice the arts of cultivation. Senior sister, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to cultivate. Guowen called after him softly, the blood required by our master in the future. Su Shu waved his hand, saying, I will bring it to her every noon from now on. As soon as the words left his lips, he activated the token and vanished from the mountain peak in an instant. Guowen understood his eagerness to learn spells, recalling her own initial steps on the path of immortality. However, she was struck by the realization that Su Shu had referred to their master as her. A chill ran down her spine as she contemplated this. Su Shu was always very courteous, indicating that he was not the type to disrespect his teacher. Thus, it implied that their master likely had not formally accepted him as a disciple, yet had bestowed upon him the disciple token of Bing Wan Peak. Suddenly, Guowen was struck by a profound realization, her countenance paling as she hastily turned to inspect her surroundings. Fortunately, her master had not employed his divine sense. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that her suspicions were likely accurate. After all, her master had spent 5 centuries in solitude, an existence undeniably lonesome. Now, after such a long time, he had finally encountered someone who captured his interest. She could not jeopardize her master's lifelong happiness. Thus, she resolved to feign ignorance, treating him openly as a junior disciple while secretly regarding Su Shu as a potential master's spouse. Chapter 20. The subtle applications of spiritual awareness. Su Shu remained oblivious to Guowen's clandestine slander. Had he known that Guowen intended to refer to him as a master's spouse due to his relationship with Shui Yuyan, he might have immediately confronted her with fervor. If anyone were to be called a master's spouse, it could only be his master. He would never accept being labeled as someone else's spouse. In the courtyard, Su Shu sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating his Niwen palace. The miniature figure within the palace had only stood up upon its initial appearance. Thereafter, it remained in a meditative posture, seemingly in a state of cultivation, despite lacking any method of practice. With a thought, he shifted into the perspective of the miniature figure. To his astonishment, this transparent being appeared to function as a second body, capable of executing actions aligned with his intentions. Hesitantly, the figure gazed at the breached exit of the Niwen palace. Within the confines of the palace, it could discern the decorations of the room outside. Gritting its teeth, the figure cautiously made its way through the exit. Upon emerging, a sudden, inexplicable gust of wind assaulted it, causing pain to reverberate throughout its form. Observing closely, Su Shu noted that the figure was gradually becoming translucent. Instinctively, he sought to invoke the 9-yang transformation technique to resist, but it yielded no response. As the wind intensified, a wave of panic surged through him, prompting him to retreat back into his cross-legged form. Su Shu abruptly opened his eyes, scanning the tranquility of the room, as if the earlier tempest had merely been a figment of his imagination. After a moment of contemplation, he once again directed the miniature figure to emerge. The wind still swirled around it, and he quickly retracted it. Thus, he realized that this must be his spiritual awareness manifestation. The figure resumed its meditative state, albeit with little utility. Though Su Shu had attained spiritual awareness, he lacked control over this newfound power, rendering the miniature figure exceedingly fragile. Having grasped the purpose of the figure, Su Shu chose to disregard the small version of himself within the Niwen Palace. He retrieved the disciple token of Bing Wan Peak, pressing it against his forehead. At that moment, the Su Shu within the Niwen Palace opened his eyes, entering the space of the disciple token. Within this realm, countless books were meticulously arranged upon the shelves. With a mere thought, he aimed to grasp one at random. Suddenly, a book soared effortlessly into the hands of the small golden Su Shu. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be titled Sword Flight. He pondered for a moment, contemplating the fireball technique. Suddenly, a slender volume of the fireball technique materialized before him. With a chuckle, he felt a surge of excitement. He opened the book, eager to delve into its contents. To his astonishment, upon opening the fireball technique, a cascade of golden characters surged forth and entered his mind's eye. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the sensations. Instantly, all knowledge pertaining to the fireball technique flooded his consciousness. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he murmured, "Is this truly the way to cultivate? It's astonishingly swift. To read is to master." He turned to the sword flight technique, and indeed, a similar stream of golden characters entered his brow once more. This string of characters was slightly longer than the previous one, yet it took little time to assimilate. What was unfolding before him? Su Shu was elated, yet perplexed by the underlying reasons. In truth, the spirit entity typically manifests only after reaching the golden core stage. Yet, this anomaly had managed to breach his dantian during the chi refinement stage, coalescing the spirit entity. This implied that although he was merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, his capacity for learning rivaled that of a golden core practitioner. For a golden core cultivator to learn basic spells like sword flight and fireball technique was as effortless as a university student returning to the simplicity of arithmetic. An endeavor devoid of struggle. Su Shu did not grasp the principles at play, yet he recognized his newfound speed of learning. Thus, he sought out various foundational spells, such as the clear water technique and the thunder summoning technique, and opened each in turn. A flurry of golden characters orderly flowed into his brow, continuously transforming into knowledge. As time elapsed, Su Shu had absorbed all the basic spells available in that space. He then retrieved another tome, the Golden Core Divine Ability, Ice Phoenix Spreading Wings. Following his previous method, he opened the book, and a dazzling array of characters appeared. This sequence surpassed the total of all the foundational spells he had studied combined. As the characters streamed into his mind, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if his head might burst. He frantically pounded his temples, striving to quell the throbbing sensation threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. With roughly 2/3 of the characters still outside, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Boom! The golden spirit entity erupted. Inside the room, Su Shu clutched his throbbing head, racked with agony. Within his dantian, the seated figure reappeared, though its golden radiance had dimmed significantly. Images of various spell incantations swirled in his mind, among which the most tormenting was the specter of the Ice Phoenix. This apparition, though ethereal and seemingly on the verge of vanishing, brought him the most excruciating pain whenever it dissipated. Bang! 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 Su Shu desperately hurled himself against the wall, yearning for the tumult within his mind to settle. His forehead was bloodied and bruised. After a series of setbacks, the pain gradually diminished to a bearable level. He closed his eyes, seated himself in meditation, and clenched his teeth. He began to swiftly circulate the Nine Suns transformation technique. The purple-gold spiritual energy flickered throughout the room, and the wound on his head began to mend as the technique advanced. After quite some time, Su Shu regained his composure, though a prominent bump remained on his head, rendering him somewhat comical. He exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He began to organize the knowledge in his mind and discovered descriptions regarding spiritual consciousness. Golden core cultivators could penetrate the Niwen Palace to awaken spiritual consciousness, gathering the power of spiritual awareness to form a spiritual entity. This entity required the cultivation of specific techniques. After a thorough reading, he gained a general understanding of the role of the golden figure. It could facilitate the rapid learning of celestial arts, albeit within certain limits. The earlier golden core technique had evidently surpassed his capacity, hence the intense suffering he experienced. Su Shu scrutinized his spiritual entity and found that, according to the text, it was exceedingly feeble, barely at the level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement. He recalled that during the gathering process, it had been approximately at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Although his spiritual entity was currently in a state of weakness, he felt no concern. Even in its frail state, it was still at the 7th stage of Qi refinement, while his own cultivation was merely at the 3rd stage. What was there to fret about? Moreover, the celestial arts knowledge residing in his mind filled him with elation. With a casual gesture, he summoned the gathered spiritual energy within him, conjuring a fireball technique that appeared in his hand, perfectly controlled and tranquil. With a firm squeeze, the fireball dissipated into the air. He burst into laughter. Who could have anticipated that, within merely half a day, he would fully comprehend all the fundamental spells? However, his joy was short-lived. He began to feel an increasing heaviness in his eyelids and head, quickly realizing it was a symptom of mental exhaustion. Staggering, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 21. The eccentric. The following morning, Su Shu awoke from his dreams. His biological clock, accustomed since his previous life, dictated that no matter how fatigued he felt, he would rise promptly at 7 o'clock. After performing a quick cleansing ritual with a simple water technique, he immediately commenced his daily cultivation. The technique rapidly circulated through the great cycle. Ding! A successful 4-time sign-in rewarded him with 8 pure yang purple pills. Habitually, Su Shu tossed 5 pills into his mouth and began to operate the Nine Suns transformation technique. The rich spiritual energy and the morning's purple aura surged toward his body. He welcomed it all, fully refining the influx. Time passed swiftly during his cultivation, and before he knew it, noon was approaching. As the purple aura in the air dissipated, Su Shu greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, concluding his training for the day. He had successfully reached the 5th stage of Qi refinement with the Sunshine Refinement Technique. The 9 Transformation Technique, having reached the 3rd tier of Qi refinement, regrettably, his spiritual power remained at a mere 3 points of purple. Su Shu, amidst his delight, felt a tinge of sorrow. Each time his spiritual power underwent the purple transformation, it elevated the quality of his energy to a higher echelon. Although his actual cultivation level might diminish, the potency of his spiritual energy would significantly increase. Clearly, It was an undeniably profitable endeavor. Gurgle. Su Shu's stomach rumbled. Only then did he realize he was famished, having not consumed any sustenance for over 3 days. Hunger was indeed quite normal. After all, he was not a foundational cultivator capable of fasting. He casually tossed a few mixed pills given by Guowen into his mouth to stave off his hunger for the moment. Subsequently, he activated his disciple's token and made his way to the entrance of the ice palace. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Dinner is served." Bang! A chilling blue handprint was indelibly imprinted upon his chest. Splutter. This time, it seemed he would not need to draw his own blood. Alas, the blood he expelled went uncollected, splattering across the icy surface. "Should you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall ensure your survival becomes impossible and your death unattainable," came the ominous voice of Shui Yuyan from within the palace. Perhaps it was due to his recent advancement in cultivation, or perhaps it was Shui Yuyan's exquisite control that rendered Su Shu's chest unbearably painful. Yet, upon utilizing his inner vision technique, he discovered that his internal injuries were not substantial. Enduring the pain, he hastily rose from the ground, forced a smile, and murmured to himself, "It seems my blood is still beneath notice." A sudden rumble. The ice palace trembled violently, as if a natural disaster had befallen it, revealing the current fury of its master. Su Shu was taken aback. He could not comprehend why this lady was once again enraged. Subjectively, he believed that Shui Yuyan was using his blood to nourish the ice. Moments later, tranquility returned to the ice palace. Before Su Shu could utter a word, a palpable pressure permeated the air, rendering him completely immobile, leaving him to express his innocence with only his eyes. Whoosh! A shard of paper flew by, slicing open his wrist. He then noticed his blood floating in the air, steadily making its way into the ice palace. Clearly, Shui Yuyan, in an effort to prevent a potential cardiac episode, opted to take matters into her own hands. Su Shu felt as though he were a mere puppet, mercilessly drained by the vampire mistress. Shui Yuyan was judicious, extracting only a small vial's worth before releasing him. The atmosphere grew quiet. Su Shu offered an awkward grin towards the depths of the ice palace. Just as he prepared to depart, he spotted a fragment of paper ominously standing upright on the ground. He marveled at Shui Yuyan's prowess. Just as he intended to approach the paper, she suddenly barked, "Leave." In an instant, he found himself transported to the foot of the mountain. Su Shu turned back in astonishment, gazing at the clouds. He sensed a hint of urgency in Shui Yuyan's tone. Was it merely an illusion? Indeed, this was after his first experience of being ambushed. He had been secretly operating the Nine Suns transformation technique when he caught sight of a fragment of paper with his purple extreme yang eyes. Lowering his head quietly, a smile crept upon his lips. A collection of fairy tales? After descending the mountain, Su Shu hurriedly gathered his cultivation resources, stowing away 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Contrary to his expectations of being looked down upon and subjected to mindless ridicule, the anticipated scenes did not materialize. Instead, upon presenting his disciple token from Ice Phoenix Peak, the elder discreetly gifted him 5 spirit stones. With the funds in hand, Su Shu rushed to the dining hall, extravagantly spending 1 spirit stone on an abundant feast to compensate for the losses he had endured over the past few days. After indulging in a hearty meal, he made his way to the library located in the inner gate. Although he had glimpsed the towering structure of the library from the dining hall earlier, it was only when he stood before it that he could not help but exclaim in admiration, "How extravagant!" Nearby, a peculiar man clad in a golden silk purple robe chuckled upon hearing his remark. "It's your first visit, it? You must be a newly admitted inner disciple." Su Shu shifted his gaze to the man, scrutinizing him closely before rubbing his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, the man occasionally appeared as a woman in his vision before reverting to his original form. It was as if a formally dressed man stood before him. Yet his perspective shifted to reveal a woman's attire. Moreover, this cross-dresser was rather impressive. The man offered an awkward smile. "Feel free to ask anything, but please don't inquire about my gender." Su Shu's lips twitched. What an enigma this individual was. Was he a man or a woman, or perhaps a cross-dressing sensation? After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Are you male or female?" The man's forehead was lined with dark clouds. "Do you take me for livestock? Why not just ask if I'm a man or a woman?" He sheepishly admitted, "I've just broken through and am struggling to control my power." Subsequently, he lowered his head, seemingly unwilling to converse further with Su Shu, and headed straight for the library. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Shu followed closely behind. To his astonishment, the man walked directly into the library, seemingly unnoticed by the gatekeeper. A sense of urgency gripped Su Shu. He yearned to enter alongside him. However, the gatekeeper swiftly blocked his path, coldly stating, "Please present your disciple token." "Why doesn't he need to?" Su Shu questioned, puzzled. The gatekeeper, observing Su Shu's unchanged servant disciple attire, remained silent, merely fixing him with a frosty glare. With a sigh, Su Shu reluctantly tossed his disciple token to the gatekeeper. Upon seeing the azure token, the gatekeeper trembled as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. My lord, please. He bowed deeply. Recalling Su Shu's earlier question, he quickly added, that individual, like yourself, is also an inner disciple. He is a disciple of Helling Peak, Jia Xiantao. Su Shu paid no heed to the shift in the gatekeeper's demeanor and quietly inquired, do you know whether he is male or female? The gatekeeper sighed with a wry smile. Surely, you jest, my lord. Helling Peak practices the path of yin and yang, embodying both male and female, yet neither distinctly. He then could not help but cast a dubious glance at Su Shu. This should be common knowledge among the inner peaks. Besides, this individual is clad in the garb of a servant disciple. Surely, the token must not have been scavenged? After several attempts to voice his thoughts yet refraining from doing so, he pondered that if it were any other peak, it would be trivial. However, this was a disciple of the Isolon Peak. Surely, they would not resort to deception, would they? Just as his thoughts whirled, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, Wang Liang, instead of standing guard properly, you are wasting time chatting with a mere servant disciple. Do you wish to resign? If so, do so promptly. Chapter 22. Battle with Jiang Shun. Upon hearing this, Su Shu frowned slightly. Though it was none of his concern, the voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, sent shivers down his spine. He could not resist glancing back. A man clad in a pristine green robe adorned with golden threads laughed boisterously, tilting his head back in disdain. The gatekeeper, Wang Liang, wore an expression that fluctuated between stormy and calm. Finally, he exhaled heavily and muttered, no. As Su Shu was about to turn and enter the library, the green-robed man suddenly declared arrogantly, you little brat. This is no place for a mere servant disciple like you. Hurry back to the outer sect and chop wood. Wang Liang was well aware that Su Shu was likely indeed a disciple of the Isolon Peak, yet he remained silent, discreetly concealing Su Shu's disciple token behind him. Su Shu furrowed his brow and asked, are you from the law enforcement hall? The green-robed man paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You little fool. Do you not see the garb I wear? I am from Qian Peak. The inner peak, understand? Su Shu turned to Wang Liang, perplexed. Can inner peak disciples meddle in the affairs of others? Wang Liang bowed his head in silence. Seeing this, the green-robed man grew even more arrogant. As an inner peak disciple, what is wrong with assisting the law enforcement hall in maintaining harmony within the sect? Am I not entitled to oversee a mere wood-chopping servant? Su Shu felt a surge of indignation at the attitudes of both men. The green-robed man exuded an air of superiority. It was evident that Wang Liang had some past grievances with the green-robed man, and now seeing him instigate trouble, he sought to use Su Shu as a means to teach him a lesson. Coldly, he remarked, Dear green friend, does your father know how green you are? Does your mother know? Oh, and your wife, right? She must certainly be aware. At this, Wang Liang struggled to suppress his laughter. The green-robed man was left momentarily speechless. Su Shu turned to Wang Liang and said sternly, if he bullies you, seek the law enforcement hall, or strive to grow stronger and silence him yourself. Should he dare to entertain further malicious thoughts, let him try. Wang Liang was taken aback by the chilling tone in Su Shu's voice, nodding submissively in response. It was only then that the green-robed man realized Su Shu was mocking him. Although Wang Liang's attitude towards Su Shu was quite peculiar, showing no resemblance to how one would treat a mere servant disciple, his anger left him little room for contemplation. After all, in the absence of the sect's higher-ups and elders, the inner disciples held the utmost authority. As a newly initiated disciple of the Qian Peak, albeit just for a day, he believed he was entitled to a modicum of respect. The man in the green robe bellowed, You filthy wretch, dare to insult me? You seek death. Under Wang Liang's expectant gaze, the man formed a spell with his hands and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. Su Shu furrowed his brow. Having initially assumed that most within the sect were of sound mind, now, he found himself bewildered by this man's audacity. He activated the refined yang technique of the 5th level of qi refining and retaliated with 3 consecutive fireballs. Boom. The flames collided, erupting into a fiery expanse. Su Shu assessed the situation and determined that the man's cultivation was roughly at the initial stage of the 7th level of qi refining, making him a formidable opponent. Hence, he unleashed 3 spells to counter the man's fiery assault. With his adept mastery of fundamental spells, although Su Shu's cultivation fell short of his opponent's, he was not entirely at a disadvantage. The green-robed man, witnessing Su Shu's fluid execution of basic spells and the purity of his yang technique's energy, felt his pupils constrict in sudden realization. Recalling Wang Liang's previous demeanor, he quickly concluded that Su Shu could not possibly be a mere servant disciple. It was highly probable that he was an outer disciple who had dedicated years to the study of fireball techniques, recently promoted to inner disciple, without having changed his attire. Moreover, Wang Liang's behavior and the fireball technique indicated that this individual was indeed a skilled practitioner. Wang Liang, is this the ally you have summoned to conspire against me? He inquired coldly. Wang Liang, equally taken aback, had assumed that Su Shu, as a disciple of the Ice Phoenix Peak, would effortlessly dispatch the man with the power of extreme ice. Thus, he allowed the man to provoke Su Shu. To his astonishment, Su Shu had to release 3 fireballs merely to fend off the green-robed man's attack, and it appeared to be quite a struggle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he thought to himself that this man's token was undoubtedly scavenged. Who in the sect was unaware that the Ice Phoenix Peak specialized in the cultivation of extreme yin energy? Yet, here was Su Shu employing the yang technique. He hastily exclaimed, I do not know him. Jiang Shun, do not speak recklessly. I am merely here performing a task at the guard pavilion. Upon hearing Wang Liang's denial, Jiang Shun, the man in the green robe, suddenly broke into a laugh. Since they were not allies, the situation was more favorable to him. As a practitioner of the 7th level of qi refining, he noted that this boy was merely at the 5th level. Although the purity of his energy and the application of his fireball technique could rival a 6th level cultivator, that was still woefully insufficient. After all, he had trained in the swallowing yang technique of Qi and Peak. This fervent practitioner of fireball techniques was about to meet his misfortune in the form of Jiang Shun. In that case, prepare to perish, Jiang Shun declared, forming another spell for his fiery breath technique. Growing increasingly impatient, Su Shu raised his hand and unleashed 4 consecutive fireballs. He anticipated that 3 fireballs would enable him to match Jiang Shun, so 4 should surely make him suffer a bit. However, he was taken aback when Jiang Shun unexpectedly ceased his incantation, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Su Shu sensed an ominous turn of events. Yet it was too late. Jiang Shun suddenly opened his mouth wide, drawing Su Shu's fireballs into his belly. Burp. Jiang Shun let out a contented belch, his eyes suddenly gleaming. This young man's spiritual energy was alarmingly pure. No wonder he could contend with him despite only being at the 5th layer of qi refining. If he could absorb this energy, his own cultivation would undoubtedly reach new heights. A glint of greed appeared on his face as he licked his lips. Gazing at Su Shu, truly delectable spiritual energy. Give it to me. Jiang Shun charged towards Su Shu with reckless abandon. Su Shu remained expressionless, though the sight of Jiang Shun absorbing the fireball spell astonished him. Yet, he was not limited to merely the fireball technique. With a flick of his finger aimed at Jiang Shun, he gently tapped. Su Shu's complexion gradually paled, clearly indicating the tremendous drain on his spiritual energy. Boom. A thunderous clap resounded. In an instant, it struck Jiang Shun's head. No matter how quickly he reacted to absorb spiritual energy, it could never match the speed of lightning. Thus, Jiang Shun was instantly reduced to a charred state, smoke rising from his scorched head, standing dazed as he coughed up blood. Clutching his chest in terror, Jiang Shun stammered. Who is he? Wang Liang, startled by Su Shu's effortless summoning of thunder, rasped. He seems to be a disciple of Ice Luan Peak. Su Shu stood silently, adjusting himself to restore his spiritual energy. Jiang Shun screeched. Impossible. Disciples of Ice Luan Peak only cultivate extreme yin energy. He is clearly using the refining yang technique. Moreover, there are only 4 individuals in the entire peak. Wang Liang was equally perplexed, sharing in the confusion. Su Shu, devoid of emotion, simply uttered a word towards Jiang Shun, scram. Jiang Shun cast a resentful glance at him and Wang Liang before fleeing in disgrace. Su Shu then coldly regarded Wang Liang. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being struck by lightning as well? Wang Liang chuckled awkwardly and obediently returned the disciple token to him. Chapter 23. Jia Xiandao. Su Shu reclaimed the disciple token, his expression gradually softening. In light of Wang Liang's explanation regarding Jia Xiandao, he cautioned him. Focus more on your cultivation and refrain from indulging in those insidious tricks. Wang Liang felt a twinge of shame, murmuring, Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle. I understand. He pondered momentarily, then spoke in a subdued tone. Jiang Shun is a disciple of Qi Yin Peak and seems to have some connections with the elders there. Although you are from Ice Luan Peak, exercise caution. Su Shu inquired coldly. Is the technique practiced by Qi Yin Peak the fire absorption art? Not entirely. Qi Yin Peak, one of the 9 peaks, cultivates the way of sun absorption, claiming to be able to absorb all yang entities. Su Shu's expression turned peculiar as he murmured softly. Wang Liang, unable to catch his words, would have undoubtedly been curious about their meaning. He continued, Jiang Shun was once an inner disciple alongside me, and we were both in a competitive relationship. Yet, he somehow managed to ascend the heights of the Crimson Flame Peak and joined it yesterday. Upon mentioning this, his tone grew somewhat despondent. Given our relationship, the first thing he did after joining the inner sect was to seek trouble with his disciples. Su Shu pondered. No wonder Jiang Shun appeared so arrogant. It seems he had become somewhat inflated after joining the inner sect. The disciple was merely an ordinary inner disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, unable to provoke those from the inner sect. Thus, he resorted to such a desperate measure, hoping to leverage his master's influence to teach him a lesson. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, master. Wang Liang bowed respectfully. Su Shu cast a cold glance at him. Although he acted with utmost reverence, Su Shu's decades of experience in his previous life had long allowed him to see through his intentions. He aimed to use Su Shu's power to discipline Jiang Shan, fully aware that he harbored dissatisfaction within. Therefore, he feigned remorse, attempting to alleviate his own emotions. In doing so, he could chastise an adversary while simultaneously crafting a favorable image of being respectful and understanding. Were he dealing with someone more naive, perhaps he could have even built a bridge for Wang Liang. Alas, Su Shu had already penetrated the facade. Had he genuinely been willing to admit his fault, he would not have waited until Jiang Shun departed to return the disciple token. Furthermore, when Jiang Shun showcased the sun-devouring technique, putting Su Shu at a disadvantage, had he truly felt remorse, he would have intervened. Yet, he did none of that, merely uttering some trivial platitudes at the end. Su Shu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and headed straight for the library. Wang Liang watched his departing figure, his expression darkening. He realized that after Jiang Shun joined the Crimson Flame Peak, his strength had surged dramatically. Consequently, he began to entertain some thoughts of his own, specifically coming to guard the library in search of suitable candidates from the inner sect. He hoped that his display of respect for teachers in the way of learning would persuade them to include him in the inner sect. Unfortunately, after finally encountering a fitting candidate, he received no gratitude in return. He even recounted a tale of woe, yet ended up with nothing. Those inner sect disciples are merely relying on their good fortune, whether it be the Crimson Flame Peak or the Ice Phoenix Peak. Should I gain entry into the inner sect, I would undoubtedly surpass both. As soon as Su Shu entered the library, still in awe of its vast collection, he was immediately drawn to a voice. A practitioner from the Ice Phoenix Peak, adept in the refining sun technique. How intriguing. A peculiar figure, both male and female, closed the book in their hands and smiled faintly. Heavenly Harmony Peak, Jia Xiantao. Su Shu narrowed his eyes. Su Shu, Jia Xiantao chuckled. In the future, should you encounter someone as peculiar as myself, do refrain from questioning their gender. I, for one, am indifferent, but others may not be so easygoing. Su Shu shook his head with a smile. I apologize for my impudence. I was merely surprised to see you, Taoist Jia. Jia Xuantao's expression darkened. This lad seemed to want to refer to him as Brother Jia, but upon sensing something amiss, he quickly altered his address to Taoist Jia. Did he think Jia Xiantao was unaware? Su Shu chuckled softly, while Jia Xiantao feigned ignorance. After all, the misunderstanding surrounding the people of Healing Peak was not unprecedented. Given their cultivation of the yin-yang convergence path, it seemed you were newly acquainted with the inner peak and were unaware of the peculiarities of the 9 peaks. So allow me to offer you a word of caution. Beware of the disciples from Qi Yin Peak. Su Shu was taken aback. Oh, he responded. Jia Xiantao continued. The disciples of Qi Yin Peak practice the devouring sun technique, excelling in the absorption of solar energy. They particularly favor those who cultivate pure yang techniques, like yourself. Su Shu pondered for a moment, recalling the scene where Jiang Shun had devoured his fireball, along with the peculiar figure of Jia Xiantao before him. The individuals from the 9 inner peaks should not be underestimated. Had it not been for Jiang Shun's slight clumsiness in executing the devouring sun technique, things could have turned dire for him. After all, he was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Having cast the fireball technique 7 times and the summoning thunder technique once, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Of course, had he chosen to employ the 9 sun transformation technique, victory would have been easily within his grasp. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jia, Su Shu smiled. Jia Xiantao scrutinized him intently, expressing his astonishment. To cultivate such fundamental spells to the point of mastery indicates you are no weakling. It seems the upcoming intersect competition in a month will be quite entertaining. Hearing the mention of the intersect competition again sparked a sense of anticipation in Su Shu. Will you be participating in the intersect competition as well, Brother Jia? Jia Xiantao smiled lightly. Indeed, I shall participate, for the reward for first place is quite enticing. Su Shu was taken aback. This individual had quite the confidence, boldly declaring his intent to claim the top position. What reward? Understanding that Su Shu was new to the inner peak and thus unfamiliar with the competition details, Jia Xiantao elaborated. The first place winner can choose any foundational magical artifact, receive a foundation establishment pill, or request assistance from the sect to refine their innate magical artifact. You see, the disciples at the peak of Qi refinement have long coveted this. A look of confusion crossed Su Shu's face. Is there truly such a lure in selecting a magical artifact? Jia Xiantao waved his hand dismissively. For those at the peak of Qi refinement, a foundational magical artifact is somewhat appealing, but they can forge their own once they break through. The primary allure lies in the opportunity to refine their innate magical artifact. Those at the peak of Qi refinement can create their innate artifacts and subsequently seize the chance to advance to foundation establishment. It is crucial to note that those who ascend to foundation establishment through the refinement of their innate artifacts possess a foundation of heavenly quality. Su Shu nodded in realization. He was familiar with the concept of heavenly quality foundation establishment from the texts he had perused yesterday. The foundations of foundation establishment are categorized into three types: heaven, earth, and human. The human quality is achieved through forcibly breaking through using pills like the foundation establishment pill, while the earth quality is attained through arduous cultivation or other fortuitous encounters. The heavenly quality, however, is achieved by refining artifacts or utilizing celestial materials to break through. The disparities among the three types lie in the quality of spiritual energy and the materials used for refinement. Those of heavenly quality far surpass their counterparts of other foundation establishment cultivators at the same level. Moreover, innate magical artifacts can only be refined when one has reached the pinnacle of their realm. This implies that if one at the peak of Qi refinement misses the opportunity, they must wait until they reach the peak of foundation establishment to refine their artifacts. Even some cultivators have not yet refined their life-bound artifacts at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, rendering their hopes nearly futile. After all, while the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages are manageable, breaking through to the golden core stage is not a matter of mere desire. In Chapter 24, The 9 Peaks of the Inner Sect, Jia Xiantao pondered and inquired, "Brother Su, are you also participating in the Inner Sect competition?" Su Shu nodded in affirmation. Jia Xiantao smiled and asked, "Brother Su, do you have any thoughts on joining forces with me?" Su Shu's pure spiritual energy and adept use of spells caught Jia Xiantao's attention. Though his cultivation was relatively weak, if he diligently earned some resources within the next month, he could achieve a cultivation level around the 7th layer of Qi refining, making him quite capable in the Inner Sect competition when paired with Jia's spells. Su Shu was surprised. Join forces? Isn't the competition a tournament? Jia Xiantao chuckled, realizing how naive Su Shu was. While there is indeed a tournament, that is merely the final stage. With so many participants in the Inner Sect, the sect does not have the luxury of allowing one-on-one matches. Su Shu cast a puzzled glance at him. Jia Xiantao explained with a smile, "In our sect, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples. The Inner Sect competition allows everyone to participate, so specific screening methods are employed. All disciples are randomly placed in a shared space where they must compete for opportunities and eliminate their rivals. Only when the number is reduced to 100 will the tournament commence." Su Shu understood, asking, "If it's random, how can we join forces?" Jia Xiantao covered his mouth with a light laugh, his demeanor suddenly taking on a feminine charm. "I have my ways. No need for you to inquire further." Su Shu felt a shiver run down his spine. Just moments ago, Jia Xiantao had appeared quite masculine, but now he seemed to embody femininity. "I'll think about it," he said, suppressing his nausea as he quickly distanced himself from Jia Xiantao. What a ridiculous man, acting so coy. I nearly retched. To team up with someone who shifts between male and female personas filled Su Shu with dread at the thought of wanting to slap this peculiar individual. Jia Xiantao gazed at Su Shu with a hint of melancholy, tapping his foot in frustration. Luckily, there were no others around. Otherwise, witnessing a grown man stomping like a little girl would surely provoke laughter from within. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, I've scared off another one." This path of yin-yang convergence is truly vexing. In their cultivation at Healing Peak, the practice of yin-yang convergence sometimes resulted in a manifestation of masculine or feminine traits, leaving them unable to control when they would embody one or the other. This was the most bothersome aspect of their cultivation method. Goodness. To join forces with this bizarre creature, I would rather choose to end it all. Su Shu shuddered at the memory of Jia Xiantao's appearance, glancing back with relief that he had not followed. Initially, his curiosity about the peculiarities of Jia Xiantao's shifting nature had drawn him near. But upon realizing the differences in inner peak cultivation methods, he had wished to depart. However, the mention of the Inner Sect competition had compelled him to suppress his discomfort and remain. To his surprise, Jia Xiantao actually wished to join forces with him. A mere dream. Creatures of such monstrous nature are utterly terrifying. Having shaken off Jia Xiantao, Su Shu began to survey the collection pavilion. The tomes here were not as conveniently accessible as those from the disciples of Bing Wan Peak, which could be assimilated merely through spiritual perception. These volumes were physical, necessitating a gradual process of reading and comprehending. One particular text, the comprehensive guide to the 9 peaks of the Huan sect, halted him in his tracks. He opened the book and commenced his reading. Dao Peak, the foremost of the 9, boasted an equal division of male and female disciples, most of whom were devoted partners, cultivating together in harmonious unity of yin and yang. Healing Peak focused on the path of yin and yang convergence, where practitioners, regardless of gender, cultivated both forces, wielding immense power. Su Shu realized this was the inner peak where Jia Xiantao resided. Qi Yin Peak pursued the devouring of yang energy from all corners of the world for its cultivation. Shuiyu Peak, conversely, consumed yin energy. Both Shuiyu Peak and Qi Yin Peak corresponded in their devouring methodologies, one absorbing yang while the other feasted upon yin. Su Shu grasped a fundamental truth. Any power not diligently cultivated would lead to chaotic spiritual energy, akin to the stellar absorption technique of his previous life. Huayi Peak, focused on drawing yin to supplement yang, evoked a quiet envy within Su Shu. Were it not for this wretched system, Huayi Peak would undoubtedly have been mine. Yet, after some consideration, he concluded that the allure of Bingwan Peak's Shuiyu Yin was far greater. Yuxian Peak, on the other hand, sought to absorb yang to replenish yin. Su Shu's anger flared. How could such nefarious practices be fostered within the inner peaks? Yuanling Peak specialized in the power of extreme yin spiritual perception, allowing entry only to those of the golden core stage. Tongling Peak, similarly, focused on pure yang spiritual perception, also restricted to golden core practitioners. This implied that disciples of both peaks were all cultivators of golden core level or above. Bingwan Peak, however, could only be cultivated by those possessing an extreme yin physique. Each of these individuals bore the grace of immortals. At last, Su Shu beheld Bingwan Peak, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although few in number, the mere mention of their immortal stature signified the peak's formidable strength. No wonder there were only 4 individuals within Bingwan Peak, and with him, they numbered 5, immortal potential. After perusing the 9 peaks, he intended to close the book. But upon discovering several blank pages that seemed deliberately erased, he continued flipping through. Liangyang Peak. Su Shu paused. Only 3 characters were inscribed, the remainder a void, as if intentionally obliterated. This must be the 10th peak spoken of by Guo Wan, dedicated to the cultivation of pure yang energy. Had Liangyang Peak still existed, he would have surely chosen to join it, for his own essence resonated with pure yang, making it the only fitting choice. But with Liangyang Peak's demise, he recalled those mesmerizing crystalline blue eyes. Thus, Bingwan Peak it shall be. What allure could Huayi Peak possibly hold against Bingwan Peak? Though the thought left him steeped in a bittersweet jealousy, he pressed on. No temptation, however great, could rival his resolve to bring Shuiyu Yin home. He coldly smiled, calming his thoughts, and slowly closed the book. The outer and inner disciples practiced a singular technique. Most of the male disciples cultivated the refining yang art, while the female disciples practiced the refining yin art. The strength of inner disciples peaked at the refining qi stage. Upon breaking through, they could report to the sect, and if accepted into the inner peak, they would become inner peak disciples. Should they be denied, they could only leave the sect or become elders. The practitioners of the 9 inner peaks all followed their respective paths, and their techniques were thus specialized, with such inherent advantages laid before them. It was no wonder that although the treatment of disciples from the inner peak and those from the inner sect of the same rank was similar, their statuses were worlds apart. With equivalent strength, inner sect disciples were generally no match for the inner peak disciples. Su Shu even reflected on the Tongling Peak and Yuanling Peak, secretly astonished by the Golden Core disciples. Even the outer elders did not possess such prowess. That old hag surnamed Zhu only had foundation establishment strength. However, he also recalled that Guo Wen seemed to be a registered disciple of the Ice Luan Peak with Golden Core strength. Su Shu's heart was instantly comforted. By this reckoning, he was now on equal footing with those of the Golden Core stage. Indeed, having only arrived in this world 4 days prior, he vowed to strive for parity with the peak masters. If Shuiyu Yin wished to ascend, she could as well. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Su Shu suddenly remembered the cultivation technique and system he practiced. Damn, perhaps he should simply focus on diligent training. Cursing under his breath, he turned and headed elsewhere. Chapter 25. The initial battle at the peak of refining qi. Su Shu wandered about the first floor of the library, discovering only spells for the refining qi stage, some of which were merely foundational spells he had already mastered. However, these were not his objectives. He sensed the little figure in his Naiwan palace, and estimated he had nearly recovered to the peak of refining qi. Although still somewhat weak, he should be able to learn foundation establishment spells, right? Thus, he proceeded to the second floor. There were no guards between the first and second floors, only a thin barrier. Curiously, he extended his finger to test it. Bang! The barrier repelled his hand. How dare a menial disciple trespass into the inner sect's library and even touch the barrier, seeking death? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a man clad in a deep pink robe with golden threads appeared from the staircase of the second floor, ruthlessly attacking. The energy of Yang transformed into a fist, striking fiercely at Su Shu. Su Shu frowned, unable to suppress his urge to curse. Was it such a crime to forget to change clothes? Why did everyone feel the need to mock him? He resolved to change his attire upon returning. Truly fed up with this bunch of fools, with a flick of his white sleeve, he activated the refining yang art. His spiritual energy coalesced into a palm imprint. Striking forcefully, bang, a muffled sound echoed as their fists met, both dissipating quietly into the air. Clearly, neither had exerted significant strength. As this place is a repository of books, it is strictly forbidden by the sect to resort to violence. The man was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that this was merely a reckless servant disciple, weak in strength, at most, one at the 4th level of chi refinement. He believed he could easily subdue him with a casual strike. However, to his astonishment, the blow, which was nearly at the 4th level of chi refinement, was effortlessly deflected. You are not a servant disciple. Are you an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple? The man in the powder robe furrowed his brow. Seeing that the man did not make another move, Su Shu also halted his actions, and the fireball he had been gathering in his palm quietly extinguished. If that man dared to attack, he would not care about the location. Su Shu replied coldly, I am from the Ice Luan Peak. Upon hearing the name of Ice Luan Peak, the man's expression momentarily froze. Then, in a fit of rage, he laughed scornfully. Do you think I have never seen someone from Ice Luan Peak? Currently, there is only Yang Hengyu, a male there. Where on earth did you come from? Yang Hengyu. Su Shu murmured in confusion. Suddenly, he recalled that Guowen had mentioned her husband was also at Ice Luan Peak. It must be him. However, upon seeing the puzzled expression on Su Shu's face, the man immediately adopted a look of triumph. He scoffed, You don't even know Yang Hengyu. Yet you dare claim to be from Ice Luan Peak? How ridiculous. Su Shu frowned tightly and produced the Ice Luan Peak token. What if I do not know him? Does that mean my token is counterfeit? As he revealed the token, a passageway for a single individual opened quietly between the 1st and 2nd layers of the barrier. The man was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, Impossible. How can you be from Ice Luan Peak? Yet, the token and the barrier could not be faked. Only a token refined with blood from an inner peak disciple could unlock the barrier of the repository. Alternatively, the person entering must possess peak chi refinement cultivation. Clearly, this man did not belong to the latter category, so he was left with only one conclusion. Although he vocally denied the possibility, he understood in his heart that Su Shu was indeed from Ice Luan Peak. Su Shu furrowed his brow. Was it so extraordinary to be from Ice Luan Peak? Were they not just inner peak disciples? Although he had heard that there were only 4 individuals at Ice Luan Peak, including Shui Yuyan, there were still 3 disciples. Was there not? He could not comprehend. In truth, as previously mentioned, Guowen and the others were accepted solely because Shui Yuyan required assistance in managing the vast Ice Luan Peak. Both Guowen and her husband were at the Golden Core stage. The other unknown junior sister of Guowen was taken in by Shui Yuyan due to her extreme yin constitution, and her cultivation was not weak either. Thus, Ice Luan Peak had never had disciples at the chi refinement stage. The man's expression shifted between anger and disbelief, and then fury surged within him. How could Ice Luan Peak accept a mere servant disciple like you? He stood at the barrier's entrance, blocking Su Shu's path. Su Shu remained expressionless. How Ice Luan Peak recruits is of no concern to me, nor to you. Step aside. I also applied to join Ice Luan Peak through Senior Sister Lee. The man mentioned, a look of admiration and infatuation crossing his face at the mention of Senior Sister Lee. However, she rejected me without hesitation. Now, you have taken on this menial role. Su Shu sighed. I do not know this Sister Lee you speak of. I am but a blood slave, forcibly bound by a powerful figure. Why direct your anger at me? Am I truly inferior to you? The man roared, unleashing the energy of the 9th layer of chi refinement. Upon witnessing this, Su Shu's expression turned grave. He was facing a peak chi refinement opponent. Go and inquire with your sister Lee. Do not question me. I shall first ascertain your capabilities and see what merit you possess to join the Ice Luan Peak. The man sneered. Having been rejected by the Ice Luan Peak, he felt a tinge of regret, for it had always comprised those 4 individuals. However, when he suddenly beheld a menial disciple, weaker than himself, wielding the already recognized disciple token of the Ice Luan Peak, all his pent-up resentment, fury, and unrequited affection for Sister Lee erupted. The energy of peak chi refinement rapidly coalesced in his hand as he launched a full-force punch, diamond fist. This time, he held nothing back. Su Shu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his expression solemn. It was his first encounter with an opponent of peak chi refinement. He mused, that Suyang technique, combined with basic spells, only grants me the strength of around the 6th layer of chi refinement, quite insufficient. It seems I must resort to the Juyang transformation technique of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, allowing it to surge within me. He poured every ounce of his strength into gathering his energy. Though the energy of the Juyang transformation technique was limited, its quality was exceptionally high. In terms of fireball technique, the full force of the Tsuyang technique at the 5th layer could amalgamate around 12 fireballs or form a single large fireball. Due to the ample spiritual artifacts within him, In contrast, the Jiang transformation technique at the third layer might only be able to gather 3. While the total energy may be equivalent, the fireballs produced by the Jiang technique were significantly more formidable than those of the Ziyang technique at the 5th layer. Owing to the superior quality and nature of the energy, boom, the pure yang energy was controlled by Su Shu at the surface of his body. As he endeavored to keep the energy from manifesting outward, swiftly, he formed seals, and the energy within him was nearly extinguished. 3 fireballs, tinged with purple ethereal flames, appeared before him, merging into one. With a vigorous thrust, Su Shu propelled the large fireball forward. The purple fireball astonishingly confronted the man's diamond fist. The man was taken aback. What is this? The peculiar amalgamation of 3 fireballs could actually stand against his diamond fist. This fireball possessed at least the force of a 7th layer Qi refinement strike. However, it was evidently insufficient against peak Qi refinement. The confrontation lasted only a moment before the diamond fist swiftly shattered the fireball, hurtling towards Su Shu. Though the golden fist shadow loomed perilously close, Su Shu remained indifferent, his pallor merely reflecting the exhaustion from depleting his energy. As the golden fist in his field of vision grew larger, gradually engulfing all light, Chapter 26, in the library. Su Shua's left eye narrowed. In an instant, the purple extreme yang eye manifested. In that fleeting moment, the rapidly flying spiritual energy fist appeared to slow down within his left eye, as if time itself had decelerated tenfold, enabling Su Shua to perceive the trajectory of the fist and even evade it. Though his spiritual energy was depleted, one must not forget that he was still a martial Dao master. His physical strength was also a manifestation of martial prowess. He once again executed the Lingbo Weibo, seeking a point of weakness where the golden fist's spiritual energy was thinned. His body swiftly pivoted. In that instant, the golden fist grazed past his nostrils. Su Shua could even hear the sizzling sound of the fervent spiritual energy evaporating the beads of sweat on his nose. Fortunately, he had evaded the attack. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he had exerted every ounce of strength to escape. This was a testament to his progress. The man's expression was one of sheer astonishment. This lad, with a cultivation level of merely the 3rd or 5th layer of Qi refinement, had actually withstood his full force strike. Stunned, he failed to notice as the faint golden fist continued to surge toward the bookshelves on the 1st floor. Just as it was about to collide with the shelves, a furious reprimand echoed. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to engage in private combat within the library?" The voice was deafening, leaving Su Shua dazed. The other man was equally affected, standing frozen in place. Only the shadow of the fist dissipated into thin air at the sound of the elder's roar. In a flash, a white-clad elder appeared between the two. His countenance was filled with both fury and dread. Had he been even a moment slower, a significant portion of the library's collection would have been lost. His piercing gaze lingered between the two. Both individuals regained their senses simultaneously. Su Shua remained somewhat bewildered, while the other man, upon seeing the elder's appearance, immediately bowed and knelt. "Elder, this mere servant disciple impersonated someone from the Ice Phoenix Peak. I have long admired the Ice Phoenix Peak, and in a moment of rage, I forgot the rules." The elder cast a fleeting glance at him. That simple glance drenched the man in cold sweat, leaving him soaked. "You, Zhou Yan, as a disciple of the Flower Harmony Peak, have broken the law. Go directly to the law enforcement hall and receive 50 lashes." Su Shua was taken aback. This man was indeed a disciple of the Flower Harmony Peak, known for its practices in yin-yang refinement. Zhou Yan, recalling the disciple token on Su Shua, realized that prolonging the confrontation would yield no benefit. Though the punishment of 50 lashes would likely leave him bedridden for several days, he did not protest. With a bitter smile, he replied, "Understood." He glared coldly at Su Shua, imprinting his features in his memory, before turning and departing without a backward glance. After Zhou Yan left, the elder scrutinized Su Shua, snorting coldly. "You, as a mere servant disciple. How dare you offend the disciples of the Inner Peak and impersonate a member of the Ice Lawn Peak? Prepare to receive 100 lashes." Su Shu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. He had initially thought this elder was a reasonable individual, but to his surprise, he only heeded Zhou Yan's one-sided account, without seeking to understand the true circumstances, and thus acted unilaterally. Coldly, he replied, "Esteemed elder, I am indeed a disciple of the Ice Lawn Peak. How can there be any question of impersonation?" It was Zhou Yan who struck first. "What is my involvement in this matter?" The elder, growing impatient, retorted, "Must I personally ascertain the truth?" His words were abruptly halted as he paused and inquired, "Are you truly a member of the Ice Lawn Peak?" Su Shu, maintaining a stoic expression, presented his disciple token. The elder coughed heavily. As an elder, he could certainly discern authenticity. However, having already spoken, retracting his statement would be difficult. Ahem, Let us consider the matter of impersonation settled then. Receive 50 lashes. Su Shu, now considerably agitated, exclaimed, "You old fool! How can you not comprehend human speech? I am also a disciple of the inner peak. How can there be any talk of offense?" He attacked first, and I was left with no choice but to retaliate. With that, he prepared to depart for the second floor. The elder, who had previously harbored some trepidation regarding the Ice Luan Peak's reputation, felt a mixture of shame and anger at Su Shu's outburst. An invisible force of spiritual power descended upon Su Shu, causing him to violently cough up blood. Unlike others such as Shui Yuyan, the elder was incapable of controlling the pressure of his spiritual force. To him, there was no need for a single hand to clap. Both parties ought to be punished together, making the judgment simpler. Do I require your reminders on how to judge? To insult an elder is to incur double the punishment. Su Shu gritted his teeth. This self-righteous old curmudgeon was utterly despicable. Yet, pinned to the ground by the elder's power, he found himself unable to move. The spiritual energy within him had been entirely depleted due to the earlier fireball, and the elder's merciless pressure had inflicted severe internal injuries. Unlike the previous suppression from Shui Yuyan, Su Shu was truly powerless now. Do not think that because you are a mere servant of the Ice Luan Peak, you are exempt from punishment. Even the disciples of the Ice Luan Peak shall not escape my judgment, the elder proclaimed with unbridled arrogance. As his voice grew louder, he even cast aside his apprehension toward the Ice Luan Peak. Having guarded the library for many years, even your peak master must show me some respect. The elder spoke with such pride, as if his words were indeed as he claimed. Su Shu's face flushed crimson, his veins threatening to burst under the elder's oppressive force. Suddenly, he felt the weight on his shoulders dissipate. Assuming the elder had relented, he prepared to turn back. A cool, feminine voice echoed. You say that this seat should also show you some respect, do you? A crystalline blue hand of spiritual consciousness surged forth from a distance. Boom. Su Shu was astonished to see the once arrogant elder now sprawled on the ground like a lifeless fish, several teeth having been knocked loose. You claim you can manipulate my disciple, do you? Bang. Su Shu witnessed the crystalline blue figure of the woman once again delivering a forceful strike. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed in his ears. Please spare me, my lord. The elder ancestor cried out in terror, his eyes filled with dread. Not long ago, you had ruthlessly suppressed me, relishing the plight of the lowly disciples within my peak. Boom. The third strike descended upon Su Shu's astonished gaze. The elder ancestor instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless fish, a pitiful sight indeed. Su Shu swallowed a few mouthfuls of blood froth and waited for quite some time, the air now devoid of any sound. That voice just now belonged to Shui Yuyan, or rather, the esteemed ninth elder. Upon seeing the elder ancestor's woeful state, Su Shu felt his lips twitch, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Am I truly so reckless as to seek out a confrontation with such a formidable figure, the Lord of the Peak, the esteemed ninth elder? Su Shu tentatively inquired. Silence enveloped the air. After a moment of contemplation, he probed again. Fairy tale collection? Still, the stillness persisted. Su Shu let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that the formidable presence had indeed departed. Otherwise, he reckoned he would end up like this unfortunate soul lying on the ground. Or perhaps meet the same fate as this morning. I shall never return to the library again. It brings nothing but trouble. Cursing under his breath, Su Shu ascended to the second floor. After a while, suddenly, a delicate jade hand reappeared in the air, forcefully striking the elder ancestor once more. Boom. The old man, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the blow. Bang. Another strike sent the elder ancestor into oblivion again. How dare you ridicule me? Chapter 27. 3 flames of the fiery sun at this moment, within the ice palace. The masked woman glared in frustration at the fairy tale collection that lay on the table before her, its cover just recently repaired. With a fierce clap on the icy surface, she revealed a hint of embarrassment. How could she have been so enraged as to tear the cover of this book? Would it not have sufficed to simply mold a piece of ice? Even if the cover was torn, that would be one thing. But why did the title have to remain intact? The preservation of the title was not the root of the problem. Rather, how could he have seen it? Shui Yuyan was on the verge of a breakdown. She had reacted swiftly at the time, yet how could he have noticed, given Su Shu's nature? The next time he came to deliver blood, he would undoubtedly mock her for indulging in such childish tales. She could already envision the mockery. Oh, my lady. How youthful your heart is, still reading fairy tales. What could she do then? Perhaps, upon his arrival, she should immediately suppress him to prevent him from speaking. Then she could hastily draw blood and toss him out. Shui Yuyan nodded vigorously. Yes, that is the plan. And let us not forget that audacious elder who dared to belittle her. How dare they disregard her authority? They even attempted to manipulate her disciples and bully her blood servant. If the blood slave were to perish, I would be left to endure endless torment each day. Shui Yuyin extended her right hand into the void, and after a moment of catharsis, her spirits lifted significantly. She quietly withdrew her jade-like hand, gently wiping away the traces of blood. Opening the well-worn fairy tale book that she had read countless times, she resumed her delightful reading. In the library, Wang Liang was still secretly lamenting Su Shu's indifference, enviously eyeing Jiang Shun's fortune. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the library, cursing under his breath. That kid isn't stronger than me. Why does he get to enter Iceland Peak, while I cannot? Wang Liang, ever alert, overheard this remark. Iceland Peak. Wasn't he that the domain of that arrogant lad? He quickly shifted his gaze, discovering Zhou Yin clad in a deep pink robe adorned with golden thread. Wang Liang's eyes brightened. The deep pink attire belonged to the Huahe Peak. He hastily approached, feigning casualness as he murmured, "Did that kid perhaps take the back door to enter Iceland Peak?" It was highly improbable that the esteemed ninth elder would grant such a favor, especially to a couple. It seemed likely that senior sister Li had intervened. Suddenly, Zhou Yin's piercing gaze fell upon him. "Why are you mumbling there instead of guarding the library properly?" Wang Liang feigned grievance, forcing a sheepish smile and remaining silent. Zhou Yin, calming himself, had heard every word Wang Liang uttered. The thought that the senior sister he admired might have helped that lad ignited a surge of anger within him. Wang Liang, noticing Zhou Yan's complexion, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere jest would elicit such a reaction. Thus, he hastily began to berate the lad who had allegedly gained entrance to Iceland Peak through dubious means, inching closer to Zhou Yin as he did so. On the second floor of the library, Su Shu sat cross-legged, recovering from his earlier fatigue. After considerable dusting, he finally selected a foundational spell. 3 flames of the fiery sun. Overjoyed, he registered the spell and departed the library. Upon his exit, he was surprised to find that Wang Liang, who had been stationed at the door, had vanished. However, to Su Shu, Wang Liang was merely a transient figure, consumed by ambitions to ascend. He had encountered many such individuals in his past life. Without inquiring about the other guardian, he left the library. Once he departed, the remaining guardian mused to himself. Wang Liang's luck is truly remarkable. He managed to infiltrate Huahe Peak. Back in his modest abode at Iceland Peak, Su Shu remained blissfully unaware of Wang Liang's circumstances. Even if he were informed, it would elicit no concern from him. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in deciphering the foundational spell. Progress was painstakingly slow, as he realized that merely reading and understanding it bit by bit was insufficient. Night had fallen, and despite having spent the better part of the day, he had yet to grasp even the basics of the Qi meridians. This was a rather vexing matter for Su Shu, who had only recently grasped the rudimentary spells with remarkable speed. He pondered for a moment, his thoughts swiftly shifting to the small figure within the Niwen Palace. In his mind, cultivators should commence their study of magical arts from this spiritual consciousness entity. Otherwise, to learn each spell individually would be an arduous task. Merely the foundational spells occupying his mind could take him over half a month to comprehend fully, not to mention the uncertainty of mastering their integration. It was even more challenging to effortlessly wield the basic spells as he did now. The small figure of Su Shu cautiously extended an arm from the entrance of the Niwen Palace. Outside, the fierce winds howled, causing him considerable pain. However, in order to fully comprehend the subtleties of the spiritual consciousness entity and hasten his spell learning process, he gritted his teeth and crawled out of the opening. He arrived before the 3 flames of the blazing sun palm. At that moment, the book appeared immense in his eyes, akin to a towering skyscraper. The gusts of wind intermittently battered against him, gradually dimming the golden hue of his small figure. Su Shu sensed that, due to the violent winds, his spiritual consciousness entity had currently regressed to the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm. He felt an overwhelming sorrow, recalling that he had just awakened in the peak stage of Qi refining that very morning. This entity was truly fragile, after only a brief outing. It had depleted so rapidly, relying on it for combat in the short term was out of the question. In a hurry, Su Shu began to peruse the 3 flames of the blazing sun palm. He had skimmed through some portions earlier, but had not fully absorbed them. Thus, he continued along his reading path. Initially, he discovered that the small figure's comprehension of the material was swiftly assimilated. His heart swelled with joy. Indeed, this entity was meant for learning. With fervor, he delved back into the spells, reading with remarkable speed. Outside the small abode, the only sound was that of pages being turned incessantly. After a considerable time, the sharpness of the wind jolted Su Shu back to reality. Why does it hurt so much? He grimaced in frustration. A quick assessment left him aghast. His consciousness entity now exuded only the essence of the 4th layer of Qi refining. No wonder he felt such pain. The golden light surrounding him had faded, leaving his form faintly translucent. He quickly retreated back into his Niwen Palace and began to sit cross-legged. As his consciousness shifted back to his physical body, a strong wave of dizziness assaulted him once more. Clearly, He had overexerted his mind today. Nevertheless, he was prepared when he sensed the frailty of his consciousness entity. He fought against the drowsiness, continually recalling everything about the three flames of the blazing sun palm. The small figure of Su Shu had already completed the latter half of his studies, while he had personally reviewed the first half. Now, he needed to organize what he had learned and attempt to form the seals. With closed eyes, Su Shu began to recall the incantations of the three flames of the blazing sun palm. Suddenly, as the spell's components converged in his mind, an inexplicable formula materialized within his consciousness. Pure yang fiery flame. Three flames, three profound realms. Fortune returns to the sea of energy, allowing the refining of the fire of the people. Fortune returns to the kidneys, enabling the refining of the fire of the ministers. Fortune returns to the heart, facilitating the refining of the fire of the sovereign. When the three fires converge, the true fire may be refined. Su Shu opened his eyes, his expression peculiar. This seemed to be the method for the convergence and refinement of the Samadhi true fire. Chapter 28. The Southern Ming leaving fire at dawn. Su Shu promptly opened his eyes and immediately commenced his daily practice. A chime echoed as he completed the great circulation of his technique, accompanied by a familiar notification sound. 5 consecutive sign-ins successful. The host received 11 pure yang purple pills, along with the reward of the Southern Ming leaving fire's source flame. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. A new item appeared. The source flame of the Southern Ming leaving fire. It sounded impressive. Could it be the kind of extraordinary fire that allowed for rampant destruction? Eagerly, he opened his storage space, disregarding a vial of pills, and directed his gaze elsewhere. A small, deep red spark lay quietly in the space. Su Shu retrieved it, his lips twitching in an effort to suppress the urge to curse the system. What on earth was this? The Southern Ming leaving fire? This minuscule amount would barely ignite a cigarette in my previous life. Damn it. Despite his inner grievances, he recognized that anything produced by the system must indeed be of high quality. How was he to utilize this? After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to probe it with his purple gold spiritual energy, but the spark remained utterly still. Su Shu's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Should he simply consume it? After all, he was now a cultivator and could not perish. Yet, he hesitated, fearing the waste of a precious treasure. He recalled that the system had activated due to his blood. Thus, he promptly bit his fingertip, shedding tears as he allowed his blood to drop onto it. His blood was incredibly precious. The spark instantly absorbed his blood, transforming into a swirl of red light that surged into his dantian. He immediately felt a profound connection with the spark. Eager to experiment with the spark, he found it utterly unresponsive. Su Shu frowned. Was it truly useless? The spark seemed to sense Su Shu's disdain and, in a fit of anger, began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy within him. Su Shu was taken aback. What the hell? This thing is toxic. He quickly activated the 9-yang transformation technique to absorb the energy. However, he was horrified to discover that his absorption speed paled in comparison to that of the tiny spark. The little spark appeared displeased with Su Shu, feeling underfed and questioning why it was awakened at all. Fortunately, it displayed a degree of consideration. Realizing the paltry amount of spiritual energy within its meager host, it ceased its absorption and began to draw in the energy from the surrounding air. Boom! The spark released its hold, and a massive vortex of spiritual energy materialized above the courtyard, incessantly drawing in the energy from the vicinity. A tremendous commotion startled Guowon. She gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the courtyard, wondering what was happening. The little spark was absorbing spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Before long, Guowon could distinctly feel the depletion of spiritual energy in the air. Just as she was about to investigate the situation, Shui Yuyan's voice immediately reached her ears. Do not concern yourself. Let us observe how much it can absorb. Yes, master, she replied. Su Shu, previously filled with disdain, now found himself enamored with this phenomenon. Within his room, the spiritual energy was even beginning to show signs of liquefaction. Although the majority of the energy was being absorbed by the little spark, it resided within his dantian. Su Shu frantically operated 2 sets of techniques simultaneously to absorb the spiritual energy. However, this was insufficient to claim the remnants left by the little spark. He even felt that merely absorbing was not enough, and began voraciously devouring the spiritual energy around him. With both hands, he grasped at the nearly liquefied energy, stuffing it into his mouth. Subsequently, he swallowed the 11 pure yang purple pills he had signed in for today, refining them together. After a short while, the situation began to gradually stabilize until tranquility returned. Guowon sensed the current level of spiritual energy in the air, her eyes filled with sorrow. That scoundrel had absorbed nearly 1/10 of the spiritual energy from the mountainside of Iceland Peak. How did he not burst from it? She muttered in complaint. In the other courtyard, Su Shu could not stop grinning. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th level in the 9-yang transformation technique and the mid-stage of the 7th level in the quenching yang technique. His purple-gold spiritual energy had reached a remarkable 4 parts purple. All these gifts were bestowed upon him by the little spark. I am sorry, big brother. I, Su, did not recognize your merits. The little spark in Su Shu's dantian. No, it could no longer be called a little spark, was now a small flame. The southern Ming, leaving fire. After absorbing an immense amount of spiritual energy, the spark had transformed into a small, crimson flame. Su Shu laughed uncontrollably. With a flick of his left hand, a ball of crimson flame appeared instantly. The southern Ming, leaving fire. He carefully sensed it. The temperature of this flame was exceedingly high. A peak-stage Qi refinement practitioner would likely be unable to withstand its power. Just as he intended to test the might of this flame, bang! The flame vanished from his hand in an instant. Su Shu was taken aback. Did this thing possess a temper? He immediately checked his dantian and was struck with horror. Good heavens! In mere seconds, the spiritual energy within him had been completely depleted. His complexion changed dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Are you jesting with me? The spiritual energy I painstakingly cultivated lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. However, the power of the southern Ming leaving fire was indeed formidable, although Su Shu currently lacked the spiritual energy to wield it. A mere 2 to 3 seconds of its explosive force was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. Moreover, his cultivation realm has now reached the 7th level of Qi refinement through the refining technique of the Ziyang Sutra, coupled with his formidable spells. Even those at the 8th level of Qi refinement may not stand a chance against him. With the addition of the southern Ming fire and the foundational technique of the 3 flames of the fiery sun palm, even ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement might find themselves at a disadvantage if they are not cautious. Witnessing the rapid growth of his power, Su Shu could not suppress his delight. It was simply exhilarating, reflecting on the challenge set forth by Shui Yuyan. To become invincible in the Qi refinement stage within a month, he could not help but laugh heartily. A month? Sister, do you underestimate my esteemed system too much? We have only been here for 5 days, and I can already contend with those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. With 25 days still remaining, huh? As his strength burgeoned, Su Shu's confidence began to swell. The anxiety instilled by Shui Yuyan swiftly dissipated. In this life, one must seek challenges that are daunting. Or what is the point? He gazed towards the mountain peak with a mischievous smile. Let me set a modest goal. I shall become the master of Ice Luan Peak. Shui Yuyan, you may take a back seat and tend to the children. Suddenly, a gust of palm wind swept through the air. Bang! The once arrogant Su Shu was immediately struck to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner, reminiscent of the teachings of the ancestral elder. This blow shattered Su Shu's beautiful dreams. The enigmatic strength of Shui Yuyan thrust him back into reality. Young man, awaken. Consider the elder who is nearly a vegetable. This fierce woman is not one to provoke lightly. Lying on the ground, Su Shu shouted sheepishly, Heroine, spare me. I thought you might possess a semblance of awareness. The chilling female voice echoed in Su Shu's ears. He sprang to his feet, filled with indignation yet utterly helpless. Damn it, this woman must have set up surveillance. She was in the library earlier, and now, as I subtly provoked her from my room, she still caught me. This woman must be coveting my charm. How shameless, Chapter 29. The intriguing mind of a woman Guowen stood outside the guest courtyard, her heart in turmoil. Although the guest courtyard had fallen silent, her curiosity about how a mere Qi refinement practitioner like Su Shu could create such a stir was insatiable. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was something even she, a golden core practitioner, could not achieve. Yet, her master had instructed her not to concern herself with him and to allow him to absorb freely. It was not that she was unwilling to part with the spiritual energy of Ice Luan Peak. Rather, it was an itch she could not scratch. The vast expanse of Ice Luan Peak, with its accumulation over hundreds of thousands of years, could not possibly be entirely consumed by him alone. A mere fraction from the mountainside, not even 1% of the entire peak, would be restored in less than a month. After much internal conflict, as noon approached, Guowen could no longer contain her curiosity. She made her way directly to Su Shu's small dwelling and pushed the door open. Hearing the door creak, Su Shu turned to see who had entered. Swiftly gathering the few sheets of thin paper before him, he rose and remarked nonchalantly, Sister, your abrupt entry into another's room without knocking is indeed somewhat impolite. Guowen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she acknowledged her rudeness. Yet, she could not resist the urge to observe how Su Shu practiced his cultivation, especially given the commotion and his astonishingly rapid progress in strength. For an ordinary individual in the Qi refinement stage, breaking through a realm typically requires several years. Even those with exceptional talent might need mere months. However, Su Shu's case was remarkable. When they first met, he was at the first layer of Qi refinement, and merely a day later, he had ascended to the second layer. This was understandable, considering he was on the verge of a breakthrough at that time. The next day, he reached the third layer, which could also be rationalized as she had provided him with chi refinement pills. But now, what was this phenomenon of fluctuating between the fifth and seventh layers? She could hardly perceive Su Shu's cultivation level. It oscillated between fifth and seventh layers. Would he, in just a couple of days, directly achieve the foundation establishment stage? The thought of having once suggested a one-day foundation establishment condition for him made her chuckle. At this rate of cultivation, he would not require her conditions. He could attain it all by himself. Furthermore, he had the leisure to write something down after pushing the door open. Were she to possess such a cultivation speed, she would likely soar to the heavens. Guowen smiled awkwardly and inquired, Su Shidi, have you not been cultivating? Upon noticing her curious gaze, Su Shu quickly discerned that the commotion from the earlier fiery occurrence had piqued her interest. After all, hadn't the Ice Palace's occupant also taken notice? I was refining an ancestral secret technique earlier, Su Shu explained with a light laugh, and it can be somewhat uncontrollable, hence the noise. Rest assured, I shall refrain from such disturbances in the future. A secret technique? Might you elaborate? Guo Wen's curiosity was piqued, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For it is a grave taboo among cultivators to inquire about another's secrets. She merely wished to understand the nature of this treasure that could so swiftly enhance one's cultivation. For in all the realms of existence, only Su Shu seemed to possess such extraordinary speed. Su Shu smiled. What is there to hide? This is my ancestral technique, accessible only to the Su family bloodline. It allows for the expenditure of one's lifespan to elevate one's cultivation. However, it is somewhat difficult to control, as it siphons most of the spiritual energy to the upper realms, leaving me with only a fraction of the power. This was an excuse Su Shu had meticulously devised. He had learned from texts that the world was divided into different realms, and he currently resided in the mortal realm. The upper realms included the celestial realm, demonic realm, and others. Some realms were severely lacking in spiritual energy, which justified his ability to absorb energy that seemed disproportionate to his level and rapidly enhance his cultivation. Indeed, upon hearing this, Guowen felt a tinge of disappointment. A secret technique exclusive to the Su family meant it had no relevance to her. Moreover, sacrificing one's lifespan felt akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. She hurriedly said, Junior brother, do not be anxious about your cultivation. Blood is of utmost importance, while cultivation is of lesser significance. Moreover, I shall find a way to assist you in replenishing your lifespan, for we are all striving for. Her voice grew fainter. Su Shu couldn't help but feel bewildered. What are you talking about, senior sister? What do cultivation and blood have to do with anything? You wish to help me restore my lifespan? You do not question me, yet you wish to resolve this unfounded issue? Has your mind gone awry? However, in Guowen's eyes, Su Shu, at around 20 years of age, had only reached the first level of chi refinement upon arriving at Bingwan Peak. This indicated that he had not focused much on his cultivation in the past, which was indeed unusual. A typical disciple at 20 would possess a cultivation level of around the fifth layer of chi refinement. Yet, since his arrival at Bingwan Peak, everything had changed. His cultivation began to soar, even to the extent of exhausting his lifespan to elevate his level by a mere 2 tiers. For what purpose? Who at Bingwan Peak was worth such sacrifice? Guowen, already a married woman, had made it clear to Su Shu that her husband was also at Bingwan Peak, so it could not be for her. Furthermore, Su Shu treated her with utmost respect, his gaze earnest and devoid of any interest in her. With her junior sister absent, who else could it be? The master. As the head of the inner peak, the master possessed extraordinary cultivation but suffered greatly due to her constitution, even facing life-threatening dangers. Only Su Shu's pure yang blood could alleviate her plight. Yet, the concentration of yang energy in his blood was evidently lacking, which explained his frantic desire to enhance his cultivation to become stronger. This would not only allow him to refine his blood more effectively to relieve the master's suffering, but also enable him to elevate his own strength, aspiring to one day be worthy of the master. Truly, he was a man deserving of the privilege to converse privately with the master. Such devotion, such ambition. Although he was merely at the chi refinement stage, he was undoubtedly worthy of calling her mother master. No, wait, junior brother. Wasn't it agreed upon that in public he would be my junior brother, while in private he would be my mother? Guowen inwardly scolded herself for her carelessness. Fortunately, her whisper of mother master was so faint that Su Shu seemed not to hear it. Junior brother, please rest assured. Guowen swears here that she will spare no effort in concocting longevity pills for you. In gratitude for your kindness, Guowen declared solemnly. Su Shu found himself even more perplexed, wondering what kindness he had shown her to warrant such an oath. Just as he was about to speak, Guowen immediately interrupted him. No need to say anything, junior brother. Guowen understands. I will not disclose any of your matters to outsiders. Su Shu remained speechless. Junior brother, I comprehend your intentions. Fear not. In public you shall still be my junior brother, Guo Wen asserted with utmost seriousness. Su Shu felt as if he might weep without tears. Sister, what game are you playing? We have no connection. Let us be junior siblings in both public and private. Even with Su Shu's keen intellect, he could not fathom the convoluted thoughts of a woman. Now, Guo Wen is contemplating the matter of which surname the child of Su Shu and her master should bear. Should she reserve a midwife in advance? Su Shu, weary of conversing with the peculiar woman, sighed and said, I will go donate blood. You can do as you please. Upon hearing this, Guo Wen's eyes sparkled once more. Junior brother, do go ahead. I will keep your matters a well-guarded secret. Su Shu, feeling exhausted, finally grasped a bit of understanding. He acknowledged that he harbored a slight infatuation for Shui Yuyan, but had yet to act upon it. Why do you phrase it in such a way that it makes me seem as though I am engaging in a clandestine romance with Shui Yuyan? He sighed, waved his hand, and promptly vanished from the courtyard. Guo Wen gazed longingly at the spot where he had disappeared, enviously remarking, Master is truly fortunate. Chapter 30. Misunderstanding within the Ice Palace. Shui Yuyan rested her elbow on her knee, delicately lifting her exquisitely pale chin with her jade-like hand. Her brows knitted in contemplation, as if troubled by some concern. Shui Yuyan had once been a rare prodigy in the realm of cultivation. However, it took her 2 years to ascend from the 1st to the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet, Su Shu managed to achieve the 5th level in just 5 days? How on earth does he cultivate? Attaining the golden core stage at the 3rd level of qi refinement is often an insurmountable feat, let alone the mysterious surge of spiritual power he had just absorbed. Strange individuals and peculiar phenomena. The more Shui Yuyan pondered, the more intrigued she became, sensing a thin veil of mystery shrouding Su Shu that compelled her to uncover his secrets. She recalled their first meeting when he had referred to her as merely a figure to be respected and pitted, even somewhat detestable. You are the detestable one. Your entire family is detestable. If it weren't for my need for pure young blood to alleviate my difficulties, I would have slapped you dead. Who dared to speak to her, Shui Yuyan, in such a manner over the past 5 centuries? The woman in blue in the Ice Palace furrowed her brows even deeper. Upon this realization, she straightened her posture and angrily struck the collection of fairy tales on the table. Suddenly, a man's cheerful voice resonated from outside. My lady, the blood for today is prepared. Shui Yuyan was taken aback. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she had failed to notice Su Shu's arrival at the Ice Palace. This irked her somewhat. Hadn't they agreed that she would suppress him upon his arrival to draw his blood? Now, he had already taken it himself, completely disrupting her plans. What was to be done? After a moment of waiting, she noticed that Su Shu had fallen silent after speaking, showing no intention of teasing her. She had expected him to mock her regarding the fairy tale incident, but instead, he was being exceedingly polite, waiting for her response outside. A flicker of softness crossed her eyes. She extended her jade hand, quickly retrieving a blue silk scarf to cover her delicate visage. You may enter. I have inquiries for you, she stated coolly and calmly. Su Shuzheng was perplexed. This woman had been quite enthusiastic just a few days ago. Yet today she seemed utterly silent. Suddenly, he heard Shui Yuyan's cold voice, which took him by surprise. However, he understood that the recent commotion caused by Nan Mingli's fire was significant, and as the master of the Ice Lawn Peak, it was only natural for her to inquire. Slowly, Su Shu stepped into the Ice Palace. As for Shui Yuyan's assumption that he would tease her regarding the fairy tale, though Su Shu indeed had a bit of audacity, having dared to reprimand her upon their first encounter, teasing was entirely out of the question. Just look at the consequences faced by the elder of the library pavilion. Goodness, to joke with this woman was akin to dancing on a grave. As he traversed the corridor, catching sight of her crystalline blue, profound eyes once more, an involuntary sense of satisfaction welled up within Su Shu. Goodness, shouldn't I be striving harder? Yet, even if I wished to, I am powerless. He silently berated himself for his lack of ambition and the treachery of the system. Upon entering the ice hall, Shui Yuyan remained silent, gazing calmly at him, which made Su Shu's heart race. Could this woman read minds? He cleared his throat twice, awkwardly tossing a jade vial to her, stating, I will procure the blood myself. The vial floated before Shui Yuyan, although it contained what she needed. She did not divert her gaze, instead continuing to fixate on Su Shu. Feeling a prickling unease, Su Shu forced himself to say, I didn't mean to earlier. Shui Yuyan interrupted him, her tone cool. An ancestral secret technique? Exhausting one's lifespan? That might deceive someone like Guo Wen, who has never encountered such arts. Su Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, this woman had been monitoring him all along. Shui Yuyan furrowed her brow slightly, waving her delicate hand. I do not wish to delve into your secrets. I only require you to provide me with pure young blood. Su Shu took a deep breath to compose himself and asked flatly, So, you have been watching me solely for the pure young blood? His tone was remarkably calm, yet it carried a hint of annoyance and fatigue. It was understandable. Anyone subjected to constant surveillance would naturally feel resentment. Every action he took was laid bare before another, leaving no room for secrecy. Moreover, Su Shu harbored a significant secret: his system. Shui Yuyan stared at the composed Su Shu, a vague feeling of grievance rising within her. She could not quite fathom why. After all, she had only met him 2 or 3 times. Yet she found herself feeling wronged by his words. It was not as if she had chosen to monitor him. Besides the moment Su Shu awakened, when she had actively used her spiritual power to check on the whereabouts of the pure yang body, she had not initiated any further surveillance. Due to the predicament brought about by her extreme yin constitution, her spiritual power had been stagnant for a considerable time. However, her consciousness had been expanding at a remarkable pace. This disparity rendered her body incapable of accommodating her burgeoning mental prowess. The spiritual force emanating from her Niwen Palace naturally spread outward, encompassing the entirety of Ice Luan Peak and extending to half of the inner sect under her awareness. It was akin to shutting one's eyes while every subtle movement within 1,000 miles intrusively flooded into one's mind, compelling one to be acutely aware of the happenings around. Thus, she harbored no intention of actively surveilling anyone. Although it was her own cultivation issues that placed Su Shu under her watchful gaze, Su Shu remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. It was merely a misunderstanding. Yet, Shui Yuyan, once a paragon of excellence and now the sovereign of Ice Luan Peak, was proud. She could not possibly bow to a mere qi refining stage practitioner. Even if he was the owner of the coveted pure yang blood she desperately needed. Even if he was the only man in centuries to stir her heart's tranquility. Nonetheless, a qi refining stage practitioner was still a qi refining stage practitioner, a mere weakling in the realm of cultivation. Did she, as the esteemed leader of Ice Luan Peak, truly need to explain herself to a disciple of such low standing? Thus, she suppressed the turmoil within and calmly remarked, "Were it not for your pure yang blood, what merit would you possess to catch my attention?" Su Shu offered a bitter smile. It dawned on him that her pitiable gaze that day was merely a figment of his imagination. Or perhaps, even if it were not an illusion, it was merely a tactic she employed to keep him tethered. He could not fathom why a sense of anticipation lingered within him, hoping that Shui Yuyan's comprehensive surveillance over him was due to reasons beyond his pure yang blood. No, it should not be termed anticipation. It was more accurately described as an illusion, a classic case of infatuation. Despite being a master of unparalleled intellect and talent for many years, he was, after all, but a fledgling, one utterly ignorant of a woman's psyche, particularly in the case of a proud woman like Shui Yuyan, who deemed it beneath her to elucidate her actions to the weak or seek their understanding. Thus, within the Ice Palace, one stood silently, head bowed, while the other averted her gaze, attempting to mask the ripples of emotion in her eyes. Chapter 31. The Revelation, recommended for additional updates. After a prolonged silence, Su Shu gradually spoke. "In the coming month, I shall continue to provide you with pure yang blood." He pondered for a moment before wryly adding, "I can only wonder if you will still be able to utilize the pure yang blood in the future. I will attend the inter-sect competition, and I am determined to seize the first position. However, this is not for your sake, but rather because I possess my own compelling reasons to grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Shui Yuyan finally redirected her gaze towards Su Shu. A sense of inexplicable agitation brewed within her. She had provided him with a nurturing environment to cultivate and grow stronger. He offered her pure yang blood to aid her cultivation. It seemed merely a transaction, albeit one with a rather absurd counterpart, the master of the inner peak and a disciple in the qi refinement stage. She spoke calmly, her voice as frigid as the ice within a frozen palace. "Your participation in the inter-sect competition bears no consequence for me." Su Shu, with a self-deprecating smile, replied coolly, "I shall undoubtedly attend. Once, I was an invincible being, destined to cultivate the path of invincibility and to walk the road of unrivaled supremacy. This presents a splendid opportunity for self-validation." However, as it was his first foray into the inner sect, he remained unaware of the competition's procedures. "I kindly ask Elder Jiu to keep a watchful eye on my behalf, and I express my gratitude in advance." Shui Yuyan, under the impression that his notion of invincibility pertained solely to his martial prowess in the mortal realm, gave it little thought. Nevertheless, the respectful title he accorded her, Elder Jiu, caused her to dismiss her musings, restoring her tranquility as she nodded in acknowledgement. Su Shu pondered briefly before continuing. "Has the purple elixir been of assistance in your predicament?" Shui Yuyan nodded gently. Su Shu contemplated a moment longer. He still possessed 3 pure yang purple elixirs from several days prior, yet due to the implications of the system, it was prudent to keep this knowledge from others. Thus, he articulated, "If the purple elixir proves beneficial, that is indeed splendid. Should the pure yang blood prove ineffective, I shall provide you with a purple elixir to aid your escape from adversity. However, I acquired this elixir from an ancient ruin and have consumed the one I brought with me. Consequently, I need to venture out soon to procure more. Shui Yuyan fell silent. Did he truly consume it? Her instinctive awareness informed her that he had indeed used that particular purple elixir during today's training. Yet, he had previously claimed to possess but a single one. Furthermore, it was evident to both that he was likely under constant scrutiny. They shared an unspoken understanding regarding the existence of the additional purple elixirs. Nonetheless, he spoke of it with such nonchalance, conveying, "This purple elixir is what I retrieved from the ruins. My word is truth. Even if you know of my remaining elixirs, should I declare their absence? Then they are absent." Su Shu indeed conveyed this sentiment. "You are aware of my secret, that I possess more purple elixirs, and that suffices. The pure yang blood cannot be bartered with you, yet I have the purple elixirs. Therefore, I shall graciously accept the benefits you provide. You require the elixirs, and I shall supply them." Shui Yuyan replied softly, "That is agreeable." Su Shu gazed upon the slightly fatigued figure of the woman in blue seated upon the ice throne. Her crystalline blue eyes remained deep and enchanting, yet his heart no longer raced at their sight. In that moment, the energy of the Nine Suns creation technique he was silently cultivating surged within him. Employing his internal vision technique, he discerned that, in that fleeting second, his Nine Suns creation technique had experienced a sudden breakthrough, despite the absence of purple aura or elixirs. However, his spiritual power transformed from 4 parts purple to 5 parts purple. His cultivation regressed from the 5th level of chi refinement to the pinnacle of the 4th level. A soft, incredulous laugh escaped his lips. It seemed that the adage from his past life, which proclaimed that a heart devoid of women allowed one to wield a sword with divine precision, held some truth. In the eyes of Shui Yuyan, the gaze Su Shu cast upon her was devoid of turbulence, returning to a placid stillness akin to an ancient well. She inwardly mocked herself. Though she was indeed remarkable, not everyone could be captivated by her. At the very least, the Su Shu before her did not regard her with the eyes of an admirer, but rather exuded the peculiar aura of a formidable master. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shu cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. He expressed his gratitude for the assistance rendered during the matter at the library, acknowledging that he owed her a favor. However, he requested that in the future, should a similar situation arise, she might choose to overlook his presence. Despite his humble cultivation, he possessed his own methods of dealing with matters. Once he departed from the Ice Luan Peak, he implored her not to concern herself with him any further. He was no naive child. He had the discernment to navigate the currents of life. Shui Yuyan remained silent, as if a diminutive figure within her was urging her to explain. "You should clarify. It was your own consciousness that dissipated, so do not blame him." Yet another, cold and proud, countered, "You are the sovereign of the Ice Peak, a powerful being in the world of cultivation. Why seek understanding from one so weak?" Observing her silence, Su Shu then brushed aside his sleeves and turned, slowly making his way outside the ice palace. Shui Yuyan did not utter a word, merely gazing at his retreating figure with a sense of pride and confidence. Standing resolute like a pine or bamboo amidst the tempest, she felt a kinship with her father from the past and her own current pride. After Su Shu departed, Shui Yuyan's gaze fell upon the fairy tale collection she once adored, now evoking an unbidden sense of annoyance. It was as if she were irritated by that proud individual, unsure whether she referred to him or herself. Meanwhile, Su Shu returned to his modest abode, eyeing the pristine azure robe adorned with golden threads laid upon the table. It was the garb of the Ice Luan Peak, and donning it signified his affiliation with that esteemed sect. He shook his head with a soft chuckle, gently placing the robe in the wardrobe and gazing silently at his humble white robe. He mused to himself, "The blue is too glaring. White suits me better." Though he held a measure of respect for Shui Yuyan, admiring her strength and beauty, it was a pity that they were both individuals of immense pride. Even if he speculated that Shui Yuyan had compelling reasons for monitoring him, perhaps related to the pure yang blood, he found himself powerless to intervene, as he lacked the strength to negotiate with her. After sitting in his room for a while, Su Shu finally managed to suppress all his emotions. He understood that he needed to grow stronger to continuously enhance his abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the jade slip Qi Feng had given him. Uncertain whether the words of Qi Feng hold any truth, one might consider the prospect of wager. If true, it would yield great profit. If false, the consequences would be negligible. Life is replete with risks that must be embraced. Should one lose, they can at least take pride in their effort. Should they win, they may soar to new heights. Having made a decision, Su Shu is not one to hesitate. He promptly prepares to seek out the ancient ruins. Just as he rises, a thought strikes him, prompting him to retrieve several sheets of thin paper inscribed with characters from his storage space. He chuckles at his own irony before igniting the papers with lamp oil. As the flames flicker to life, he steps outside, and with a twist of his talisman, disappears from the courtyard. Outside, the frigid wind howls, and the door is forcefully pushed open, revealing a flicker of flame. Chapter 32. Did the master and mistress quarrel? In the ice palace, a woman clad in blue leans weakly against the pure ice throne. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, and her jade hands swiftly form a spell seal. As the incantation falls from her fingertips, two voids appear in the vast sea of consciousness that blankets half of the inner sect. One is the secluded courtyard within Ice Phoenix Peak, while the other is a location in rapid motion. After executing this action, she gazes calmly at the ice beneath her feet. In an instant, the ice binding her legs begins to creep upward from her thighs, encroaching toward her slender waist. She furrows her brow slightly, as if enduring immense pain. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminates the ice palace. Guowin's figure materializes, reporting to Master. The spiritual jade of Junior Sister has suddenly dimmed. Shui Yuyin is momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly sharpening. What has transpired? Concern etched on Guowin's face. She replies anxiously, I do not know. Perhaps she has become ensnared within some ruins, her spiritual jade obscured by the relics. It may also be. Guowin casts a cautious glance at the figure upon the ice throne. Severely injured, even on the brink of death, Shui Yuyin's brow tightens. How could she find herself in such peril when tasked with eliminating a disciple of the soul-devouring sect? With trepidation, Guowin responds. Junior Sister sent word that she intends to sacrifice the soul and head of a direct disciple of the soul-devouring sect in homage to her royal brother, seeking to fulfill her heart's desire and attain her extreme golden core. At this, Shui Yuyin erupts in fury, slamming her palm onto the table. She is courting death. The soul-devouring sect stands as one of the three sinister sects alongside the Joyful Union Sect, possessing strength comparable to our own. Within the soul-devouring sect, there are no inner peaks. Status is determined solely by the strength of the disciples. Among them, there are 10 direct disciples, each at least of foundational cultivation. And every direct disciple wields formidable power, capable of battling across realms. The Soulborn is one such disciple. Junior Sister is at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, Guowin murmurs. Her mastery of the extreme path of Ice Phoenix Peak and the royal power of the Great Xia dynasty is not inferior to that of the soul-devouring sect's direct disciples. You are aware of her circumstances, yet you speak as if she is invulnerable, Shui Yuyin retorts coldly. The entirety of her foundational cultivation strength is nearly extinguished beneath the seal of my authority due to the backlash of extreme yin. The power of the imperial way has been significantly diminished due to the internal strife within the Great Xia royal family. Combined, their remaining strength barely amounts to the 5th layer of foundational cultivation. Furthermore, I have repeatedly emphasized that until one reaches the golden core stage and cultivates a spiritual consciousness body, one should avoid any conflict with disciples of the soul-devouring sect. Below the golden core stage, no disciple of any sect can contend with a disciple of the soul-devouring sect at the same level. Even I, before achieving the golden core, would not dare to provoke a direct disciple of the soul-devouring sect. Yet, she, in her audacity, disregards the ordinary disciples of the soul-devouring sect and naively seeks to challenge a direct disciple. Guowin chuckled bitterly, for she understood this truth well. Disciples of the soul-devouring sect practice the soul-devouring technique, rendering cultivators without a spiritual consciousness body woefully weak in their presence. Generally, only those at the golden core stage can penetrate the Niwen Palace and cultivate a spiritual consciousness body. This is precisely why the soul-devouring sect is reputed to be invincible below the golden core. However, she could not withstand her junior sister's reckless behavior. During the mission for the sect, she had readily agreed to simply send a chi refinement disciple to fulfill the task. Instead, upon venturing out, she resembled a rabbit darting away in panic. Moreover, this rabbit, emboldened like a leopard, dared to seek out a direct disciple of the soul-devouring sect. The little junior sister of Binghuan Peak is the 7th princess of the Great Xia dynasty, who chose to join the Hahuan sect's Binghuan Peak due to her disdain for the royal family's internal conflicts, aligning herself with a sect that matched her constitution. However, her circumstances differ from those of Shui Yuyin. Shui Yuyin can suppress the extreme backlash with her formidable cultivation, albeit with physical limitations. The little junior sister lacks such capabilities entirely, which is why Shui Yuyin had to seal her peak foundational cultivation in extreme yin. If the junior sister were to unseal her own restrictions, Guowin weakly remarked, she would be left with no escape. Shui Yuyin replied coldly, that at her age, not recognizing the disparity between herself and her opponent has led her into this predicament. Then, Master, I shall go assist her. Guowin sensed the gravity of the situation. Shui Yuyin sighed softly, troubled by one issue after another. She possesses a life-preserving treasure bestowed by me, yet I have not sensed its activation. Likely because she has become ensnared within some ancient relic. I can only lament her physical limitations, confining her spiritual consciousness to the vicinity of the sect. Should an irretrievable situation arise, I must employ a transmission technique to send my spiritual consciousness to her. Guowen was aware of Shui Yuyan's predicament. Understanding that she could only act within the sect's vicinity, her strength greatly diminished. If she wished to intervene from afar, she would need to sacrifice her spiritual consciousness power for the transmission. Just as she contemplated responding, she looked up to see the icy aura of her master had already spread to her waist. Shocked, she exclaimed, "Master, what has befallen you? Wasn't the pure yang blood supposed to counteract this? Has it proven ineffective?" Shui Yuyan internally sighed in resignation. The pure yang blood she had used in recent days was less effective than the results of her own techniques over the past 2 days. Yet, she maintained a stoic expression, stating, "I have encountered a mishap in my cultivation, but I shall recover soon." Guo, having been preoccupied with concern for her junior sister, had not noticed her master's emotional state. It has only just come to her attention that her master's demeanor is decidedly amiss. In the past, although her master maintained an air of aloofness, there was always a profound affection for her disciples. However, upon hearing of her junior sister's predicament today, the initial response was not one of rescue, but rather a rebuke. It appears that even the master has her own burdens to bear. She began to ponder silently in her mind. Earlier that morning, while Su Shu was engaged in cultivation, the master seemed perfectly fine. It is only now that a sense of agitation has overtaken her. Clearly, something must have transpired during lunch. Could it be that the master quarreled with the matriarch? This would explain why the matriarch did not provide the pure yang blood to the master today, allowing the icy chill beneath her feet to rise once more. Undoubtedly, the matriarch has overstepped, provoking the master's ire. Consequently, both she and her junior sister have been scolded, an unprecedented occurrence. In the past, the master's first instinct would have been to seek a way to aid her junior sister. Yet today, she chose to chastise her instead. Perhaps she should take the initiative to assist her junior sister herself, or should she first confront the matriarch before proceeding to aid her junior sister? She understood that her junior sister, being the master's favored disciple and the 7th princess of the Great Xia, possesses numerous life-protecting treasures, and thus, she is unlikely to be in imminent danger. Perhaps she has merely become ensnared within some ancient relic, with her spiritual jade signals being obstructed. Yet what if her junior sister truly finds herself in a life-threatening predicament? The thought weighed heavily on Guowen's mind. On one hand, there is the crisis of her junior sister's survival. On the other, the emotional turmoil of her master. It is a dilemma fraught with difficulty. Soon, Guowen made her decision. As a mere golden core practitioner, if her junior sister is indeed unscathed, then all is well. But if she is in peril, her solitary attempt at rescue may prove futile. Thus, it is imperative to first address her master's emotional plight. In doing so, should a situation arise that is beyond her capacity to handle, she can still transmit her master's consciousness. If her master's emotions remain unstable, there is a significant risk that such a transmission might fail. She must first locate Su Shidi and enlist his assistance in calming their master's spirits before embarking on the mission to rescue her junior sister. "Master, I shall take my leave first," Guowen announced. Shui Yuyan assumed she was departing to provide aid and offered a nod in acknowledgement. Chapter 33. There are no ifs outside the courtyard. A flash of light signaled Guowen's arrival. "Is Su Shidi here?" she inquired while knocking on the door. After several attempts to summon a response, silence lingered within the courtyard. Unable to contain herself any longer, she decided to disregard politeness for the sake of urgency and pushed the door open. Upon entering, she was taken aback. The door to Su Shu's room stood wide open, yet no one was inside. Scattered across the floor were several sheets of thin paper, some bearing the marks of recent combustion. On the table, a jade bottle of vibrant green caught her eye. Initially, seeing that Su Shu was absent, she contemplated leaving immediately. However, a glance at the ground revealed a paper inscribed with the title Snow White. Guowen paused momentarily, pondering, could this refer to their master? It must be a love letter of sorts penned by Su Shu for their master. Since it has been written, why then must it be burned? Surely, an argument must have ensued. She was troubled by her inability to locate Su Shu and how to soothe her master's emotions. This love letter seemed to be the perfect solution. Without hesitation, she gathered all the papers and made her way to the Ice Palace. In the Ice Palace, Shui Yuyan was lost in thought. Perhaps it was due to her disciple's tribulations, or perhaps it was because of her master. "Disciple has something for you." A voice echoed from outside the palace. When Shui Yuyan regained her senses and looked outside, the figure of Guowen had already vanished, leaving behind a few thin sheets of paper pressed beneath a block of ice at the palace entrance. Shui Yuyan used her spiritual awareness to bring the papers inside. She was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Driven by curiosity, she began to read intently. The narrative unfolded as a fairy tale of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, albeit with some details reimagined by Su Shu. As she read about Snow White consuming the poisoned apple from the old witch, her delicate brows instinctively furrowed. and her jade-like hands unconsciously formed into fists, oblivious to her own immersion in the tale. She continued reading until she reached the part where the 7 dwarfs found the prince, but the subsequent pages had been burnt. It was only then that she came back to her senses. Had he written this fairy tale? Shui Yuyan's expression turned peculiar. As an avid fairy tale enthusiast, she could surmise the likely continuation of the story. However, the thought of Su Shu, a proud man, crafting such a heartfelt tale left her perplexed. Why would he write this? Suddenly, she recalled the moment he had seen her discard the book cover to draw blood. Was it to please me? Or had he discovered her fondness for fairy tales, thus composing this story titled Snow White? The poisoned Snow White, who fell into a deep slumber, was not her own reflection. The extreme body represented the witch, the backlash symbolized the poisoned apple, and she was indeed Snow White. In that instant, a blush crept onto Shui Yuyan's cheeks, one that even her blue scarf could not conceal. Her heart could no longer remain calm, fluttering like a fawn in distress. Yet, upon realizing the subsequent story had been burned, she could not help but grit her teeth. Why must it be destroyed? Such a wonderful tale ought to be shared with the entire sect, even with everyone under the jurisdiction of the Huan sect, indeed, the whole world. Each person should copy it 1,000 times until they could recite the story at will. Her mood suddenly brightened, and she momentarily cast aside her disciple's safety. She could no longer suppress her thoughts and was eager to see Su Shu, to inquire further. Ignoring the backlash of her extreme body, she summoned her spiritual power to search for Su Shu's presence. Crack, crack. As she summoned her full strength, the icy chill began to spread rapidly, enveloping the tumultuous expanse. However, at this moment, Su Shu had long departed from the confines of the Huan sect. She sighed, wondering if he was still angry. Her gaze lingered on the delicate piece of paper in her hand, her eyes occasionally flickering with tenderness and shyness. Perhaps it was time to offer him an explanation. Yet, Shui Yuyan, with her utmost concentration, found herself unable to control her mental power to separate from the other courtyard, especially since that courtyard had piqued her interest. Her eyes immediately fell upon the pill bottle on the table. That was the Yangqi purple pill. Su Shu's departure had suppressed her previously joyful emotions. However, upon discovering the bottle, those repressed feelings surged forth instantaneously. At that moment, her mind was filled with the image of Su Shu, standing proudly before her, demonstrating his courage, as well as the proud yet lonely silhouette he had left behind when departing from the Ice Palace. He had indeed left. Yet, before his departure, he had still considered her needs and deliberately left her the Yangqi purple pill, despite claiming he had none, although she suspected he might possess some. His reluctance to present it meant that, with her pride, Shui Yuyan would never ask. Nevertheless, he had still left behind the elixir. In that moment, Shui Yuyan felt her anger rise against the oppressive force of extreme energy that bound her. Each time her pure yang blood resolved her predicaments, her cultivation would elevate. Thus, despite her torment, ever since discovering her pure yang physique, she understood that her time for liberation had come. Moreover, not only could she escape, but her cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. For the icy chill enveloping the Ice Luan Peak was a manifestation of the backlash from her extreme power. Those icy manifestations were the result of her overflowing, unmanageable cultivation. Yet, she found herself increasingly weary of these opportunities, for they had ensnared her. At that moment, the once solitary Shui Yuyan, who had been alone for over 5 centuries, tasted the bitter pangs of longing for the first time. In truth, Su Shu's intention was to recognize Shui Yuyan's fondness for fairy tales, and thus he had penned the few fragments of the Snow White story he could recall, intending to provide her with a means to pass the time. The remaining pills were left behind because he was setting out to seek ruins, uncertain of when he would return. In his perspective, the transaction between him and Shui Yuyan was that his pure yang blood would alleviate her plight, while she would provide him with a conducive environment for cultivation. Therefore, once he departed, his pure yang blood, regardless of its purity, would no longer be available to her. Thus, he reluctantly left her the only 3 pure yang purple pills he possessed as a reserve. However, everything appeared different in Shui Yuyan's eyes. The pure yang physique and the extreme physique inherently attracted each other, and a woman's imagination could be unimaginably powerful. The enchanting fairy tale of the Blue Star unexpectedly led her to see herself as the embodiment of Snow White. If Su Shu were to be aware of this, he would likely be rendered incapacitated with laughter in the restroom. Yet, this was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Unlike previous instances, this particular misunderstanding caused a rift between them. However, it also provided her with a sudden clarity regarding her own feelings. Perhaps, had Su Shu still been at the Huan sect, such a misunderstanding would not have arisen. Su Shu would have offered an explanation, and upon hearing his words, Shui Yuyan would have extinguished the budding affection within her heart. They would have reverted to their previous transactional relationship. Nonetheless, all of this is merely hypothetical. Chapter 34. Qingshan Town in the Outer Sect, where the servant disciples congregated. A gaunt disciple with dark circles under his eyes gazed at the rapidly moving light on the spirit jade in his hand, a cold smile forming on his lips. The pure young body, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. He was Qi Feng. The deal he struck with Su Shu was that if Su Shu garnered the favor of a significant figure, he would speak a few words on Qi Feng's behalf, thus allowing him to escape the torment of the outer sect and the clutches of the old witch. However, he did not anticipate such tyranny from the prominent figure, who dismissed all unrelated individuals, leaving him without even a chance to speak. Upon returning to the outer sect, Qi Feng waited in vain for news of Su Shu's promotion, news of the old witch being apprehended by the law enforcement hall, and news of his own elevation. Yet, none of these tidings materialized. Although he had prepared for the possibility of escaping this torment and seizing the opportunity to eliminate Su Shu and claim his pure young body, he was taken aback by the boy's ruthlessness. After acquiring what he sought, he simply refused to fulfill his end of the bargain. However, all was not lost. Qi Feng had left a contingency plan within the jade slips. As long as Su Shu could not resist the allure of the relics, Qi Feng's position would be fully revealed to him. Presently, after consuming the Qi refining pills, Qi Feng stood at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. What level of cultivation could Su Shu possibly possess now? Even if he had consumed the Qi refining pills, he would at most be at the 3rd layer. At 3rd layer of Qi refinement, both Li Yin and Zhang Su had already reached that level. He could easily manipulate them. Yet, that detestable old hag. Fortunately, Qi Feng was well aware of the old witch's nature and promptly consumed the Qi refining pills he had just acquired. He scoffed at those foolish enough to save theirs for later, knowing full well that the old witch would confiscate them all upon her return, offering only a paltry compensation of gold and silver. Such treasures hold little value for cultivators. Naturally, Qi Feng and his companions also faced repercussions for their consumption of the Qi refining pills, as their vital energy was drained completely by the old witch. Had Qi Feng not had a moment of inspiration, assuring the old witch that he would help her find the pure young body, he would have already become a lifeless husk. Su Shu, this time I shall take your life. Qi Feng sneered as he produced a communication jade. Li Yin, Zhang Su, come to me at once. His expression fluctuated between darkness and light, for he was uncertain of the high regard in which Su Shu was held by significant figures, and whether someone would bestow upon him enlightenment. Contemplating the unique significance of the pure yang body to the Hehuan sect, he finally steeled his resolve. Was it not merely an ancient relic? How could it possibly benefit me as a pure yang body? With this thought, he ceased to hesitate. He immediately summoned the two again through the communication jade. Foster father, foster mother, your child has discovered a spiritual energy relic, but alas, my cultivation is too low to access it. I hope you will come to lend your child a helping hand. I shall certainly honor you with 80% of the relic's rewards. Qi Feng sent the message, his heart aching. He had originally wished to enjoy the relic alone, but for the sake of the pure yang body, all personal desires were cast aside. His ability to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refinement among the miscellaneous disciples could not solely be attributed to the relic. It stemmed from a talent he had quietly awakened, which he named Spirit Devourer. Qingshan County is a town on the fringes of the Great Xia dynasty. This so-called borderland is a place of neglect. It is often the site of various upheavals. The townsfolk, upon the fall of night, hurriedly lock their doors, refusing to venture out to witness the chaos outside. After enduring several harrowing teleportations that nearly caused him to regurgitate his innards, Su Shu finally emerged from the Hehuan sect. Were it not for his discomfort with the sect's teleportation array, he would have surely raced straight to his destination. Furthermore, the cost of teleportation was exorbitant. A single trip had drained his purse of 14 low-grade spirit stones. As dusk approached, he arrived at the gates of Qingshan County. Having grown accustomed to the grand and magnificent architecture of the Hehuan sect, the sight of the dilapidated homes of the mortal realm struck him with an unsettling sensation. At the city gates, numerous ragged beggars, young and old, languished. Their eyes betrayed no emotion, having been numbed by the whip of life. Whenever a passerby approached, they would adopt servile expressions, hoping for a morsel of kindness. Along the roadside stood a few makeshift shelters, constructed from tattered tarpaulins. Inside, several tattooed men were engaged in boisterous banter. Su Shu sighed softly to himself. Perhaps this was the truest reflection of humanity. In both past and present, it is always the common folk at the lowest rungs who suffer the most. At that moment, Su Shu's face was pale, his body weak. Dressed in an ordinary white robe, resembling a disheartened scholar who had failed his examinations. Ah, look at that scholar. Your family must be a handful, eh? Let me take care of you. My physique is far more robust than yours. Zhao Laosen, you still have a taste for that, huh? Ha ha ha. You know nothing. I prefer those strong women. The mocking laughter of the men beneath the shelter echoed in the air. Su Shu cast a fleeting glance at them before retracting his gaze, choosing to disregard their presence. Such individuals are ubiquitous, particularly prevalent in the refugee district. Groups of 2 or 3, they speak without restraint, a sight he has grown accustomed to. However, in the eyes of the tattooed brutes, Su Shu's glance was interpreted as provocation. How dare this scholar look down upon me? Zhao Laosan cursed vehemently, rolling up his sleeves and charging towards Su Shu with menacing intent. Nearby, a grimy young boy, perhaps 12 or 13 years old, his features obscured, observed the unfolding scene. Alarmed, the boy rasped, "Zhao Laosan is going to kill someone." The outcry drew the attention of the guards stationed at the city gate. Upon noticing this, Zhao Laosan exchanged a few light-hearted words with the guards, who then turned away. In the boy's gaze directed at Zhao Laosan, Su Shu perceived a profound resentment and loathing. This boy was different from the other beggars, who sought merely to survive. He seemed to be there specifically to keep an eye on Zhao Laosan. After dismissing the guards, Zhao Laosan menaced the boy, snarling, "You think you can end up like your master, buried by me?" In the public eye, Zhao Laosan's words were devoid of any subtlety. Su Shu initially presumed that Zhao Laosan was merely uttering idle threats. Yet, the mocking glint in the guards' eyes as they glanced at the boy, along with the palpable fear evident in the nearby beggars, suggested that Zhao Laosan was no mere blusterer. He seemed genuinely capable of murder. Zhao Laosan grinned maliciously, attempting to seize the boy, but to his surprise, the child was remarkably agile, evading capture time and again. Moreover, he pulled several stones from his bag and hurled them with force at Zhao Laosan, stunning him momentarily. Among the onlookers, one of the burly men jested, "Zhao Laosan, you're no better than that scholar. You can't even catch a little brat. How foolish." Clutching his wounded head, Zhao Laosan seethed, "You little rascal. I'll make you pay for this. Damn it, this slippery little brat. You lot, stop him, or don't expect to survive on my turf." Zhao Laosan fumed. After several failed attempts to capture the boy, he found himself on the receiving end of several painful hits from the stones. In desperation, he shouted to the beggars squatting along the roadside to intercept the child. Zhao Laosan's notorious reputation did hold sway. Though the beggars were reluctant to see the boy harmed, they felt powerless. When faced with the choice between morality and survival, they opted for the latter. The boy, aware that evading capture was becoming increasingly impossible, resolved to charge directly at Zhao Laosan. The latter, rather than being pleased, was taken aback, for the boy unexpectedly produced a rusted knife from his pocket as he ran. Su Shu observed this and slowly shook his head. The boy was indeed clever, leveraging his agility and the surrounding terrain, and he had cleverly concealed the knife, preparing for a surprise attack on Zhao Laosan. However, he was evidently in a state of urgency. If he were to draw his knife at the moment he approached, it could indeed lead to a successful ambush. Damn it, this little brat is truly ruthless. He dares to confront Zhao Laosan head-on. As expected, Zhao Laosan aimed for the child's hand holding the knife, seizing the opportune moment to grip it tightly, thus overpowering the young one. The frail form of the child appeared even more diminutive against the robust physique of Zhao Laosan. Just as Zhao Laosan was about to unleash a curse, he suddenly noticed that the child's skin was remarkably smooth, utterly unlike that of a beggar. The dark smudges on the child's face bore several handprints, clearly an intentional disguise. As the child struggled fiercely, the hairpin made of twigs gradually loosened, and the child's hair danced in the wind, revealing a semblance of femininity. Zhao Laosan's expression instantly transformed into one of surprise and greed. He realized this was a little girl. Your family must have protected you well. In his haste, Zhao Laosan's large hand reached toward the girl's chest. The little girl's eyes suddenly filled with despair, and she attempted to throw herself against the wooden pole of the awning. Yet, in that fleeting moment, two pristine hands simultaneously halted their actions. Looking up, they found it was the frail scholar. With a resounding thud, the scholar kicked Zhao Laosan, sending him crashing against the wooden pole of the awning, the force shattering it. Fortunately, a few other poles managed to hold up the shelter. Nonetheless, the remaining men were taken aback. What kind of strength is this? Ouch, that hurts like hell. Zhao Laosan's cries of pain echoed from beneath the awning. Su Shu was somewhat astonished. The force of that kick was no trifling matter. To his surprise, Zhao Laosan not only remained unscathed, but was also able to move. Run. The little girl urged anxiously towards Su Shu. Zhao Laosan, rising to his feet, picked up a broken wooden stick and, with a sinister grin, said, "Run. After hitting me. You think you can escape? Brothers, surround this pale scholar. I will make him pay." The other four men began to encircle Su Shu and the little girl. One of them jeered, "Is this scholar a martial artist? What are we afraid of? A martial artist? I've taken down immortals before." Zhao Laosan spat a mouthful of blood and scoffed. Despite the overwhelming odds, the little girl showed no fear. Instead, she gripped her small knife tightly. Although Su Shu could see from her trembling legs that she was merely putting on a brave front, her courage was nonetheless commendable. The guards at the city gate continued to ignore the tumult on this side, with a few even pointing and laughing at Su Shu. The beggars, however, were not so audacious. They quickly distanced themselves. A few who attempted to sneak into the city were met with a brutal beating from the city guards. Su Shu exhaled softly, trying to alleviate the nausea and discomfort that welled within him. Damn, in my previous life, I suffered from motion sickness. And now I am even nauseated by teleportation. He spoke softly. You need not intervene. Simply hand me the knife. The little girl, sensing Su Shu's unwavering confidence, breathed a sigh of relief and relinquished the small blade into his hands. His choice to don ordinary attire stemmed from a desire to conceal his identity as a cultivator. After all, in such tumultuous times, every ounce of strength kept hidden served as an invaluable trump card. He harbored no illusions that his chi-refining stage prowess would allow him to act recklessly in the mortal realm. While the band of miscreants before him seemed manageable, he noted the peculiar demeanor of Zhao Laosan, which had merely unsettled him moments ago. Zhao Laosan cracked his neck, his face contorted in malice, and bellowed as he swung his club. The other four simultaneously launched their attacks, employing fists and palms in an apparent attempt to restrain Su Shu. This coordinated assault caused Su Shu to regard them with a measure of respect. Had they encountered a novice cultivator at the chi-refining stage, they might indeed have succeeded. However, they were no match for him. Su Shu's gaze sharpened as he gripped the knife with one hand and gently pushed the little girl away, urging her to distance herself from the fray. In the instant the four adversaries closed in, he unleashed a powerful strike, Tai Chi, with a sudden surge of strength. He swung toward the two men at his flank. The sound of slicing air echoed as he severed the heads of both men. Their bodies continued to propel forward from inertia while their severed heads and blood danced through the air. The guards stationed at a distance were struck with terror and swiftly mobilized toward the scene. The remaining two men, witnessing the swift and decisive execution, were paralyzed with fear and fled toward the guards. Zhao Laosan, gritting his teeth, recognized he may have bitten off more than he could chew, yet he refused to retreat. Regrettably for him, Su Shu had no intention of sparing any of them. With a swift motion, he cleaved Zhao Laosan's club in two. In the midst of Zhao Laosan's astonishment, Su Shu advanced rapidly, pursuing the two fleeing men. With his right hand wielding the knife and his left forming a fist, he struck. Blood gushed forth violently as yet another head, filled with defiance, fell to the ground. The last man was sent hurtling toward the guards by the full force of Su Shu's punch. 3 men fell to his blade, 1 to his fist. Yet Su Shu remained pristine in his white attire. His expression cold, he turned his gaze toward the bewildered guards and took a step forward, declaring death. The little girl's anxiety transformed into exhilaration, delight, and admiration. 2 others attempted to charge ahead, but were swiftly pulled back by their companions toward the city gate. Only Zhao Laosan remained, trembling and swallowing hard in fear. Su Shu approached him with an impassive demeanor, each step resonating like a hammer upon Zhao Laosan's heart. Though he was no stranger to violence, he had never witnessed such a merciless display of slaughter. Little brother, Zhao Laosan conceded, this time, I acknowledge defeat. Let us not cross paths further. I apologize for my previous actions towards you. Zhao Laosan suppressed the fear swelling within him, sweat trickling into his eyes. Yet he steadfastly fixed his gaze upon Su Shu. It seemed that Su Shu was oblivious to his presence, continuing to approach with measured steps. Without hesitation, Zhao Laosan shifted tactics and threatened, little brother, my family has an immortal residing in Qingshan County. Perhaps the mention of a mortal wielded an overwhelming power over mere mortals. Zhao Laosan noticed Su Shu pause a few steps ahead, as if contemplating whether it was worth offending an immortal by taking his life. He breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing his ill fortune. However, he soon felt a sense of pride for his powerful backing. An immortal. Brother, I see you are quite fierce yourself. How about allying with me? I promise you will become an immortal. Zhao Laosan pounded his chest, speaking boisterously. In that moment, his previous trepidation dissipated, replaced by a subtle arrogance. A young girl, believing Su Shu might be intimidated by the immortal's reputation and thus reluctant to harm Zhao Laosan, suddenly steeled herself. She rushed towards Su Shu, intent on snatching the knife from his grasp. Yet, Su Shu denied her the opportunity. With a fingertip, he gently pressed against her forehead and said, do not be alarmed. I have but a question. He neither declared intent to kill nor to spare. Such calm words stirred a sudden unease within the young girl, a sentiment mirrored in Zhao Laosan. Su Shu turned his gaze towards him and calmly inquired, you, a non-martial artist, why is your physique stronger than that of ordinary men? The 4 deceased individuals had been unremarkable, yet Zhao Laosan's resilience and strength surpassed that of an average person. Zhao Laosan, feeling anxious, asked, are you not going to kill me? Su Shu pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. As long as you speak the truth, I shall spare your life. Hearing this, the young girl felt a pang of sadness. Yet, Recognizing that Su Shu had already aided her greatly, she refrained from insisting he take a life. Without Su Shu's intervention, she might have perished that day. Seeing Su Shu's earnest demeanor, Zhao Laosan felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. He then harbored vengeful thoughts. As long as he survived today, he would have the scholar hung on the city wall that very night, displayed for 3 days and nights as a lesson to others. Had he not noticed how the beggars no longer looked at him with fear? With a sly grin, he replied, "In the county town, at number 137, there is a well in the backyard. I grew up drinking from that well, which is why my body is so robust." Su Shu smiled faintly and lightly swung his rusted blade. Lies come at a cost. Ah! Zhao Laosan's left tendon was severed, blood cascading down his arm as excruciating pain threatened to engulf him. Terrified, he exclaimed, "Hero, I did not lie." Su Shu merely scoffed and swung the blade again. Ah! This time, it was the right tendon. Zhao Laosan had already knelt, pleading, "Hero, spare me. Have mercy." He gazed helplessly and fearfully at the scholar as he raised the knife once more, exclaiming in haste, "I confess. It's in the magistrate's office. The well is in the magistrate's office." Su Shu pondered for a moment, observing Zhao Laosan, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of laughter, still lying. With a swift strike, he severed the tendons of Zhao Laosan's feet once again. "Ah, you've ruined me. You little brat, you're doomed. How dare you touch me? The county magistrate will kill you and turn you into a walking stick." With his limbs rendered useless, Zhao Laosan no longer held any hope and shouted with venomous rage. Su Shu toyed with the small knife, chuckling softly, "Even if I were to suffer, you wouldn't witness it." Zhao Laosan bellowed, "You promised that as long as I told you, you wouldn't kill me. You deceived me." Su Shu replied enigmatically, "I did not deceive you. It's not I who wish to end your life." He then tossed the rusted knife lightly to the young girl, saying casually, "You handle it yourself." The young girl took the blood-stained knife, and her dim eyes suddenly sparkled with resolve. Zhao Laosan finally comprehended. He was to be slain by this little girl. "You wretched scoundrel. I curse you." Before he could finish his curse, the girl plunged the knife fiercely into his thigh. Arterial blood gushed forth, splattering her clothes and face. Yet, she displayed no fear. Rather, she seemed invigorated, gently licking the warm blood that trickled near her lips. Zhao Laosan, terrified by the girl, lost control of his bladder and wept, "Grandma, ancestor, I beg you spare me." The girl struck again, this time into his other thigh. She appeared unwilling to end his life swiftly, instead crouching beside him, stabbing him repeatedly. All over his body, every part except for his heart and head was punctured. Su Shu felt a pang of cruelty within himself. But as he witnessed Zhao Laosan being mercilessly tortured into a pulp by the girl, he could no longer suppress the nausea rising within him. "Ugh, over there." The girl's mouth was smeared with the rancid mixture of her own gastric fluids, mingled with Zhao Laosan's blood and the splattered chunks of flesh. She had been both vomiting and stabbing until, half an hour later, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Su Shu was bewildered. Here he was, a master who had claimed countless lives, yet he found himself nauseated by the methods of a young girl. In truth, the overwhelming sense of disgust was the primary reason. The girl's gruesome act merely served as a catalyst. He gazed at the young girl, who had fainted from fatigue, yet still clutched the rusted knife tightly in her hand. Su Shu sighed, shaking his head. One could only wonder what immense hatred could drive a girl, who should be cherishing her youth, to suppress her own revulsion and weakness to exact vengeance upon her enemy. He had understood from the moment the girl accused Zhao Laosan that there was enmity between them. However, witnessing the scene of her revenge firsthand, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Zhao Laosan, now reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Indeed, sympathy. Su Shu felt that he could now use his meat buns as dumplings. His expression was complex as he approached the little girl. He was uncertain whether helping her was the right choice. Perhaps today she sought vengeance, but what about tomorrow? What of the future? The wildness with which she wielded a knife was reminiscent of a born butcher. Reflecting on her actions, he recalled how she had taken advantage of Zhao Laosan's bluster to accuse him of murder, inciting his fury. She then danced around him, entangled him, and attacked with stones she had long prepared, further enraging Zhao Laosan while lowering his guard. Had she not been so eager in that moment of drawing her blade, she might have truly triumphed over him. A chill ran down Su Shu's spine. "Father, mother, grandfather," the little girl murmured softly. In that moment, she lay amidst a pool of blood and dismembered flesh. Though she resembled a demon, her words and dreams were strikingly innocent. Ultimately, Su Shu could not bring himself to slay an innocent little girl for the potential emergence of a villain in the future. He would rather believe that his judgment was flawed. With a soft sigh, he looked at the girl and said, "If you become malevolent in the future, I shall personally take your life. I hope from this day forth, you can live happily and not succumb to hatred." With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and a mark appeared, immediately sinking into the girl's dantian. Chapter 37. Ning Yuyu. The night in Qingshan County was indeed chaotic. After Su Shu carried the little girl into the city, he casually found an inn to stay in. The sounds of quarrels, curses, women's weeping, and infants wailing echoed outside the window. That night marked the first time since arriving in this world that Su Shu did not sleep. Armed with a rusted knife and clad in dark attire, he relentlessly dispatched those who committed wrongdoing. From the cloak of night until the first light of dawn, he meticulously counted. He had slain 17 confirmed evildoers. There were others whose identities remained ambiguous, and in the midst of ongoing disputes, he refrained from intervening. He was no saint, yet the sights and sounds around him compelled him to believe that such wickedness should not exist in the world. As the sun rose, he gazed at the city guards skillfully collecting the bodies and cleaning the streets, scoffing at the irony. The so-called Qingshan was purported to be a paradise, a place of tranquility, yet this Qingshan had transformed into a bastion of sin. After a long while, he managed to calm his tumultuous thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. Ding! 6 consecutive check-ins successful. He obtained 20 pure yang purple pills. On this day, he merely absorbed the innate purple chi emanating from the heavens and earth, not consuming the pills. He sensed that his current state of mind was somewhat unstable. At times, he even entertained the notion of annihilating the entire city of Qingshan. After operating 2 complete circulations of his energy, he halted his cultivation and began practicing Tai Chi from his past life to restore his peace of mind. Time passed quietly. The little girl on the bed furrowed her brows and opened her large eyes. Her first instinct upon waking was to reach for a knife, instantly becoming cautious. It was only when she saw Su Shu calmly gazing at her that she realized she had been saved by him. She silently observed the young man clad in white robes, now stained with deep crimson. Suddenly, a smile illuminated her face as she softly murmured, "Brother." Su Shu was taken aback. The little girl opened her arms, yearning to embrace him, leaving him at a loss. Had he not witnessed the horrors of Qingshan County the previous night, he might have thought her a natural-born butcher. Yet, upon grasping the reality of her circumstances, any disdain he felt evaporated. Thus, Su Shu stepped forward gently and enveloped the foul-smelling child in his embrace, tenderly patting her back. The little girl greedily inhaled his scent, her caution gradually dissipating. "Have you always lived here?" she whispered. "Yes," she replied softly. "Why do you not leave this place?" "Because my grandfather. My parents are all from here," the girl stammered. In that moment, Su Shu realized her voice was as melodious as a lark, starkly contrasting the hoarseness he had heard the day before. He sighed deeply. It was merely her camouflage. "Where are they now?" Su Shu inquired gently. Although her demeanor suggested they were likely no longer alive, perhaps victims of Zhao Laosan, he felt compelled to hear her answer, as it might shape his perception of her. "My parents died long ago. My mother was violated by him, and then took her own life. My father sought revenge for my mother and was killed by him. My grandfather raised me, begging at the city gate. But that man demanded a fee for our stall, which my grandfather could not pay, and he was beaten to death. I had gone to the mountains to gather wild vegetables that day, leaving me all alone." Her words were tinged with a hint of tears. Su Shu could even feel the warmth and wetness on his shoulder. A few simple sentences conveyed the tragic life of the little girl and her deep-seated resentment toward Zhao Laosan. "What is your name?" Su Shu's tone softened further. She replied quietly, "Ning Yuyu." "And how old are you?" 17, she answered. Su Shu was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. A 17-year-old girl. Yet she appeared as frail as a 12 or 13-year-old boy. It was well known that boys of that age typically do not develop as girls do. However, recalling the girl's upbringing, he quickly understood. "Why do you call me brother?" Su Shu couldn't help but ask. As he posed the question, he noticed the girl's ears turning almost crimson. "Nevertheless," Ning Yuyu whispered in his ear, "because you are the kindest person I have ever met." Su Shu couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was the first time he had ever been described as kind, and it felt rather peculiar. Just yesterday, his hands were stained with the lives of 17 people, yet he was being labeled as benevolent. He had never considered himself a good person. He merely intervened when he could not tolerate injustice. "You simply have not witnessed the world outside. There are many who are far kinder than your brother," Su Shu said gently. Ning Yuyu suddenly embraced Su Shu tightly. The scent of vomit and the unpleasant odor emanating from her body assaulted his nostrils. Yet he found it not repulsive at all, for he, too, had once been in such a wretched state. "Brother is the kindest person because he helps Yuyu when no one else will," Ning Yuyu asserted firmly. Su Shu seemed to grasp the girl's intent. His expression shifted awkwardly as he stammered. "It was he who was bullying me. I merely acted in self-defense." He tried to wiggle free, only to find that Ning Yuyu clung to him with unwavering tenacity. "No, it was he who bullied Yuyu, and brother intervened," Su Shu muttered in exasperation. This seemed to suggest she intended to cling to him. "I merely acted on impulse. In my past life, such occurrences were far from rare." "Why did they not happen then?" "Then Yuyu should go take a bath." Su Shu decided to employ a strategy to buy time. hoping to persuade Ning Yuyu to release her grip. Grandfather said I mustn't wash, she replied with a hint of grievance. Su Shu felt a headache coming on. He could only coax her, just wash up. Brother has prepared the water for you. A nice fragrant bath will surely please me. Perhaps this persuaded Ning Yuyu, for her resolve seemed to waver. Yet, it was evident that her survival outside the city demonstrated her intelligence. What if brother abandons me? Su Shu chuckled awkwardly. How could I? Rest assured, brother would never deceive you. But brother tricked that person yesterday. Ning Yuyu's eyes sparkled with mischief, her smile crescent-shaped. Su Shu coughed, trying to clarify, I did not deceive him, all right? I did not kill him. But brother told me to. Ning Yuyu said innocently. Had Su Shu not witnessed her ruthlessly dispatch Zhao Laosan the previous day, he might have been swayed by her naive demeanor. Su Shu's mind raced as he contemplated how to extricate himself from her clinginess. Suddenly, Ning Yuyu exclaimed playfully, if brother and I make a pact, I will go take a bath. After a moment's thought, he reluctantly agreed to her proposal. Indeed, once the pact was made, Ning Yuyu immediately released her hold and joyfully made her way to the washroom. Watching her delighted figure, Su Shu murmured softly, brother has his own aspirations and cannot attend to you. But you are quite clever, you will surely take care of yourself. With that, he left behind some silver coins from the previous day's grim work, and upon hearing the sounds of bathing from the washroom, he quietly slipped away from the room. Chapter 38. The frenzied youths of Qingshan Town. In the washroom, a little girl stood silently outside the basin, scooping water from the wooden tub and spilling it onto the ground. After a moment, she paused, straining to listen to the stillness outside. Ning Yuyu's face remained expressionless. She understood that there was likely no one outside. He had departed. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she grappled with the incomprehensible nature of his broken promise. Though she possessed considerable intelligence, her youth rendered her obstinately naive in certain respects. Had Su Shu remained merely a vagabond as in his past life, valuing swift vengeance and prioritizing martial prowess, he might have chosen to stay. However, he had now become a cultivator, burdened with the shame of manhood, dedicated to the practice of pure yang techniques. Upon entering, she had tested his resolve. Should he burst in, he would confront her blade. Should he choose to stay, he would be welcomed by her embrace. Yet, he had departed. A soft laugh escaped her lips as she gazed absently at the steaming surface of the water. Thus, she would offer him both the blade and the embrace. Her light laughter transformed into genuine joy, the smudges on her face barely concealing her underlying exquisite beauty. You claim that if I bathe in fragrant water, you would be fond of me, yet you are unaware that the magistrate's daughter shares the same fondness, he. I know you will certainly visit the magistrate's office. Brother, you cannot escape. With a gentle leap, she gracefully jumped into the wooden tub. Ning Yuyu's intuition proved accurate. Su Shu was indeed en route to the magistrate's office. Zhao Laosan's formidable physical prowess left a profound impression on him. Were he merely a cultivator, he might have been indifferent. Yet, he was also a warrior. To him, cultivators were akin to sorcerers, summoning the elements of nature, capable of severing heads from thousands of miles away with but a thought. Warriors, on the other hand, were the epitome of physical strength. He knew not the pinnacle of physical prowess, yet his curiosity was piqued. In his past life, the peak was represented by the third level of qi refinement, which filled him with a sense of discontent. In that era, there were no cultivators, only warriors. However, now both existed. Zhao Laosan, despite his apparent ignorance of martial arts, could undoubtedly drag to death anyone at the first or even second level of qi refinement with sheer physical strength. What if he, too, possessed such physical qualities, effortlessly wielding spells combined with formidable close combat prowess? As for the techniques of martial arts, he had already traveled quite a distance. Yet, he had never considered enhancing his physical attributes. The moment Zhao Laosan withstood a kick that would have easily incapacitated a mere first-level qi refiner, his heart began to race. If physical prowess could be enhanced like spiritual power, then warriors could possess terrifying strength akin to that of cultivators. Su Shu forcibly restrained the tumult within his heart. Recalling Zhao Laosan's words, he had mentioned two locations, number 137 in the county town and the magistrate's office. Evidently, one of these two locations must be where he seeks salvation, or perhaps both. At present, the possibility of the county office mentioned later seems more plausible. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the genuine potential of the location marked as 137. After all, he had no way of knowing whether Zhao Laosan was truthful or not. He merely wished to provide Ning Yuyu with an opportunity for vengeance. Regardless of Zhao Laosan's claims, Su Shu would inevitably reject his words and sever his tendons. The throngs in the streets gradually swelled, predominantly composed of men, while only a few elderly women lingered. The caution, greed, and desire reflected in their eyes were unmistakable. All the young men appeared robust, resembling the bodybuilders of a previous world. At this moment, Su Shu's perception of this county had plummeted to an all-time low. along with his regard for the so-called Great Xia dynasty. Suddenly, Su Shu paused. It was conceivable for one or two individuals, or perhaps a handful, to exhibit such behavior. But why did it seem as though the entire city mirrored this? Why did the strong young men bear such striking resemblance to Zhao Laosan's group? Gradually, he discerned that the gazes of those within the city were largely fixed upon him, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. The pretty boy seemed rather appealing, eliciting a lewd grin from someone nearby. I have my eye on him, don't you dare compete with me. As the two began to argue, tensions escalated, and they soon engaged in a scuffle. The onlookers appeared remarkably accustomed to such occurrences, standing by with their arms crossed, mockingly observing, and even expressing excitement at the sight of injury and blood. How reminiscent this was of the underground fighting rings of Blue Star. The unabashed desires and thirst for blood were beyond what any rational person could comprehend. Su Shu exhaled slowly, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd of ill-intentioned onlookers. His expression remained impassive as he declared, within 3 steps, you shall die? Some were momentarily taken aback, others burst into laughter, and a few began to hurl insults. Yet, none retreated. Su Shu's brow furrowed deeper. He had not noticed any physical discrepancies the previous night, but upon closer inspection today, something felt amiss. While some might have a penchant for bodybuilding, surely not every young man in the city could share such an affinity. Clearly, there was something awry beneath the surface. Although it appeared to be merely an indulgence of emotions at the moment, what might transpire at night? He distinctly recalled that among the 17 individuals from last night, more than half exhibited similar traits. Could physical strength influence desire? Before he could ponder this further, someone rushed forward eagerly. Pretty boy, come here. Come home with your brother. I will treat you well. The young man leered. Su Shu smiled softly. Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Before the man could react, his skull was instantly crushed by a single punch from Su Shu. The sound echoed, and blood and brain matter splattered wildly. This time, Su Shu made no effort to leave himself unscathed. Here, he required an aura of intimidation, and nothing could be more fearsome than this display. Indeed, upon witnessing the headless figure collapse, several individuals immediately exhibited terror and fled the scene. However, a greater number became even more exhilarated. Su Shu sneered, proclaiming that he would dispatch any who approached, one or many, for none of them appeared virtuous. With a graceful step, he evaded the oncoming shadows, delivering another powerful blow. A burly man was sent flying back, inadvertently dragging along those who had rushed forward in fervor. Yet, this was still insufficient to deter them. Thus, Su Shu relentlessly began to harvest the lives of these individuals. His hands transformed into lethal instruments, either tearing throats or shattering organs, or delivering crushing blows to skulls. Gradually, he discerned that these assailants seemed entranced, devoid of fear, consumed solely by their overwhelming desires. Robust young men continued to surge forth from the distance, and Su Shu grew increasingly impatient. He had to uncover the source of their madness. Otherwise, he would soon be overwhelmed. Thus, he activated the 9 Suns transformation technique, awakening the yang eye of his left eye. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the crimson spirits clinging to these men. Chapter 39. The Frenzy of Ning Yuyu at the New Moon Inn. A young girl clad in a pale yellow dress descended the staircase with deliberate grace. The previously unceasing clamor of animated discussions within the inn gradually faded to silence upon her arrival. A faint fragrance wafted from her flowing hair, which appeared slightly damp, as if she had just bathed. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features that captivated onlookers. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her skin was as white as snow, and her luminous, clear eyes exuded an air of profound calm and indifference. Though her figure was somewhat slender, her beauty was undeniable, albeit tinged with a hint of youthful innocence. The innkeeper, an elderly man, rubbed his eyes repeatedly, confusion etched upon his wrinkled visage. When had this enchanting girl checked into the inn? He had no recollection whatsoever. The sound of someone swallowing hard echoed in the inn. Little sister, where do you live? I can escort you home, for free. The robust young man's eyes burned with unmasked desire for individuals of his ilk. Such a delicate and exquisite young girl was the epitome of allure, igniting their protective instincts. This girl, whom they would have overlooked just the day before, was none other than Ning Yuyu, who evidently possessed a keen understanding of the young men within the city. Feigning helplessness, she inquired, "The magistrate was here just yesterday. How can he be absent this morning? Sir, have you seen the magistrate?" The old man fell into deep contemplation once more. Had the magistrate visited last night? He turned his gaze towards the innocent, charming young girl, and a sense of certainty began to form in his heart. With this girl present, it was indeed possible that the magistrate had graced them with his presence. Yet, the young man displayed an expression of terror. It was a consequence of the magistrate's taboo. No wonder he dared to stroll through the streets in broad daylight. The robust youth, unafraid of heaven or earth, was now drenched in cold sweat upon hearing the magistrate's name. The wretched child had dared to offend the magistrate's esteemed daughter. His eyes filled with dread as he began to slap himself repeatedly. The patrons of the inn, who had been fixated on the young girl, suddenly averted their gaze at the mention of the magistrate, bowing their heads in unison, no longer daring to look again. Ning Yu could not help but smirk inwardly. She understood that in this Qingshan town, these young men feared nothing but the magistrate. The despised magistrate had a notorious fondness for young maidens, and the magistrate's residence was indeed her destination. As long as she presented herself appropriately, there would be no need for embellishments. The magistrate's people would soon appear. Just as she reached the entrance of the inn, 2 squads of armored city guards hastily approached from a distant corner. She smiled innocently. "Have you come to escort me on the magistrate's orders?" The leading guard captain furrowed his brow as he scrutinized her, taking in her appearance. This girl certainly matched the magistrate's preferences, yet he had never encountered her in the rear courtyard. With a shift in thought, he scoffed. "You are not one of the magistrate's people. To dare impersonate someone from my magistrate's residence, I shall make you regret it." He leered, attempting to grasp the exquisite girl. However, she appeared somewhat frightened, retreating a few steps in haste while reaching out her hands to block the captain's approach. Suddenly, a burly man beside the captain, with keen eyes, noticed the girl's vermilion mark. "Stop. This girl is not to be touched, Captain Chun." He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the captain. The captain, somewhat annoyed, thought, "What does it matter? She is merely a little girl. Are you competing with me?" He had even tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword at his waist. The man showed no fear of the captain, but rather replied coldly, "It is the magistrate's decree. All girls must be first tasted by the magistrate. Should you achieve merit, the magistrate will reward you in due time, but not now." Indeed. Upon hearing the magistrate's title, the captain's countenance turned as pale as the men in the inn, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. He hastily retreated several steps, bowing his head in a respectful salute. The man no longer regarded him, shifting his gaze back to the exquisite girl, and frowned. "Who are you? Why do you claim to be from my magistrate's residence?" The young girl was in a state of panic, her delicate hands flitting nervously before her. "And my brother said he needed to seek assistance from the county magistrate." The man paused momentarily, realizing that the girl's brother had betrayed his own sister for personal gain. "Where's your brother?" He left me alone to find the magistrate." The girl appeared exceedingly bashful, struggling to articulate her words. Observing her demeanor, the man's suspicions began to dissipate. The brother had gone ahead to negotiate with the magistrate, leaving his sister hidden away as a bargaining chip. He could not suppress his disdain for the brother who had sold his sister for advancement. "Sir, could you please take me to my brother? I am afraid." The girl was on the verge of tears. Seeing her pitiful appearance, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, the man felt a pang of sympathy for the exquisite maiden. "Very well, I shall escort you to your brother." With a lewd grin, he entered the magistrate's office, no longer seeking her brother, but rather intending to exploit the situation for his own gain. Ning Yu observed their repulsive expressions with keen eyes. On the surface, she maintained her helpless facade, yet inwardly, she scoffed. Today, she either intended to eliminate a scoundrel within the magistrate's office or live on with grace, seeking a chance to take down this group of miscreants. She would no longer tolerate their vexation. Indeed, she was also placing a gamble, risking her life twice, betting that Su Shu would arrive at the magistrate's office first and that he would come to her rescue once more. Her choice of Su Shu was straightforward. She needed strength and a compassionate heart. His formidable abilities ignited a flicker of hope within her, solidifying her resolve to keep him by her side and learn the art of combat from him. Everything else, including the notion of a brother, was merely a ruse to deceive others. Had he agreed to her request at that moment, she might have genuinely accepted him as a brother, at least outwardly. However, he had betrayed her trust. How could a mortal girl entangled with someone as formidable as Zhao Laosan, who nearly killed her, be so easily dismissed? Ning Yu gazed at the man, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "You are just as good as my brother," she remarked. The man was taken aback, almost bursting into laughter. "Your brother sold you, yet you still call him a good man. Quite amusing. We complement each other well." He regarded Ning Yu's youthful and enchanting visage. Feeling a surge of desire, silently, he mused that once the magistrate had sampled this exquisite gem, he would ensure she was bestowed upon him. Such a pitiful yet captivating treasure, he could never bear to hand her over to that fool Chun. Thus, he spoke gently. "Do not worry, little sister. I shall care for you just as your true brother would." With a grand gesture, he confidently led the city guards and the enchanting maiden toward the magistrate's office. Chapter 40. Connecting the dots. Additional recommendation. Meanwhile, Su Shu, having extricated himself from the crowd, felt a headache brewing. He was perplexed by the nature of the Crimson Fiend. However, it is evident that it is precisely due to that entity that these individuals have become devoid of fear. He reflected deeply on Zhao Laosan, only to realize that Zhao Laosan bore a certain distinction from them. In his final moments, he understood fear and trepidation, perhaps even more so than the individuals currently before him. Were it not for their physical resemblance, Su Shu might have believed there was no connection between them. Yet, since entering the city, he had begun to speculate. These fearless commoners might be either failed creations or mere sustenance. Though those who have lost their emotions may initially exhibit unparalleled courage, gradually, they succumb to the illusion of strength, losing their essence and their souls. Much like the ominous red demon that stared at him, Su Shu exhaled heavily. According to Zhao Laosan, he had an acquaintance with the county magistrate, and their relationship was rather significant. Moreover, Zhao Laosan expressed absolute confidence that the magistrate could reduce him to a mere human stick. Thus, this county magistrate must indeed be the immortal Zhao Laosan spoke of, a being who thrives on negative emotions and is connected to the soul. Su Shu's pupils constricted suddenly. Could it be the soul-devouring sect, one of the three great evil sects? The might of the soul-devouring sect is thoroughly documented in the archives of Isilwan Peak. He could not help but ponder further. The soul-devouring sect is invincible among its peers before the golden elixir stage, yet somewhat weakened thereafter. The path of the soul, and Zhao Laosan's peculiar constitution. Could this be a scheme laid down by the soul-devouring sect to study formidable physical forms? At this moment, Su Shu's heart was filled with unease. He had initially thought it merely a peculiar occurrence, but as all clues converged and he deduced further, he realized that it was highly likely that the soul-devouring sect was orchestrating something. He was but a humble qi refining stage cultivator, while the soul-devouring sect, comparable to the Hehuan sect, possessed unfathomable strength. Was he truly to challenge a mountain with an egg? Su Shu sighed lightly. Had he not encountered this situation, he might have remained undisturbed, but now, he could not find peace within himself. The first time he beheld the beggars outside the city, he was initially astonished. Yet upon entering, everything became clear. They understood that only outside the city lay the chance for survival. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Zhao Laosan was the cruel enforcer overseeing them. However, there remained one point of mystery. If Zhao Laosan was indeed aligned with the county magistrate, why did the city guards not come to his aid against him? If one were to deduce further, only one explanation would suffice. The city guards and Zhao Laosan were not allies. This realization clarified much. The figure numbered 137, as mentioned by Zhao Laosan, and the county office represented two distinct factions. They were not comrades, yet they operated with remarkable synergy, concurrently conspiring within this Qingshan town. In that moment, the entire situation became illuminated. As long as I further comprehend the peculiarities that still linger within the town, I cannot help but be struck by the absence of young women on the streets. A profound dread envelopes Su Shu. The only nearby sect that can be associated with women is the Harmony Sect, with a predominance of men over women. Su Shu has been able to convince himself not to dwell on it. Yet, what is the current state of Qingshan town? What schemes are the two major sects, the Harmony Sect and the Soul-Devouring Sect, along with the Great Xia dynasty, concocting? Are they engaging in human experimentation, indulging in their desires? Or is there some other underlying motive? At this juncture, Su Shu believes his deductions are nearly accurate. Hence, the pressing matter is to discern who among the number 137 and the county government are affiliated with the Harmony Sect and who with the Soul-Devouring Sect. He recalls Zhao Laosan's words, realizing that he had only exhibited the prowess of an ordinary martial artist, concealing his identity as a cultivator. Thus, from Zhao Laosan's perspective, it is evident that a celestial being could easily deal with him. The only celestial being he could command would naturally be one of his own. Conversely, those who wish to frame him must belong to the opposing faction. A subtle smile graces Su Shu's lips. Number 137 is undoubtedly someone from Zhao Laosan's soul-devouring sect, while the county government is likely aligned with the Harmony Sect. Consequently, in his final moments, he repeatedly declared that the county magistrate would not spare him. Yet, he made no mention of number 137, for he understood that if he were to perish at his hands, retribution would surely follow from his allies. Of course, there exists the possibility of miscalculation. Perhaps Zhao Laosan is not as astute, leading to a reversal of roles. Nevertheless, Su Shu surmises that a malevolent individual like Zhao Laosan would undoubtedly portray his assailant as a common enemy to ensure absolute security. If that is the case, then the path is clear. He possesses the 9 Peaks token of the Harmony Sect. Thus, with a light chuckle, Su Shu dons his attire as a menial disciple of the Harmony Sect from his storage space. What a splendid garment! He cannot help but marvel at it. The garb of a menial disciple is the very aspect that makes one easily underestimated. How amusing! Having swiftly changed into the menial disciple's robes, he decides to first venture to the county government to gather some intelligence. He employs a basic transformation spell to render his appearance considerably more ordinary. As he strides boldly down the street once more, the burly men who had previously intended to confront him now regard him with trepidation. casting wary glances at his golden-threaded white robe. Observing this, Su Shu cannot suppress a quiet smile. His gamble has paid off. Everything unfolds precisely as he had surmised. With one faction confirmed as the Harmony Sect, he can now seek opportunities to leverage this to his advantage. Strength is not merely a matter of cultivation. Intellect is also a form of power. Whistling cheerfully, he ambles down the street, reveling in the disconcerted expressions of those imposing figures. How delightful it must have been for them to assault him earlier. Now why do they falter? As he approached a corner, he suddenly beheld a captain of the city guards escorting a young maiden into the government office. He paused momentarily, struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding the girl. Thus, he meticulously pondered over the young women he had encountered in this world, only to find that none matched the image before him. After all, he was acquainted with only a handful, the weakest of whom was merely an outer sect elder of foundational cultivation. Yet, a mere group of ordinary soldiers could hardly be entrusted with escorting a foundational cultivator. Consequently, he dismissed it as a mere illusion of his own making. With his emotions gathered, Su Shu strode confidently towards the county office. On the other hand, several city guards, noticing his approach, moved forward to inquire. Suddenly, they recognized the attire he bore, which strikingly resembled that of their county magistrate. Their hearts raced in alarm. Why had someone arrived so soon? Wasn't there still some time left? They could hardly fathom that someone would audaciously dare to commit an act of violence, and then appear nonchalantly to gather information. The soldiers hastily bowed, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed immortal." At last, the tension in Su Shu's heart dissipated. Until he had received confirmation, he had feared his deductions were flawed. Fortunately, he was indeed correct. Chapter 41. The pink-clad county office, recommended for additional updates. Within the county office, a young man clad in a deep pink robe paced anxiously in the courtyard. He had learned that the city guards had discovered a stunning beauty who boldly declared herself to be the magistrate's woman and sought to find him. Initially perplexed, he suspected that one of his treasures had misbehaved and ventured out, inadvertently revealing her identity. However, upon inspecting his treasure chamber, he found all was as it should be. It was only when his messenger arrived that he realized it was a helpless girl seeking her brother. He had heard rumors of her outstanding beauty, surpassing all previous gems he had encountered. Thankfully, the city guards had already brought her to him. Otherwise, he would have considered searching for the young lady himself. "My lord, Ning Yuyu has arrived." The magistrate's eyes lit up. "My dear heart, have you finally come? Please, do come in." The pink-clad man rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation. What extraordinary treasure could possibly eclipse all his former gems? When Ning Yuyu made her entrance, the man inhaled sharply, nearly breathless. Her youthful and enchanting visage, combined with a naive expression, perhaps stemming from her unfamiliar surroundings, stirred within him an overwhelming sense of protectiveness and possessiveness. In that moment, he completely forgot his previous treasures, captivated by the girl before him. The maiden, unable to contain her curiosity, surveyed her surroundings until her innocent gaze settled upon the pink-clad man. She lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson, and her sparkling eyes shone with a hint of admiration as she shyly inquired, "My lord, have you seen my brother?" The gentleman in the pink attire felt a surge of confidence. Clearing his throat twice, he endeavored to soften his expression. "I do not know the whereabouts of your brother, but rest assured, I shall assist you in finding him. Until then, consider me your elder brother." In her eyes, there danced a trifecta of timidity, shyness, and admiration, accompanied by a touch of concern. Upon hearing his words, her countenance brightened, as if the unease stemming from her unfamiliar surroundings had been dispelled by his reassurances. She blinked her large eyes and joyfully exclaimed, "Indeed, what my brother said is true. The county magistrate is just as good as my brother. He will certainly take care of me." Then, suddenly blushing, she softly called out, "Brother." The pink-clad magistrate felt his heart nearly melt at this endearing utterance, and hurriedly responded, "By day, a brother. By night, a lover." Oh, how he cherished this little sister. "So, your name is Ning Yuyu, is it?" he gently inquired. Ning Yuyu nodded shyly, a smile gracing her lips. "County magistrate brother, what is your name?" The gentleman pondered for a moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "My surname is Qin. You may call me Brother Qin." Ning Yuyu felt a wave of distaste within, recognizing the playful pun he was making. Yet, the joy on her face grew more pronounced as she softly replied, "Brother says the county magistrate is the best. So I shall remember your kindness and continue to call you county magistrate brother." The magistrate could not help but feel a sense of pride for her brother, believing he had praised him to soothe his sister before sending her off. "Very well, it shall be as you wish." He glanced at Ning Yuyu's attire, his brow furrowing slightly, but he quickly relaxed. "County magistrate brother will take you to change into beautiful new clothes, and then we shall seek your brother together, shall we?" Ning Yuyu, with eyes full of yearning and a hint of shyness, replied, "I wish to wear new clothes when my brother arrives." The magistrate smiled gently. County magistrate brother is also a brother. I long to see you in fine garments, just as your brother does. At his words, Ning Yu felt a pang of distress. This put her carefully crafted persona in jeopardy, as she had disguised herself as the innocent and obedient sister who listens to her brother. To refuse would surely arouse the magistrate's suspicions, and at that point, his demeanor could easily shift from gentle to volatile. She had intended to use her FAAD to buy time with the magistrate, but this pesky fellow was far too eager, leaving her with no room for delay. Doubts began to gnaw at her regarding Su Shu. Had he truly come to the magistrate's residence, or had he departed without her knowledge? As the pink-clad magistrate drew nearer, beads of perspiration formed on Ning Yu's forehead. Despite her cleverness and intelligence, she remains merely an ordinary girl, lacking the strength to contend with celestial beings. At last, he stood before her. She felt the county official's gaze, laden with desire and obsession, as if he wished to strip her of her garments. Ning Yu's small hand discreetly clutched the rusted knife hidden beneath her abdomen, ready to face this scoundrel in a fight to the death. County official brother. Suddenly, a guard interrupted her, reporting to the Lord, a visitor from the Immortal Sect has arrived. The county official's demeanor darkened at the guard's intrusion. But the mention of the Immortal Sect instantly tempered his expression. His current indulgent lifestyle was a fortune granted by being one of the disciples of the Huan sect. He exhaled heavily and ordered, "Let him come." He hoped this visitor would not be an old lecher. Otherwise, Ning Yu's extraordinary beauty would be difficult to conceal. Ning Yu also sighed in relief, realizing she could buy some time. Her eyes darted. She needed a chance to lure this county official to the backyard. She distinctly remembered the man mentioning the issue with the well in the backyard. "Little sister, why don't you go play in the backyard? I will attend to our guest," he said with a gentle smile. Feigning admiration, Ning Yu pouted, "County official brother, I also want to see what an immortal looks like." This display of affection instantly caused the county official to regain his composure. "Damn it. No elixir can compare to the effectiveness of my sister's charm." Given the facade of gentleness he wore before her, he could not outright refuse her request unless he tore away his mask and forcibly claimed this enchanting little sister. Yet, those who indulge in such pursuits often appreciate a sense of romance, having grown weary of brute force, seeking something different. Moreover, the desire to see an immortal is a common aspiration, a yearning to glimpse their divine form, even to foolishly wish for a stroke of fate. The man could not help but sneer, "Immortals? As long as they bore a human aspect, they were all the same." After a moment's contemplation, he replied softly, "Very well. Let you, little sister, behold a true immortal." Ning Yu's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons, filled with joy. "However, you must not speak recklessly. I will be in charge of everything. Otherwise, county official brother cannot fulfill your request," he said with a narrowed-eyed smile. Ning Yu cursed inwardly but decided to acquiesce. After all, any delay was beneficial. Although she had initially considered fighting this scoundrel, she now at least had room to maneuver. Thus, she nodded in agreement to the county official's terms. Chapter 42. Neo Yud, additional chapter for the speaker, Ali. Meanwhile, in Su Shu's domain, he currently masqueraded as an immortal within the mortal realm. Hence, he chose to don an arrogant and disrespectful guise. When the city guards greeted him, he merely haughtily turned his nose up, offering no response. Too many words lead to folly. The city guards seemed accustomed to his demeanor, trailing behind him, constantly flattering him. Su Shu struggled to maintain his composure amidst their insipid flattery. Fortunately, he had already spotted a gentleman clad in pink and a breathtakingly beautiful young lady within the courtyard. His eyes narrowed slightly, taking in the deep pink robe. That was indeed Hua Hao Peak. Zhou Yan, who had previously clashed with him in the library, was also a disciple of Hua Hao Peak. Upon seeing him again, Su Shu immediately confirmed his identity. The cultivation method they practiced was one of yin and yang complementing each other. He silently mused. No wonder the women had not made an appearance. It turned out that the county office was filled with disciples of Hua Hao Peak. However, upon catching sight of the gentleman in pink, an inexplicable sense of oversight surged within Su Shu. Yet, everything at present aligned closely with his deductions. Moreover, it had been confirmed that disciples of the Huan sect were indeed causing trouble. Where could the oversight have occurred? After he could clearly discern the pale-faced, smiling disciple of Hua Hao Peak from the Huan sect, Su Shu halted his thoughts, deciding to proceed with caution. From a distance, the pink-clad county official spotted a figure in white approaching and was taken aback. In the sect, those in white robes were merely servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner elders, each category distinguished by only slight variations in attire. Initially, he had thought it was an elder coming his way. However, he quickly realized that if it were indeed an inner elder, there would be no need for idle chatter. They would simply come to issue orders. His expression began to shift into one of peculiarity. Was the visitor an outer disciple? That would simplify matters. Ning Yu, unfamiliar with the He Huan's sex garb, could only observe the seemingly arrogant young man in white. She couldn't help but harbor resentment, cursing this group of scoundrels who fancied themselves as immortals, yet committed acts unworthy even of beasts. Because Su Shu had yet to appear, she remained uncertain whether he was hiding in the shadows. Nevertheless, she needed to prepare for herself. Her gaze flitted between the young man in white and the pink-clad county official, pondering whom she might have to confront should her gamble go awry. The pink-clad county official was the first to speak, smilingly inquiring, "Esteemed friend, who might you be?" Su Shu snorted disdainfully, proclaiming with arrogance, "Can't you discern the garments I wear?" The county official retorted mockingly, "Does an outer servant disciple dare to flaunt their authority on my territory?" Su Shu merely scoffed, opting for silence. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a palm strike constructed from the essence of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, directed towards the pink-clad official. The official's eyes narrowed slightly as he changed his stance, instantly retaliating with a similar spiritual energy palm strike. His attack bore a slightly mottled hue, while Su Shu's was purer in essence. Thus, a tremendous crash echoed as their strikes collided, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris swirling throughout the courtyard, both palm imprints dissipating into the air simultaneously. Ning Yuyu's face went pale with shock. She could no longer contain her emotions, for the spectacle before her was simply unbelievable. These two so-called immortals had, with a single palm strike, utterly shattered the artificial mountain and pond situated between them. Was such power truly within the grasp of mere mortals? She began to doubt her presence here, feeling it to be a mistake, as her confidence in her small blade gradually waned. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a surge of excitement and fervor ignited within her. "I too shall grow stronger." Let us forget that scholarly fellow. Though well-meaning, his kindness proved futile, as he could barely fend off a few ordinary foes. The current figure clad in white in the county office exuded strength. The county office, however, was utterly repugnant and should be disregarded. Therefore, let us assess this individual in white. Yet, despite these thoughts, she could not entirely forget the moment when the scholar bravely emerged at the city gate to save her. A sigh escaped her heart, urging him not to return. This place was beyond his meager martial prowess. "You rescued me, only to betray my trust. I extended my gratitude, but you squandered it. Henceforth, let us remain as strangers." She seemed to have forgotten the warm tears she shed in the inn's lavatory. Meanwhile, the figure in pink from the county office grew increasingly solemn. A casual strike for assessment revealed at least the strength of a 7th layer Qi refinement. However, during their confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. The purity of spiritual energy and exceptional control were evident. That servant had astonishingly refined the Qi refinement technique, the essence of Yang, to such a level. Indeed, in that fleeting moment of combat, he had found himself faltering. Yet, Su Shu quickly tempered his strength, leading to a standoff. With a disdainful snort, he lifted his chin in pride. "Your cultivation cannot possibly belong to a mere servant." The county official furrowed his brow in concern. He recognized his precarious situation and acknowledged his oversight. However, this did not imply that his earlier strike represented his full capability. He, a named disciple of Hua Hao Peak, stood at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. It was merely that he had yet to fully gauge Su Shu's strength, as the latter had undoubtedly held back. At least, that was his belief. In truth, Su Shu felt a twinge of apprehension. Goodness, none of these inner peak disciples were weak. Except for that Jiang Shan. Everyone he encountered was, at the very least, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The recent strike had already pushed his essence of Yang to its utmost limits. It was his full power without resorting to any hidden cards. When he sensed the disdain from the man in pink, a plan quietly formed in his mind. Thus, he feigned nonchalance, retracting some of his strength to create an impasse. "Of course, I am but a servant disciple. Do you not see this attire I wear?" "Damn," Su Shu muttered angrily, revealing a strong undercurrent of resentment. The county official's lips twitched. Did he think me a fool? Where could one find a servant disciple at least at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, who had nearly perfected the essence of Yang? "I am a disciple of Hua Hao Peak, Jiang Huayu. How should I address you?" This time, the tone of the county official grew considerably more serious. He speculated that the individual before him might be a disciple who had erred under an elder's command, thus relegated to the status of a servant as punishment. As he could not ascertain his background, it was prudent to adopt a more amiable approach. "Laozi's surname is Niu, and his given name is Yud." Su Shu sat casually on the steps, even taking out 2 pure yang purple pills from his storage space and tossing them into his mouth with the nonchalance of consuming mere candies. However, this scene was nothing short of astonishing in the eyes of Jiang Huayu. He could sense the rich yang energy emanating from the pills, which held a powerful allure for someone like him, whose spiritual energy was rather fragmented. He distinctly felt a yearning within himself at the moment the purple pills appeared, indicating that they must indeed be of exceptional quality. The fact that Niu Yud could so brazenly consume them before him suggested he possessed considerable confidence. What could this confidence stem from? Both strength and background, without a doubt. At that moment, the county office even speculated that Niu Yud might be the offspring of a prominent figure. After all, where else could such precious pills come from? How could someone at most at the peak of qi refinement possess them? No wonder he had mastered the refining yang technique to such an exquisite degree. Jiang Huayu felt he had gained insight, but he was unaware that Su Shu desired precisely this effect. Chapter 43. Jiang Huayu's submission. At this moment, Su Shu was contemplating how to masquerade his identity. He had already planted the seeds of doubt in Jiang Huayu's mind, but he needed to apply further pressure. As a member of the inner peak, he must assume the identity of someone of even higher status to truly intimidate him. Within the 9 peaks, the identity of the Ice Luan Peak was not viable, although he was indeed from Ice Luan Peak. The absence of the emblem of extreme Yin power would render him unconvincing. Even if he were believed, skepticism would inevitably linger. He could only adopt the identity of another peak. The dilemma was that other inner peaks each had their own distinct techniques. The only peak that aligned with his spiritual power, the Blazing Sun Peak, had already ceased to exist. Since he could not draw from the techniques of the inner peaks, he needed to pivot in a different direction. Suddenly, Su Shu recalled a rather peculiar inner peak. This inner peak did not particularly endorse the refining yang technique, as it only accepted disciples at the golden core stage. That inner peak was the spirit communication peak, which cultivated the power of extreme yang spiritual awareness. He possessed the extreme yang power and the spiritual awareness body. To be honest, with his current spiritual awareness body, he could effortlessly enter the spirit communication peak. However, he still retained the identity of Ice Luan Peak for the time being, and the influential figure within the Ice Palace might not permit his departure. After resolving his inner conflict, Su Shu no longer hesitated. With an air of arrogance, he pointed at Jiang Huayu and boldly declared, "Bring forth your treasured resources, spiritual stones, and such. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." Jiang Huayu's pupils constricted sharply. This young master. Niu Yud referred to himself as this young master. Although he wished to change the subject, he could not help but hear. In the Huan sect, only the highest-ranking elders and the offspring of inner peak elders dared to refer to themselves in such a manner. Indeed, this arrogant youth was from the inner peak. Perhaps he was an illegitimate child, secretly nurtured by a powerful figure in the outer sect's servitude. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the imagination. Su Shu, in a moment of self-reflection, merely sought to express his own arrogance, never anticipating an encounter with the scions of the elite. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Huayu had such intentions. Consequently, Su Shu witnessed the formerly defiant Jiang Huayu suddenly adopt a demeanor of obsequiousness. He was taken aback. "Brother, I haven't even begun my performance. What are you doing? At least allow me to showcase my spiritual entity before you act this way, or I shall feel utterly unaccomplished. Pray tell, esteemed Niu Shao, do you possess the inner peak token?" Jiang Huayu inquired cautiously, needing to ascertain the identity of this Niu Yud. To his dismay, Niu Yud's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened ominously. Jiang Huayu was perplexed as to how he had incensed this noble figure, but the look on his face signaled impending trouble. Indeed, Niu Yud was enraged. A flash of brilliance emanated from his brow, and a diminutive golden figure emerged from his Niwen palace. Though the figure's aura was modest, hovering around the peak of qi refinement, Jiang Huayu was struck with astonishment. Spirit communication peak. No wonder he fumed the moment I mentioned the inner peak token. He realized that a disciple of spirit communication peak must at least be at the golden core stage. Yet this Niu Yud appeared to be merely at the peak of qi refinement, falling short of the requirements. Thus, although he practiced the methods of spirit communication peak, he lacked the emblematic token of a disciple. As Jiang Huayu observed the spiritual entity swiftly forming seals while radiating a resplendent purple-golden glow, he felt his heart race with dread. "Niu Shao, please hold," he cried out in a high-pitched voice. "It was Jiang who unwittingly provoked your ire. I shall present you with a rare treasure. I implore you, do not resort to your divine powers." Meanwhile, Ning Yu felt a tempest of emotions within her. The local powers of Qingshan Town and the county magistrate had seemingly submitted before the white-clad figure of Niu Yud. Her heart pounded fiercely. Am I truly about to play with fire? If even the county magistrate dares not provoke this Niu Yud, am I courting death by approaching him? Nevertheless, the intense yearning for power compelled her to make a resolute decision. "It is you, Niu Yud." The spiritual entity of Su Shu, perhaps sensing Jiang Huayu's frantic exclamations, gradually ceased its movements, its purple-golden radiance diminishing. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Jiang Huayu. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that his early arrival was due to the presence of a privileged scion seeking to gain advantage. He could not help but chuckle bitterly at the absurdity of this princely figure donning the garb of a mere servant. I beseech you, Niu Xiao, please retract your spiritual entity, Jiang Huayu urged, fearing that the entity might unleash a formidable technique from spirit communication peak upon him. Who among us is unaware that the spiritual entities of spirit communication peak wield powers at least of the golden core level? Moreover, with the entity's cultivation level being similar to his own, combined with those golden core abilities, it was likely that he could meet his demise in an instant. Su Shu's spiritual entity continued to glare coldly at him, and only when Jiang Huayu lowered his head did the entity gradually return to his Niwen palace. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shu's own heart was racing with intensity. He possesses no profound understanding of spiritual consciousness techniques. The imprinting method is merely a haphazard amalgamation of elementary spells, and the golden radiance is even simpler, effortlessly conjured. Thus, he is essentially a hollow facade, merely intended to intimidate Jiang Huayu. The small individual is merely a vessel for his learning. At other times, he sits foolishly in the mud pill palace. Just now, for the sake of realism, he even positioned his spiritual consciousness entirely in the air. If the winds within the other courtyards are gentle breezes, here, it is a whirlwind. His spiritual consciousness lingered only briefly, causing his cultivation to plummet from the peak of qi refinement to the 6th layer, unbeknownst to Jiang Huayu. The performance was exhilarating. He was also wagering upon witnessing Jiang Huayu dispatch with ease the power of the 7th layer of qi refinement. He realized that Jiang Huayu must possess at least the 8th layer, if not the 9th. With all his cards laid bare, he knew he could not contend with him. Given Jiang Huayu's level of cultivation, what of the one at number 137? It could not be significantly weaker. Hence, he orchestrated this grand performance, employing a laborer, only to reward him with death once his purpose was served. Su Shu coldly regarded Jiang Huayu, proudly declaring, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. I have taken what is yours, and you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits in due time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huayu's previously subdued heart abruptly began to race. Why had he come here? Was it not because he lacked support at Flower and Harmony Peak, and was compelled to follow the Elder's arrangements? Now, a formidable support stood before him, the princely faction of Spirit Communication Peak. Associating with him, who among the top figures in the sect would dare to provoke Jiang Huayu? Opportunity must not be squandered, for time does not wait. Jiang Huayu swiftly made his decision. With a joyful expression, and under the astonished gaze of Ning Yuyu, he knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Huayu is willing to alleviate the concerns of the young master. Su Shu maintained a tranquil demeanor. He understood that Jiang Huayu was temporarily submitting to him due to his strategy. However, that was sufficient. In the chaos of Qingshan Town, Jiang Huayu, being a county official, was the principal villain. Moreover, should Jiang Huayu discover that he was merely an ordinary errand disciple of lesser status than her, or perhaps even an ordinary individual from Iceland Peak, or worse, an inconsequential member of Spirit Communication Peak, he would undoubtedly feel a frenzied urge to eliminate Su Shu to redeem his honor. Thus, his demise was inevitable. Chapter 44. The Sudden Uprising of Ning Yuyu Rise. Su Shu continued to embody his aloof persona. Jiang Huayu immediately stood up, pondering for a moment, and reluctantly extended his storage ring to Su Shu. Su Shu accepted the ring without hesitation, casually inspecting its contents. Inside were several hundred low-grade spirit stones, along with various metallic ores and numerous bottles and jars. The remainder consisted of numerous women's garments, including intimate undergarments in abundance. Su Shu packed away all usable items, such as spirit stones and elixirs, into his storage space. He then tossed the ring to Jiang Huayu. Jiang Huayu was astonished to realize that he had not noticed how Niu Yud had stored those items. Instantly filled with envy, he thought to himself, "No wonder he belongs to the royal faction. It must be a superior storage artifact." Upon inspecting his own storage ring once more, he discovered that it contained nothing of value, merely a collection of clothing within its vast expanse. A slight headache accompanied his growing suspicion. Were the members of the royal faction truly this impoverished? However, the profound shock from the earlier revelation of the spiritual consciousness quickly quelled his doubts. After all, that was a state only achievable by golden core cultivators. In his mind, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of some formidable figure behind Niu Yud, assisting him in cultivating his qi. As this thought ignited a spark of fervor within him, he wondered if the powerful benefactor could possibly be the esteemed leader of Tongling Peak. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Without waiting for Su Shu to speak, he pointed at Ning Yuyu with a hint of concern, saying, "This is my sister, Ning Yuyu. Young Master Niu, might you take a liking to her?" A chill ran through Ning Yuyu's heart, although she was aware that her turn would come soon. The moment of confrontation still filled her with dread. She had initially thought that if the scholar did not arrive, she could seize the opportunity to eliminate the county magistrate. Yet now, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. There were two immortals, and the scholar had not appeared. She silently contemplated that it seemed impossible to probe Nyoyud now. In his presence, she was nothing more than a lamb delivered for slaughter. Thus, she resolved not to retreat, but to seek an opportunity to eliminate Nyoyud instead. If he were to perish here, the powerful figure behind him would undoubtedly seek vengeance. At that time, she could easily blend into the crowd of beggars, making Jiang Huayu the sole victim. A life for a life. Unbeknownst to her, a tempest of emotions surged within Nyoyud. Ningyu, that little beggar. How could it be her? What was she doing here? Yet, upon recognizing her, he deliberated and decided to rescue her first. With a lecherous grin, he remarked, "This little sister is quite to my taste." Although Jiang Huayu was reluctant, he felt compelled to prioritize his future. After all, she was merely a girl. He could find countless others in the future. He vowed silently to seek a woman of at least foundation establishment stage strength once he grew stronger. Little Yu, this brother Nyo is far better than I am. He wishes to play with you. Would that be agreeable? He said softly. Ning Yu had initially planned to secretly find a chance to eliminate Nyoyud and implicate Jiang Huayu in the process. However, the moment Jiang Huayu's words escaped his lips, her heart was instantly filled with a maelstrom of negative emotions, resentment, jealousy, greed, and the sensation of betrayal by the world. All of her family has perished, and while she has avenged them by slaying her enemies, it is a hollow victory, one granted by the disdain of others. She once harbored hopes of escaping with a kind-hearted brother, yet he has betrayed her trust. Now, she finds herself utterly alone, and in her heart, she cannot help but ponder. Is there any reason to continue living, even after killing Nyoyud? The thought of the women forcibly taken by the city guards and the apathetic beggars at the city gates fills her with a profound sense of despair. Suddenly, Ning Yu feels a lack of desire to continue her existence. For a girl of her tender age, the world is too cruel to bear. Any provocation could easily lead her to an extreme path, much like the one she now treads. She no longer wishes to play her role. Instead, she resolves to make one final stand. Her intention is to eradicate the scum of Qingshan Town. The only method that comes to her mind is to assassinate Nyoyud, hoping that those behind him would come to exact vengeance upon Qingshan Town. Thus, she continually bolsters her resolve, preparing for one last performance, a performance that would bring everything to an end. Ning Yu readies herself for her final act. She feigns a pitiable and fearful demeanor while casting an expectant gaze upon Nyoyud. Brother Nyo, are you truly a good person? May I play with you? Su Shu's brow furrows. This is not the Ning Yu he knows from yesterday. Having spent considerable time in Qingshan Town, she must have some inkling of the sinister undertones of the county's affairs. At the very least, she should recognize that the county office is not comprised of benevolent souls. Yet here she stands, appearing delicate and innocent, as if she has shed all the grime of her past. Something feels amiss. If she had been captured, she would not be presenting herself in such a manner. Surely, she would devise every possible means to eliminate those with ill intentions toward her, much like her fervor against Zhao Laosan. As a mortal woman, her thoughts would undoubtedly lead her to consider ambush. With this realization, he begins to comprehend the situation. Perhaps Jiang Huayu is her greatest enemy after all. Brother Nyo, what troubles you? Is it me who vexes you? At her words, Su Shu's pupils constrict sharply. She has targeted him. Why? He cannot fathom the madness of a girl who chooses such an extreme path. Yet, he understands that her desire to kill him is enough. Thus, he smirks and replies, "Little sister, I merely enjoy a little rough play." He reaches out with his large hand, intending to seize her. Ning Yu is engulfed by a myriad of emotions. Sorrow, helplessness, and despair intertwine within her. This man, unlike the foolish Jiang Huayu, seeks to claim her body outright, denying her the chance to act. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. In that fleeting moment, her facade of helplessness, fragility, and innocence vanishes entirely, leaving only an icy indifference, unfeeling resolve, and despair. Nyoyud's grasp slowly encroaches upon her, akin to the looming presence of an abyss. Even as the abyss draws near, she remains poised, awaiting her moment. Waiting for the perfect moment and location, she plunged the knife into his heart, then contemplated suicide. Since the final performance was ruined by that scoundrel, let him pay with his life. As Ning Yu and Nyoyud stood just a mere distance apart, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Her small hand pressed against her abdomen. In an instant, she drew forth the rusted blade. "Die, you filthy cur," she hissed, a grim smile twisting her lips as she lunged at the seemingly unsuspecting Nyoyud. Next to her, Jiang Huayu was taken aback. Wasn't this girl supposed to be naive and fragile? Clearly, he had yet to grasp the situation. It wasn't until he caught sight of her icy countenance that realization struck him. This girl had come to kill him. Now, due to Nyoyud's attempts to seize another, she was cornered and desperate. If she truly sought to end him this way, he might very well meet his demise at her hands. Jiang Huayu shuddered. Women, no? Girls, could be terrifying. Chapter 45. Salvation. In the midst of her stabbing motion, images of a joyful life with her father, mother, and grandfather flooded Ning Yuyu's mind. Suddenly, these memories were shattered by the intrusion of a tattooed brute. Tearfully, she wished to resist, yet felt powerless. Just as despair enveloped her, the scholar appeared. With a swift and clean strike, he dispatched the assailant. Then, with a gentle smile, he tenderly stroked her head. Instantly, her tears ceased, and she yearned to throw herself into his embrace. Alas, the scholar's figure soon dissipated. She screamed in anguish, realizing at that moment that when she had plotted against him, he had saved her. His kindness had etched itself into her heart. She thought, if given a second chance, she would cling to him tightly at the end, never letting go, ensuring he would never leave. Yet now, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. The rusted blade had penetrated merely an inch from Nyo Yud's chest. However, she found herself unable to push the knife any further. That inch felt like an insurmountable chasm separating them. The barrier was none other than the formidable hand of the robed immortal, Nyo Yud. Despair washed over her. Ultimately, she had lost the gamble and failed. It was perhaps a blessing that he had not arrived, for otherwise, both would have perished today. She contemplated biting her tongue to end her life, for her fate would be nothing short of tragic. Yet Nyo Yud had already seen through her intentions. He scoffed, firmly grasping Ning Yuyu's delicate face with one hand while seizing her rusted knife with the other, denying her any chance of suicide. Though Nyo Yud was disguised as Su Shu, he felt a surge of irritation. How foolish could Ning Yuyu be? Did she believe all who came to this county office were nefarious? Moreover, the truly malevolent Jiang Huayu was right beside her. Why not stab him instead? Must you insist on provoking me? He sneered, his heart intent on further intimidating her. With your frail stature, you dare to threaten me? Today, I shall ensure you meet your demise in bed. The intense insult ignited a fierce defiance within the young girl. Ning Yuyu, no longer resigned to death, resolved to take a piece of them with her before she perished. With her face flushed in anger, she forcefully broke free from Nyo Yud's grasp, which he had not held with much strength. Instantly, she was liberated. Su Shu worried that the girl might stubbornly attempt self-harm to preserve her innocence. Yet, to his surprise, she displayed remarkable tenacity, disregarding him entirely. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Huayu and began to unleash a torrent of invective. You, Jiang, are nothing but a worthless wretch unfit to hold a position in the county. After spending time with you, I see you are a mere half-wit. You would be better off meeting your end against a wall. I truly cannot fathom why those fools on the street fear you. A so-called celestial? Go far away. Do you think you deserve such reverence? Su Shu stood in stunned silence, enduring the onslaught of her contemptuous words. So, this is your true nature, Ning Yuyu. All that pretense in the inn was merely an act. For a full quarter of an hour, she continued her tirade without a single repetition, exhibiting a remarkable ferocity. Jiang Huayu initially found himself in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had contemplated the girl's intent to kill him. Yet now she was directing her wrath at Nyo Yud. What was the meaning of this? Even if she failed to harm him, why unleash her vitriol upon him? His forehead clouded with frustration, his complexion shifting from green to purple to black. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his temples. Were it not for the presence of Nyo Yud, he would have struck down this cunning girl without hesitation. Individuals like Jiang Huayu, consumed by malice and focused solely on their own pursuits, paled in comparison to Ning Yuyu, who thrived amidst the struggles of the destitute. He found himself at a loss for words, caught in a cycle of wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. All he could do was glare at Ning Yuyu, impotent in his fury. Fortunately, Su Shu, perhaps considering Jiang Huayu's feelings, after all, he would soon need to rally others for a confrontation, or perhaps recognizing the girl's exhaustion as she gasped for breath, promptly rendered her unconscious. After a moment's contemplation, he grinned with greedy delight. I find this girl quite appealing. She is fierce and spirited. How exhilarating. Jiang Huayu forced a smile, content that Niu Shao was pleased. However, noticing Jiang Huayu's malevolent gaze fixated on the unconscious Ning Yuyu, Su Shu felt compelled to counsel him. He wished to prevent any potential vendetta should Jiang Huayu survive this encounter. Look at your disheveled state. Are you so easily provoked by a mere mortal girl? How can you expect to accompany me in my endeavors with such a fragile temperament? Originally, I intended to take you to Tongling Peak for foundational training after this matter was resolved. However, it appears that your mental state and cultivation are rather lacking. Jiang Huayu was preoccupied with thoughts of how to torment Ning Yuyu when he suddenly heard Nyo Yud's enlightening words, and his eyes brightened. What was Ning Yuyu? What was being scolded? In comparison to the opportunity to ascend to Tongling Peak and break through to foundational cultivation, those matters were trifles. He hastily replied, Young Master Nyo, I assure you, my mental state is excellent. There is no need for concern. I shall dismiss that girl's words as mere background noise. It's of no consequence. I hope you will remember to bring along your humble junior when you head to Tongling Peak. Su Shu arrogantly declared. Tongling Peak does not accept incompetence, especially those whose mental state is unstable. Do you comprehend? Jiang Huayu nodded eagerly, ingratiating himself. Subsequently, Su Shu gazed greedily at the young girl in his possession, coldly instructing Jiang Huayu, "Provide me with a quiet room. I do not wish to be disturbed while I work, nor do I want anyone to overhear. Whatever the matter." Jiang Huayu immediately understood. This individual intended to indulge in the beauty. Enviously, he admired Ning Yuyu's pure and enchanting visage, yet regretted that he could not partake in her innocence himself. He promptly led Su Shu and Ning Yuyu to a secluded yet remarkably grand bedroom in the backyard. "This room is mine. Ordinarily, no one dares to intrude upon my rest. Young Master Niu, please enjoy here." "No, cultivate," Jiang Huayu said with a forced smile. Nevertheless, Niu Yud remained aloof, taking the key from Jiang Huayu and entering without a word, merely casting back a cold remark. "I shall seek you later for a matter." Jiang Huayu watched from a distance as the soundproof formation rose within the room, feeling a surge of unwillingness as jealousy assaulted his heart. Yet he was powerless to change the situation. That had been his room. Now he must watch another enjoy the girl he believed should have been his. At that moment, he felt a sudden understanding of the sentiments of the city guards stationed outside. He forcibly averted his gaze, exhaling heavily. Suddenly reminded of the might of Tongling Peak, he became invigorated once more. Once foundational cultivation was attained, would beauties not abound? Forthwith, he resolved to intensify his own mental cultivation practice. Inside the room, Su Shu gently laid Ning Yuyu upon the bed, letting out a soft sigh. The explosive nature revealed in moments of life and death is entirely authentic. Thus, he began to comprehend Ning Yuyu's character. She concealed her depth and cunning beneath her youth and frailty, deceiving even Su Shu. She was merely 17. While most at that age bask in the warmth of their homes, she, through her intellect, had orchestrated the actions of many around her. This further highlighted the harsh environment that had shaped her astute character. If she possessed any real strength, Su Shu would dare say that the lifeless souls within the city would inevitably fall beneath her blade. Their greed and indulgence contrast sharply with her madness, tempered by remarkable composure. Suddenly, the girl stirred from her slumber. Su Shu, having no intention of allowing her to linger in unconsciousness, was unsurprised by her awakening. To his astonishment, her first instinct was to reach for her knife, as if that small, rusted blade were the sole source of her security. She did not scream or panic. Instead, she sat coldly upon the soft bed, surveying the room with a detached gaze. Her attention finally landed on the figure standing by the bedside, arms crossed. Su Shu teased, "Why not take a look at yourself?" Ning Yuyu replied coolly, "There is nothing to see. What is lost, and what remains is simply that. There is no necessity." Her calm words struck Su Shu with a pang of sympathy for the young girl. Only someone utterly despaired by life could exhibit such indifference towards herself. He chuckled softly. "Then why not use your body to barter for a better position? With your abilities, you could ascend swiftly." Ning Yuyu fixed him with a cold stare, scoffing. "I refuse to stoop to such base actions." Suddenly, a frown creased her brow. "You didn't touch me, did you?" Su Shu wiped the sweat from his brow, bewildered. "Are you serious? Did you not feel anything? Why on earth would I even want to touch you? You are hardly enticing." With her malnourished appearance, desire was an impossibility. Then, a thought struck her, and a smile danced in her eyes. "I understand now." Ning Yuyu began to pound the bed with her small hands, laughing uncontrollably. Su Shu was rendered speechless. "I simply have no interest in your awkwardness," he mumbled, slightly embarrassed. Although he indeed found no attraction towards the young girl, the circumstances surrounding the Nine Suns transformation technique rendered her words partially true. "Damn it. System, come out here. We need to have a serious talk." The perceptive girl detected Su Shu's discomfort and burst into laughter. "Just as I thought." Furious, Su Shu exclaimed, "What could a girl with neither breasts nor curves possibly understand? I am merely preserving my integrity." Ning Yuyu gently tugged at her left sleeve, revealing a strikingly bright mark, a sign of purity. "Am I unclean? Unworthy of your touch?" Honestly, if anyone else were to witness Ning Yuyu's beaming smile and innocent demeanor, they would have transformed into a ravenous wolf under the moonlight. However, Su Shu was different. Even if he had the desire, he lacked the strength. In a fit of rage, Su Shu instantly dispelled his disguise, revealing his true countenance. Enraged, he pointed at his own face and shouted, "I watched you sleep all night without touching you. Do you think I can't control myself now? You presumptuous little girl." Ning Yuyu gazed at the familiar face before her, her expression one of shock and disbelief. She constantly recalled the moment she believed to be the last of her life. The figure of that man bearing an uncanny resemblance to the person before her. In astonishment, she covered her mouth, clearly unable to comprehend the concept of disguise magic. "Who are you? My brother? Or Niu Yud?" Su Shu, observing her reaction, felt a sense of satisfaction. Evidently, the young lady had indeed been persuaded by him. "I am Su Shu, the one who killed Zhao Laosan with you yesterday," he stated calmly. Upon hearing his confirmation, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She leaped into Su Shu's embrace. "I knew you would come here," she sobbed. Her pitiful appearance, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, made it difficult for Su Shu to push the girl away. Although unsure if Ning Yuyu was merely acting, he gently patted her back in a comforting gesture. "Did you come to find me?" The young girl suddenly lifted her head, allowing tears to flow freely as she defiantly said, "You made a promise with me, vowing not to abandon me. Yet you left me all alone at the inn. I wanted to find you, to be with you, but I had no means. So this was all I could do." Su Shu was slightly taken aback. He had assumed Ning Yuyu had other reasons for being there. He never anticipated that a childish promise would hold such significance for her. Just a moment more, if he had not grasped the girl's intentions. Or if he had entered as Su Shu instead of Niu Yud, both of them might have met their demise in that very place. He felt a twinge of headache as he tenderly wiped away her tears. "You cannot follow me. It would be perilous for you, and I am incapable of protecting you." "No, I am very clever and obedient. I can help you, brother," Ning Yuyu insisted resolutely. Just moments ago, she had contemplated that if given the chance to start over, she would never let go. Was this not that very opportunity? Initially, she believed she sought to become stronger by following him. However, upon encountering the more formidable immortal Niu Yud and the county magistrate Jiang Huayu, she realized that her true desire was simply to stay by Su Shu's side. She recalled the tears shed at the inn and her childish vow, which spoke of embracing him and then stabbing him. Now he stood before her. She had given the embrace, yet the knife was nowhere to be found, so perhaps the stabbing could be overlooked. After all, girls are known to change their minds. This time, Ning Yuyu clung to Su Shu like a koala, her small hands tightly wrapped around his neck. "Brother, I tell you, I forgave you last time, but this time you cannot abandon me." Her expression was solemn, her tone unwavering. Su Shu sighed softly. "I do not understand why you are so determined to follow me, but I must inform you that the environment I inhabit is not suitable for you. The dangers I face are beyond your capability to handle and may even place your life at risk. The cultivation method I practice is one you cannot follow. Therefore, accompanying me would only burden you. There is no need for that. Take the silver I have given you and seek a good life elsewhere. We are merely transient beings, and I am not your brother." Tears began to flow once more from Ning Yuyu's enchanting eyes. She had finally overcome great adversity to find him, yet it seemed he still did not wish for her to accompany him. Chapter 47. The Kiss, recommended for additional updates. "Do you find me too weak? Fearing that I would be a hindrance to you?" Ning Yuyu's tears could not be contained. She silently resented her own weakness, feeling incapable of aiding him. She believed this was the reason he refused to let her follow. Su Shu was burdened with unspoken hardships. He would undoubtedly seek the cause behind Zhao Laosan's enhanced physical prowess. What he was likely to confront were the minions of one of the three malevolent sects, the Soul Devourers. He was uncertain he could withstand them. Bringing her along would only place her in grave danger. Ning Yuyu's plight had already caused Su Shu considerable heartache. Now, she had finally found a chance to escape her suffering, to seek a life of genuine happiness, to find someone she cherished, marry, bear children, and live a tranquil existence. Was it not preferable to not plunge back into another abyss after finally emerging from one? The difficulties of martial arts and the challenges faced by cultivators were experiences Su Shu deeply understood. This realm was far more chaotic than ordinary society. A moment's carelessness could lead to death and obliteration. If he possessed a certain strength in this world, he might have agreed to let Ning Yuyu accompany him. However, he was merely a chi-refining disciple at present. There remained the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Chi-refining was merely the beginning, and he was still at the very bottom. Thus, he was unwilling. Even though this girl longed to follow him, he could only smile in response. In youth, many believe the person they admire is their greatest love, and their dreams are the most steadfast. Yet, time reveals all truths. Undoubtedly, in Su Shu's eyes, 17-year-old Ning Yuyu was at such a stage, mistaking kindness from someone as her salvation. Even with her experiences of the world's myriad forms, she remained but a child. This time, Ning Yuyu actively released her firm grip on him. Su Shu thought she had come to an understanding, feeling both relieved and a tinge of sorrow. Yet, to his surprise, Ning Yuyu suddenly leaned in closer. Instinctively, he turned his head to evade her. In that instant, he felt the warm, gentle imprint of her lips against his cheek, somewhat tingling, warm, and slightly moist. He sighed softly. "Little sister, aside from being stubborn and rebellious, it seems you have also developed an early affection. This is quite perilous, do you not realize? If your brother were to take immediate action against you, how many years would that entail?" Ning Yuyu suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Brother, I shall place a mark upon you, so that no matter where you go, I will always find you." Su Shu had 1,000 words to express, urging her not to act so foolishly, but she immediately covered his mouth with her small hand. Gently, she reassured him, "Do not worry, brother. This time I shall not be capricious." Ning Yuyu seemed to effortlessly revert to the innocent demeanor of a sweet little girl. However, Su Shu could distinctly perceive the suppressed madness lurking in her eyes, reminiscent of the way he had mercilessly turned Zhao Laosan into a mere pile of flesh. He nodded slightly, signaling her to release him, for he had something to convey. Ning Yuyu promptly withdrew her hand, curling up in his embrace like a well-behaved kitten. Su Shu couldn't help but inwardly curse, for this was clearly a wild little cat. Whoever provoked her would suffer. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke earnestly, "You are likely aware of my intentions. Therefore, you cannot involve yourself any further in this matter. The participants are likely to be engaged in disputes at the level of Qi refinement immortals. Your affections might be directed towards someone like Jiang Huayu, but with others, it's uncertain. Thus, even if you wish to cultivate and accompany me, it must wait until I have resolved everything." At last, Ning Yuyu revealed a genuine smile, obediently nodding in agreement. "Moreover, once I leave shortly, I will immediately take Jiang Huayu away. You simply need to find a concealed spot to hide, ensuring that no one discovers you." As Su Shu gazed at the delicate features of the young girl, a sense of discomfort washed over him. Those reckless youths, driven by unquenchable desires, would undoubtedly seek to ravage the now pure Ning Yuyu if they laid eyes on her. "You are well aware that your beauty poses a significant risk," he cautioned. After pondering, Su Shu's concern for Ning Yuyu's reckless nature resurfaced. He warned her once more, "Should you dare to interfere in my next undertaking, we shall become strangers." With a playful arch of her brows, Ning Yuyu smiled brightly and softly acquiesced. He then added, somewhat gruffly, "Hurry and get down." The little wildcat greedily scratched at his chest before reluctantly settling on the bed. "Brother, how fortunate it is to encounter you," she exclaimed with an innocent smile. Su Shu rubbed his temples, feeling as though his entire being faltered at the sight of her. Ning Yuyu pondered for a moment before continuing. "If it weren't for you that day, I might have truly perished, for I was determined to eliminate that wretched person." She spoke cautiously. "Also, I apologize for earlier. I merely wished to kill one before taking my own life." She was acutely aware that Su Shu might have surmised her thoughts, for they were both astute individuals. Yet, some things needed to be articulated clearly. Knowing was one matter, but expressing it and providing clarity was quite another. Indeed, Su Shu could not escape the common sentiment. Upon hearing Ning Yuyu's explanation, his mood lightened considerably. He spoke softly, "You must hide well. You wouldn't stand a chance against even a single guard, so exercise caution." Ning Yuyu blinked her large eyes and pointed to the wardrobe. "Brother, I will conceal myself in this room and wait for you to find me." Su Shu nodded. He then bit his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the bed and disheveled the bedding. Finally, he loosened his belt, allowing his white robe to flow freely. Ning Yuyu suddenly teased, "Brother, are you truly unable to rise?" Su Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was it his fault that the pure yang technique had such a flaw? Ning Yuyu, seeing his reaction, burst into a delightful, bell-like laughter. Even as Su Shu stepped out, her laughter echoed behind him. Ultimately, this was merely a stall to keep Ning Yuyu settled. Otherwise, who could predict what wild antics she might undertake in her frenzy? If he returned unscathed, would he truly bring her into the immortal sect? Su Shu was uncertain of his own thoughts. Yet, he often recalled his helpless and resentful self from over a decade ago on the streets of Blue Star, much like Ning Yuyu at the city gate back then. Perhaps it was the memory of his former self that led him to give such an ambiguous response of "wait for me to return." After a prolonged bout of laughter, Ning Yuyu gradually calmed herself. She placed the rusted knife left by Su Shu against her smooth, pale chest, her expression peculiar as she pondered. Did her brother truly lack the ability, or was he simply uninterested in her? She scrutinized her slender frame, feeling quite vexed. Perhaps there was some truth to that possibility. She resolved to enhance her allure. From now on, she needed to indulge herself more. Chapter 48. Blood and Vitality. Su Shu utilized a disguise technique before stepping outside. In front of several city guards, he fastened his belt, stretching languidly with a refreshing demeanor. The guards looked on with envy and jealousy. They had all witnessed the young girl being brought in, a gem nurtured by the mortals. Yet, for someone who could act so freely within the magistrate's chamber, she was perhaps merely a plaything? "Today, I am in high spirits. I grant you all a day off to seek your own amusements," Su Shu said with a light laugh. To facilitate Ning Yuyu's hiding plan, he needed to assist her in whatever way he could. "Your Excellency is magnificent." The guards cheered and quickly departed. After a while, Jiang Huayu approached with a look of envy. "Alas, what a pity. I Haven Tea had the pleasure of savoring such a fine treasure." Su Shu wore a slight smile of pride, his lips curling upward. "Once I conclude my matters, I shall take this girl back to the sect." Jiang Huayu was taken aback. It seemed that the little girl might soar to great heights, having managed to enchant the young master. He chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, I 1T forget your benefits. Su Shu smiled with satisfaction. Jiang Huayu chuckled, eagerly awaiting this very remark. Su Shu pondered for a moment and inquired, before my arrival, someone hinted to me that Qingshan town possesses some extraordinary attributes. What might that be related to? It likely pertains to the well, Jiang Huayu replied. Oh, pray tell. Jiang Huayu collected his thoughts and began. The peculiarity lies in the water that flows through every household in Qingshan. During the nights of the full moon, the water throughout the town turns a crimson hue, particularly in that area. Upon my arrival, I noticed that the inhabitants here exhibit a fierceness uncommon among ordinary folk. Moreover, the local customs are rather savage. The young men and women are highly skilled in combat, and disputes are resolved only when blood is shed. Especially during the nights of the full moon, they become exceedingly ruthless. Su Shu furrowed his brow. After listening to Jiang Huayu, that sense of oversight resurfaced within him, as if he had overlooked something significant. What could it be? He was now quite confident in his deductions, yet it seemed that a minor detail had slipped through the cracks. Jiang Huayu, oblivious to Su Shu's unease, continued, upon further investigation, I discovered that within their bodies lies a peculiar substance, which I have termed blood energy. At the mention of blood energy, Su Shu's heart skipped a beat, as the concept dispelled his earlier feeling of oversight. It appeared that blood energy was indeed related to physical prowess. He feigned impatience, and where might that there be? Furthermore, bring this blood energy to me for examination. Jiang Huayu had begun to grasp the obstinacy of Niu Yud and responded with a forced smile. I apologize for my lack of clarity. Please do not take offense. Young Master Niu. Indeed, Niu Yud's mood seemed to improve somewhat. That there refers to another group within the city, those from the soul-devouring sect, who are diligently researching this blood energy. They are located at number 137 Qingshan County. Under normal circumstances, we typically do not interfere with the well water. Jiang Huayu bowed slightly in apology and continued, the blood energy is being manipulated by them. We have not involved ourselves, hence we do not possess such a substance. Moreover, the water in the city only exhibits anomalies during the nights of the full moon, aside from the soul-devouring sect. I am here under the elders' orders to monitor their activities. Su Shu feigned arrogance. What need is there to monitor those scoundrels of the soul-devouring sect? I shall go and eradicate them myself. Yet within, he sighed, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. There was nothing related to Zhao Laosan in the county office. Only Jiang Huayu. It seemed he must venture there after all. Jiang Huayu's expression changed dramatically. The individuals of the soul-devouring sect are deemed invincible among those below the foundation establishment stage. Young Master Niu must exercise caution. Furthermore, it appears they have received reinforcements recently, making them even more formidable. Su Shu frowned. I possess the golden core and unparalleled divine abilities. Alongside my mastery of the Lingji method from Tongling Peak, how could the soul-devouring sect compare to me? Moreover, I am exceedingly curious about this blood energy, and I shall compel them to reveal its nature. Yet, Jiang Huayu sought to hinder Niu Yud. However, Su Shu, with a dismissive wave of his hand, coldly remarked, do you repeatedly attempt to obstruct me because you believe that those of our sect are inferior to the disciples of the soul-devouring sect? That you wish to betray us? Jiang Huayu, drenched in sweat, hurriedly clarified, how could you say that, young Master Niu? I have never harbored such thoughts. Moreover, the cultivation methods of the soul-devouring sect are exceedingly malevolent and harmful to the natural order. How could they compare to our sect's profound yin-yang principles? Su Shu snorted disdainfully, furrowing his brow as he replied, it is good that you understand. As it stands, I shall assess your capabilities. I do not entertain idleness beneath my command. The capable rise while the inept fall. Should you demonstrate your worth, I shall not treat you unjustly. Understand that even if you are merely a chi-refining disciple, you shall receive no less regard than a foundation establishment cultivator in my eyes. Jiang Huayu's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Indeed, the Lingling Peak had no need for an ordinary chi-refining foundation disciple. Yet young Master Niu required individuals of action. Although the soul-devouring sect posed a formidable challenge, their strengths were not vastly disparate. There were many seeking to ascend to the inner peak, and it was essential to showcase one's value to stand out among the crowd. Aligning with young Master Niu was indeed a gamble for future prospects. Furthermore, even in the face of adversity, one could not falter in resolve. Resolutely, Jiang Huayu decided. Very well, if young Master Niu truly wishes to explore that blood energy, I shall accompany you to test the formidable techniques of the soul-devouring sect. Upon hearing Jiang Huayu's determination, Su Shu's frown deepened. Did he truly believe in the nonsense of golden core divine powers? Or did he possess some hidden trump card? Jiang Huayu cautiously observed him, having feared that his earlier hesitance had left a poor impression. Su Shu, regaining his composure, smiled with satisfaction, casually producing 4 purple pills. He tossed two into his mouth and handed two to Jiang Huayu. If you can demonstrate your worth, I will certainly not shortchange you. These pills are a reward for your previous prudence. Your future performance will dictate further considerations. Jiang Huayu's heart raced as he swiftly consumed the pure yang purple pill. A surge of purple energy erupted, swirling within his dantian and gradually merging with his somewhat chaotic spiritual power. To his astonishment, he discovered that this pill began to cleanse the impurities in his energy, which had resulted from practicing the dual cultivation method of the flower peak. Before long, the effects waned, and his spiritual energy radiated with a hint of golden light. His eyes gleamed with excitement. What a remarkable treasure! Young Master Niu treated these pills so casually, it would be hard to justify not seizing the opportunity. He began to feel a sense of anticipation for his future. Thank you, young Master Niu, for bestowing this pill. I shall face any peril with unwavering resolve, he expressed fervently. Su Shu merely scoffed. If I do not sweeten the deal, how shall I coax you into exerting your utmost effort later? To be honest, even from Jiang Huayu's perspective, it is easy to be deceived. With the purple pills and the overwhelming allure of power, it does indeed seem as though I am a wealthy heir. Chapter 49. The move. Su Shu and Jiang Huayu stepped outside. He made a peculiar discovery. The individuals who had been aimlessly wandering the streets had seemingly vanished without a trace. He did not dwell on this anomaly, as the allure of bloodlust was far too intoxicating, overshadowing the significance of the ruins mentioned in the jade slip bestowed by Qi Feng. Thus, the ruins that lay 500 miles away were promptly cast aside from his mind upon noticing Zhao Laosan's odd behavior. As long as this venture bore fruit, with his martial prowess and formidable physical constitution, he believed he could even contend with high-level qi refining practitioners using sheer bodily strength. The thought ignited a fervor within him. Could martial arts truly flourish in the realm of cultivators? After consuming the pure yang purple pill, Jiang Huayu shed his previous hesitations and felt an overwhelming eagerness. This item proved to be extraordinarily effective. It was no wonder that Niu Shao's cultivation of the refining yang technique yielded such pure spiritual energy. Should he acquire 3 to 5 more, he was confident he could eliminate all the shortcomings of the yin-yang supplementation method. Su Shu pondered for a moment, yet could not shake off the lingering sense of oversight. He inquired, "Is it just you and the members of the soul-devouring sect here? Are there no others?" Jiang Huayu's heart raced as he replied with an expression of confusion, "Yes, there is no one else." In truth, another cultivator resided within the county office, concealed from view. However, he wished to keep this individual unaware of his fortune, lest Niu Shao deem him unworthy. Su Shu furrowed his brow. Believing that Jiang Huayu would divulge everything unless he discovered his true identity was a fade. Yet, he overlooked the inherent selfishness of human nature. The path to enlightenment for one is often deemed superior to the competition for favor between two. He chuckled to himself, questioning whether he had become overly suspicious. He then cast aside his thoughts and asked, "What is the cultivation level of the individuals from the soul-devouring sect?" Seeing that Su Shu did not press further, Jiang Huayu felt a weight lift from his chest and responded, "The individuals from the soul-devouring sect here are 2 disciples of their sect, both at the 8th level of qi refining." He then forced a wry smile, adding, "Niu Shao, you know well that without achieving a spiritual consciousness body, confronting the soul-devouring sect would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Fortunately, since their arrival, they have focused solely on researching blood energy and have shown no inclination to conflict with us. Otherwise, despite being at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, I might not fare well against the 2 of them." Su Shu's brow furrowed deeper. "If you cannot handle 2 practitioners at the 8th level of qi refining, what use are you to me?" Jiang Huayu, recalling the purple pill, steeled his resolve and declared, "Should a conflict arise, I will exert every effort to sever their heads. However, if I falter, I hope Niu Shao," Su Shu interjected proudly, "in light of the benefits you have provided, I shall naturally ensure your survival." Jiang Huayu flattered, "Niu Shao, having mastered the methods of Lingfeng and early on achieved a spiritual consciousness body, undoubtedly fears them not. Did you not mention that they had received visitors recently?" Jiang Huayu contemplated, recalling that there were indeed individuals from the soul-devouring sect who had come, yet he had not seen them himself. So he remained uncertain of their authenticity. Su Shu secretly scoffed, already aware that this despicable scoundrel was merely seeking an excuse to decline. Both parties had grown accustomed to their comfortable existence, each minding their own affairs, with no desire to stir conflict. In such circumstances, both sides were equally culpable. Jiang Huayu remained oblivious to the fact that he had already been sentenced to death by the young man before him. He was still preoccupied with devising a strategy to deal with the 2 soul-devouring sect cultivators. In the distance outside Qingshan town, 5 figures hastily approached. Leading the group were 2 middle-aged individuals clad in black, accompanied by 3 young men in white robes, all gaunt and hollow-eyed, devoid of any vitality. This was, of course, Qi Feng and his entourage. Qi Feng had sensed that Su Shu was heading toward the ruins, prompting him to rally his companions in preparation to hunt him down. However, to his dismay, they had been at it for nearly half a day, yet Su Shu was still leisurely wandering around the nearby town. He cursed under his breath. Those two were the very helpers he had lured with a handsome sum. He feared that should Su Shu accept the powerful insights from the Ice Phoenix Peak, he and Zhang Sun, along with Li Yin, might not stand a chance against him. If they allowed him to escape this time, his hopes of obtaining the pure yang body would be dashed. Thus, he had summoned two peak Qi refinement inner disciples to ensure that Su Shu was left with no glimmer of hope. After a moment's contemplation, he flatteringly remarked, "Foster parents. That brat is just ahead. We shall reach him shortly." The man in black furrowed his brow and warned, "Qi Feng, I hope you are not deceiving us. If so, your suffering will extend beyond the outer sect." Qi Feng awkwardly replied, "No, I genuinely wish to access the ruins quickly. However, without that brat's presence, I cannot proceed alone." We discovered the ruins together, and he seized the jade slip I found, not realizing I had marked it. Upon reflection, I believe that jade slip might very well be the key to unlocking the ruins. Hence, if we can capture him, the ruins shall undoubtedly be opened. Li Yin and Zhang Su exchanged glances, remaining silent. They understood that there might indeed be ruins, but they were certain that Su Shu had no connection to them. It was merely Qi Feng's desire to eliminate him. In truth, both were bewildered by Qi Feng's intense animosity towards Su Shu, which had intensified since his visit to Ice Phoenix Peak. Logically, having become a member of the inner peak, those with grievances against him should aim to avoid him. Who knew what treasures he might have received from the prominent figures at Ice Phoenix Peak? Furthermore, neither of them stood a chance against Su Shu, and they were grateful for Qi Feng standing at the forefront. However, it was uncertain if even Qi Feng could contend with him. The woman in black, her demeanor cheerful, remarked, "My dear son, should you capture this individual and still be unable to access the ruins, you shall witness the extent of your mother's capabilities." Qi Feng's expression darkened. Although these two were ostensibly his adoptive parents, in truth, they were nothing but leeches. Greed drives their actions. Only when there is benefit will they lend a hand. Otherwise, it matters not who you are. He forced a smile and declared, "I assure you, that will not be the case." Yet, within his heart, he harbored a fierce resolve. "You two wretched fools, once I attain the pure yang body, the first to be dealt with will be you two. And only thereafter shall I attend to that old hag. How dare you covet my relics? It will not be an easy endeavor." The man in black cast a disdainful glance at Li Yin and Zhang Su, scoffing, "I truly fail to see the utility in your company, bringing along two trifling cultivators of the third layer." Li Yin and Zhang Su's expressions soured instantly. However, due to the two's status as inner disciples and their formidable prowess, they dared not voice their discontent. Qi Feng, with a congenial smile, interjected, "These two are my brothers. How could I, Qi Feng, forget them when there exists an opportunity for growth?" Li Yin felt deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. Zhang Su, however, sensed an undercurrent of unease. Qi Feng was not the altruistic type he appeared to be, leaving him puzzled about his true intentions. Could he genuinely be willing to share with us? Or was this merely polite rhetoric? I find it hard to believe he is so magnanimous. Yet, he recalled the jade talisman clutched in his embrace. Chapter 50. Oversights at number 137, Qingshan Town. Su Shu and Jiang Huayu stood at the threshold, patiently awaiting. Two burly men regarded them with wary eyes, for they were clad in the robes of the immortal sect. At last, a chilling aura approached. "Jiang Huayu, what do you intend?" A gaunt young man in an ominous black cloak stepped forth with a composed demeanor. Jiang Huayu chuckled lightly, bowing respectfully, "Zhang, my friend, I seek to borrow your blood essence. Might that be permissible?" The man surnamed Zhang grinned ominously. "We have known each other for many years, and you have never displayed such audacity to challenge me. Has this individual emboldened you?" Blood essence is a profound enigma they have long studied, integral to the enhancement of physical strength. Jiang Huayu was well aware of its significance. Yet, although he had previously comprehended its value, he had never dared to confront the soul-devouring sect directly. To now brazenly inquire about blood essence was akin to courting trouble. It seemed he was in a hurry to convey something urgent. Su Shu, with drooping eyelids, feigned indifference, as if completely dismissing the young man. Jiang Huayu laughed heartily. "Nonsense. It is merely that the soul-devouring sect and my Joyful Union Sect are both among the three great evil sections. I believe that as disciples, we ought to engage in more exchanges. This is my territory. You have researched your matters here for quite some time. It is high time to yield some interest." The young man from the soul-devouring sect wore a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking. "I see now. You believe you have just made a breakthrough and feel capable enough to stir up trouble. Is that it?" Jiang Huayu chuckled softly, saying, "I did not intend such a thing. I merely wish to engage in further discourse with the esteemed brothers of the soul-devouring sect. The man scrutinized the proud Su Shu with keen eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. Since both of you wish to learn about blood energy, please, do come in. Su Shu's gaze sharpened. Did these two merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement truly believe they had the upper hand? Or was the rumor of the arrival of formidable individuals indeed true? Jiang Huayu, not pondering too deeply, felt a growing discontent from being constantly overshadowed by the soul-devouring sect. Yet, their formidable reputation was known far and wide, and he alone could not confront them. Fortunately, these two harbored no intentions of vying for power or profit, allowing for a semblance of peace. However, he soon realized that the disciples of the soul-devouring sect were not as formidable as he had imagined. Thus, he tilted his head back, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of arrogance. Well, since the esteemed brother is so generous, Jiang shall enter. In his haughty demeanor, he even forgot about Niu Yud beside him and strode straight through the entrance. Yet, Jiang, without acknowledging him, gazed at Su Shu with a knowing look. Until Su Shu stepped through the grand door, neither uttered a word. Suddenly, Su Shu's pupils constricted sharply. He had anticipated a myriad of structures and gardens inside. But what lay before him was merely a vast expanse and a small dwelling. The expansive ground was filled with muscular men, glaring at the two of them with predatory intent. This sight did not frighten Su Shu in the slightest. However, something felt amiss. He recalled Ning Yuyu's words, stating that all the men in Qingshan town trembled in fear of the county magistrate, quaking at the mere mention of his name. But Jiang Huayu, the county magistrate, was right here, and these men displayed no reaction at all. Had their fear been stripped away? Or perhaps, they simply did not fear Jiang Huayu at all. Observing the scene, Jiang Huayu instinctively took a few steps back, his trepidation evident. Su Shu was alarmed by this display. It was one thing for these men not to fear Jiang Huayu, but the fact that Jiang Huayu was unconsciously retreating suggested something deeper. He was indeed afraid of them. Moreover, since deceiving Jiang Huayu, Su Shu had come to view him as somewhat foolish. He had been easily misled by mere words, lacking any semblance of a true superior's demeanor. Appearing merely as a lecherous man, such a person, could he truly instill fear in these men who feared nothing, even death? It finally dawned on him where that sense of incongruity had stemmed from. As a disciple of the Flower Harmony Peak, Jiang Huayu practiced the art of yin absorption to supplement yang, which naturally led to the women of Qingshan town being afraid to venture outside or being captured by him. However, the fear exhibited by the men was entirely abnormal. Would the county magistrate, whom they feared, truly be daunted by their numbers? Perhaps, but Su Shu was not convinced. Furthermore, the Zheng man displayed not even a hint of apprehension towards Jiang Huayu. For two parties to coexist under the same roof, one must either be stronger while the other is weaker, or both must be evenly matched. Jiang Huayu, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, was evidently no weakling. It seemed only fitting that the two factions were evenly matched. However, Jiang Huayu, as a master of Qi refinement, exuded no aura of intimidation. Instead, he appeared somewhat obsequious. Moreover, he was foolish and incompetent. This was Su Shu's assessment of Jiang Huayu. Such an individual might wield authority in the realm of mortals. Yet he could never inspire fear in someone of comparable strength. Thus, either Ning Yuyu had lied, but at such a critical juncture, her true nature had been revealed, making deceit implausible, or the fear these individuals harbored was directed not at Jiang Huayu, but at someone else. Additionally, recalling the sight of robust commoners trembling at the mere sight of their attire suggested that if this person were absent, the present company would be stripped of their fear. However, as Su Shu surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that some remained visibly apprehensive, casting wary glances in their direction. It dawned on Su Shu that this imbecile Jiang Huayu was likely a mere pawn, a flag raised by another. The true authority behind the county office was someone else entirely, someone who instilled dread in all the men of the city and elicited caution from the soul-devouring sect. If such an individual existed, he was most likely still within the county office, perhaps even orchestrating Su Shu's every move. This indicated the existence of another possibility. According to his deductions, the true master of the county office must be affiliated with the Harmony Sect, and assuredly, he was of the inner circle. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over Su Shu. Ning Yuyu was still within the county office. That unfortunate girl was in peril. He hastily turned to return. But with a resounding bang, the man from the soul-devouring sect coldly laughed as he slammed the door shut. Where do you think you're going, my friend? Did you not wish to witness our bloodthirsty prowess? Patience, let us indulge in a game before the show. Su Shu cursed himself for his carelessness. His earlier deductions had fostered a sense of arrogance, causing him to overlook crucial details. If this negligence led to Ning Yuyu's tragic fate, he would bear full responsibility, for it was he who had urged her to stay. The thought of another member of the Harmony Sect lurking within the county office ignited a fierce anxiety within him. He could not bear to see the despair in Ning Yuyu's eyes again. In a fleeting moment, his pretense vanished. His expression turned frigid, and he coldly commanded, "Get lost. I have no interest in playing your games." Chapter 51. The Red Demon, recommended for additional content. Jiang Huayu looked on in astonishment at the suddenly distraught Niu Yud. What's the matter? Weren't you eager to validate your abilities and that bloodthirst? Why the sudden desire to depart? The man named Zheng sneered arrogantly. You Harmony Sect folks are truly amusing. That wretched woman, Hu Min, dares to disturb us at the soul-devouring sect even during her seclusion. She is utterly oblivious to the danger. Upon hearing this, Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. A woman? The potential danger diminished significantly, especially since she was in seclusion. He exhaled a sigh of relief, internally chastising himself for his momentary panic. Surely, it was predominantly women who instilled fear in men regarding the Hahuan sect. How could he have overlooked such an elementary truth? Jiang Huayu's expression suddenly darkened with unease after hearing this statement. He had previously informed Su Shu that he was the sole representative from the county office, and now, he felt exposed. What would Lord Niu think? Would he suspect me of harboring ulterior motives due to my concealment of Hu Min's presence? He anxiously glanced at Su Shu, whose earlier urgency had morphed into indifference, heightening Jiang Huayu's discomfort. Yet amid his anxiety, a seed of doubt began to sprout. Why did Lord Niu wish to leave just now? Was he frightened? Surely not. After all, they were merely mortals. Your concealment of Hu Min's affair has been duly noted, and today, should you fail to demonstrate satisfactory prowess, you shall not return to any peak within the sect. I will ensure you find neither life nor death a comfort, Su Shu declared sternly. He recognized that his previous actions might have aroused Jiang Huayu's suspicion. Thus, he felt compelled to apply further pressure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huayu's anxious heart finally found a slight semblance of calm. His doubts were once again suppressed by Lord Niu's demeanor. Rest assured, Lord Niu, I will certainly meet your expectations, he replied, albeit somewhat sheepishly. The figure from the Shihun sect was taken aback. Who was this individual, so brazen in his demeanor? Even Jiang Huayu, a peaked disciple of the inner sect, seemed to be acquiescing to him. What was his background? After a moment of contemplation, he crossed his arms and inquired, I am Zheng Yi, fellow Taoist. Get lost. Su Shu bellowed, seemingly still irate over Jiang Huayu's earlier concealment. Zheng Yi's face turned a deep shade of displeasure. How could Lord Niu show him such blatant disrespect? If you revealed your background, perhaps I might refrain from taking action against you. Are you not aware of this? Jiang Huayu nearly burst into laughter, fully aware of Lord Niu's proud and haughty temperament, which dismissed everyone. However, witnessing Zheng Yi's humiliation before him brought him immense delight. Typically, Zheng Yi would flaunt his arrogance in front of him, but before Lord Niu, his bravado was utterly meaningless. Lord Niu has quite the temper. Does he not know whose territory this is? Zheng Yi retorted sarcastically. Su Shu let out a cold snort, disregarding him entirely as he coldly addressed Jiang Huayu. You have one incense stick's worth of time. I expect to see his corpse. A shiver ran down Jiang Huayu's spine. Indeed, this was the true arrogance of a prince. Zheng Yi felt as though his lungs might burst in fury. He had been living like a local emperor here. Who dared to be so audacious? Not even Hu Min of the Hahuan sect would dare. Thus, he concentrated his dark spiritual energy in his palm, where it seemed to resonate with the mournful wails of tormented souls, a sight most unsettling. Prepare to strike down this arrogant young bull. However, Jiang Huayu is awaiting an opportunity to redeem himself. As soon as the incantation formed in his hand, he reconsidered. It would be more sincere to confront the matter directly. Thus, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Su Shu, a faint golden, searing spiritual energy manifesting in his hand before he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The collision of golden and black energies erupted, blooming into black and gold flowers in the air. Jiang Huayu remained steadfast before Su Shu, not moving an inch, while Zheng Yi staggered back several steps. Clearly, in the contest of spiritual power, Jiang Huayu held the advantage. Yet, Jiang Huayu felt no sense of triumph. The practitioners of the soul-devouring sect were notorious for their peculiar energies, which paled in comparison to the overwhelming yang energies of the Harmony sect. Despite finding himself at a disadvantage, Zheng Yi showed no signs of relenting. The seals in his hands rapidly coalesced, and dark spiritual energy swirled around him in response to his gestures. Amongst the chaos, the sinister visage of a soul shadow could be discerned. Zheng Yi sneered with a roar. Do you think being at the peak of qi refinement makes you exceptional? A mere 8th level of qi refinement from the soul-devouring sect can easily slay you, a peak practitioner of the Harmony sect. Return to me, my children. Suddenly, as his words echoed, the burly men around began to clutch their heads in anguish, wailing in despair. Ah, please, my lord, spare us. Boom. One man's head exploded instantaneously, rendering him a headless corpse, from which a faint red soul shadow emerged, darting towards Zheng Yi. Bang, bang, bang. The scene erupted like a series of firecrackers. The sounds relentless. Yet, this particular display of power was chillingly horrific, as it was fueled by the lives of men. Red soul shadows continuously emerged from the lifeless bodies. Su Shu quietly activated his yang eye, recognizing these red soul shadows as the terrifying spirits he had previously encountered. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful crimson force swirling in the air behind the crowd. It was not a ghost, but a force that sent his blood boiling, a surge of blood energy. You, from the county magistrate's office, dare to harbor the little girl who killed my soul's servant. Such audacity is unparalleled. Today, I shall take your life, Jiang Huayu, as a tribute to my soul's servant, Zhao Laosan. Zheng Yi laughed maniacally. At this moment, aside from the three of them, no one else stood. Only a multitude of headless corpses lay scattered, a grotesque scene where copious amounts of blood and brain matter coalesced into a small, repulsive lake. The overpowering stench of blood and disgust assaulted Su Shu's senses, causing him to frown tightly. Indeed, the methods of the soul-devouring sect were utterly vile. Zheng Yi's expression was twisted, as if he awaited something eagerly. He suddenly struck the ground. Arise, red ghost. Before the astonished eyes of Su Shu and Jiang Huayu. A dark spot appeared on the ground before Zheng Yi. Then, the black spots gradually expanded outward within a circular area. As the surface area increased, the color of the black spots transformed from a deep ebony to a dark crimson, eventually becoming a vibrant scarlet, reminiscent of a pool of flowing blood. Suddenly, a claw emerged from within, seizing the ground at the periphery of the area. A chilling roar erupted, causing Su Shu and Gua Huayu to clutch their heads in agony. The sound waves of the roar crashed against their minds like colossal waves. Su Shu fared slightly better, as his spiritual consciousness remained steadfast within the dantian, sustaining minimal harm. However, he found the roar as grating as nails scraping against glass. In contrast, Gua Huayu lacked such resilience. His eyes bulged in pain as he frantically pounded the ground, attempting to quell the discomfort through sheer agony. Zheng Yi laughed maniacally, clearly pleased with his creation. He pointed at the person-sized ghost beside him, grinning wickedly. This is today's companion for the game, the Crimson Ghost. Chapter 52, The Battle Begins. The translucent crimson ghost gazed hungrily at Gua Huayu and Su Shu. Its gaping maw split into a grin, crimson saliva dripping onto the ground, which quickly began to emit curling black smoke under the corrosive effect of the droppings. Gua Huayu finally snapped out of his discomfort. His complexion was deathly pale, fear and trepidation flickering in his eyes. The Crimson Ghost, Zheng Yi sneered. Though merely at the peak of qi refinement, it will suffice for a meal. At Zheng Yi's command, the Crimson Ghost swiftly lunged toward Gua Huayu. Out of the corner of his eye, Gua Huayu noticed Niu Yid watching him indifferently with crossed arms, and he gritted his teeth, quickly forming a hand seal. Spiritual energy surged forth from his fingertips, coalescing into a fire dragon. Under Gua Huayu's guidance, the fire dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. However, the Crimson Ghost merely scoffed, swiping its claw with ferocity, shattering the flames effortlessly. Just as it prepared to charge again, the fire dragon had already reached it, wrapping its elongated body around the ghost. Unfortunately, the Crimson Ghost was remarkably agile, twisting and writhing until it escaped the fire dragon's grasp, heading straight for Gua Huayu. To it, humans were the finest delicacy. The fire dragon was merely a bit too hot for its taste. Though Gua Huayu was somewhat foolish, he stood resolutely undaunted. Another spell was already prepared in his hand, a formidable technique known for its lethal impact on spirits, the thunder summoning spell. Thunder roared. A bolt of lightning descended with fury, striking the Crimson Ghost and sending it flying, wisps of blue smoke curling from its form. Clearly, the power of thunder inflicted noticeable damage. Yet, to the Crimson Ghost, it was merely a trifling flesh wound. Nonetheless, it was incensed, letting out a furious roar. The sound waves reverberated once more, striking Gua Huayu's mind with tremendous force. He abruptly halted the third seal in his hand. This was the reason why those who had not attained the spirit form found it exceedingly difficult to rival the soul-devouring sect. The spirits they summoned possessed a voice that penetrated the very soul, affecting one's mental state. Engaging in battle against disciples of the soul-devouring sect at the same level meant confronting two adversaries simultaneously. How could victory be achieved? Meanwhile, Zheng Yi clearly had not been idle. At some point, he had quietly solidified his seals. Dark spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, and a bolt of purple-black lightning erupted from his fingertips. The eerie lightning, true to its name, shot forth like a serpent. Jiang Huayu bit down on his tongue, the pain rekindling a flicker of lucidity. However, he could no longer evade the serpent lightning. He gathered his scorching yang spiritual energy before him in an attempt to halt its advance. Bang! The serpent lightning pierced through the spiritual energy, striking Jiang Huayu directly. Instantly, A darkened patch marred his chest, corroded by the power of the eerie lightning. With a splutter, black blood erupted from his mouth. Ha ha! What of the pinnacle of chi refinement? Killing you is as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Zheng Yi cackled. Su Shu furrowed his brows. This crimson ghost also exuded an aura nearing the peak of the 9th level of chi refinement. No wonder it could contend with the peak of chi refinement Jiang Huayu. He observed the fighting style of the soul-devouring sect. Thus far, it primarily involved summoning the crimson ghost to fight alongside them, coupled with the peculiar nature of their spiritual energy. That dark spiritual energy seemed to possess a potent corrosive quality. When the eerie lightning struck Jiang Huayu, a shadow enveloped his countenance. From the agony etched on his face, it was evident that while the power may not rival the sheer force of thunder summoning techniques, it excelled in its sinister nature. Furthermore, his fingers trembled, making it exceedingly difficult to conjure another seal. Jiang Huayu beheld the crimson ghost transforming into a red shadow. Racing towards him, he exhaled heavily, recalling how he had boasted to Niu Xiao moments ago, claiming that capturing victory would be effortless. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from combat, he now found himself disoriented against an adversary of the 8th level of chi refinement from the soul-devouring sect. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unleash his true prowess. How could an 8th level chi refiner be compared to one at the pinnacle? He unleashed all the spiritual energy of the peak of chi refinement, which swirled around him as if he were bathed in golden light. Then, he clasped his hands together, and the fire dragon that was on the verge of dissipating swiftly returned to him. The flames enveloped his spiritual energy, transforming Jiang Huayu into a figure resembling a descending fire deity. Seeing this, Zheng Yi sneered, "Petty tricks. You might as well conserve some spiritual energy for my crimson ghost to feast on." The crimson ghost grinned wickedly, appearing above Jiang Huayu. It opened its jaws wide and lunged forward to take a bite. Flames erupted into its mouth, hissing audibly. Yet the crimson ghost paid no heed to the black smoke enveloping it, ravenously devouring Jiang Huayu's young flames. "Get away!" Jiang Huayu glared furiously, his voice booming. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared, striking the crimson ghost. To his astonishment, the ghost's transparent form was sliced, revealing a multitude of tormented souls wailing within. "You possess a flying sword," Zheng Yi exclaimed in shock. A crimson flying sword hovered before Jiang Huayu, with the flames and spiritual energy within him now contained. This was merely a contingency to repel the ghost, employing high-level spiritual energy to force it away, followed by summoning the sword for a decisive strike. Su Shu's pupils constricted sharply. A personal magical artifact? No, it must be a refined weapon. Jiang Huayu gazed at a small nick on the sword, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, seeing the crimson ghost retreat in fear, he deemed the sacrifice worthwhile. This was his trump card, a flying sword of refined energy. "You chose not to heed my words and forced my hand. Now, you shall perish," Jiang Huayu declared coldly. Had the crimson ghost not been so formidable, he would have preferred to keep his life-saving secret hidden, as artifacts were exceedingly rare, especially flying swords. This particular weapon had cost him a substantial fortune to have crafted. Zheng Yi's expression fluctuated between dread and despair. The strength of a cultivator wielding an artifact would surge. Without the flying sword, he was confident he could defeat Jiang Huayu. But now he glanced at his crimson ghost, feeling a deep sorrow. It had already dropped from the 9th to the 8th level of refinement. He had sacrificed all of his soul slaves to elevate the ghost's rank, only to have it diminished by Jiang Huayu's single strike. At this moment, Jiang Huayu stood proudly, showcasing his power to Niu Yud, a 9th-level refined ghost against Zheng Yi's 8th-level prowess. The emergence of the flying sword instilled immediate trepidation, causing the ghost to abandon its previous arrogance. Observing this, Su Shu coldly remarked, "Time is running short. Have you fulfilled my command? Is a mere flying sword enough to make you proud? On Tongling Peak, countless golden core flying swords exist. If you possess the capability, a share shall be yours." Her words rang true. After all, Tongling Peak was home to golden core disciples, surely equipped with golden core flying swords. If one could seize them, the quantity would be limitless. Yet, Jiang Huayu's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, his hard-won flying sword was but scrap metal in the eyes of the prince's faction. With this thought, he laughed maniacally within. "I shall cling tightly to the powerful, Zheng Yi. You shall perish." Chapter 53. A stealthy assault with warmth. When Zheng Yi sensed Jiang Huayu's growing murderous intent, his heart sank. However, recalling the two fellow disciples in the backyard, he sneered. "Do you think wielding a mere flying sword makes you invincible? I simply prefer not to engage in a reckless confrontation. Jiang Huayu, with your abilities, why remain beneath others? Follow me, and I guarantee you will forge a golden core and become invincible among your peers." Jiang Huayu scoffed, remarking, "Even if one has merely achieved chi refinement and foundation establishment, When has a disciple of the soul-devouring sect dared to claim invincibility in the form of a golden core? With that, he once again summoned his spiritual energy to manipulate his flying sword. Go. Zhang Yi cursed under his breath. Have those two already slipped into the well? I have been battling here for ages, and they remain oblivious. He then summoned the red ghost to stand before him, instructing it to intercept the flying sword. The red ghost, though wary of the sword that could inflict injury upon it, was not afraid. Seizing the opportunity while the red ghost obstructed the line of sight between Su Shu and himself, Zhang Yi discreetly retrieved a black jade from his storage ring and crushed it. The red ghost, sensing its master's intent, immediately engaged in battle to draw attention. A piercing sound wave momentarily froze Jiang Huayu's movements, before the two clashed fiercely with the flying sword. Su Shu felt an odd sensation. Ever since the red ghost had been wounded by a sword strike, the small figure within his Niwen palace had awakened, no longer sitting in meditation, but fixated on the red ghost with an expression of longing. This was the instinct of the spiritual consciousness seeking to absorb soul energy. The red ghost, being a creature of the soul-devouring sect, had been cultivated from the soul energies of others. Su Shu frowned. This was not a favorable development, and he needed to suppress this instinct. He had witnessed the foul souls and resentment within the red ghost, which could easily taint his own emotions. While he was not inherently benevolent, he possessed a sense of morality. The red ghost was clearly a culmination of many sacrifices, and such a method of cultivation was detrimental to his integrity. Lost in contemplation, he failed to notice another stealthy red ghost had appeared not far behind him. Only Zhang Yi was aware of it, but he would not divulge this information. Meanwhile, Su Shu remained unaware, with his back turned, as Jiang Huayu continued to engage in a spirited battle with the red ghost and Zhang Yi. Suddenly, Su Shu noticed something hovering above his head in the shadow before him. A sense of dread washed over him. He had been so engrossed in observing the spiritual consciousness that he momentarily forgot the presence of another individual. With a ferocious howl, the new red ghost transformed into a streak of red light, entering Su Shu's mind. The commotion caused Jiang Huayu to halt his combat immediately, shock etched across his face. For another member of the soul-devouring sect had appeared behind Neo, yet unbeknownst to anyone. The man's lips curled into a sinister grin, dark spiritual energy enveloping his hand as he struck down with force. Zhang Yi watched eagerly, knowing that the individual possessed by the red ghost would have their soul consumed. Furthermore, their companion was exceedingly cautious, preparing to strike simultaneously with the red ghost. Such a surprise attack could overwhelm even those newly initiated into Foundation establishment. Surely, Niu Shao could not have reached that level, then perish. Jiang Huayu's eyes were filled with rage. The support he had just found was about to vanish. Just as the man prepared to relish the moment of triumph, suddenly, Su Shu's fingers twitched. A spell of summoning thunder was instantaneously unleashed. Boom. The wrath of thunder struck down upon him. The man never anticipated that one who had been invaded by the red demon could still exhibit any resistance. Completely consumed with guarding against Su Shu and Jiang Huayu, he believed he had succeeded in remaining undetected. Yet, he had chosen the wrong target for his ambush. Why? He cried out in agony. Why haven't you been affected by the red demon? Su Shu coldly gazed at the charred remains. The red demon? Is it truly formidable? Within his dantian, the spiritual consciousness was fervently pursuing the red demon. Due to its previous intimidation of Jiang Huayu, its current aura was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, while the red demon stood at the 8th level. However, having grown accustomed to the chaotic confines of the dantian, the moment it entered, it was bewildered. For there, a golden figure grinned malevolently, seemingly awaiting its arrival. Is this person a golden core? Damn, my master deceived me. Where's the promised delicacy? Where's the promised power of the soul? Nothing but a complete spiritual consciousness. This intrusion was akin to stepping into the domain of the little golden figure, Su Shu. Perhaps outside, I could not contend with you, but since you have ventured inside, do not blame me. Just a moment ago, I was rather tempted by the wounded red demon, and now, one has conveniently delivered itself to my doorstep. Splendid. In a state of terror, the red demon attempted to flee. Yet, it was too late. Su Shu himself lacked the means to control the spiritual consciousness for offensive maneuvers. However, the soul possesses instinct. Such instincts repel invading foes. Without Su Shu's manipulation, the little golden figure unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon the red demon, almost rendering it incapacitated. Thus, having adapted to the cries of the first red demon, the sound held little sway over him now. On the contrary, the red demoness scream alerted him to the presence of an enemy behind. Su Shu couldn't help but chuckle. If only that moment. While I was preoccupied with the spiritual consciousness, you had attempted to cast a spell. It would have been far more advantageous than delivering the red demon to me. Ever since hearing of the soul-devouring sect's treatment of those of the same tier who have not formed a spiritual consciousness as invincible, Su Shu had been curious to see what would transpire if they faced him. He had once worried that his inability to control the spiritual consciousness would hinder him against others. It seems he had been overly concerned. Suddenly, the man shrieked, "Where's my red demon? Where has it gone?" Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he frantically shouted at Su Shu. Su Shu smiled oddly. "I have confiscated it." Zhang Yi was utterly astonished, bewildered by the unfolding events. He could only comprehend that the once invincible red ghost had inexplicably become inert within the mind of the young man. Meanwhile, Jiang Huayu was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. How foolish to employ the red ghost for a surprise attack against someone gathering spiritual consciousness. He was unaware that the red ghost had infiltrated Niu Yud's Niwen palace, only hearing its piercing roar. Turning his gaze, he saw the individual preparing to ambush Niu Yud. Only then realizing that the assailant, adhering to the customary tactics against Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, had recklessly summoned the red ghost. Within Su Shu's Niwen palace, the red ghost felt insulted by the presence of this golden core cultivator, being at the 8th layer of Qi refining. It was infuriated that it was being worn down by the spiritual consciousness of someone at merely the 7th layer. This was intolerable. However, caught off guard earlier by the spiritual consciousness entity, it now found itself on the brink of collapse within the Niwen palace, its corporeal form nearly disintegrating. On the verge of vanishing entirely, howling pitifully, the red ghost, resembling a weeping pup, pleaded for mercy. It even willingly exposed its soul imprint, hoping to persuade the Golden Core Master to spare its existence. Su Shu, initially reluctant to grant clemency, found the red ghost's sincerity compelling enough to reconsider. Chapter 54, Bloodlust. With a sudden gasp, the pallid visage of the man turned ashen, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yi, alarmed, exclaimed, "Lin Xiong. What has happened?" Lin Xiong's face was etched with despair. "My red ghost, and I have forcibly severed our contract." Zhang Yi, horrified, cried out, "How is that possible?" The red ghost was merely an ordinary spirit. Practitioners of the soul-devouring sect would select their personal ghostly companions to forge an equal partnership for cultivation. They placed great emphasis on nurturing their dedicated spirits, with a significant portion of their strength tied to the red ghost. In truth, many techniques requiring the collaboration of the red ghost remained untapped. Without his red ghost, Lin Xiong was nearly rendered powerless. Possessing the 8th layer of Qi refining, yet unable to contend even with an ordinary 7th layer practitioner. Previously, Su Shu had refrained from revealing his hand or demonstrating his spiritual entity. Thus, when Zhang Yi sent a message, he did not pay particular attention, merely suggesting Lin Xiong select a suitable target for ambush. However, he never anticipated that the chosen target would be so formidable. Jiang Huayu was filled with trepidation. Had Niu Xiao employed some divine ability to swiftly subdue Lin Xiong's red ghost? The disciple of the soul-devouring sect, reputed to be invincible among his peers, had been defeated in an instant. Fortuitously, he had harbored no ill intentions towards him. Indeed, he was deserving of his reputation as a prince among men. Su Shu coldly addressed Jiang Huayu. "What are we waiting for? I shall incapacitate one, and you shall incapacitate another. Such trivial members of the soul-devouring sect are unworthy to oppose my Huana sect, let alone boast of invincibility. How laughable." At this moment, Jiang Huayu, filled with trepidation, wasted no time and immediately summoned his flying sword, charging towards the two individuals. Zhang Yi, preoccupied and reluctant to engage in battle, merely defended himself. As he remained vigilant of Su Shu's movements, he feared that his Qi Gui would be inexplicably taken away, rendering him powerless. Lin Xiong's ashen face suddenly twisted into a grimace as a thought struck him. "Zhang Yi, eliminate them. We must achieve blood and soul unity, or we shall both perish." Blood and soul unity? Su Shu's mind stirred. Was this a method of cultivation, or was it related to blood energy? He had initially intended to harvest Lin Xiong's life, but he quickly retracted that plan, finding it effortless to deal with the two. However, he needed to find a way to conclude the matter of blood energy. He feigned composure, cautiously approaching Lin Xiong, exerting immense psychological pressure upon him. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. "Brother Jiang, allow us to leave. Otherwise, none shall emerge unscathed." Jiang Huayu relished the moment and had no intention of conceding to his demands. Moreover, the order given by Niu Xiao was to eliminate him. How brazen. "Even when death looms, you still dare to speak defiantly," he retorted coldly, as his flying sword continuously inflicted numerous wounds upon the Qi Gui. Since Zhang Yi was wholly focused on defense, the Qi Gui had already been secured on his shoulder, fighting alongside him. "Are you truly forcing my hand?" Zhang Yi seethed with anger. Meanwhile, Lin Xiong, noticing Su Shu drawing near, shouted in terror, "Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Hurry!" Su Shu furrowed his brow. Was this truly related to blood energy? Why were none of the others, like Zhao Laosen, present? Zhang Yi, fueled by frustration from Jiang Huayu's relentless pursuit, declared. If you continue to entangle with me, you shall die today. With that, he retrieved a blood pill, rich in blood energy, from his ring. Niu Xiao, I know you are the one in charge. Let us go. My brother and I will never return here. Otherwise, none shall fare well. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Huayu, while Su Shu felt a thrill, as even from a distance. The aura of the blood pill sent waves of energy coursing through him. Blood and soul unity is indeed related to blood energy. Quickly, let me see what effects your blood and soul unity can achieve. Su Shu exclaimed with excitement. Zheng Yi's countenance darkened. Do you wish to understand blood energy? This is the blood energy pill we have refined. Noticing Niu Xiao's curiosity, Jiang Huayu gradually ceased his attacks, realizing they were now like fish in a barrel. Su Shu inquired with curiosity, how did you refine it, and what effects does it have? Tell me, and perhaps I can facilitate your escape. Zheng Yi suddenly sensed that this individual seemed to have come precisely for this information. He quickly adjusted his breathing, inwardly cursing his reclusive senior brother for being idle. Yet at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping block, subject to the whims of others. He believed that delaying for a while might be beneficial. Perhaps his senior brother would emerge from seclusion at any moment. At that point, who could say who would be the prey? Thus, he spoke slowly. You must be aware that there are issues with the water sources within the city, correct? Su Shu replied with indifference. Do not waste time. Get to the point. Zheng Yi sighed with a bitter smile. The issue with the water source originates from our wells. There is a peculiar opening within the well, which leads to a relic. Su Shu's interest was piqued. A relic? Zheng Yi continued with a sigh. The relic is saturated with overwhelming negative emotions. By absorbing these emotions, one can enhance their physical constitution. The people of Qingshan town, both young and old, cannot withstand such negativity, and many women are taken by the county office. At this, he cast a half-smiling glance at Jiang Huayu. Upon discovering this anomaly, we began to capture some townsfolk for experimentation. After some time, we found that young men had a far greater capacity to endure. Thus, most of the youth in the city have been taken. Su Shu contemplated for a moment before asking, if it is a relic, why do you not enter yourselves to seek fortune, allowing mere mortals to do so? Zheng Yi shook his head. Cultivators, once imbued with spiritual power, cannot enter the core of the relic. Otherwise, we would have sought the opportunity long ago. After we made this discovery, we allowed them to enter and absorb the negative emotions. Those who showed no adverse effects were retained, and we extracted their essence. Those who were affected by the emotions and suffered adverse effects were kept as soul slaves. This is the origin of blood qi and blood qi pills. Su Shu nodded slowly. This aligned closely with his suspicions. Those who could roam the streets were merely failures. The relic's prohibition against cultivators suggested that the powers within were repellent to spiritual energy. Yet, his goal was the force of blood qi. However, Zheng Yi's assertion that they, as cultivators, could not enter seemed credible. After all, both Zheng Yi and Lin Xiong possessed physical qualities slightly superior to ordinary cultivators. If they could truly access the blood qi relic, their physical power would not be so marginally enhanced. A sense of disappointment welled within him. It appeared he too would be unable to enter the core area. Nevertheless, despite Zheng Yi's words, Su Shu resolved to investigate for himself. Otherwise, he would not find peace. The blood qi power within the relic indicated that this world indeed harbored forces beyond spiritual energy. Moreover, this power resonated deeply with the path of martial arts. Thus, martial arts undeniably held other avenues of exploration. Chapter 55. Conscience unfaded. Su Shu pondered for a moment and inquired, what is the function of the blood qi pill? Zheng Yi furrowed his brow slightly, reluctant to divulge information that pertained to their trump card. Yet, Lin Xiong was less concerned. He felt that, with his red ghost now gone and his incantations insufficiently cultivated, his combat prowess could only rival that of a sixth-layer qi refining practitioner. After a long struggle, he finally glimpsed a chance for survival from the two members of the Hahuan sect. His previous despair dissipated, akin to a drowning man seizing a life-saving straw. He murmured, the blood qi pill can enhance physical prowess, perfectly complementing the fusion combat technique of our sect. Zheng Yi sighed lightly upon witnessing this. Since Lin Xiong also sought to preserve his life, he had no choice but to speak. He himself was not inclined to consume the blood qi pill at this moment. His intention was to wait until both he and the Crimson Ghost established their foundations before partaking, confident that only then could he safeguard himself against any negative emotional repercussions. However, if he remained silent now, he might lose his opportunity altogether. The fusion combat technique was a sophisticated secret art that united the souls of ghosts with practitioners. It demanded exceptionally robust physical attributes to endure the capabilities of the Crimson Ghost. Su Shu nodded slowly, understanding that the two must have conceived the fusion technique upon discovering the benefits of this place, opting to seclude themselves here to gradually accumulate blood qi. They would wait for the opportune moment to merge. No wonder Lin Xiong had been so eager for Zhang Yi to fuse with the blood soul after his earlier despair. It must significantly enhance their combat strength, albeit with potential side effects. With their trump cards laid bare, Zhang Yi grew bolder. He coldly declared, "Were it not for my current reluctance to fuse, even with your flying sword, you, Jiang Huayu, in the qi refining stage, would not stand a chance against me." Jiang Huayu scoffed, offering no reply. His disdainful gaze spoke volumes. Su Shu, with a peculiar smile, suggested, "Why don't you try your blood qi pill now? Otherwise, you shall surely perish today." "What? Are you untrustworthy?" Zhang Yi and his companion erupted in fury. Su Shu cast a mocking glance at Jiang Huayu, who immediately grasped the implication. "Niu Shao said not to kill you. I never did." Jiang Huayu chuckled sinisterly. Such matters were commonly navigated, a tacit understanding shared among them. "Are you truly forcing my hand?" Zhang Yi roared in rage. "Stop wasting breath. Let strength speak for itself." Jiang Huayu seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand. The flying sword struck immediately. Enraged, Zhang Yi contemplated swallowing the blood qi pill outright. Yet, a final vestige of rationality restrained his impulse. Without the foundation bridge to protect his heart, he could not assure himself of retaining his sanity in that moment. He again formed hand seals, launching an assault alongside the Crimson Ghost against Jiang Huayu. Su Shu paid them no mind, slowly approaching Lin Xiong. "In truth, had you not been so despicable, you would not meet your demise," he remarked calmly. "Since you both discovered this relic together, you must possess blood qi pills as well. It is only due to the loss of the Crimson Ghost that you find yourselves powerless, is it not?" Lin Xiong, filled with trepidation, continually fumbled through various rudimentary spells. Su Shu, channeling the power of the Tsuyang formula, systematically dismantled these spells with ease. He understood that once he truly engaged, whether revealing the pinnacle of the 9-yang transformational art at the 4th level of qi refining or the 7th level of the Tsuyang formula, the outcome would be inevitable. Jiang Huayu inevitably began to question the authenticity of his identity. Although this thug was undeniably effective, the sins he had committed were far too grave, to the extent that they instilled fear in the women of an entire town. So profound were his transgressions that even a young girl like Ning Yuyu was forced to confront the harshness of reality. The list of his misdeeds was endless. He possessed alternative methods to eliminate these individuals one by one, yet he deemed them unnecessary. Every time he contemplated how the entire Qingshan town had been transformed into a realm of wickedness by their reckless actions, he could not suppress his thirst for vengeance. His self-awareness was starkly simple. "I am not a benevolent person, yet my conscience still lingers." In the face of those who would stop at nothing for power, any individual with a shred of decency would feel indignation. Su Shu slowly approached Lin Xiong, grasping his throat to render him speechless. In his current state, dealing with the incapacitated Lin Xiong was effortlessly easy. He spoke calmly. "Do you comprehend the oversight you have committed? You spared someone who should not have been spared, thus allowing him to encounter me. His name is Zhao Laosan." Lin Xiong's face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately to free himself from Su Shu's grip. It was only after hearing Su Shu's words that his pupils constricted in shock. He was aware of Zhao Laosan's death, but had given it little thought, reasoning that the perpetrator was merely a martial artist. How could a mere martial artist possibly be on the same level as a celestial being? However, he had not anticipated that Su Shu merely sought to uncover the reason behind Zhao Laosan's enhanced physical prowess, only to gradually unveil the ominous shadow cast over Qingshan town. Piece by piece, he unraveled the truth and discovered them. "When I refer to you, I do not merely mean the two of you. Do you understand? It pertains to all four of you." With a soft sigh, Su Shu severed Lin Xiong's neck. A flash of crimson light surged forth as the red demon of Su Shu's Naiwan palace consumed both Lin Xiong's body and soul in one swift motion. Even in death, Lin Xiong could not grasp the meaning of the four mentioned by this person. Was he not part of the same faction as Jiang Huayu? And what did Zhao Laosan have to do with anything? With a multitude of perplexing questions, he descended into eternal darkness. Su Shu casually wiped away Lin Xiong's storage ring, casting a meaningful glance at the two who were still entangled in fierce combat. It was time to unleash his full power. Zheng Yi, having witnessed Lin Xiong's demise, was instantly consumed by a feral rage. His visage twisted with malice as he glared at Su Shu with unbridled venom. Without uttering another word, he immediately swallowed a blood qi pill. Boom! A formidable surge of blood energy and an array of intense negative emotions erupted from Zheng Yi's body. "You shall not die a good death, Neo," he bellowed, and with that, he began to form a seal with his hands. "Red Demon, come forth." The Red Demon, still engaged in a vibrant battle with Jiang Huayu in the distance, instantly transformed into a streak of red light, surging into Zheng Yi's mind. The integration of the Red Demon manifested a colossal spectral shadow of a ghost upon him. Zheng Yi clutched his heart with one hand while fiercely grasping his forehead with the other. "Act!" He howled in agony, enduring tremendous torment. His eyes gradually turned crimson, the thick scent of blood emanating from him overpowering even the stench of the headless corpses in the distance. Jiang Huayu was taken aback, forming a single-handed incantation. Control. He immediately commanded his flying sword, unleashing a sword aura that swiftly pursued Zheng Yi. With a wild roar, Zheng Yi violently swung his arm, causing the spectral shadow to synchronize with him. A massive blood claw appeared before him, scattering the sword aura with a single swipe. Jiang Huayu was horrified, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he regarded the bloodthirsty Zheng Yi with trepidation. It was uncommon for someone of the same rank to so easily dismantle his sword aura. Zheng Yi, merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, had gained such a significant enhancement after consuming the blood qi pill and merging with the red demon. Had he undergone foundation establishment? Chapter 56. The emergence of the three-flame fiery sun palm. Additional chapter for the class representative. After a single strike, Zheng Yi's demeanor turned increasingly volatile. Various wailing souls surfaced, their tormented cries and overwhelming negative emotions relentlessly bombarding his mind and heart. He understood that this was due to the lack of protection for his heart and the inability to break through the Yin Palace, forcing him to endure the suffering. The enhancement brought about by the fusion of blood and soul was remarkable, yet its side effects were dreadfully overwhelming. Su Shumi squinted, perceiving Zheng Yi as a perilous beast. The blood energy seeping from his skin hardened into powerful muscles, and his eyes radiated a fierce bloodlust. Had he lost his sanity? He murmured, Jiang Huayu, cover me while I consolidate my divine powers to resolve him in one strike. Jiang Huayu hesitated. Zheng Yi was perilously dangerous, and he felt uncertain about his ability to withstand an attack. He estimated that with a claw like that, it would take no more than 3 strikes to incapacitate him. However, recalling Niushan's golden-purple spiritual insight, he wondered if it could indeed eliminate the threat with a single move. He could only hope that Niushan's divine powers would manifest with great might. Once successful, he envisioned soaring to new heights. Resolute, Jiang Huayu cautiously advanced to grasp the flying sword firmly in his hand. In the presence of the bloodthirsty beast that Zheng Yi had become, this was the only semblance of safety he could find. Both believed that Zheng Yi had lost his sanity entirely. Yet, at that moment, he retained a flicker of awareness. For he was consumed by hatred. Hatred for the untrustworthy Niushan. Hatred for having misguided Lin Xiong into attacking him. And hatred for the fellow disciple still attempting to break through qi refinement in the backyard. A frenzied loathing filled his mind. Amidst the overwhelming negative emotions, he recalled 2 things: to kill the one named Niushan, and to slay the fellow disciple who had usurped his meditation chamber. If it were not for the seduction of the one surnamed Niu, Jiang Huayu would not have dared to trouble them before reaching the foundation establishment stage. The peak qi refining fellow disciple must have sensed the battle occurring here. Yet, he remained silent. Zheng Yi understood that the man was driven by greed, hoping to advance to a higher level of foundation establishment on his own, which explained his inaction. While this rationale may have sufficed for him, it did not for Zheng Yi. Thus, let them all perish. Roaring with fury, the blood-soaked Zheng Yi and the ghostly apparition behind him unleashed a primal scream. His hands swiped through the air, releasing 3 blood claws, one aimed at Jiang Huayu, another at Su Shu, and the last hurtling towards the backyard. Seeing the 2 blood claws launched, Su Shu cursed his ill fortune. However, the emergence of the 3rd claw left him in a state of uncertainty. Was it aimed at destroying the entrance to the relic? Or, time was too short for him to contemplate. The blood claw had already sliced through the air towards him. Su Shu's expression darkened. Faced once more with the might of a peak qi refiner, he could no longer afford to conceal his strength. This time, the half-purple, half-golden 9 suns creation technique began to circulate, gathering with astonishing speed in his palm. Could he truly unleash the power of a peak 4th-layer qi refiner? He could not help but question himself. Resolutely, he decided to take precautions and hastily consumed the remaining 10 or so pure yang purple pills in one go. The purple energy erupted, but this time, Su Shu did not absorb it. Instead, he allowed it to coalesce with the gathering spiritual energy. Bang, bang, bang. As the spiritual energy flowed, it gradually fused into 3 clusters of purple-golden flames. Su Shu's complexion turned pale. Indeed, merely operating this technique had proven quite taxing, but thankfully, he had prepared for this moment. Previously, he had been unable to withstand a single punch from a peak qi refiner. Yet, this time, he would not shy away. The 3 purple-golden flames manifested in a triangular formation within his palm. He thrust forward, striking the blood claw. 3 flames of the fiery sun. The 3 purple-golden flames shot forth, igniting everything in their path. Ultimately, they converged into a palm print entirely composed of flames. Su Shu expended the last vestige of his spiritual energy to execute this foundational spell. The palm print collided with the blood claw. Hiss! The flames evaporated the blood energy and vengeful spirits, while the blood energy and vengeful spirits incessantly extinguished the flames. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. With a splatter, a droplet of blood, glistening with a faint golden hue under the sun, arced through the air. The force of the impact surged towards Su Shu, sending him careening backward until he was slammed against the wall of the solitary small house. Although he had exhausted all his spiritual energy, at least he had managed to withstand this attack. Perhaps this was worth celebrating, for it indicated that he could now unleash a blow with the power of a ninth-layer chi refiner. However, he must not forget that the illusion technique maintaining his disguise required spiritual energy, which had now dissipated. Originally, Jiang Huayu was fervently infusing his dwindling spiritual energy into his flying sword, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed Niu Sha being forcefully repelled. Subsequently, his previously ordinary visage began to transform into one of striking handsomeness. What is this? A disguise technique? Why would Niu Sha resort to such an illusion? Is he not formidable? What of his spirit communication peak technique? His spiritual consciousness and body techniques? Why not employ them? A multitude of questions, compounded by lingering doubts about Niu Sha, erupted within his mind, causing his gathering of spiritual energy to falter. The blood claw was upon him, delivering a near-peak chi refining strike. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, he could only manage a feeble counterattack with his sword. Bang! A hasty strike could hardly withstand Zheng Yi's blood claw at this moment. Crack! The blood claw, somewhat dulled by the sword's aura, mercilessly swept across his body, severing his left arm. My hand! Despite his dire predicament, Su Shu paid him no heed. Instead, while adjusting his cultivation method to absorb spiritual energy, he turned his gaze towards the third blood claw. The claw traversed the sky, solid and unyielding, as it descended menacingly towards the backyard. Suddenly, a burst of orange light erupted. The blood claw was instantly obliterated. Su Shu's pupils constricted sharply. There were others in the backyard. They must be allies of Zheng Yi, but why would Zheng Yi attack him? Zheng Yi, upon witnessing this turn of events, was nearly consumed by rage, for that was an orange ghost, a chi refining period red ghost, a foundation establishment period orange ghost. His demeanor clearly indicated he had already broken through, yet he remained aloof, poised to reap the rewards. Howl! Roar! The last vestige of Zheng Yi's rationality dissipated the moment the orange ghost appeared, followed by his anguished roar. He cackled. I still wish to see how far you can go. I never anticipated you, Zheng Yi, to be so astute. A figure cloaked in black materialized before them, wearing a mocking smile. Perched upon his shoulder was an orange ghost resembling the earlier red ghost. Su Shu inwardly lamented the dire situation. This man was a foundation establishment cultivator. Zheng Yi bellowed in fury. Die! With claws to the ground, he charged directly at the soul-devouring Sect's foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Huayu's gaze was filled with pain and uncertainty as he fixed his eyes on Su Shu. His strength was not insignificant, yet not overwhelming. At a critical moment, he had exhausted his spiritual energy, sustaining severe injuries without employing his spiritual consciousness and body techniques. This was impossible for someone from the frail spirit communication peak. You are not Niu Sha. Who on earth are you? He cried out sharply. Su Shu had initially contemplated spinning a small tale for him, but at that moment, the heavily shut door numbered 137 was suddenly kicked open. Su Shu, you cannot escape. Chapter 57, Escape. Upon hearing this, Su Shu, no longer does he entertain the notion of weaving tales for Jiang Huayu. Such an endeavor seems utterly futile. The man is already rendered incapacitated. No matter how one might try to deceive him, he scarcely possesses the courage to confront those two formidable foundation establishment practitioners. Just as Zheng Yi faces the hostility emanating from the unexpectedly appearing cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, he is compelled to abandon Su Shu and the others, rushing headlong into confrontation. Upon noticing the trio of Qi Feng, Zhang Su, and Li Yin among the 5 newcomers, along with 2 disciples from the Hawan sect, he turns on his heel and sprints toward the rear courtyard. There is simply no alternative. Even the crippled Jiang Huayu possesses greater strength than he does at this moment. The other 2 foundation establishment cultivators, Qi Feng and his companions, would certainly not approach without significant power themselves. He, however, finds himself devoid of any spiritual energy. Moreover, all of them harbor grievances against him. Jiang Huayu is currently brimming with suspicion, while Zheng Yi's murderous intent likely rivals that of the foundation establishment practitioner from the soul-devouring sect. As for Qi Feng, one can only imagine that his arrival heralds no good fortune. Should Su Shu truly swear to perform the extraordinary feat of standing on his head while defecating, it would be the only glimmer of hope. The moment he makes a move, everyone present reacts. Jiang Huayu calls out, hoping for a reasonable explanation from Su Shu. Regrettably, he has fled. There must be something amiss. Furthermore, the names being shouted by those newcomers are Su Shu. Who could possibly be addressing him now? The Foundation establishment practitioner? Yet, there is no response from him. Only Niu Shao, upon hearing the name, hastily retreats. Thus, he immediately pursues him, eager to discern whether he has been deceived or if Niu Shao has ulterior motives. The Foundation establishment practitioner from the soul-devouring sect initially intended to toy with Zheng Yi. The blood-soul fusion is a rare and extraordinary technique. How remarkable it is that this lad has succeeded at the Qi refinement stage. He is immensely curious about the strength Zheng Yi will wield after achieving blood-soul fusion at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, he perceives that the two Huan sect members are now incapacitated, vulnerable to manipulation. Eliminating Zheng Yi is all that is required. The spoils that follow would be entirely his. However, that young man has dashed deeper within, and the blood Qi pill still resides with him. Something about his recent technique also seems awry. Hence, he swiftly commands the orange specter to deliver a punch that sends Zheng Yi staggering back. Then he races toward the rear courtyard. Zheng Yi's earlier display of primal hostility was merely a reaction to the sudden appearance of the Foundation establishment man, combined with the persistent murderous intent that plagued his mind. The bloodied figure of Zheng Yi, having lost his rationality, retains only a lingering hatred for those two. Now, as both parties head in the same direction, he bellows fiercely and gives chase. Thus, as Qi Feng and the 5 others enter, they observe everyone frantically rushing inside. Initially, the dark-clad man and woman harbored some trepidation regarding the soul-devouring sect practitioner and the bloodied figure, now questioning whether they have fallen into a trap. It is not that they seek to hunt others, but rather that others lie in wait for them. Consequently, as soon as they entered, they all rushed inside. Are there traps? The man in black furrowed his brow. Qi Feng remained in shock. The two who had just clashed were undoubtedly Foundation establishment cultivators, right? At the mention, he promptly returned to reality. With a swift glance, he remarked, "Foster father, it should not be a trap." The first one to flee was Su Shu. They must have discovered the relic jade slip on him, and everyone desires to claim it, which is why they all pursued him. The man pondered for a moment before turning to the woman. "Sister Yao, what are your thoughts?" The woman frowned slightly. "Since we have come this far, we naturally wish to gain something." She then fixed her gaze upon Qi Feng, inquiring, "Is it truly only the jade slip in his possession that serves as the key to the ruins?" Qi Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment within. It was merely a jade slip that recorded the location of the ruins. There was no key at all. Had it been a key, he would have entered long ago without waiting for anyone else. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Yes, I am quite certain. If we eliminate Su Shu and seize his physique, everything will fall into place. Moreover, with so many people inside, including a Foundation establishment cultivator from the soul-devouring sect, there must be a reason for the pursuit of Su Shu. He does not believe he can seize any gains from Su Shu. All he desires is the corpse of Su Shu." The man contemplated and said, "In that case, we can take a gamble. The power of a relic can at least elevate us to Foundation establishment." At this point, his breath grew increasingly rapid. "Very well," the woman nodded in agreement. Qi Feng exhaled in relief, grateful that their greed for the ruins played in his favor, and that he had provided Su Shu with the jade slip earlier. As the 5 prepared to move forward, suddenly, the man with the severed arm approached them from within the room, his expression cold. They all recognized the disciple robe of the Huan sect on him. The black-clad man and woman frowned slightly, while Qi Feng and his companions felt a twinge of fear. Jiang Huayu approached Qi Feng directly, disregarding the others, and asked indifferently, "Who is this Su Shu you mentioned?" Qi Feng, bewildered, stammered, "He is the man in white." Jiang Huayu's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he demanded, "What is Su Shu's status?" Qi Feng cautiously cast a pleading glance at the black-clad man and woman, but they both shook their heads slightly. He sighed and replied, "As my master inquired, I shall respond. Su Shu is a miscellaneous disciple from within the sect. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was sent to Bingwan Peak as a servant." Qi Feng spoke conservatively, even though it was evident that this man harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Su Shu. But what if? Jiang Huayu's forehead bulged with veins, as the most insulting conjecture seemed poised to materialize. So what if he was from Bingwan Peak? A servant from the inner peak is still just a servant. Furthermore, he is a true disciple of the inner peak. No wonder he could not produce a disciple token. "Su Shu, you scoundrel. You dare deceive me. Your attempts to inflict torment upon me are utterly insufficient to cleanse the stain of my disgrace." Jiang Huayu's fist struck the ground with violent force. His visage contorted in rage. Qi Feng and the others were taken aback, astonished at the audacity of Su Shu to provoke someone from the inner peak. Qi Feng, quick to respond, inquired, "Master Uncle, how has Su Shu deceived you?" However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the infuriated Jiang Huayu summoned his flying sword and aimed a lethal strike at him. Fortunately, a man intervened, deflecting the sword with a swift hand, thus saving Qi Feng. Both the man and woman clad in black regarded Jiang Huayu with trepidation, wary of his status and the potency of his sword. Master Uncle, please temper your fury. Jiang Huayu, heavily wounded and drained of spiritual energy, despite possessing a magical flying sword, lacked the strength to wield it effectively. With a disdainful snort, he called back his sword and strode toward the small dwelling. It had become apparent to him that Su Shu was merely a menial disciple, devoid of any connection to the Tongling Peak, and thus there was no way to invoke the laws of that peak. Hence, he vowed not to rest until Su Shu was eliminated. As Jiang Huayu departed, the man in black scoffed, "Is this truly what the so-called inner peak disciples amount to? A disgrace." The woman echoed his contempt. Qi Feng and the others dared not interject, knowing they lacked the strength to do so. The man contemplated for a moment before stating coolly, "Since I assisted you earlier, I expect a share of your inheritance." Qi Feng seethed with indignation but felt powerless, only able to mock internally. "You greedy scoundrel, let us see if you can even access it first." Chapter 58. Crisis. Meanwhile, in this desolate area devoid of other structures, Su Shu reacted swiftly, having slipped away the instant they entered. He quickly spotted the well situated in the backyard, its depths intermittently glowing with a tantalizing red light. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Foundation Establishment cultivator from the soul-devouring sect and the bloodthirsty Zheng Yi approaching nearby, cursing under his breath. He acknowledged this outcome as expected. Although he was fleet of foot, the others were Foundation Establishment practitioners. Without hesitation, he dove into the well. Upon entering, he discovered an opening in the well's wall from which the red light emanated. With a leap, he plunged into the tunnel within. The speed of the Foundation Establishment cultivator was formidable, yet he was still a moment too late, left to watch helplessly as Su Shu vanished into the depths. He hesitated, aware that such peculiar ruins often held inexplicable restrictions. Uncertain of the rules, he momentarily faltered. However, Zheng Yi, behind him, provided no opportunity for contemplation. Observing his pause at the well's edge, a vicious blood claw shot forth. The cultivator frowned, cursing his ill fortune, focusing his hand seals. The orange specter perched on his shoulder retaliated, spewing forth a thick, dark phlegm, which began to corrode the blood claw. Yet, the claw relentlessly advanced, seemingly unwilling to relent until it had torn him to shreds. Had I known this earlier, I should have dealt with that rascal beforehand. Otherwise, I would have difficulty explaining to Lord Hunsheng. He sensed that the power of the blood claw was growing increasingly formidable. It appeared that as the blood energy within Zheng Yi diminished, it intensified within him, rendering him even more formidable. Moreover, he had refrained from engaging Zheng Yi in close combat, as he had no desire to endure a beating. Merely gazing upon that robust physique was more than sufficient. Alas, the blood chi pill must be procured. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly descended into the well before the blood claw could arrive. Boom! The ancient well was shattered into fragments by Zheng Yi's blood claw, and the visibility within the well immediately expanded. The water seemed to resonate with the blood chi, beginning to swirl incessantly, as if yearning to absorb that power. At this moment, Zheng Yi was devoid of rational thought, consumed only by the desire to eliminate those two individuals. Thus, upon witnessing Su Shu and the man from the Shihun sect enter the well, he followed suit, lured by the scent. After a while, Jiang Huayu appeared, his expression solemn, followed by the 5 members of Qi Feng. Presently, apart from Su Shu, he was the most familiar with this blood chi relic. He had overheard Zheng Yi's words. The cultivators could not access the center, nevertheless. The overwhelming killing intent directed at Su Shu compelled him to disregard everything. They dare. I too shall dare. Qi Feng and the others watched as he plunged headlong into the cavern. Brother Feng, there is also a relic here. The woman in the inner garment heaved heavily, clearly agitated. The man, upon noticing, exhibited a glimmer of greed. Ha! Yao Mei, our luck is remarkable. One relic was inaccessible, yet we have discovered a second. Qi Feng's countenance fell in shock. The power emanating from this relic was entirely distinct from the one he had previously discovered. Undeniably, they were 2 separate relics. He knew the one he was aware of lay 500 miles beyond Qingshan Town. Who could have imagined there was yet another here? A mere Qingshan Town harbored 2 relics in its vicinity. His expression darkened as he felt that the price paid for Su Feng and Wang Yao might have been excessive. Was the pure yang body worth 2 relics? However, as he glanced at the somewhat bewildered Zhang Su and Li Yin, he felt a measure of reassurance. At the county office, the magistrate had granted a day off to the city guards. Commander Chun was preoccupied with thoughts of that exquisite young girl, a wave of wicked desire surging within him. Once everyone had departed, he returned to the county office, for he had inadvertently discovered that the underground chamber of the county office housed the women of Qingshan Town, who had been victimized for years. Any woman of even modest beauty from Qingshan Town was confined below. Once Jiang Huaiyu had finished his indulgence, he would imprison them underground. Each time he cultivated, he would capture a few women to absorb their yin energy. He rewards the women under his command by selecting those he finds unsatisfactory or has grown weary of, reserving personal choices for those who have achieved significant merits. These matters are well known to Commander Chun. Seizing the opportunity while the county office is unoccupied, he decides to choose a few more pleasing companions to relieve his frustrations. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strolls along the corridor. Suddenly, he spots a little girl clad in a pale yellow dress emerging from the residence of the county magistrate. He pauses momentarily, self-deprecatingly muttering, "What an illusion," thinking of that little girl. Yet, as he directs his gaze once more, he is astounded to find that the girl remains there. Why hasn't the magistrate confined her after his indulgence? A thought strikes him, and his expression shifts dramatically. However, he quickly regains his composure, dismissing it with a shrug. After all, what does it matter to him as long as he is satisfied? A grin spreads across his face. Perfect. Little sister. Ning Yu had been in her room for a while, and, hearing no sounds from outside, assumed the coast was clear. Thus, she resolved to venture into the backyard to see the well that Su Shu, her brother, had longed for. She recalled Zhao Laosan mentioning it was in the county office's backyard. Something capable of captivating someone like Su Shu, who seemed almost ethereal, must surely possess the potential for great strength, and her curiosity was piqued. In truth, she understood that to accompany Su Shu, she needed to enter his circle. Now, she stood close to the well in the backyard. Who could resist such temptation? Just a quick look. Ning Yu kept reminding herself as she made her way toward the backyard, oblivious to the hungry gaze lingering in the corridor. As she crossed the threshold, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. "Little sister, where are you headed?" Ning Yu's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no, is someone still here?" She pondered briefly and then flashed a naive smile at the stranger, saying, "Brother, I was just going to fetch some water." Commander Chen laughed heartily, casually forming a water sphere in his hand with a flick of his fingers. With a lewd grin, he remarked, Ning Yu nearly felt the urge to stab him. Does he think I am a naive little girl who cannot comprehend his words? However, the effortless conjuring of water left her utterly astonished. This commander was indeed extraordinary. She replied, bewildered, "Brother, I haven't even gone to fetch water yet." Commander Chen slowly approached the little girl, prompting Ning Yu to instinctively retreat toward the well. "Fear not. Little sister, I have water here, no need for you to fetch it," he teased with a grin. Ning Yu inwardly cursed. Well, look at this scoundrel, even alive. He is a menace. Let me send him on his way. With a raised eyebrow, she exclaimed, "Brother, are you a celestial being?" Her small hand pressed against her abdomen. Awaiting the moment, Commander Chen drew nearer. Chapter 59. Into the well. To her surprise, Commander Chen suddenly halted in his tracks, playfully remarking, "Little sister, you must be the beggar who killed Zhao Laosan, am I right?" Ning Yu feigned confusion, trembling as she spoke. "Brother, what are you saying? How could I possibly commit murder?" It appeared that the very notion of taking a life filled her with genuine terror. Commander Chen laughed heartily, remarking that had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived by her act. Yet, as the commander of the city guards, how could she possibly fool him? Upon hearing this, Ning Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Was he merely testing her, or did he truly possess certainty? She felt assured that there were no incriminating details for anyone to seize upon. Commander Chun hurled a water balloon at her, striking her on the head. However, Ning Yu did not respond with anger. Instead, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, hugging her arms and trembling as she said, "Brother, why did you hit me? I'm so cold." Commander Chun gazed greedily at the young beauty, who looked as if she had just emerged from a bath. At the city gate, a little girl and a scholar had vanquished a bully named Zhao Laosan, stabbing him 73 times. The city guards had witnessed it firsthand. The following day, a young beauty, searching for her brother, none other than Ning Yu, suddenly appeared within the city. "You are fortunate to have encountered me. I have taken quite a liking to you, and have become almost obsessed with thoughts of you. Yet, you are also unfortunate, for I have conducted an investigation into you and your brother. From the moment you appeared at the crescent into the west, I sensed something amiss." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose within Ning Yu. Indeed, it was all too easy for the city guards, being local bullies, to investigate someone. Despite this, she continued to feign innocence as she gazed at Commander Chun. "Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Commander Chun threw another water balloon at her and laughed. "At this point, you still don't comprehend? The old man at the crescent and claimed he had not seen you check in, yet the night before, a young man and a little beggar had taken residence there. When the young man departed, the old man confirmed he had seen him. However, he never laid eyes on the beggar girl. Coincidentally, on that very day, you, Ning Yu, appeared under the pretense of searching for your brother at the Crescent Inn. I still remember the astonishment I felt upon your arrival. Thus, I became frenzied in my pursuit of every detail regarding you. Ironically, I eventually compared the trajectories of the beggar girl and the scholar, alongside you and your brother, as well as Zhao Laosan's words regarding the county government as well. Ning Yuyu's heart sank to the depths of despair. This wretched scoundrel had thoroughly investigated her, even going to great lengths to uncover her secrets. While he might merely be conjecturing, he had now arrived at a conclusion. In that case, her disguise was rendered ineffective. Consequently, due to earlier incidents, her deceptive tactics had raised suspicions in the eyes of the man before her. Thus, she ceased her pretense. With a cold demeanor, she asked, "So what? Have you found what you were looking for?" Commander Chen feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, indeed. Do not pretend any longer. Your aloofness is what I find most appealing. It provides a sense of conquest. Ha ha ha." With a deft hand, she peeled away the fade of the girl before her, eliciting a sense of delight. Ultimately, a conclusion emerged. You and your brother are likely to come here. Indeed, the little beggar had vanished, replaced by a beautiful maiden. Yet, I still harbored a suspicion regarding your brother's true identity. I wonder if it holds any veracity? Ning Yuyu furrowed her brow. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Commander Chen replied lazily with a smile. Show me your left arm, so I may ascertain whether your brother is the person I suspect. Ning Yuyu could no longer mask her expression. Her face suddenly filled with shock and terror. She had altered her appearance, and so had Su Shu. Yet this individual had managed to uncover their identities. The connection lay in the fact that both the little beggar's disappearance and Ning Yuyu's appearance occurred at the Crescent Inn. Just a few words from the old man at the inn, coupled with the convenience of the city guards, had led him to discover both her and Su Shu's identities. Did he know if the county office was also aware? This was dire. Su Shu was in danger. As Ning Yuyu contemplated fleeing, she was struck once more by a water orb hurled by Commander Chen. It appears that indeed, he is your brother, Commander Chen remarked, astonished. How about we strike a deal? Ning Yuyu staggered backward from the impact of the water orb, collapsing beside the well. A trickle of blood escaped her lips. Yet she bore the pain with stoic resolve, fixing him with a cold stare. Do not look at me. I am merely a novice sorceress, of little consequence. Let us make a deal. I have yet to expose your brother's identity. As long as you are willing, I could assist you in concealing it, or even help you and your brother escape in secrecy. Commander Chen's mouth nearly watered at the prospect. Ning Yuyu mentally chastised herself for her insatiable curiosity. However, from Commander Chen's words, she gleaned that the county office remained unaware of her brother's identity. If they were oblivious, then Su Shu was not in danger. Splendid. A flicker of hope ignited in Ning Yuyu's eyes as she wobbled unsteadily to her feet, as though drained of strength. She scoffed. Very well, come closer. I accept your terms. Commander Chen contemplated for a moment before smirking. Little girl, first toss away the knife you are concealing and stand still. I assure you, you need not be willing. As long as you entertain me, I shall refrain from revealing your brother's secret. Ning Yuyu's heart sank. This scoundrel was aware of the knife she had hidden. It seemed that the incident with Zhao Laosan had been reported to him by the city guards. What to do? She was merely an ordinary girl, with her only card being a rusted blade. In a moment of lowered defenses, she could indeed strike. However, this wretched scoundrel was exceedingly cautious. She cast a furtive glance toward the dark depths of the well behind her. Was there truly no way out? Suddenly, she spotted two wooden buckets suspended by ropes at the well's mouth, half her height. A plan took shape in her mind. The knife must not be discarded. It was her sole means of survival. However, there were numerous ways to launch a surprise attack. Since this loathsome creature was overly vigilant, she would feign vulnerability to lower his guard. Thus, she coldly scolded, "Begone. Even in death, I shall not yield to you. You wretched scoundrel had best not fall into my hands." After a moment's contemplation, a mischievous smile graced her lips. Do you know? Because of your greed and your failure to report, your county magistrate may very well be dead by now. Brother Su Shu is certainly no fool like those in your county office. If given the chance, I will slice your flesh piece by piece and feed it to dogs. However, if the opportunity eludes me, let my brother come find me. Without waiting for Commander Chen to respond, she suddenly charged, her target unmistakably the well. Chapter 60. We are even now. Silver note compensation for an additional chapter. Plop. The sound of a heavy object plunging into the water reached Commander Chen's ears. He was taken aback. Had the girl committed suicide? She would rather die than submit. The sound of the splash led him to genuinely believe Ning Yuyu was prepared to take her own life. In a panic, he rushed to the well's edge, intent on peering down. His urgency, coupled with his assumption that the splash was the sound of a person jumping into the water, fueled his desire to rescue the young girl. He had finally found such an opportune moment, and it was not for the sake of relishing a cold corpse. Thus, he sought to save Ning Yuyu, even if his intentions were not entirely pure. Little did he anticipate that as he leaned over, a glimmer of cold steel suddenly emerged. A young girl, her gaze indifferent, crouched within a bucket. The instant his figure appeared, she sprang up, brandishing her knife. The blade flashed. Blood erupted from a gaping wound in Commander Chun's throat. Even in his final moments, disbelief enveloped him. Had she not been about to end her own life? What had caused the splash? Why was she inside the bucket? In his last fleeting glance, he caught sight of a wooden bucket bobbing precariously on the water's surface, creating ripples. Why were there two buckets? And then, he was engulfed by eternal darkness. Ning Yu, frantic and ravenous for air, gasped, Who? That was perilously close. Had it not been for these two buckets, I would undoubtedly have fallen into that scoundrel's clutches today. The preceding scene had been far too harrowing, confronting a formidable adversary. Even one who wielded nothing more than a rather ineffectual water sphere technique was beyond the capability of a mere girl like her. Commander Chun had been quite cautious. Yet at the most critical juncture, he proved insufficiently so. Thus, he met his demise at Ning Yu's hands, a swift slash to the throat. Ning Yu desperately climbed up the rope, gazing at the lifeless body of Commander Chun, sprawled at the mouth of the well, his eyes still filled with confusion. Suddenly, she burst into a frenzied laugh. You wretched dog, you are destined to be sliced into pieces for the dogs. At that moment, a round of applause echoed. Clapping resounded. How astonishing that a malnourished little girl could unexpectedly slay a cultivator of the first layer of chi refinement. Impressive. Ning Yu reined in her laughter and cast a cold glance in the direction of the sound. A captivating woman, adorned in a gown of delicate pink interwoven with gold threads, regarded her with an appreciative smile. She wore attire reminiscent of the county office and Su Shu, her elder brother. How could there be another person? And she is a celestial being. The alluring woman chuckled lightly. I am Hu Min. You are the most intelligent and ruthless little girl I have ever encountered. What is your name? Ning Yu tightened her grip on her rusty knife, remaining silent as thoughts raced through her mind, contemplating how to eliminate this celestial being. Clearly, having just killed Commander Chun had instilled in her a false sense of invincibility. Celestials are not so formidable. Don't waste your efforts. Even if I stand still, you cannot kill me, Hu Min remarked, discerning Ning Yu's mindset with a mocking smile. Boom. The full force of her foundational spiritual power erupted. A tempest of spiritual pressure descended upon Ning Yu in an instant. With a splatter, the earlier injuries inflicted by Commander Chun's water sphere, now compounded by this overwhelming aura, she could no longer withstand it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The suppression of spiritual energy instilled terror in the ordinary Ning Yu. She sensed, with an inexplicable intuition, that this woman was far stronger than her brother Su Shu or even the county officials. A profound despair enveloped her heart. Hu Min relished the sight of others succumbing to her might, savoring the despair that radiated from Ning Yu. She had witnessed the earlier scene unfold and admired the little girl's intelligence and composure in seeking opportunities to counterattack a first-layer chi refinement cultivator. The thought of taking her as an apprentice briefly crossed her mind. After a moment of contemplation, feeling that her intimidation was insufficient, Hu Min sought to deepen the girl's fear. With a seductive smile, she lightly tapped Commander Chun's corpse with her finger, causing it to soar towards her. With her crimson lips pursed, she gently inhaled, and the corpse instantly shrank, a searing aura rushing into her mouth. Ning Yu watched in horror as the body transformed into little more than a layer of human skin draped over bones. To me, such remnants are all dead. How would you like to become as powerful as I am? Hu Min remarked, clearly satisfied with Ning Yu's expression, yet unbeknownst to her, at that moment, a tempest raged within Ning Yu's heart. Her father and grandfather had also met their end in such a manner, reduced to nothing but a layer of skin. She had been relentlessly searching for the murderer, yet the only culprit she had managed to uncover was Zhao Laosan. The true perpetrator, the one responsible for transforming them into human skins, remained elusive. At this moment, everything became clear. It was highly likely that the person standing before her was the one. In Qingshan Town, there were but a few immortals capable of such a transformation, and only an immortal could have done this to her father. Now, this individual had appeared. It was likely this very woman. After the deaths of her father and grandfather, she would dare to desecrate their corpses. The hatred she felt was insurmountable. Even if she were to submit to this woman, perhaps she could acquire immense power, but she refused to do so. Had she been willing, she would not have drawn her blade against Niu Yud that day. Ning Yu was driven to madness. Tears of rage streamed from her eyes as she clutched the rusty knife, charging towards Hu Min. She knew full well there was no chance of victory. Hu Min was taken aback. The scene she had envisioned of the little girl pleading for mercy did not materialize. Instead, the girl was recklessly intent on fighting her to the death. Instantly, Hu Min was engulfed in fury. I am a foundational immortal. How dare a mere mortal offend my celestial might? You seek death. With a furious wave of her sleeve, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking the advancing Ning Yu. Bang! Ning Yu was sent flying, blood and fragments of her insides tracing an arc through the air. Hu Min coldly regarded Ning Yu, who lay on the ground, struggling for breath. Although she was unaware of Ning Yuyu's thoughts, the girl's defiance infuriated her. Even though she held this individual in high regard, a mortal was still a mortal, unappreciative of their own insignificance. She lay there, eyes closed. Grandfather, father, I cannot avenge you. I can only seek you. As her eyelids grew heavy and her consciousness began to fade, an image of a figure in white flashed through her mind. Her encounter with Su Shu, their embrace at the inn, and that heartfelt kiss. A silent lament filled her heart. Brother, I am sorry. This time, Yu has failed you. I promised to find a place to hide. Yet, I could not resist the urge to be near you, just a little bit more. I know you worry that my presence may bring danger, but I have faced peril for many years. I fear not the danger, only long to walk alongside you. For in all these years, you are the only good brother I have ever known. Su Shu, this time, we are even. Chapter 61. Consuming the blood-chi pill in the county office, Hu Min remained indifferent to Ning Yuyu's demise. Indeed, she had high hopes for Ning Yuyu's character. But that did not mean she could tolerate the girl's insolence towards her. Thus, she acted, even though she was unaware of the reasons behind Ning Yuyu's sudden outburst. Everything within the city was under her control, no matter how ferocious or malicious the soul slaves of the soul-devouring sect were. They would still fear the reputation of Hu Min, for she is the emperor of this Qing Shan town. The majesty of her presence, the ethereal might, is not something a mere mortal can defy. Hu Min gazed at the two lifeless bodies, her brow furrowed as she muttered to herself. To have deaths occur just after my emergence, how ominous. With a decisive motion, she cast the two corpses into the well. Where has that fool Jiang Huayu wandered off to? A sense of irritation washed over her. Upon her release, not a soul was to be found. It was only upon sensing a ripple of spiritual energy in this vicinity that she came to witness the earlier scene. Disposing of an ordinary person was a trivial matter for her, likely to be forgotten in no time. Thus, she departed the rear courtyard with an air of tranquility. After her exit, the well revealed a beautiful little girl floating upon the surface of the water. The child's complexion was ashen, seemingly devoid of breath. Suddenly, a peculiar redness appeared upon her forehead, flickering erratically. When it glimmered brightly, it unveiled an odd blood-red inscription. As the markings upon the girl's brow illuminated, the water's surface began to swirl around her form, creating a vortex that quietly engulfed her entirely. Once she vanished, the place returned to its former stillness and darkness. As for Su Shu, he had anticipated that the cave entrance would lead to a corridor of sorts. However, at the moment he crossed the threshold, he was astonished to discover the entrance rippling like water. He was then transported into another realm. Casting his gaze around, he observed the surroundings carefully. A thick mist enveloped the area, and in the distance loomed a colossal ancient castle. Suspended above the castle was a peculiar mirror, rotating with an ethereal grace and casting a beam of white light. Each time the beam swept across Su Shu, he perceived the crimson mist wafting through the air with startling clarity. He realized that the intermittent flashes of red light outside the cave were, in fact, reflections emitted by this spinning mirror. Unconsciously, he began to circulate the Nine Suns transformation technique, seeking to replenish the nearly depleted spiritual energy within him. Yet, upon doing so, he discovered that this place was utterly devoid of spiritual essence. Su Shu frowned. Without spiritual energy, naturally, one could not restore their power. Indeed, as Zheng Yi had stated, this realm repelled practitioners. Instead, those murky red vapors incessantly infiltrated his dantian and permeated his skin. When the red essence invaded his dantian, the spiritual manifestation ceased its meditative posture. Something had audaciously intruded upon his domain, and it must be eradicated. He forcefully kicked away the trembling red specter beneath him and began to cleanse the tainted energies that had infiltrated his dantian. To his astonishment, he noticed that his physical form was gradually strengthening at a lethargic pace as the vapors entered his skin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shu realized that his spiritual manifestation had thoroughly absorbed the noxious energies. Upon absorption, the original radiance of the spiritual entity dimmed slightly. However, its aura began to transition from the 7th layer of qi refinement towards the 8th. Although he felt no peculiar sensations, he was uncertain whether this was a positive or negative development. Could the consciousness entity absorb negative emotions? Yet, it seemed that there was more than just negativity within. There appeared to be a surge of sanguine energy, he murmured. Suddenly, the space behind Su Shu rippled once more. A foundation-building practitioner from the soul-devouring sect materialized before him. The individual initially froze at the bizarre scene, but upon recognizing Su Shu, a look of joy illuminated his face. Channeling his spiritual power, a dark hand swiftly emerged before Su Shu. Raising an eyebrow, Su Shu remained motionless. There is no spiritual energy here. Are you certain you wish to act recklessly? Your actions will only deplete your own energy, allowing those who arrive later to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, the practitioner hesitated, causing the spiritual hand to dissipate. He then began to meditate on his techniques, furrowing his brow deeply. At that moment, the air rippled again. Even before the figure appeared, Su Shu knew who was coming. Zheng Yi. Only he bore such a strong scent of blood. As expected, Zheng Yi's silhouette soon emerged. It seemed he was unaffected by the surrounding environment. Launching 2 bloody claws towards the 2 men, Su Shu sighed inwardly. It appeared he could not evade this confrontation. This man had truly lost his sanity. There was no other recourse. Thus, he produced a blood chi pill. With a smile, he consumed it under the incredulous gaze of the foundation-building practitioner from the soul-devouring sect. The moment the pill touched his tongue, a rich, metallic flavor filled his senses. Instantly, a tempestuous surge of sanguine energy spiraled within him. Accompanying this was a plume of black mist that sought to invade his Niwen palace. Yet it was thwarted by the tiny figure of the consciousness entity. Every location where the blood energy resided was greedily absorbed by skin, cells, and bones, leading to a tremendous enhancement of his physical prowess. His body transformed, resembling those robust youths of yore, muscles rippling with vigor. The blood energy swirled around him, causing his exterior to take on a crimson hue akin to Zheng Yi, with even his skin beginning to fissure. Fortunately, his consciousness entity prevented him from losing his wits. Currently, the dark mist attempting to invade his Niwen palace was locked in a standoff with his consciousness entity. Nonetheless, a fierce thirst for blood gradually eroded his mind, compelling him to want to charge forth and rend Zheng Yi and the soul-devouring sect practitioner apart. Su Shu softly murmured, "No wonder Zheng Yi has experienced such a tremendous boost. If only he possessed a consciousness entity, perhaps he could regain clarity." Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful punch, the blood energy within him surging forth in a torrent. The blood energy-infused fist was indeed formidable. However, Zheng Yi was evidently stronger. Despite having also consumed a blood chi pill, he lacked the unity of blood and soul that Zheng Yi possessed. Thus, the blood claw sent him flying a considerable distance. Of course, his ability to withstand each strike, each one akin to the force of a peak chi refinement stage attack, without any spiritual energy within him, speaks volumes about the formidable enhancement the blood chi pill provides to one's physique. A single blood chi pill is sufficient to cultivate a physical prowess comparable to that of a peak chi refinement practitioner, leaving Su Shu astounded. If he were to grant Zheng Yi and the others a bit more time to refine blood chi pills, could they potentially rival those at the foundation establishment stage? Rationality informed him that he was the weakest here and could not afford to linger. Yet, desire surged within him, ignited by the force of his own punch. He wrestled to control the urge to unleash his fury. Upon witnessing Qi Feng, Jiang Huayu, and others entering, he immediately pivoted and sprinted towards the ancient castle. Zheng Yi was the most effective pawn to disrupt the situation. In his irrational state, he struck at anyone in sight. Let the chaos ensue. What was most scarce here was spiritual energy. It would be best to deplete it entirely. Once he discovered a method to manage this blood chi, he would settle accounts with each of them one by one. Chapter 62. Skeleton. Although a portion of the blood chi had been absorbed by his body, much of it continued to erode his innermost self, inciting an eruption of desires. This power felt deeply unsettling. The blood chi intertwined with negative emotions. Thus, he needed to quell the adverse feelings that accompanied this force. As Su Shu wandered through the mist, he lost track of the distance covered. Suddenly, he noticed that whenever the mirror shone upon him, the crimson fog seemed to reveal shadowy figures. A beam of light from the mirror flashed again, blindingly bright. Yet, Su Shu could not discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Was there truly someone within that mirror? A child, perhaps? Surely it was an illusion. He had no time to ponder the mystery, for he still managed to maintain a semblance of control over his emotions. However, he observed that each step towards the mirror intensified the foul aura in his dantian. The little Su Shu within had grown dim, no longer radiating the golden light of before. The pace at which he captured the tainted energies was also slowing. If the spiritual consciousness of little Su Shu could not withstand it, he too would inevitably transform into one of those emotionless, soulless husks. Could it be that if he pressed further, he would meet the same fate as the residents? Su Shu felt a profound reluctance. His predicament was, in truth, quite distinct from that of the residents. Those individuals had been dragged in by Zheng Yi and his companion, merely bearing the brunt of the negative emotions in the environment. Yet he had consumed a blood chi pill of potency comparable to that of a peak chi refinement force. The negative emotions contained within, compounded by the influence of his surroundings, made it remarkable that he could still retain clarity. It was worth noting that Zheng Yi, at the 8th level of chi refinement, had already succumbed to unconsciousness and transformed into a beast. Through gritted teeth, Su Shu pressed onward. He yearned to uncover the identity of the shadowy figures ahead. Step by step, as the fog in his mind gradually thickened, a figure ahead began to reveal itself. It was a complete skeleton, reverently kneeling on the ground before the ancient castle, seemingly in prayer. With a gentle touch, Su Shu caused the skeleton to disintegrate into a fine dust upon contact. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse aloud. He was unaware of how far he had traveled, yet he sensed his physical constitution steadily strengthening. Unlike the explosive energy from the blood chi pill he had encountered earlier, this was the manifestation of his own bodily power. However, he also felt his spiritual awareness becoming increasingly muddled. Calm down. Stay composed. Su Shu took a deep breath and pressed forward resolutely. Along the way, he encountered many skeletons identical to the one he had just seen, but alas, they too shattered with a mere touch. Time and distance became meaningless. Su Shu fought to maintain his consciousness, striving not to succumb to madness. At last, after what felt like an eternity of numbing wandering, the haze before him dissipated, revealing a luminous barrier. Beyond the barrier lay the castle walls, and outside, an overwhelming mass of neatly organized skeletons, numbering in the thousands or more. These skeletons were evidently different from the fragile ones he had previously encountered. Their most distinguishing feature was a crimson blood pill nestled within their hollow abdomens. Are they at the golden core stage? Su Shu gazed in astonishment at the army behind the barrier. He focused intently on the nearest skeleton pressed against the light. Its bones were not the usual grayish-white, but rather a resplendent gold, appearing remarkably resilient. To retain such vigor even after death, could they be something beyond the golden core? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Why had Zheng Yi and Lin Xiong failed to mention this? Unable to resist, he reached out to touch the barrier. Bang! The barrier repelled his hand violently, as if rejecting his very essence. Su Shu furrowed his brow, suddenly enlightened. Could it be that this was the central area they had spoken of? Had they ventured here before and discovered that those who cultivated spiritual power could not enter? Yet, if those who cultivated spiritual power were barred from entry, how had ordinary people managed to arrive here? His thoughts drifted to the mindless residents of Qingshan. Under normal circumstances, he might have analyzed these questions further, but his mind was now a chaotic mess, leaving him too weary to ponder. He summoned the blood chi within him once more, forming a fist and striking the barrier with all his might. To his surprise, the blood chi was not obstructed. Instead, it pierced through and struck the nearest skeleton. Clang! The anticipated shattering did not occur. Instead, a metallic clash resonated through the air. Su Shu was taken aback. The blood chi could penetrate after all. However, others cannot enter. Are they truly rejecting those who pursue cultivation? Furthermore, that skeleton is undoubtedly a corpse, akin to the terracotta warriors of a past life. Remarkably, it possesses such hardness. Is this the consequence of one's physical prowess being enhanced through the power of blood and chi? Its bones are as strong as steel. Not even a strike capable of contending with the 9th level of chi refinement could inflict any harm upon it. A fervent light flickered in Su Shu's eyes. Perhaps this is the very target he has been seeking. The realm of martial arts is within reach. However, the immediate challenge he faces is how to breach this luminous barrier. The only means to cross it is through the power of blood and chi, not by human effort. It is quite simple. He must allow the power of blood and chi to draw him through. Others may falter in controlling this power, as it does not belong to them. Yet he would not. Su Shu chuckled to himself. To his surprise, at this moment, the most familiar practice of Tai Chi proved to be the most effective. He promptly utilized the excess blood and chi within him through the Tai Chi palm technique. Tai Chi, cloud hands. The blood and chi, manifested as cloud hands, surged into the barrier, penetrating the crevices of the skeleton. Gentle force, gather. The blood and chi hand gradually constricted in accordance with Su Shu's unique energy. Like a tug of war, he exerted every ounce of strength. His face flushed as he strained to pull the skeleton outward. Boom, boom, boom. With each step the skeleton took, a tremendous noise echoed, indicating its extraordinary weight. Su Shu distinctly sensed the medicinal energy from the blood and chi pills within him continuously flowing into the blood hand. The medicinal energy was dwindling, and even his body, enhanced by the blood and chi, began to shrink. The skeleton was merely 2 or 3 steps away, and the medicinal energy was on the verge of depletion. Gritting his teeth, Su Shu summoned every last ounce of blood and chi energy within him, even activating what he had recently absorbed. Come forth. With a resounding crash. Under the full force of Su Shu's remaining blood and chi energy, the golden skeleton was suddenly pulled towards the barrier. It swayed precariously, producing a deafening sound. Finally, under Su Shu's expectant gaze, the skeleton boldly traversed the barrier towards him, landing on the ground. Boom. The skeleton struck the ground with a thunderous noise. Yet, Su Shu paid no heed to this. His sole desire was to ascertain whether this skeleton was indeed as resilient as steel. Just as he reached out to touch the skeleton, intending to extract the blood pill from it, a sudden flash of crimson flame emerged from the vacant sockets of the skeleton's eyes. Spiritual cultivation? Physical cultivation? HM. Subsequently, the blood pill abruptly burrowed into Su Shu's dantian. Chapter 63. Community warmth. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback, then his expression morphed into one of terror. What on earth? Were you not a corpse? What kind of nonsense is this? However, as the blood pill entered his body and descended into his dantian suddenly, Su Shu felt as though he was gradually losing control over his own body. Do you intend to seize my body? You dare to attempt to possess me? He roared in fury. The skeletal figure remained expressionless, staring vacantly at him. Within him, the blood essence surged directly to his dantian, domineeringly occupying the center. Disregarding the flickering sparks nearby, due to the absence of spiritual energy within Su Shu, the remaining blood vitality had been nearly exhausted. He seemed utterly helpless, forced to watch as his dantian gradually turned a deep crimson. Anger surged within him, and the nine-sun transformation technique began to operate wildly. Even in this place devoid of spiritual energy, the technique continued to circulate within his body. The blood essence sought to seize control of his dantian and dominate his body. Strangely, under the influence of the nine-sun transformation technique, the blood energy gradually began to align with the rhythm of spiritual power. He was forcibly converting blood vitality into spiritual energy. After completing a full cycle of the technique, the blood vitality was indeed transformed into strands of semi-golden, semi-purple spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, the flames in the skeleton's eyes suddenly shrank, and it finally spoke again. Purple Sun Sovereign, you have suppressed us for 100,000 years, and you are still unwilling to relent. A spell was unleashed from its hands. The blood essence within the dantian became agitated, beginning to spin wildly as it gradually diminished in size. The surging force of blood vitality rushed forth, intending to crush the strands of purple-golden spiritual energy. However, who was Su Shu? Faced with such arrogant actions, he would not yield easily. A sinister smile spread across his face. Get lost, he shouted. The strands of purple-golden spiritual energy, under his command, exploded instantaneously within the sea of blood vitality in his dantian. With a splatter, a jet of purple-golden blood was expelled. Yet, Su Shu remained undeterred. He audaciously detonated the fragment of spiritual energy he had condensed within his dantian. Though it was merely a trace of spiritual energy, its power was negligible. However, one must not forget that both powers belonged to the skeleton. Su Shu had merely forcefully altered the nature of the energy. Thus, this detonation was akin to igniting a powder keg. Boom! A burst of purple-golden light and crimson blood energy erupted within Su Shu's dantian. Had it not been for that particular refining technique, Su Shu might have met his demise on the spot. The small figure within the Niwen Palace, though somewhat dazed, had the method for refining the three mystical fires etched firmly in his mind. Pure Yang Flame, three flames of truth. Circulate to the Sea of Qi, refining the people's fire. The dantian is the Sea of Qi. Circulate to the Sea of Qi, gather in the dantian, refine the people's fire. He had been silently refining, but due to the brevity of time, there had been little progress. Yet this time, he was anxious. You wish to contend for my life. How could I not be urgent? He began to operate the method for refining the three mystical fires, intending to detonate the skeleton's blood vitality and forcibly refine the people's fire within the Sea of Qi. The skeleton was taken aback. This person possessed remarkable audacity. Without the true fire technique, he would have been obliterated by his own surging blood energy. Even if he had survived, the explosion would have devastated his dantian, rendering his cultivation null. He had not anticipated that Su Shu possessed such a method. Alas, it was too late. The explosive turmoil that should have spread within his dantian swiftly contracted under the refinement of the Samadhi true fire technique. The skeleton's control over its blood essence dissipated in an instant. Moreover, having suffered the backlash from the explosion of the blood essence, the flames in its eyes dimmed. A trickle of purplish golden blood dripped from the corner of Su Shu's mouth as he grinned maliciously. I was just lamenting the lack of energy in my dantian. And here you are, providing just what I need to refine my true fire. Perfect. His hand continuously shifted through the incantation. Before the waves of explosive blood energy could spread, they were swiftly absorbed by the sparks at the center. A vibrant red flame danced joyfully. This was one of the Samadhi fires, the infernal fire of the underworld. The situation reversed in an instant. The power of the blood essence was shattered by the explosion, leaving the true fire devoid of sustenance. Instead, it aided Su Shu in refining yet another Samadhi true fire. Perish. Su Shu gently struck the skeleton, seemingly without any force. However, in that moment, the crimson infernal fire surged from his palm, enveloping the entire skeleton. Sizzle. I cannot accept waiting for my master to return. A wisp of blood-colored smoke dissipated from the skeleton, extinguishing the flames in its eyes. Su Shu exhaled, still shaken. He had not expected that this creature retained consciousness. He had been careless this time. Fortunately, with the method of refining true fire, The infernal fire required immense energy, otherwise he would have truly perished. After surviving this calamity, he remained silent for a long while, gazing at the vibrant red flame of the infernal fire in his dantian. Alongside it was the deep red flame, the South Mingli fire, bestowed by the system. What use are you to me? The South Mingli fire felt quite aggrieved. If you lack the necessary energy, how can I assist you? Of course, Su Shu understood that the South Mingli fire required a substantial amount of spiritual energy to activate. With his internal spiritual energy completely depleted, he could not harness the blood energy either. Only spiritual energy could suffice. Thus, he could only protect himself within his dantian. However, this was merely his lamentation after surviving the ordeal. Having spoken, he grinned broadly. It seemed he had discovered a method to combat the negative emotions here. The kidney essence fire. The minister fire. The minister fire required a chilling and enigmatic force, and was this not the perfect place to cultivate it? Had it not been for the appearance of this skeleton, he might have nearly forgotten the refinement technique of the Samadhi true fire. Perfect. These enigmatic energies would assist him in consolidating the minister fire. The technique for refining the minister fire swiftly manifested in Su Shu's hands. He lightly tapped his kidney, and immediately, a visible black aura was drawn into his kidney. His kidney resembled a black hole, eagerly accepting the mottled negative energy surrounding him. The refinement of the kidney essence fire did not proceed as swiftly as the previous infernal fire, because the flame of the people requires an immense amount of ferocious power. It was fortuitous that the blood essence was detonated by Su Shu, allowing for instantaneous absorption. Conversely, the fire of kidney essence, which absorbs negative energy, necessitates a gradual approach. Of course, his current refinement speed is already quite rapid. Most importantly, this place serves as a paradise for negative emotions. The murky, black-red aura swiftly converged towards Su Shu, and in the blink of an eye, a brief moment passed. Within his kidneys, a subtle yet chilling heat began to manifest. Su Shu suddenly opened his eyes. The minister's fire appeared. A chilling blue flame surged forth from his body, hovering before him. With a gentle chuckle, Su Shu guided the minister's fire to absorb the negative emotions within his dantian and body. Initially, he felt utterly powerless against these bizarre forces. But once the minister's fire emerged, he swiftly dispelled these strange energies. Aside from the slight dizziness experienced by the small figure within his dantian, he felt renewed. With dual true flames in hand, he no longer needed to be as proud as the southern Ming's departing fire. Su Shu retracted the true flames, taking time to calm the turbulence in his mind. He then glanced at the lifeless golden skeleton on the ground and, with a mocking smile, remarked, "So, you are the community's designated warmth bringer?" Chapter 64. Body Refinement. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Shu realized he was somewhat at a loss when facing the skeleton. Its bones were as hard as steel, and he possessed not a shred of spiritual power. He contemplated for a moment, and a strand of minister's fire emerged from his hand. Hopefully, it would yield results. With that thought, the minister's fire descended from his hand, instantly enveloping the skeleton. Sizzle! Sizzle! As the skeleton was scorched by the minister's fire, a nauseating odor wafted into the air. Su Shu frowned. But upon witnessing the skeleton gradually melting under the true flames, he paid little heed to his discomfort. Holding his breath, he continued to silently burn with the true fire. As time passed, the golden skeleton slowly transformed into a mass of thick, blood-red liquid. Su Shu withdrew the true flames, unable to resist the urge to touch the liquid with his finger. Suddenly, at the moment of his touch, the blood-red liquid instantaneously merged into his body. Su Shu's expression turned to one of shock, initially believing the skeleton had burned to ash but had not completely perished. However, upon closer sensation, he realized that the blood-red liquid was naturally absorbed by his own flesh and blood. Every inch of his skin, every cell, greedily absorbed it. Once the absorption was complete, he was momentarily stunned, for within his body, a surge of vitality emerged. This vitality operated autonomously, entirely beyond Su Shu's control, yet it felt wholly natural. With each cycle, it enhanced his physical prowess incrementally. This was the body refinement technique. Su Shu was astonished. As a master of martial arts, he discerned at a glance that the flow of vital energy was the essence of the technique for strengthening the body. He could perceive the enhancement of his vitality and bones, which subsequently generated a formidable force of blood and energy. Thus, Su Shu followed the pathway of this vital energy, initiating the circulation of blood within himself. With a thunderous roar, the purple-gold blood surged like colossal waves, each surge awakening a multitude of energetic forces. This vital energy gradually permeated every part of his flesh, fortifying his physical constitution. Su Shu was astounded, for at that moment, the strength of his body was comparable to that of someone at the third level of qi refinement, achieved in merely a brief period of circulating his blood. Had another attempted to employ this technique, they might have seen some results, yet none would have matched his extraordinary prowess. His blood had been transformed by a drop of the 9-yang blood, nurtured by the pure yang energy of the rising sun. The potency of this vital force relied upon the strength of his blood. Suddenly enlightened, Su Shu felt the dark red aura from the air continuously surging towards him. Previously, he had been wary of these negative energies, yet now, the Minister of Fire manifested before him. The murky energies were cleansed before they could enter his body, leaving only the pure essence of vitality within him. This vital energy continuously infused every fiber of his being, cycling through him. Consequently, under the impetus of this force, Su Shu's physical prowess ascended, reaching the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of qi refinement. It was only at this juncture that his blood began to show signs of fatigue, gradually ceasing its tumultuous flow. However, Su Shu was unwilling to concede. How could he contend with them at the 6th level of qi refinement? Even though he possessed true fire, it required close proximity to wield effectively. After all, it had yet to be refined into the essence of samadhi fire, existing only in its embryonic form. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Was his blood somewhat depleted? He still had blood-replenishing elixirs. Those coagulation pills and vitality pills given to him by Guo Wan, along with the medicinal concoctions he had cleverly acquired from Jiang Huayu. Without hesitation, Su Shu consumed every pill related to blood vitality. As the elixirs entered his body, their potency surged forth, replenishing his blood. The previously languid blood, under the influence of the elixirs, surged once more, coalescing into a purple-gold vitality. He ascended to the 7th and 8th levels of qi refinement. At last, as the effects of the elixirs waned, his blood returned to a state of tranquility, accompanied by a slight discomfort in his body. It seemed he had reached his limit. Observing his robust physique, still retaining the pale and slender appearance of before, Su Shu erupted into laughter. This, indeed, was the true method to harness the might of vital energy. Zheng Yi, that fool, completely misunderstood the essence of vital energy, merely grasping at straws. Though he possessed foundational strength, he could not withstand the onslaught of negative emotions. Su Shu, however, was now entirely different. The mist in this place no longer brings him any discomfort. Rather, it evokes a sense of familiarity. With a powerful swing of his fist, a series of explosive sounds reverberates through the air, akin to the might of an 8th-tier qi refinement practitioner, a manifestation of pure physical strength. He wonders if he might be able to pilfer a skeleton from the multitude displayed within the luminous screen, greedily eyeing the treasures of body refinement. Thus, he extends his hand, cautiously sensing the screen's disposition. Perhaps it is due to the fact that he currently possesses only pure physical prowess that the screen does not impede his presence. Just as he revels in his euphoria, intending to step through entirely, the screen suddenly seems to detect the 2 flames of true fire and the south brightly fire within him. Bang! Su Shu is instantaneously rebuffed by the screen. Damn! It clearly recognizes physical cultivators, but not spiritual ones. Rising to his feet, Su Shu curses under his breath. If only he could conceal the power of his true fire, he would be a complete body cultivator now. Alas, he is reluctant to relinquish his true flames. Nevertheless, with the physical constitution of an 8th-tier qi refinement practitioner, he merely needs to exercise a modicum of caution, and those fools would struggle to best him. For this place repels spiritual energy, permitting only its use without absorption. With a path to entry established, Su Shu temporarily relinquishes the thought of the skeletons within and turns to gaze back in the direction from which he came, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Ha ha, children! Your Su father has arrived. Jiang Huayu, his solitary arm indifferent, traverses the fog with his flying sword, searching for the figure of Su Shu. He pays no heed to the skirmishes involving Zheng Yi and the others. His sole desire is to eliminate the servant disciple who dared to deceive him. He yearns to cleanse his shame with that one's blood. Each time he recalls how he willingly bestowed his treasures upon that servant, a wave of fury wells within him. How foolish! True members of the royal faction would never be so impoverished. No wonder that wretched cur refused to act, all the while maintaining such arrogance. With only the prowess nearing the 8th tier of qi refinement, how dare he? His own hand is stained by that scoundrel's actions. Although he remains ignorant of how Su Shu cultivated, the fact that the pinnacle of the 7th tier of qi refinement could withstand a strike from Zheng Yi is of little consequence now. This merely indicates that Su Shu possesses considerable talent and some fortuitous opportunities. Yet, that does not justify his audacity to toy with him. The overwhelming resentment towards Su Shu blinds him to the gradual encroachment of the mist upon him. Negative emotions surge forth from his heart. Greed, if only I can kill him. His fortune will be mine. Anger, how dare that wretch deceive me? Jealousy, what right does that lad have to solidify his consciousness? Suddenly, a light, sprightly footfall echoes through the fog. Jiang Huayu turns his gaze toward the newcomer. That detestable smile and the glaring white robe. Su Shu, have you come seeking death? Chapter 65. You are unworthy of leaving a mark. There exists a path to paradise which you refuse to tread, while the gates of hell beckon you in. Huh? Su Shu. Scoundrel. Today, I shall wash away the humiliation you have inflicted upon me with your blood, to the bitter end. Jiang Huayu sneered maliciously. How fortuitous. He had worried about finding Su Shu, yet here he was, appearing before him unbidden. Su Shu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Reflecting on how Jiang Huayu had lost an arm due to his own folly, a grin spread across his face. Well, if you are foolish, can you blame me? The hearts of men are treacherous. This world is ill-suited for you are too dim-witted, he mused. Jiang Huayu scoffed derisively. With your meager cultivation, how dare you claim that this world is unfit for me? Do you think you are a foundational cultivator? No sooner had the words left his lips than Jiang Huayu unleashed a wicked sword strike, the radiant sword energy slicing through the air. Su Shu smirked in jest. A foundational cultivator? Here, they are but worthless beings. Only I am the true embodiment of heaven. He launched a brazen punch. Taiji, vigorous and unyielding. With a single blow, he shattered the oncoming sword energy into fragments. After several skirmishes, Jiang Huayu and Zheng Yi had not replenished their spiritual power, leaving them at approximately the 8th level of qi refinement. This was particularly due to Jiang Huayu's lingering suspicions about Su Shu, which had led him to hold back. Otherwise, he and Zheng Yi would have long since settled matters of life and death. Jiang Huayu was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He thought he must be hallucinating. This individual had actually obliterated his sword energy with a mere punch. Moreover, this person was the very one he had always deemed to be devoid of any spiritual essence. Su Shu, with his 8th level of qi refinement, unleashed the full might of his physical strength. Although receiving the sword energy barehanded left his knuckles aching, he could not suppress a smirk. Yet, elegance prevailed. No matter how diverse your spells and techniques may be, with but a single punch, I shall shatter your myriad arts. Jiang Huayu roared, his flying sword hovering in the air. Scoundrel, you dare to deceive me? Indeed, your audacity knows no bounds. Even if you claim to be heaven itself, I shall bring you down. Whoosh. The flying sword surged towards Su Shu with tremendous speed. Before the sword's edge could reach him, Su Shu felt the chilling aura emanating from its tip. He let out a derisive laugh, his nameless body-refining technique surging to life, his blood pulsating with vigor. You think only of how I have deceived you. But have you ever considered those innocent women from Qingshan whom you have toyed with? Diamond Fist. He pivoted and struck with a punch, fueled by his intense fury towards Jiang Huayu, unleashing a thunderous explosion as it collided with the blade of the flying sword. Clang. The sword was sent hurtling to the ground, far from him. In that moment, Jiang Huayu realized that he might not be a match for Su Shu after all. Su Shu continued coldly. The cycle of heaven is just. You have played with their lives as if they were mere puppets in your hands. I return the favor with your own methods, so you, the wretched official, may understand the taste of being deceived. Jiang Huayu, infuriated yet sardonic, retorted, what business is it of yours if I indulge in mortal women? How do you even know? As a cultivator, you ought to devote yourself to asceticism rather than meddle in trivial worldly affairs. We, the immortals, should aspire to eternal life and transcendence. Yet, you Su Shu, despite your advanced cultivation and qi refining, seem unable to grasp this fundamental truth. Su Shu gradually approached Jiang Huayu, coldly stating, if I had not witnessed it, indeed it would not concern me. However, since Zhao Laosan's appearance, you, Jiang Huayu, along with Zheng Yi and the others, are fated to face consequences. My cultivation is not for the sake of longevity or transcendence. It is solely for the peace of my conscience. Though I am a cultivator, I do not consider myself an immortal, for I always remember that I am, at my core, human. With a thunderous stomp, Su Shu propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Jiang Huayu's face, distorting his features. Jiang Huayu was taken aback by the sheer force of Su Shu's physical prowess, especially given his knowledge of Su Shu's dwindling spiritual energy. In an instant, the distance of several meters was closed. What does it mean for a physically adept person to approach a nearly depleted spiritual practitioner? It is tantamount to seeking death. Su Shu grasped Jiang Huayu by the throat, lifting him with a chilling demeanor. Strength is merely a means to empower oneself. Being human is a lifelong commitment. You, a mere wretch, may never comprehend this. An ominous intent radiated from him. Jiang Huayu, suspended in midair, felt his face flush as the threat of death loomed, his eyes wide with terror. Under the influence of his overwhelming fear, his dread magnified infinitely. Spare me, Su Shu. I am willing to serve you like a beast. I was wrong. It was Hu Min, that vile woman, who forced my hand. Su Shu shook his head with a bemused smile. If I were to spare you, with a resounding crash. He forcefully slammed Jiang Huayu down. Who will spare the innocent? Su Shu snarled, driving him into the ground with brutal intensity. Ah, Jiang Huaiyu cried out in agony. The fiery pain in his back and the sensation of his bones, near shattering, nearly sent him into unconsciousness. As an official, during the chaos in Qingshan town, you, Jiang Huaiyu, are the principal culprit. Just as Jiang Huaiyu heard Su Shu's cold words, he found himself airborne once more. With another crash, the sound echoed, followed by the sickening rip of flesh as Su Shu brutally tore off Jiang Huaiyu's other arm. My hand. Jiang Huaiyu was on the brink of madness. With both hands lost, he, a qi refining practitioner, was rendered utterly incapacitated. Su Shu would not show him mercy. Resentment surged anew, extinguishing any thoughts of pleading for mercy. Damn it, you dog. If you have the guts, just kill me. Su Shu scoffed, stepping before the man, mockingly stating, had you assisted me in eliminating Zheng Yi earlier, perhaps I might have granted you a swift end. He lifted Jiang Huaiyu's foot once more, his countenance reflecting a frenzied madness. This wretch, how could he even consider conversing with him? Remorse was an alien concept to him. In his eyes, he was a celestial being, and the distinction between the divine and the mortal was profound. Only through pain and despair could he truly comprehend the abhorrence of his actions. Bang, bang, bang. He struck Jiang Huaiyu's foot repeatedly, causing blood and flesh to splatter in every direction. Jiang Huaiyu could no longer muster the strength to speak. Each impact rendered him more dazed. For the first time, he found himself loathing, even detesting, the 9th level of qi refinement that had kept him alive despite such grievous injuries. It was precisely due to his cultivation that he had not perished. Noticing Jiang Huaiyu's dwindling breath, Su Shu ceased his frenzied assault, coldly remarking, before Lin Xiong met his demise, I uttered a phrase to him. I am no benevolent soul. Yet my conscience remains intact. Had you possessed even a modicum of decency, today's predicament would not have arisen. In your next life, strive to be a better person. Jiang Huaiyu sensed something amiss and suddenly began to thrash wildly. Though he could barely articulate his words, he screamed, no, don't kill me. Boom. Su Shu's fist struck his chest with sudden ferocity, causing his heart to rupture and extinguishing his life. As the light glinted off Jiang Huaiyu's still shocked visage, Su Shu sneered, you do not deserve to leave a mark upon this world. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm, and an ethereal blue flame blossomed, engulfing the county office in a searing blaze. Chapter 66. The true heart. It took Su Shu a considerable time to quell the fury within him. His self-awareness was profound. He was neither a savior nor a saint. He merely possessed a heart that had not yet succumbed to darkness. Naturally, given an opportunity, he would rescue the women imprisoned by Jiang Huaiyu. However, the current situation was too precarious, leaving him no time to concern himself with their plight. He could only hope for their safety. Thus, it sufficed for him to eradicate the roots of this chaos. Jiang Huaiyu, once his suspicions were confirmed, was sentenced to death without the need for evidence or the intention of reporting to the law enforcement hall. A swift execution was far more pragmatic. The turmoil of the Qingshan was undoubtedly connected to this county office and Jiang Huaiyu. As for the apathetic residents, Su Shu lacked the time to assist them in regaining their normalcy. This was a matter for the Xia dynasty or the two major sects to address. Moreover, such scars could only be erased with the passage of time. He was but a chivalrous figure, not a grand philanthropist concerned with the welfare of all. His cultivation was predicated upon a clear and unwavering heart, one that harbored no guilt. Such was the path of martial arts in his past life, and likewise in this life of cultivation. Upon this realization, he hastily turned to retrieve Jiang Huaiyu's flying sword. This treasure is indeed remarkable. In the foundational stage, possessing even a flying sword made of refined qi is a significant achievement. One can discern the astonishment on Jiang Huaiyu's face. During his confrontation with Zheng Yi, he hesitated to reveal it until absolutely necessary. In response, Su Shu could only scoff, for now it belonged to him. Regrettably, he was unable to refine the flying sword at present. Reluctantly storing the sword within his spatial pouch, Su Shu resumed his journey through the mist. Meanwhile, Qi Feng and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation, fleeing within the ruins. They had initially intended to thoroughly explore the mysteries of the site in search of opportunities. However, that wretched soul-devouring sect cultivator, upon noticing their numbers, relentlessly directed the deranged Zheng Yi towards them. Although Su Feng and Wang Yao were flustered, their formidable prowess in the peak of qi refinement provided some assurance. In contrast, Li Yin, Zhang Su, and Qi Feng were less fortunate, with their highest level reaching merely the 5th layer of qi refinement and the lowest at the 3rd layer. As they ran, the trio gradually lagged behind the group. Fortunately, the pursuer from the soul-devouring sect seemed indifferent to these weaker individuals, focusing instead on the two peak cultivators from the Hahuan sect in front. Zheng Yi had fixated on Su Shu ever since he vanished, opting to conserve his spiritual energy by allowing the stronger to bear the burden. Qi Xiao, we must leave. This place is far too perilous. Any one of them is at the peak of qi refinement, and we are utterly outmatched, Li Yin stammered. As a mere servant, he had only dealt with mortals or fledgling qi cultivators, having never encountered such a dire situation. Zhang Su swallowed hard, clutching the jade slip tightly. This token was bestowed upon him by the old witch, who favored him in private, providing him with this precious item. It contained a strand of her sword energy, enabling communication with her, and he had contemplated seeking her assistance. Yet, ever since entering the ruins, its brilliance had dimmed, rendering communication futile. He suppressed his fear, reasoning that the ruins were not something to covet. Moreover, Su Shu seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Thus, they should retreat. He had likely long forgotten the earlier discord with Qi Shao. Qi Feng's expression darkened as he replied, "How can one progress in cultivation without experiencing hardship? If we can uncover an opportunity, we may very well turn our fortunes around." Zhang Su and Li Yin exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Before their arrival, they had believed that capturing a seemingly simple Su Shu at the third layer of Qi refinement would be effortless. They even thought Qi Feng's efforts to recruit those two inner disciples were futile. Only upon arrival did they realize the peril that surrounded them. Li Yin, stealing his resolve, stated, "Qi Shao, I no longer desire any opportunities. I would prefer to remain a humble servant." Zhang Su remained silent, echoing the same sentiment. Initially, there was a lingering resentment within him regarding the notion that his youthful and robust physique was being exploited by an old hag. However, upon realizing the arduous journey to enhance his own strength, he relinquished such thoughts. In fact, he found himself somewhat fortunate to have been chosen by the old witch. Otherwise, where would he have found the capability to elevate from the first to the third layer of Qi refinement in just 7 days? Was it not delightful to gain such power without cost? And to wield authority among the menial disciples was indeed appealing. Why venture into peril? Qi Feng's dark, brooding gaze swept over the two, and after a moment of silence, he grasped their sentiments. While they might aspire to be leaders among the menial disciples, accepting a subordinate role was far less palatable. After contemplating for a moment, he forced a smile and inquired, "Do you both share the same thoughts?" Li Yin and Zhang Su remained silent. Qi Feng felt a profound indifference towards these short-sighted individuals. They could hardly comprehend his lofty ambitions. He was disinclined to share his secrets with them. After a brief reflection, he remarked, "I too believe that the three of us are rather weak. We should venture out." Qi Shao is indeed formidable. The heavy burdens on their hearts finally lifted, and they hastily turned to flee toward the entrance, eager to escape this wretched place. However, unbeknownst to them, as they turned away, Qi Feng meticulously surveyed the surroundings for any onlookers, and his previously amiable countenance morphed into one of malevolence. "Useless beings. What purpose do you serve? You tremble at the sight of those stronger than yourselves. Your very bodies would be better utilized as sustenance for me." He extended his hands, from which emerged a gaping, black-lipped maw. "Though you may be inept, you shall serve well as nourishment." He forcefully clapped his hands down upon Zhang Su and Li Yin's shoulders, and an intense suction began to draw forth their flesh, spiritual energy, and even their life essence. Li Yin, who had been delighted at the prospect of returning, suddenly felt a powerful force pulling at his shoulders, as if it aimed to consume everything within him. "What is happening?" he gasped in horror. Turning his head, he was met with Qi Feng's grotesque visage. "Your existence is merely a waste of resources and spiritual energy. Better to put you to use," Qi Feng thought, reveling in the idea of turning waste into nourishment. "Qi Feng intends to kill us," Li Yin exclaimed in terror, as he felt his body rapidly deteriorating, his attempts to strike Qi Feng feeling as feeble as those of an elderly man. Zhang Su shouted defiantly, "Qi Feng, let us go, or I shall perish alongside you." He clutched the jade slip tightly, preparing to unleash the sword energy contained within. Qi Feng coldly retorted, "Huh? You, two at the third layer of Qi refinement, dare to speak of mutual destruction with me? How laughable." He then accelerated the pace of his absorption. As Zhang Su sensed his strength waning, he gritted his teeth in resolve. "Fine, you seek death." He immediately began channeling his spiritual energy to unleash the sword energy. With a resounding clang, a blade of energy, equivalent to the might of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, materialized instantaneously. In an instant, a sword stroke severed Qi Feng's hold on Zhang Su's left arm. "Ah!" Qi Feng exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the suddenness of Zhang Su's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Su intended to rescue Li Yin, but upon seeing Li Yin's skeletal visage, he recoiled in horror, abandoning his comrade and dashing towards the exit. Chapter 67. A great change. After recovering from the initial shock, Qi Feng immediately recognized the sword aura of the old witch. "Zhang Su, you wretched fool. I shall devour you both." The skeletal Li Yin, sensing a flicker of life, attempted to struggle free, but was astounded by the futility of his efforts. Soon, his bony structure collapsed entirely, his last breath dissipating into the void. Qi Feng, unfazed, furiously crushed Li Yin's remains into ashes with a single palm strike. He gazed grimly at his severed left arm. Damn it, that which clearly favors Zhang Su, bestowing him with protective sword energy. What a blunder. Aside from the immediate agony of the severed limb, he appeared indifferent to his own injury. He cursed Zhang Su, Zhu Yu, and even Su Shu, before retrieving his dismembered arm and expressionlessly reattaching it to his shoulder. Suddenly, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. A surge of life force coursed through him, seamlessly restoring his arm. He muttered to himself in anguish. Damn it, Li Yin wasted his breath and let Zhang Su escape. With a darkened expression, he set off in pursuit of Zhang Su. The secret of the spirit eating must not be revealed. Meanwhile, Zhang Su was running for his life, his heart racing from the earlier encounter. Qi Feng is ruthless. He seeks to eliminate me at the first sign of weakness. He could scarcely fathom the depths of Qi Feng's capabilities and malice. What manner of being was he? Glancing at his emaciated arm, a shiver ran down his spine. I need to summon the old witch for help. I never wish to emerge again. He longed only for a life of tranquility among the laborers. He found it impossible to harbor resentment towards Qi Feng, as the relentless blows had illuminated his own frailty. The desire to grow stronger had dissipated. He concluded that enjoying life was far more appealing. Oddly, he felt that perhaps the life of a menial disciple was the most suitable and comfortable path for him. However, Qi Feng would not permit him to live, for he had witnessed his secret. Instinctively, Zhang Su glanced back, a chill enveloping his heart. Qi Feng was in pursuit. The strength within Zhang Su had been nearly drained by Qi Feng, and his own cultivation was inferior. Though he had taken the lead, he could not match Qi Feng's speed. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted forward, spotting the barrier ahead. The ruins were far too perilous. He could only flee and find a secluded spot to hide if he hoped to survive. Zhang Su, let me explain. What nonsense. Listening to your explanations would be sheer folly. Qi Feng, I won't divulge anything about your involvement in Li Yin's death. Just let me go. I swear. I promise. Zhang Su, you misunderstand me. It was Li Yin who intended to harm you, only to be repelled by the power of this relic. Qi Feng attempted to justify. Alas, no matter how eloquently he spoke, Zhang Su had no intention of believing him even the slightest. Instead, he swiftly leaped beyond the barrier. Qi Feng, maintaining a composed demeanor, taunted, run, I do so relish this game of cat and mouse. As Zhang Su exited the barrier and prepared to escape from the well's opening, he was startled to find a drenched little girl floating in the water. Her forehead bore strange markings, but he paid them no heed. At that moment, survival was his utmost priority. Suddenly, the entrance stirred again. Qi Feng emerged. Zhang Su's heart raced, and he immediately plunged into the water. With Qi Feng so close behind, the depths of the water became his only refuge. In the midst of his leap, his peripheral vision caught sight of the little girl's lifeless body. A thought flashed through his mind. With a wave of spiritual energy, he cast the little girl towards Qi Feng. You absorb her, not me. As Qi Feng emerged from the entrance, he instinctively sidestepped, thinking it a dangerous ploy by Zhang Su to buy time. However, as the shadow darted past him, he realized it was merely a peculiar little girl. Though she appeared enticing, his focus remained on the urgency of pursuing Zhang Su. Qi Feng hesitated for a moment, but soon disregarded the girl and charged after Zhang Su. Consequently, by sheer coincidence, the little girl entered the relic's entrance. The mirror atop the ancient castle continued its serene rotation, until the seemingly breathless body of the little girl crossed into the relic's domain. The mirror's light began to swirl again, revealing an eerie, deep crimson amidst the mist. As the mirror's light illuminated the girl, the blood-red markings on her forehead suddenly glowed with intensity, unlike before. The mirror seemed to fixate on her, its gaze unwavering. Within its depths, a shadow clad in crimson awaited the frail form with anticipation. Then, the girl's body rose helplessly, levitating in the air, following the mirror's radiance. She began to ascend gradually toward the mirror within the ancient castle. At that moment, the bizarre aura surrounding her was inexorably drawn into her being by an invisible force. As the girl soared higher, the pull emanating from within her intensified, forming a colossal blood-red vortex above the relic. Such a tremendous upheaval startled everyone within the ruins, including Su Shu. At this moment, he gazed at the figure seemingly slumbering peacefully within a blood-red vortex, his brow furrowed in confusion. What was happening? Who was that? Since becoming a cultivator, his vision had greatly improved. Yet, the eerie atmosphere pervading the ruins obscured much of the girl's form, leaving only her sleeping visage and the peculiar blood-red markings upon her forehead visible. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a strange familiarity about the figure, but could not ascertain her identity due to the distance. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he was filled with dread. Could it be her? In Qingshan town, he was not acquainted with many, but she was certainly one of them. He began to circulate his spell, A simple foundational incantation that required a modicum of spiritual energy to cast, though it was less demanding when seeking. Soon, the spell was set, aligning perfectly with the position of the figure suspended in the sky. Ning Yuyu. Su Shu's expression shifted dramatically. Although he remained unaware of how Ning Yuyu had arrived here, it was evident that she was merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. The negative emotions enveloping this place were beyond her capacity to endure. Contemplating Ning Yuyu's plight, alongside her inexplicable presence here, a wave of unease washed over him. Thus, he turned and sprinted frantically towards the ancient castle. Ning Yuyu. Yuyu. Awaken. He called her name loudly, attempting to rouse her, yet there was no response. Chapter 68. The power of humanity against celestial might. The dense fog and the malevolent energy within the ruins were continuously absorbed into the small girl's body by the vortex. Gradually, those within the ruins could see farther. Zheng Yi, along with the foundation-building disciples of the soul-devouring sect, as well as Su Feng and Wang Yao, began to come into view for Su Shu. They appeared either disheveled or frenzied, but none of that concerned him. His sole focus was on racing towards the castle, hoping that his cries could awaken the seemingly slumbering girl. Upon reaching the luminous barrier, he charged headlong into it, but the barrier coldly rebuffed him. He felt powerless, helplessly watching as Ning Yuyu was drawn towards the mirror hovering above the castle. Suddenly, a blood-red little girl emerged from the mirror. Though her features were obscured, the overwhelming aura of sanguine energy left Su Shu in shock. The gloom and blood energy of the entire ruin coalesced effortlessly in her grasp with a mere wave of her hand. In that instant, the skeletons within the barrier reacted. With a cacophony of clattering bones, thousands of them fell to their knees. We welcome our master back. Let us battle once more against Ziyang. We shall not cower. None among them had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Even the once senseless Zheng Yi trembled, crawling on the ground as if sensing an unfathomable terror. The blood-red shadow of the girl laughed maniacally. The moment had arrived. Today, it would return. Instantly, it transformed into a blood shadow, and, in the anguished gaze of Su Shu, it burrowed into Ning Yuyu's body. Ning Yuyu, awaken. She seeks to seize you. Resist quickly. I promise you this. Stay with me, will you? Awaken, Ning Yuyu. Su Shu screamed frantically, pounding against the barrier, even unleashing his true fire. Yet he could not elicit a single response from the shimmering screen. How could she, an ordinary girl, endure such boundless negative emotions, overwhelming blood energy, and that eerie blood shadow? In the instant the blood shadow merged, a thunderous roar erupted. Dark clouds loomed over the dim ruins, blocking out the sun. From within the clouds, thunder raged, flashes of lightning illuminating the void, imbued with unparalleled destructive power. At that moment, all present felt their insignificance. What were they? Mere practitioners of chi refining, foundation building, or even the formidable golden core? Did they dare confront this apocalyptic thunder? They did not dare. Yet some had the audacity. Ning Yuyu's previously tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, floating in the air. The blood-red characters on her brow appeared exceedingly sinister, and her once dull black pupils transformed into crimson. Her frail form, under the surging tide of blood energy, gradually became curvaceous. Even her lustrous black hair was tainted by the blood energy. With a chilling gaze, her blood-red lips parted slightly. A mere heavenly tribulation begone. Boom. The tumultuous blood energy surged like a colossal wave towards the heavens, clashing violently with the apocalyptic thunder beneath the clouds. Boom. Boom. The world-ending thunder roared and raged. Yet, the blood energy seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly assaulting the thunderous force. After a resounding explosion echoed across the sky, only blood-red light remained. The world-ending thunder vanished without a trace. The might of humanity could shake the heavens. Was it transformation, fusion, or ascendance? The men of the soul-devouring sect were aghast. How could such an ordinary ruin be entangled with a being capable of defying celestial might? Su Shu despaired in sorrow. He did not comprehend the nuances of transformation or ascendance. He only knew that the little girl who had always yearned to follow him, employing countless strategies and schemes to cling to him, might no longer exist in this world. Ning Yuyu, 17 years old. As long as you and I make a pact, I will go take a bath. Brother, I told you, I forgave you last time, but this time you shall not abandon me. You made a promise to me, swearing not to leave me behind. Brother, I shall bestow upon you a mark. No matter where you venture, I will always find you. Brother, I am hiding in this room, waiting for your arrival. How delightful it is to encounter you. From the initial scheming to the subsequent enlightenment, and finally to genuine affection. He has truly grasped the hope rekindled within a desperate little girl. Perhaps from the moment he rescued her at the city gate, she was drawn to his noble heart. He, Su Shu, has become her new beacon of hope, Ning Yuyu. The serendipitous encounter at the city gate of Qingshan County, the acquaintance within the inn, and the heartfelt exchanges at the county office, her madness, her indifference, her cunning, all evoked his sympathy. Why must such a pitiable girl have her very being taken from her? All I desire is for her to savor the simple joys of life. Why must she be deprived of even this modest right? Who are you? Su Shu snarled, pointing at the girl with blood-red eyes, his fury erupting. The onlookers, filled with terror, fled in an instant, running as far as their legs could carry them. Are they seeking death? That being possesses the might to challenge the heavens themselves. What audacity does a mere chi-refining novice possess to shout? The girl with blood-red eyes gazed indifferently at the crimson sky, wholly disregarding the chi-refining scum below. Instead, the blood-dance skeletons surged to life, turning to face the insolent cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. The regimented skeletons unleashed an overwhelming surge of blood energy, as if intent on pulverizing the chi-refining scum into dust. Fortunately, the blood energy faltered upon encountering the barrier of light, relegating it to merely roar at the young man separated by that shimmering veil. Su Shu stood undaunted, defiantly locking eyes with the legion of skeletons. He was advocating for the injustice faced by a little girl. The esteemed name of the revered one is not something you wretches dare to utter. One distinct skeleton, clicking its 2 cranial bones, scoffed. Su Shu, consumed by rage, retorted with a mocking laugh. Arrogant, are we? Should you lack the capability to slay me today, I will ensure that you all accompany her to the grave in the future. Suddenly, a beam of blood light shot forth from the mirror, ruthlessly piercing through the barrier. Heading straight for Su Shu, unfazed, he fixed his gaze upon the girl with blood-red eyes, seemingly oblivious to the impending bloodlight. It was not that he lacked the will to resist, but the power contained within it threatened to shatter the very fabric of space. As a mere chi-refining cultivator, what strength did he possess to fight back? Yet, in this life, some things must be pursued, even in the face of certain death. For Su Shu seeks only to act in accordance with his conscience. The bloodlight whizzed past his ear, and he could hear the sound of space shattering around him like fragile glass. Fortunately, he remained unscathed. Boom. The force of the bloodlight exploded behind him, creating a rift in space. In the next moment, the cold voice of the girl with blood-red eyes echoed in the ears of all present. Within 3 breaths, those who do not depart shall perish. Su Shu cast a profound glance at her before stepping into the spatial cavity without a trace of reluctance. If she were to die, all of you would meet the same fate. The others, including the couple and the man from the soul-devouring sect, along with Zheng Yi, frantically fled towards the spatial cavity. Once Su Shu and the others vanished, only the skeletons and the girl with blood-red eyes remained. After a considerable time, tranquility returned to the area. The crimson glow ceased to flicker, the air was no longer tainted, the space closed, and the skeletons settled into stillness. The girl with blood-red eyes gazed at the spatial cavity with a complex expression, murmuring silently, her lips forming what appeared to be 2 homophonic characters. Chapter 69. Has Ning Yu lived or died? Inside the spatial passage, Su Shu's expression was a tapestry of emotions as he gazed towards the relics. When he had uttered the words that would condemn the skeletons and the girl with blood-red eyes to accompany him in death, he had indeed been overwhelmed by fury. The mirror's counterattack, while unexpected, was not entirely surprising. What puzzled him was the unmistakable feeling of being firmly ensnared by that bloodlight's power. The tremors of impending death coursed through him, instilling a conviction that he would undoubtedly perish. Yet, inexplicably, that bloodlight veered off course. Even the fragmented space around him was unscathed, merely brushing past him. Was it the mirror's artifact that had orchestrated this? No. Su Shu was certain that the mirror was not responsible. He could not fathom what had transpired, but he would speculate and deduce. The mirror, having perceived its own disrespect towards the girl with blood-red eyes, must have sought to eliminate him. It had to be so, for that long-lost sense of life and death crisis could not deceive a master such as he. However, once the bloodlight's power passed through the barrier, that sense of danger evaporated. This indicated that the bloodlight which had intended to kill him had relinquished that intent upon crossing the barrier. Why? Was it an anomaly of the barrier? Or was it you? Su Shu murmured to himself. That strike felt more terrifying than the assaults from the venerable ancestor and Shui Yuyan on that fateful day. The very fabric of space had shattered. Su Shu was unaware of Shui Yuyan's realm, but typically, the elder guarding the library was a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. This implied that the force of that strike was at least at the nascent soul level, if not higher. If we were to dismiss the barrier's influence, who among those present could have altered the trajectory of that power? Could it have been that seemingly powerful group of skeletons, capable of coalescing blood pills, or even blood embryos? Impossible. Though the blood pill skeletons he encountered were indeed formidable, they were at most at the Foundation establishment stage, entirely incapable of affecting that force. Even the abilities of the blood embryo skeletons could not have influenced that power without Su Shu's awareness. Thus, it must be that girl with the blood-red pupils. She possesses the ability and strength to remain undetected by Su Shu. Yet, she lacks a motive. Delving deeper, one must ponder, from where does the motive arise? Su Shu is not related to that girl. Why would she risk her life to save him? At this juncture, a bold thought emerged in his mind. Ning Yu. She is not dead. Or rather, she still retains a semblance of consciousness, which has likely influenced that girl with the blood-red pupils to act covertly in saving Su Shu's life. This could indeed elucidate the reason behind the deviation of that crimson energy. Are you still alive? As long as you exist, even in spirit, I shall endeavor to bring you back. Su Shu clenched his fist tightly, speaking resolutely to himself. However, this is merely conjecture. It could very well be otherwise. Perhaps due to the influence of that luminous barrier. The true nature of this barrier remains a mystery to Su Shu. Yet, based on his past encounters and the skeleton's words regarding the 10,000-year suppression, it seems to serve as a means of isolating the outside world. Strangely, when he utilized the surplus energy from the blood chi pill to grasp the skeleton, his own blood chi effortlessly penetrated the barrier. Conversely, the explosive blood chi emanating from those skeletons could not breach it, being completely repelled. Both are manifestations of blood chi. His power is derived from the skeletons and should be of the same source. It is perplexing that his energy can traverse the barrier, even enabling him to extract a skeleton, while the skeletons themselves cannot. The blood chi from the mirror artifact also penetrates the barrier directly, which is yet another curious point, albeit with limited interactions to draw conclusions from. Regarding the skeletons, he harbors some speculations. They might be a unique group of individuals practicing an unnamed body refinement technique. Yet, the reason for their confinement here remains unknown. Indeed, there are many questions. Who is the girl with the blood-red pupils in reality? Who is the esteemed Xiang? What are the skeletons? Why have they been suppressed by the esteemed Xiang for 10 millennia? What is the true function of the barrier? Is it merely to isolate? Is Ning Yu truly dead or not? A plethora of uncertainties inundates Su Shu's mind. Until he comprehends the barrier's role, he cannot ascertain Ning Yu's fate. Nevertheless, he feels deep down that it is unlikely to be the barrier's influence. Perhaps it is the flicker of hope that stirs within him. Hope that the already tragic little girl does not endure further misfortune. Hope that his conjecture proves correct. Su Shu sighed softly. His strength remains insufficient. If only he possessed the earth-shattering power of that girl. Then, these questions would be trivial. Thus, he must hasten to enhance his strength. He cast aside his heavy thoughts, turning away and no longer gazing in that direction. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances surrounding Ning Yu, the objective of his journey would have been splendidly accomplished. He had acquired the body refinement technique, a flying sword forged from qi, as well as the two primal fires, Min fire and Qin fire. Once he fully assimilated these elements, he estimated he could even confront a 9th-level qi practitioner head-on. Yet, considering Min fire and Qin fire, it was unfortunate that Qin fire, upon leaving the ruins, had lost its source of negative emotional energy and might soon diminish, offering little enhancement to his strength. Min fire, on the other hand, still exhibited remarkable power. Anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in proximity would be scorched. Even a foundational practitioner would suffer grievously. If he could refine the heart's June fire, he would be able to unite the 3 forms of true fire, thereby cultivating the heavenly spirit fire's threefold true fire. It was recorded that even the nascent threefold true fire could directly refine golden core practitioners. With this thought, Su Shu's previously melancholic mood began to lighten. He set aside the matter of Ning Yu for the moment, recognizing he lacked the strength to intervene. Although he felt tremendous anger, he found himself powerless. However, he would not let the true instigators of this turmoil escape unscathed. Without them, none of this would have occurred. Jiang Huayu, Lin Xiong, Zheng He, and the woman hidden in the shadows, Hu Min, Jiang Huayu, and Lin Xiong had already fallen by his hand. As for the remaining 2, Hu Min was said to be in seclusion, having concealed herself rather well, so he would let that be for the time being. He would seek her out when the opportunity arose to have a heart-to-heart, chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi, now in a state neither living nor dead, lacked any spiritual energy replenishment due to being in the ruins. Thus, his current power could not possibly rival that of foundational practitioners. Once they exited the spatial rift, he would settle the score with him. Su Shu glanced back at the 4 figures behind him, particularly the man drenched in blood, feeling trepidation. Very well. Let us commence with you. Chapter 70. Crushing Zheng Yi. Upon exiting the spatial passage, Su Shu merely scanned for danger before disregarding everything else, fervently activating the 9 Yang transformation technique to restore his spiritual energy. He was intent on slaying Zheng Yi. Only by personally eliminating this scoundrel could he find some solace. After completing a full cycle of his technique, a chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations on your 7 consecutive sign-ins. Reward: 30 pure Yang purple pills. The system's notification echoed in Su Shu's thoughts, but he paid it no heed, for Zheng Yi and the others had emerged. Su Feng and Wang Yao, along with the terrified foundational practitioner from the soul-devouring sect, were still reeling from their previous ordeal, yet felt a semblance of relief at having survived. Zheng Yi trembled, seemingly still not recovered from the terror he had experienced. The foundational practitioner from the soul-devouring sect surveyed the surroundings, utterly elated, just as he was about to speak. At this moment, Su Shu, who had been silently awaiting their arrival, suddenly sprang into action, with a grand circulation of energy. And due to the rapid absorption of spiritual power afforded by the Nine Suns transformation technique, his internal energy had nearly fully restored. He sensed that with just a few more minutes of absorption, he would transcend the 4th level of Qi refinement and ascend to the 5th. However, he could not afford to wait. He did not wish for these individuals to regain their strength, for that would obliterate his advantage. Thus, he struck, summoning lightning. Thunder roared. A small dark cloud formed. The instant they emerged from the spatial rift, a bolt of lightning surged toward the 4 of them. Su Feng and Wang Yao were taken aback. Having been entangled with Zheng Yi earlier, they possessed barely half of their spiritual energy. Little did they expect that as they exited the spatial passage, a crisis would befall them, manifesting as the most formidable lightning spell. They immediately channeled their yin and yang energies, desperately attempting to fend off the thunderbolt. Yet, they found themselves perplexed at that moment. Was an attack that could barely vanquish someone at the 1st level of Qi refinement truly effective against them? The man from the soul-devouring sect shared their confusion. Upon emerging, he encountered immediate peril, leaving no time to assess the power of the lightning. He unleashed his full strength, summoning an orange ghost, which shattered the thunderbolt with a single punch. He paused, a hint of amusement creeping onto his face. Was the assailant truly so weak, daring to provoke a foundation-building practitioner at the 1st level of Qi refinement? The 4th bolt of lightning, unlike those that targeted the other 3, was no mere trifling attack. It roared like a furious dragon, expressing the wrath of its master. Zheng Yi, the Bloodman, struggled to emerge from his trepidation. Instinctively, he condensed his blood energy and the spiritual power of the red ghostly figure, striking the lightning with a claw. Zzz. The thunder and the blood claw converged, transforming into black smoke before dissipating into the air. Zheng Yi indeed felt somewhat weakened. The power of his blood claw was far less potent than before, appearing somewhat translucent. It seemed he had exhausted a considerable amount of energy during his previous endeavors in the ruins. Furthermore, although Su Shu had restored his spiritual energy, it was still impossible to obliterate Zheng Yi with a single strike. However, Su Shu had never intended to do so. Of the 4 lightning summons, only Zheng Yi's was genuine, the others were mere illusions. His aim was to divert the attention of the remaining individuals, fearing their interference. Thus, as Zheng Yi and the others simultaneously cast spells to counter the onslaught, Su Shu, who had previously occupied his position, had vanished. Boom! Su Shu grinned maliciously, unleashing a simultaneous eruption of his internal energy and the vitality of his flesh. With a powerful, forceful punch, he struck Zheng Yi, whose focus had been ensnared by the lightning, directly in the chest. A mouthful of foul, dark blood erupted from his lips. Confusion crossed his face as he wondered why the attacker was so different from the others. His body, propelled backward by the explosive force of the strike, was about to be sent flying. Su Shu let out a cold laugh, invoking the Tai Chi Cloud Hands technique, swiftly pulling Zheng Yi back in front of him. The surge of spiritual and blood energy coursed through him once more. With a downward fist and a gut pull, the ferocious force of his punch erupted against Zheng Yi's abdomen, causing him to bend over, staggering and spitting blood. Panic marred Zheng Yi's face as he found his entire strength thoroughly suppressed by Su Shu's relentless and rapid assault. He attempted to forcefully circulate his spiritual energy for a counterattack, but alas, all of this was within Su Shu's keen perception. Su Shu sneered disdainfully. Still wishing to resist? Are you worthy? Among cultivators of comparable realms, if one is unable to harness their spiritual energy, they are but a mere flesh target before a martial arts master, whose endless techniques are drawn from their physical prowess. With 2 fingers poised, he suddenly jabbed, executing the meridian stopping technique. His fingers, sharp as daggers, pierced the meridian where Zheng Yi's spiritual energy flowed, causing an immediate stagnation. Seizing the moment, Su Shu brought his hands together like a hammer, laughing maniacally. Now, bow down. The hammer struck fiercely downwards, directly hitting Zheng Yi's back. Bang! In terror, Zheng Yi was driven into the ground by Su Shu's blow. With a cold smile, Su Shu lifted his foot, aiming his heel at Zheng Yi's spinal column. Crack! The sound of his spine shattering echoed in the ears of the other 3. They finally snapped out of their confusion regarding the thunderous technique. It was not their negligence, but rather Su Shu's series of actions had been executed with such swiftness. He had meticulously planned this, using the thunderous technique to divert everyone's attention, then striking Zheng Yi with a ferocity that left them utterly unprepared. In the sky, the blood claws and dissipating thunderous smoke lingered only a short distance, Yet Zheng Yi was already rendered incapacitated. Su Shu. Wang Yao's terrified and incredulous scream finally pierced the air. Su Feng and the Foundation establishment cultivator from the soul-devouring sect turned their gazes. They beheld Zheng Yi, akin to a dead dog, trampled beneath Su Shu's foot, and a wave of shock surged within them. They were well aware of Zheng Yi's prowess during his peak. When blood and soul were united, he was comparable to a second-tier Foundation establishment cultivator. Even after exhausting significant spiritual energy from battling fiercely within the ruins, he still possessed at least the strength of a peak Qi refinement cultivator, coupled with his physique refined by blood energy pills, which was akin to that of a peak Qi refinement cultivator. His individual strength was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even the Foundation establishment cultivator from the soul-devouring sect had to concede this point. Yet, this beast like Zheng Yi was instantaneously subdued by Su Shu, leaving him terrified. The three were left speechless, as if caught in their throats, unable to voice their thoughts. They could only regard Su Shu, now stained with Zheng Yi's blood and resembling a demon, with trepidation. Su Shu cast a glance at the couple, stating coolly, "You two, having come because of Qi Feng. I do not know why you seek me or how you found me. However, if you think I, Su, am someone to be easily bullied, then feel free to test that notion." Su Feng and Wang Yao exchanged glances, apprehensive. In the end, Su Feng chuckled awkwardly, stating, "It's nothing. I merely happened to pass by." Su Shu responded with a non-committal sneer. After a moment of contemplation, he weighed matters concerning himself and Qi Feng. Suddenly, an idea flitted through his mind. He retrieved the jade slip gifted to him by Qi Feng from his storage space and jested, "This must be your objective, right? Or perhaps you seek to provide a venue for Qi Feng." The two regarded the jade slip, a glint of greed flashing in their eyes, yet they refrained from speaking, wary of Su Shu's prowess. Chapter 71. Division. The Foundation establishment practitioner from the soul-devouring sect hesitated upon witnessing the flicker of greed in their eyes. He had come to Zheng Yi, having heard that two disciples were contemplating the fusion of blood and soul during the Qi refinement stage. This fusion necessitated exceptional physical capabilities, and after discreet observation, he had confirmed that Zheng Yi and his companion indeed possessed such a method. He intended to breach the Foundation establishment and seize their blood essence pills to present to Lord Hunching, ensuring his safety within the soul-devouring sect. However, unexpectedly, two obstacles emerged, Su Shu and Jiang Huayu. Initially, he had planned to exploit their conflict as a fisherman reaps the rewards of a tussle between clams. To his dismay, upon exiting his seclusion, the fool Lin Xiong had inexplicably been slain by Su Shu. Zheng Yi, sensing his life was in peril, consumed his own blood essence pill. Su Shu, having also ingested Lin Xiong's blood essence pill, left him seething with rage. Fortunately, Su Shu's peculiar cultivation method, coupled with his current physical prowess, gave him a glimmer of hope. To avoid being devoured by the spirits of other disciples in the soul-devouring sect, he resolved to take a risk. Gritting his teeth, he declared fiercely, "Fellow Taoists, although Su Shu's strength is formidable, the three of us combined can certainly subdue him. Once we have him in our grasp, I shall bestow upon you all the jade slips you desire. I only require him alive." Su Feng was taken aback, but then expressed joy. "Are you truly sincere in your words?" The Foundation establishment practitioner from the soul-devouring sect gazed up at the inexplicable 9 suns in the sky, confirming that he was indeed within the ruins of the purple extreme heavenly palace, where Lord Hunching resided. He nodded earnestly. "Naturally, I speak the truth. If we were elsewhere, I might wait to regain some strength before attempting to seize Su Shu. Yet, here, danger lurks at every turn, and I lack confidence. Therefore, I must seize this opportunity." Although he spoke of their combined strength, Wang Yao still harbored some apprehension regarding Su Shu's close combatability. "Su Feng, perhaps we should reconsider. This appears to be a ruin as well. We could seek our fortunes here without antagonizing a fellow disciple." Su Feng looked at Su Shu, who remained indifferent and silent. Feeling quite troubled, seeing their hesitation, the Foundation establishment practitioner hastily urged, "Fellow Taoists, if you assist me in capturing this individual, I am willing to offer 500 spirit stones in gratitude for your help." Upon hearing this, both of them were immediately intrigued. However, Su Shu discerned that the situation was deteriorating. He pondered for a moment. On one side lay the foundational stage cultivator, while on the other were 2 peak Qi refinement practitioners, seemingly harboring hidden cards. It might prove challenging to defeat either party alone, yet it was not insurmountable. However, should they join forces, it would pose a significant threat to him. Moreover, the eagerness of the soul-devouring sect to seize him was glaringly apparent. He was also curious about their intentions. Thus, he resolved to sow discord between the 2 factions and eliminate the soul-devouring sect member. With this thought in mind, Su Shu gazed at Su Feng and his companion, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Fellow disciples of the Hehuan sect, why must you resort to mutual slaughter? Is it not the jade slip you seek?" If you depart at once, I shall promptly hand it over to you." At his words, Wang Yao's eyes sparkled. Although she was rather avaricious, she did not wish to provoke Su Shu, who could easily overpower even Zheng Yi. The only reason she had antagonized him was due to the jade slip being in his possession. Now that Su Shu was willing to resolve their enmity, she was more than willing to accept. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within the soul-devouring sect man. What was Su Shu planning? Would he really relinquish such a grand opportunity to others? Why was he doing this? Did he intend to target him? "Hold on, friend. I am willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones," Su Feng said, clearly tempted. However, Wang Yao considered the matter and gritted her teeth to prevent Su Feng from proceeding. Spirit stones were valuable, yet what they truly required was the opportunity to break through to the foundational stage. That was not something that could be easily obtained with mere spirit stones. "Su Shu, if you give us the jade slip, we will leave immediately," Wang Yao urged fervently. Seeing Wang Yao acquiesce to Su Shu, Su Feng could only cast a regretful glance at the foundational stage man. The latter's expression darkened. He contemplated that he should have an 80% chance of defeating Su Shu alone. In his view, Zheng Yi lacked sentience and had been intimidated by the earlier powerful cultivator. Thus, his strength might not even match that of a peak chi refinement practitioner. But he was different. He was a genuine foundational stage cultivator. With the assistance of the Orange Spectre, Su Shu could not possibly be his adversary. It would merely require a bit more effort. Having not witnessed how Lin Xiong had met his demise, he still held the belief that the members of the soul-devouring sect could easily handle opponents of the same or lower tier. His desire to ally with the two was simply to add a layer of insurance. He then let out a cold laugh, choosing to remain silent. "Since you two are unwilling to participate, all the benefits shall belong to me. It will be advantageous for me to deal with this brat once you depart." Su Shu gazed at the foundational stage cultivator with an enigmatic smile, his eyes silently conveying, "Do not attempt to flee. We shall settle the score later." The foundational stage cultivator, however, remained defiant, returning a disdainful laugh. "Su Shu, you fool. Do you think I am as dull-witted as Zheng Yi? Soon, I shall demonstrate the might of my Orange Spectre." Su Shu paid no heed to him and smiled at Su Feng and his companion, saying, "I kindly request both of you to vow that within 3 hours of obtaining the jade slip, you will not approach this place." He was cautious, pondering the possibility that these two might attempt a surprise attack later. Wang Yao readily swore the oath, and Su Feng, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit. As his partner's word was final in their household, the vow held great significance for cultivators. To breach it would invite the wrath of heaven and earth, or worse, shatter one's Tao heart. Hence, the binding nature of the oath was indeed quite reliable. Upon witnessing this, Su Shu promptly tossed the jade slip to Wang Yao. It contained only the location of the entrance to a relic situated 500 miles beyond Qingshan town. He had initially contemplated further exploration, but it seemed unnecessary now. He suspected that this very place was the interior of the relic recorded in the jade slip. A relic of blood energy, with 9 suns blazing in the sky, was evidently not of this world but resembled a certain relic instead. Could it be that Qingshan town housed 3 relics? He found that utterly implausible. Thus, retaining this object was unwarranted, especially since Qi Feng might have tampered with it. Wang Yao and her companion received the jade slip with immense delight. Clearly, they had not even considered the possible implications of their surroundings. Perhaps they had an inkling but clung to a sliver of hope. What if there truly were 3? No one could decipher their thoughts. With the object in hand, Wang Yao felt considerably more at ease and smiled at the two, saying, "Gentlemen, please excuse us, as we must take our leave." With that, she swiftly pulled Su Feng away from the scene, leaving behind a despondent Zheng Yi, who resembled a lifeless dog. Su Shu exchanged glances with the man from the soul-devouring sect. Chapter 72. Battle. The soul-devouring sect's foundation-building cultivator scoffed. "Is capturing a brute like Zheng Yi what has instilled such confidence in you? It is understandable. After all, you do not grasp the true might of foundation-building cultivators. Oh, and let me impart one more piece of advice. Do not provoke the cultivators of the soul-devouring sect if you belong to a lower tier. Naturally, you will not have the opportunity to provoke us in the future." Su Shu smiled enigmatically. "Perhaps. I am merely curious. Your goal is the blood chi pill. Is it not? Then why seek me out? I have already squandered the medicinal properties of the blood chi pill. In truth, we harbor no animosity. I am simply intrigued by your intentions." The man gazed greedily at Su Shu, whose physique, though somewhat slender, possessed remarkable strength. He jested. "Since you are aware that I seek the blood chi pill, have you not considered the opportunities you have gained?" Su Shu pondered for a moment and then suddenly understood. "Ah, the body refinement techniques." The man burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you possess the ancient legacy of body refinement cultivators." However, his expression soon darkened, and he shouted with avarice, "That should rightly belong to my soul-devouring sect. A wretched cur chased by Zheng Yi for half a day dares to compete with me for opportunities? Do you believe yourself worthy? Su Shu scoffed. Upon hearing those words, the man was instantly consumed by rage. Your sharp tongue and clever words will yield you no benefit. They will only serve to facilitate my gradual dismemberment of you, which I shall then feed to my cherished companion. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with fervor. Orange ghost. Like the red ghost, a dark spot began to expand. However, this time it was not a crimson hue, but rather a murky blend of red and orange. As the orange ghost emerged, the man erupted into laughter. Su Shu, the orange ghost will make you aware of the consequences of angering the soul-devouring sect. And remember this, your killer. Suddenly, a fireball spell detonated before him with a thunderous explosion. I can hardly be bothered to remember the name of such an insignificant brat, he said impatiently. Although the fireball spell would not inflict significant damage upon the man, it was a profound insult. The fact that he did not even wish to hear the name indicated Su Shu's immense confidence in his ability to crush him. The man was seething with fury. Despite having engaged in several skirmishes with Zhang Yi, which had somewhat weakened his spiritual energy, both he and Zhang still possessed peak Qi refinement strength, and they were too. Su Shu's belief that he could belittle them simply because he had acquired body cultivation heritage was nothing short of suicidal. I will kill you. The man summoned the unique, sinister, dark spiritual energy of the soul-devouring sect. As his incantation fell, his spiritual energy rapidly spread across the ground. Vengeful soul swamp. The moment he uttered those words, the ground engulfed by his spiritual energy transformed into a nightmarish scene. Within the swamp, countless transparent souls grinned malevolently as they grasped at Su Shu's legs, attempting to drag him into the mire. Observing this, Su Shu merely smiled coldly, refusing to resist immediately. Instead, he retrieved 30 pure yang purple pills from his storage space and promptly consumed them. The 9-yang transformation technique began to operate, swiftly absorbing the power of the purple essence. At that moment, a shimmering purple-gold spiritual energy manifested around him, causing his aura to surge. He had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. 6 parts of his spiritual energy were infused with purple. The refinement of yang technique elevated him to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Previously, each purification of spiritual energy through the purple essence had caused his true cultivation realm to regress, but this time was different. It was the first instance where his strength advanced rather than dwindled after absorbing the purple energy. As his cultivation broke through, the 9 suns in the sky seemed to sense a shift and began to move. 9 beams of scorching sunlight descended upon him like spotlights. On the ground beside him, flames erupted from the sunlight, scorching the earth. What was once an exceedingly perilous environment now posed no threat to Su Shu. Instead, he felt an extraordinary warmth. It was as if the very atmosphere of this relic had been crafted for his benefit. The heavens, the earth, and the people, all were aligned in his favor. In this moment, his confidence soared. He simultaneously activated the 8th level of Qi refinement blood energy from body cultivation and the 8th level of spiritual energy from the refinement of yang technique. How dare you display such trivial skills before me? Begone! He bellowed, and the souls that had approached him were immediately vaporized by his intense aura and the searing sunlight. It seemed he indeed possessed some degree of capability. The man's brow furrowed. Indeed, the environment of the Purple Extreme Celestial Palace greatly benefits those cultivating yang-based techniques. Yet, he is a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even though his strength is currently diminished, he remains a Foundation Establishment practitioner. Such ephemeral elements as the environment are of no consequence. However, it is still insufficient. 100 demons roam the night. He grinned menacingly, his incantation descending. The previously bright surroundings dimmed slightly under the influence of his spell. He cackled. As his spiritual energy surged, he waved his hand. The orange specter laughed, a chilling sound. Instantly, numerous souls began to separate from the orange specter, 100 in total. Each a manifestation of the orange specter. The horde of orange specters charged fiercely at Su Shu, intent on tearing him apart. Had a person of lesser resolve been present, they might have succumbed to terror. Yet, Su Shu smiled gleefully, displaying specters before a pure yang practitioner. How amusing. Spiritual energy gathered in his left eye, with his pupils transforming into a regal purple gold under the sun's embrace. Yang pupil, purple extreme burning flame. Wrathful flames erupted from his eyes. In an instant, the purple gold fire formed a wall before him. Then, with a sweeping gesture, Su Shu coldly commanded, "Go." The fiery wall ruthlessly incinerated the fearsome specters into wisps of smoke. The specters, undaunted, pressed forward. The fire wall advanced resolutely. Both forces were continually depleting each other's strength. Eventually, after advancing a short distance, the fire wall began to falter. This was Su Shu's weakness in spiritual energy, a deficiency in cultivation realm. However, the specters were also dwindling, with barely a dozen still charging forward. The strength of this soul-devouring sect practitioner indeed imposed great pressure on Su Shu. Fortunately, He was not at his peak, otherwise, Su Shu would have been utterly defeated. Yet, the purpose of unleashing the firewall was not merely to dismantle the opponent's spells. As the man observed his specters being dispelled by the firewall one by one, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. But just as the firewall was about to vanish, clang, a searing sword light appeared before him. The Taiji sword technique, first sword. A chilling voice resonated. Su Shu indifferently swung his flying sword, accompanied by a surge of his blood energy and spiritual power. The Taiji he cultivated in his previous life encompassed not only martial arts, but also the sword. The Foundation establishment practitioner frowned. No wonder this cultivator could instantly defeat Zhang Yi. The boy's ability to seize opportunities is formidable. However, he was not lacking either. A dark energy, intermingled with crimson hues, coalesced in his hand. The dark soul palm, a massive imprint of spiritual energy manifested before the sword light. Boom. The two forces collided violently, producing a tremendous explosion that sent clouds of dust and smoke swirling. Two figures, both coughing blood, were propelled from the smoke in diametrically opposed directions. Chapter 73. Victory and defeat. The two figures were sent flying a considerable distance, carving two long, straight lines upon the ground. Su Shu, propped up by his sword, coughed up blood repeatedly, his entire body racked with pain, his teeth gritted in agony. His garments lay in tatters, exposing his lean, muscular form to the open air. Casting his gaze downward, he let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, his trousers remained intact. He then turned his attention to the distant figure of the soul-devouring sect's Foundation establishment cultivator, who was equally disheveled. This opponent was indeed formidable. Had he not achieved a breakthrough, Su Shu might have stood no chance against him. Even with his recent enhancements in spiritual power and the advantage of the chi condensation flying sword in hand, the outcome was merely a stalemate, both parties suffering injuries. This had proven to be the most arduous battle since his arrival in this world. However, if this was all the strength his adversary possessed, victory was assured for him. Meanwhile, the man from the soul-devouring sect gazed down at the incessant flow of blood from the wound carved into his chest by Su Shu's strike. A shiver of trepidation coursing through him. That last sword strike had forcibly breached part of his palm seal, landing a direct hit. Thankfully, the remaining force was insufficient, leaving only a superficial cut. Had Su Shu exerted a bit more strength, he might have been cleaved in two. Reflecting on what he had previously deemed a favorable 80-20 chance, he cursed under his breath. This young man excelled in both physical and spiritual cultivation. And at the 8th layer of chi condensation, coupled with his seemingly endless array of spells and techniques, he was a formidable adversary. It was evident that even a typical 9th layer chi condensation cultivator would struggle against him, although he himself was not at full strength. The combined might of himself and the orange specters could at least be equivalent to two pinnacle chi condensation cultivators. Yet here he was, barely managing a 50-50 standoff against Su Shu. Moreover, due to the young man's high physical cultivation level, his defensive capabilities far surpassed his own. Thus, in their current state, the injuries he sustained placed him at a greater disadvantage. Had he not ruthlessly sacrificed the remaining dozen or so orange specters in the dark soul palm, he might have already succumbed. Had he known earlier just how tenacious Su Shu was, he would never have dared to provoke him while still at a disadvantage. However, with no path left to retreat, he was left with no choice but to fight to the death. Should he emerge victorious, all of his body refinement and spiritual cultivation techniques would be his. But defeat? A sudden realization struck him. Had he truly begun to consider the possibility of falling to Su Shu? Taking several deep breaths of fresh air, he sought to steady his mind. He gazed upon the somewhat weakened orange specters, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, until the terrifying memories of the soul-devouring sect resurfaced. He clenched his teeth and made his decision. He would fight with all he had. An orange specter was but a single loss. It could be reconstituted. Yet for the sake of Lord Soul life and the body refinement techniques, he could not afford to lose. With that thought, he bore the pain and slowly straightened his body. His expression was complex as he addressed Su Shu. Su Shu, you are indeed formidable. I underestimated you. It's somewhat laughable that I was even concerned about the possibility of losing to you. After all, I am a disciple of the soul-devouring sect, renowned for being invincible among my peers. Never did I imagine that a cultivator of the earth rank like myself would one day find defeat at the hands of a mere chi-refining practitioner. You are quite impressive, Su Shu remarked, a smile spreading across his face. Regardless of their differing objectives, he was genuinely pleased to earn the respect of his opponent. However, joy aside, he was resolute in his intent to send his adversary to the afterlife. You are not without merit either, Old Black. You are the first to push me to this extent, he chuckled. I almost find myself reluctant to end your life. Haha, just a jest. But his expression turned grim as he stated, yet, with such strength, prepare to rest in peace. I shall unleash my strongest spell to send you to the heavens. The man paused, taken aback. Old Black, is that a name you chose for yourself? It seemed fitting, for he was known as Hei Wu, the fifth guardian under Lord Soulborn. He shook his head with a wry smile. My name is Hei Wu, remember it well. Su Shu nodded silently, refraining from interrupting this self-introduction, for the man's prowess warranted the declaration of his name. However, Hei Wu's demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity as he declared, It seems you possess hidden cards as well. Fortuitously, I have some too. Let us see who shall survive this day. With that, both men wore solemn expressions, locked in a tense standoff, until a single leaf gracefully descended to the ground. In an instant, they moved simultaneously. On Hei Wu's side, his face contorted with a fierce expression, mingled with a hint of sorrow, as he crushed the orange specter that had accompanied him for many years. Drawing upon the full force of his spiritual energy, the orange specter let out a pained howl, transforming into a long arrow of intertwined black and orange. The arrow radiated a chilling aura, accompanied by the mournful wails of lost souls, exuding menacing black smoke and formidable power. Meanwhile, on Su Shu's side, he too wore a fierce grin. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hold back. Every ounce of restraint could lead to his demise. Two flames, one red and one blue, ignited in his palms. Indeed, the second of the three flames, the flame of the people and the flame of the minister. With swift hand gestures, the two true flames rapidly merged into his grasp. As his movements quickened, his complexion grew pale, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Yet, his right hand shone ever brighter, the once flickering flames fully coalescing within his palm. All his spiritual energy and blood vitality flowed into this palm imprint without reservation. One strike would determine the victor. Su Shu uttered a cold breath of determination. In that very moment, the black-orange arrow and the blazing palm imprint were unleashed simultaneously. The arrow of death, the three flames of the fiery sun palm, both had fully unleashed their strength, and the outcome rested on this decisive clash. In their resolute gazes, the arrow and palm collided. The black arrow was piercing and sinister, while the fiery palm was dominant and fierce, akin to a cunning serpent meeting a ferocious tiger. The fierce tiger strikes at the venomous snake, and the snake retaliates, neither yielding to the other. At the height of this intense battle, Hei Wu, witnessing the situation, immediately bites the tip of his tongue, sending a stream of dark crimson essence towards the long arrow, which instantly amplifies its power, hinting at the potential to surpass the blazing palm. However, Su Shu, observing this, feels not anxiety but elation, chuckling softly. It seems victory is still mine. As his words echo, a minuscule, almost imperceptible scarlet flame flickers forth from the blazing palm. The moment this flame manifests, the fire within the palm surges exponentially, crushing the black arrow and heading straight for the despair-stricken Hei Wu. What kind of fire is that? He shrieks in his final moment. But the colossal flaming palm has already enveloped him. Boom. The blazing palm explodes, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. The intensity and power so immense that the mere shockwave incinerates distant trees into charred remains and rends the ground, long scorched under the relentless sun, asunder. Su Shu gazes silently at the desolate expanse where the flames gradually dissipate, leaving behind only a solitary spatial ring. After a moment, he softly murmurs, That was the southern bright, leaving fire. Chapter 74. The Death of Zhang Yi. Su Shu exhales a gentle sigh, followed by a smile. For a martial arts master at the zenith of power, the greatest regret lies in the absence of a worthy opponent. Today, Su Shu once more experiences the exhilarating tension of battle that sets every pore on edge. Regrettably, this adversary will not appear again. Fortuitously, this enemy will no longer cross his path. He then leans down to retrieve Hei Wu's storage ring, slipping it onto his finger while whispering, I shall remember you. Hei Wu. Thus, a thrilling battle concludes with the disappearance of one individual. Just moments earlier, Su Shu had exhausted his spiritual energy and blood vitality, channeling a trace of the southern bright, leaving fire from his dantian into the three flames blazing sun palm. This immense expenditure explains his considerable fatigue, yet it solidifies his victory. Otherwise, with his current mastery of both body and spirit at the 8th level of cultivation, he would not have been capable of executing a foundational spell at such a cost. At this juncture, Su Shu cannot help but wonder about the origins of the foundational spell, the three flames blazing sun palm. Is its power truly so formidable? Moreover, does it encompass the refinement method of the Samadhi true fire? Is it genuinely just a foundational spell? Su Shu finds it hard to fathom that this technique is merely a foundational spell, for it is overwhelmingly powerful. Even Hei Wu's blood sacrifice to summon the spectral orange ghost did not defeat Su Shu, and that was a ghost of the foundational stage. Is there a foundational spell even stronger than this? Certainly, it is undeniable that the true fire he refined, along with the potency of the southern bright leaving fire, played a substantial role. Yet, The very ability to harness such celestial spiritual fires in a spell already attests to its formidable nature. Perhaps upon returning to the sect, I should seek to discover the identity of the creator of this spell. Such an individual must undoubtedly be a prodigy of extraordinary talent. It would be worthwhile to make their acquaintance. Following this battle, Su Shu has attained a clear understanding of his overall prowess. When he exerts his full strength, he is capable of defeating formidable opponents at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, despite himself being merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. He has only been in this world for a mere 7 days. Just a few days ago, when he encountered Zhou Yin in the library, he struggled even to withstand a single blow from someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet, at the address 137 Qingshan Town, he managed to contend against the full might of Zheng Yi, whose blood claw could match the 9th level of Qi refinement. Subsequently, within the Blood Qi ruins, he vanquished Jiang Huaiyu, also at the peak of the 9th level. Now, he has slain Black 5, who is comparable to 2 9th level Qi refinement cultivators. It is hard for him to believe that he has only been in this world for 7 days, as the events of these days have made him feel as if he has resided here for an eternity. Initially, Zhang Su, at the 1st level of Qi refinement, astonished him. Now, he feels as though he is on the verge of touching the threshold of foundation establishment. He is left wondering just how powerful true foundation establishment cultivators truly are. Can he contend against one who exerts their full strength? Certainly, the probability is rather slim. However, there remains ample room for improvement even in the Qi refinement phase. Moreover, the Nanyang transformation technique also offers great potential. He envisions that should he reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement and fully transform his spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly be able to rival foundation establishment cultivators, perhaps even those of considerable strength. Su Shu is immediately filled with fervor, unable to resist rushing toward Zheng Yi, who lies on the ground like a beaten dog, and he viciously stomps on him a few times. Only then does his bloodlust and emotions gradually settle. Casting a glance at the barely conscious Zheng Yi, he sneers. It seems you are beginning to regain some semblance of consciousness, are you not? Since the appearance of that girl with blood-red eyes, Zheng Yi has remained utterly unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shu chuckles mockingly and continues, had it not been for my battle with Black 5, I would have been oblivious to the extent of your capabilities, which compelled you to flee. Given Black 5's formidable strength, you should be even more powerful in your blood-soul fusion form. The blood Qi pill has been digested by you, thus enhancing your physical strength. Coupled with your spiritual energy and the soul energy of the Red Ghost, the combined might of the three should render you incredibly formidable. Perhaps even with the combined efforts of myself, Black 5, and Su Feng, we may not be your match. Zheng Yi remains motionless, observing this. Su Shu shakes his head in amusement. Zheng Yi, do you realize where your flaw lies? Your disguise is a tad excessive. Just moments ago, when a single strike of my thunder summoning technique allowed me to stalemate you, who wields 3 different powers, I sensed something was amiss. How could I, at merely the 7th level of Qi refinement, hold my ground against your strikes? It can only be attributed to the fact that you sensed my intent was directed at you. Thus, you instinctively limited yourself by underestimating my capabilities in countering your thunder summoning technique, resulting in a stalemate. Subsequently, you feigned a lack of resistance under my hand, allowing me to nearly incapacitate you, all to secretly regain your strength. Su Shu chuckled softly, a note of derision in his tone. However, what you fail to realize is that I have acquired the legacy of body cultivation within the ruins and have ascended to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Consequently, your act of pretending to be injured has led you to suffer genuine harm. How foolish. At this juncture, Zheng Yi, lying on the ground, finally managed to rasp a response. Heh, I was indeed careless, and you saw through me. Hearing his acknowledgement, Su Shu squatted before him with a smile, saying, therefore, after my battle with Black 5, I promptly came over to deliver a few kicks, ensuring that your recovery would be futile. How do you find my little kicks? Quite delightful, I presume. Those kicks, infused with the power of pulse-severing fingers, left Zheng Yi entirely depleted of energy. His recently regained spiritual power dissipated in an instant. What do you desire, Su Shu? Zheng Yi tilted his head slightly. Spare me, and I can offer you immense wealth, an unending supply of spirit stones, and the chance to become a golden core cultivator. Su Shu, amused, replied, oh, such wonderful prospects. Zheng Yi fell silent for a moment, then attempted to speak again. Bang! Su Shu, with a sinister grin, landed another punch on his spine. Spirit stones? Golden core? Even if you promised me ascension today, I would not acquiesce to any of your propositions. Ah! Zheng Yi cried out in agony, his eyes beginning to glisten. Bang! Su Shu struck once more, targeting the same spot. Is it pleasurable to treat others as soul slaves? Spare me. Bang! Is it enjoyable to condense one's essence? Answer me. Bang! Can mere mortals handle negative emotions? Ah! Respond. Su Shu's gaze remained cold as he observed the utterly crippled Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi, perhaps realizing Su Shu's intent to not spare him, endured the pain and retorted with scorn. Do you think your sect of harmonious union is any better? There are plenty like Jiang Huayu and Hu Min. Bang! Su Shu, his expression twisted in rage, delivered a punch that left Zheng Yi bloodied and bruised. He bellowed, "If I cannot see them, it is one matter, but should I ever lay eyes on them, I shall slay each and every one. You, Zheng Yi, are neither the first nor the last." With a flying sword in hand, Su Shu coldly slashed across Zheng Yi's throat. On the ground lay a headless corpse, the head bearing an expression of resentment, gradually losing its warmth, perhaps until his final moments. Zheng Yi could not comprehend the true reason for Su Shu's desire to kill him. It was simply because of that little girl. Chapter 75. The Twin-Tailed Goddess. After a considerable time, Su Shu finally calmed his turbulent emotions. He retrieved Zheng Yi's storage ring and casually ignited a small flame to incinerate his remains completely. As of today, 3 of the 4 great scourges of Qingshan Town have already met their demise at his hands. The only one left is the elusive Hu Min. Su Shu pondered for a moment, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Should the opportunity arise, he could send Hu Min to reunite with Jiang Huayu and the others. After all, the 4 of them have endured both hardships and joys together, forming a bond of true friendship. However, he remains unaware that Hu Min is the very catalyst for Ning Yuyu's body being possessed. Had he known, he might have lost all composure right then and there. Suppressing other thoughts, he quietly began to circulate the 9 Suns transformation technique to restore his spiritual energy. After consuming several healing elixirs to recuperate his vitality, he commenced an inventory of his gains. For storage rings, the rings belonging to Zheng Yi and Lin Xiong contained little of value, with even their spiritual stones alarmingly scarce. Yet, they were abundant in gold, silver, and jewels, amounting to a veritable mountain of wealth. Reflecting on this, it became clear. Their primary activities revolved around exerting influence in the mortal realm, accumulating blood essence and soul slaves, with gold and jewels merely following suit. The treasures within Jiang Huayu's storage ring had long been thoroughly plundered by Su Shu, leaving only a few pieces of women's garments. Finally, the Piece de Resistance, the storage ring of He Wu. Given that it previously yielded 1,000 spiritual stones, the collection within was bound to be substantial. With great anticipation, Su Shu opened the ring. What met his eyes was a small mound of spiritual stones. Upon a quick count, he estimated around 2,000. He hurriedly transferred the stones into his own storage space. Now, he truly felt like a man of wealth. Su Shu marveled at the fortune he had amassed. Coupled with the stones from Jiang Huayu, he now possessed approximately 2,600 low-grade spiritual stones. Spiritual stones serve as the hard currency in the realm of cultivation, essential for all practices and expenditures. Thus, he too had joined the ranks of the affluent. No longer would he hesitate to utilize spiritual stones in his cultivation endeavors. Immediately, he extracted 10 spiritual stones to expedite his energy recovery. Indeed, after absorbing the stones, his internal spiritual energy surged back at an astonishing rate. Truly a remarkable resource. As he sensed his power gradually returning to its peak, Su Shu could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The 10 spiritual stones in his hand had dulled to naught but ordinary rocks. Discarding them casually, he once again delved into He Wu's ring. Inside, besides the spiritual stones, lay an array of ores, including celestial star iron and iron essence. Remaining were a black robe from the soul-devouring sect and a tome of incantations. Upon closer inspection, it read, Blood Sacrifice Secret Art, Arrow of Death. Su Shu contemplated deeply. This must be the technique that had allowed He Wu to summon the blood-stained orange ghost during their confrontation. While the orange ghost may be absent, I possess the red ghost. Su Shu thought of the trembling red ghost within his Niwen palace, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Though it appeared to be a one-time spell, with proper application, it might yet turn the tide of battle in his favor. However, this moment is far from opportune for the cultivation of spells. The exact nature of this place and the potential dangers it harbors remain unknown. Thus, Su Shu first undertook the refinement of his flying sword. Without the original owner's spiritual imprint, the process proved remarkably effortless. In but a brief moment, the sword transformed into a beam of light and vanished into Su Shu's dantian. Subsequently, he hastily donned a plain white robe. As for the absence of his Huangguan sect attire, it was simply impractical. The previous skirmishes had rendered both of his sect garments tattered and unusable, leaving him no choice but to make do. Just as he intended to depart from this location, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by a woman's anxious voice offering comfort. "Seventh Princess, please hold on. Just ahead lies the place where the yang energy surged earlier. Perhaps it is a land of opportunity, and you may yet find salvation." Upon hearing this, Su Shu furrowed his brow. Had the celestial spectacle of 9 suns ignited by his breakthrough drawn attention? He quickly shifted his gaze. A woman was supporting another woman as they emerged swiftly from the thicket. The leading figure appeared deeply concerned, her worry palpable. Su Shu's fleeting glance quickly settled upon the seemingly injured woman, and he was struck with astonishment and admiration. She possessed features reminiscent of a painting, her skin as fair as snow, lips like coral, and a smile radiant as the morning sun. With delicate shoulders, a slender waist, and a graceful form, she exuded an enchanting charm. She resembled a pear blossom kissed by dew, or a peony enveloped in mist. Clad in a red gown adorned with golden edges, with a dangling jade ornament by her ear, she truly embodied the essence of beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy the flowers. This was Su Shu's immediate impression upon first encountering the woman. She was breathtaking. In comparison, Shui Yuyin was not a contender, as her veiled face concealed her true beauty, while Ning Yuyu was too young, still in an age deemed inappropriate by the standards of his past life. Having silently dismissed these two, Su Shu felt certain of his assessment. His second impression was one of sheer astonishment, nearly causing his jaw to drop. The woman's lustrous hair was styled into whimsical twin tails, reminiscent of characters from his former world. Her attire, steeped in ancient elegance, was intriguingly complemented by these peculiar elements. Yet, Su Shu found it entirely harmonious and fitting. In his mind, he shouted, a twin-tailed goddess. The only flaw in her exquisite visage was her pallor, strikingly pale, almost sickly. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed and her beautiful eyes partially closed, she seemed to bear a grave injury. Yet, this only added a touch of softness to her otherworldly beauty. Driven by an admiration for the twin-tailed goddess, Su Shu found himself rooted in place. For it appeared that his options had narrowed. Shui Yuyin was no longer a viable prospect, and Ning Yuyu was simply too young. After much difficulty, he finally caught sight of his next enchanting goddess. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Of course, it was merely a jest. The reality was that the two women were approaching him, making it rather inconvenient for him to leave just like that. The woman in front, appearing somewhat anxious, was taken aback upon seeing Su Shu, her heart instantly filled with concern. Could this person be from the soul-devouring sect, or perhaps an associate of the fourth prince? It was only upon closer inspection of Su Shu's modest attire and handsome features that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Supporting the stunning woman beside her, she approached Su Shu and politely inquired, "May I ask where this esteemed friend hails from?" Su Shu pondered for a moment. To exercise caution, he decided to conceal his origin. He waved his hand with a gentle smile and said, "I am merely a humble wandering cultivator." The woman's slightly anxious heart finally settled with Su Shu's warm smile. Seeing that the seventh princess did not take action and that this unfamiliar man identified himself as a wandering cultivator, it seemed he truly was not affiliated with either of their factions. She then hurriedly asked, "Have you encountered anything of great vitality in this area?" Upon uttering those words, perhaps realizing her eagerness might reveal her intentions, she awkwardly added, "Naturally, those who cultivate long for the opportunities found in the celestial palace." Su Shu smiled ambiguously, choosing not to expose her. Instead, he gazed meaningfully at the beautiful woman. Chapter 76. I shall be the novice afterward, Su Shu remarked. I too have come here for the opportunities, but it seems there has recently been a fierce battle. By my estimation, someone has likely already contended for these opportunities and taken them away. The woman was momentarily taken aback, surveying the chaotic surroundings before a look of realization dawned upon her. She lightly stomped her foot, expressing her irritation and self-reproach. You are correct, we have indeed arrived a bit late. Su Shu felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, he had adjusted his injuries and attire earlier. Otherwise, it would have been obvious that he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Given the state of the surroundings, he would have surely been implicated. He then recalled the mention of the celestial palace ruins by the woman earlier and softly asked, "Do you know what this place is?" The woman gazed at Su Shu in astonishment. "You do not know? How did you manage to enter?" Su Shu offered a wry smile. "I was inexplicably transported here through a spatial rift, and I have only just arrived." Such enigmatic spatial anomalies were the playthings of powerful beings. Those like them, at the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, could hardly comprehend their principles. Thus, the woman did not doubt the veracity of Su Shu's words. She quietly explained, "This place is the ruins of the Purple Extreme Celestial Palace, situated at the junction of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Hehuan Sect, and the Soul-Devouring Sect, with the entrance located approximately 500 miles outside of Qingshan town." Upon hearing this, Su Shu's pupils constricted sharply. 500 miles from Qingshan town. It seemed this was indeed the ruins mentioned in the Qi Feng Jade Slip. However, Qi Feng was unable to find a way to open it. Instead, it was Su Shu and others who arrived in this place due to the impact of the mirror. The woman did not notice the subtle expression on Su Shu's face. She continued, The Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace was once the retreat for the venerable Purple Extreme. The Venerable One cultivated the pure yang path and was a formidable practitioner from ancient times. It is said that the 9 suns in this place are manifestations of his organs. She was not merely feigning concern. She genuinely harbored worries for the safety of the 7th princess. Nevertheless, the opportunity that had recently emerged here had evidently been seized by someone else, and fretting would do no good. Moreover, in this hostile environment where danger lurked at every corner, encountering a seemingly bewildered loose cultivator was a rare stroke of fortune. Naturally, she wished to rally additional strength for the 7th princess. Here, every bit of strength translated into a greater hope for survival. Thus, she forced herself to refrain from looking at the pained expression of the 7th princess and instead elaborated on the relics of the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace to Su Shu. Su Shu nodded in realization, pondering for a moment. The venerable Purple Extreme, the esteemed Xiang, their names seemed to bear some connection. Furthermore, both appeared to cultivate the pure yang energy. Perhaps there truly was a link? Additionally, considering the relationship between the esteemed Xiang and the blood-eyed girl Ning Yuyu from the Blood Energy Ruins in Qingshan Town, along with the simultaneous emergence of the Blood Energy Ruins and the relics of the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace in the vicinity, it became increasingly plausible that the venerable Purple Extreme and the esteemed Xiang were indeed connected. Reflecting on the fact that the venerable Purple Extreme practiced the same pure yang path as he did, Su Shu felt that he might find some fortuitous opportunities here. Suddenly, his throat became dry, and his heart began to race. Fellow cultivator? The woman, noticing Su Shu's prolonged silence, could not help but call out. Su Shu snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon, fellow cultivator. I was momentarily lost in thought about the opportunities within the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace. The woman shook her head with a smile, replying, no need for such formality. As cultivators, who could resist the allure of a relic? After pondering for a moment, Su Shu retrieved 100 spiritual stones and some peculiar elixirs from his storage ring. I am grateful for your enlightenment. Please accept this token of my appreciation, he said earnestly. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then dazedly accepted Su Shu's offerings. This loose cultivator was surprisingly generous, and he appeared to possess considerable wealth. Merely providing her with a brief overview of the relic's situation warranted such a substantial gift. Not only was he generous, but he also displayed genuine kindness. Typically, after clarifying a doubt, if a fellow cultivator merely expressed thanks, that would be deemed polite. Yet, this individual had seen her tending to an injured person and intentionally offered her healing elixirs and spiritual stones. Was there truly such magnanimity and benevolence in the realm of cultivation? She felt perplexed. Was it not the norm to fight to the death over scarce resources? This was the true essence of the cultivation world. Yet, suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. Could this individual be one of those practitioners who, upon entering the realm of immortality, solely devoted themselves to solitary cultivation, oblivious to the harsh realities of the cultivation world? This thought made everything fall into place. No wonder she was so generous and kind-hearted. The woman sighed, unable to suppress a shake of her head, and sympathetically remarked, Friend, it seems you are not quite aware of the brutal nature of the cultivation realm. We were fortunate to encounter each other this time. Please do not find yourself in such a predicament again. Su Shu was taken aback, and a peculiar expression crossed his face as he nearly burst into laughter. Did this woman truly perceive me as a novice cultivator? In my previous life, I was a revered master of martial arts. Now I am at the 8th level of Qi refinement. In recent days, I have already dispatched 2 foundation establishment practitioners. How could you say such things to me? Nevertheless, recognizing her intentions were well-meaning, he felt no need to dispute them. He shook his head with a chuckle and replied, Thank you for your kind reminder, esteemed friend. I am aware now and shall certainly heed your advice in the future. Su Shu believed that acquiring this fundamental information was sufficient to seek opportunities within the ruins. Thus, he cupped his hands in gratitude and stated, I am grateful for your guidance, and I shall not impose further upon you. I bid you farewell. With that, he gracefully turned to leave. However, the woman's eyes lit up at his words. Kindness, goodwill, politeness, and wealth. She found herself quite taken with this individual. Remaining calm and composed despite the initial surprise at the 7th princess's beauty. A genuinely good person indeed. Yet, she wondered about his true strength. Nevertheless, based on his seemingly generous demeanor, even if his prowess were lacking, it was acceptable, for he possessed spirit stones. And then, a subtle signal radiated from her arm. She quickly understood that the 7th princess also regarded this person favorably, seeing him as a potential ally. Hastily, she called out to Su Shu, Friend, please wait. Su Shu turned back, puzzled. The woman cleared her throat awkwardly and said, I noticed your innocence, ahem. Su Shu's brow furrowed. Goodness, what innocence? She clearly meant to imply I was naive, thinking I wouldn't catch on. Even the pretense of confusion from your esteemed princess had long been apparent to me. The woman realized that, as a senior in the cultivation world, it was indeed her duty to guide the younger generation. No problem. She would never covet his wealth. Absolutely not. Well, perhaps just a little. So, she adjusted her tone and smiled. The environment within the purple extreme heavenly palace is intricate. To repay your kindness in assisting us, why not explore the ruins together? Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. He had considered joining these two women, but he sensed they might bring some trouble. However, upon further reflection, the opportunities within the purple extreme heavenly palace beckoned. Perhaps it would be beneficial to accompany those who were more familiar with the surroundings. As for the trouble, since you perceive me as a novice, I shall embrace that role. Chapter 77. Li Qiu'er having made a decision, Su Shu was not one to waver. He smiled and said, "Very well, I shall trouble you, esteemed elder." Yet inwardly, he mused, "I wonder if this novice meets your expectations, elder." The woman, upon hearing this, smiled in satisfaction and replied, "No need to worry. As you are new to the celestial realm, it is only natural that we, the seniors, should take care of you. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Yet such interactions are imbued with goodwill." Due to Su Shu's amiability, he garnered their trust, and thus they were willing to accompany this novice. Even if this novice possessed little strength, they would extend their care. Su Shu reciprocated with courtesy. This was the essence of his conduct in life. "If you treat me kindly, I shall not forever don the guise of a novice. Should danger arise, I am willing to lend my assistance." Just as the woman finished speaking, the seventh princess she was supporting stirred. The princess then opened her enchanting eyes in bewilderment. "Yuan, where are we?" she innocently inquired, casting several curious glances at Su Shu. Su Shu was at a loss. "Your Highness, if you must feign unconsciousness, could you at least do so convincingly?" Who awakens from severe injury and remains entirely unperturbed. He thought, "A little more effort in your act would be appreciated, otherwise, one might assume you take me for a fool." From the moment the two women approached, Su Shu had discerned that the seventh princess was feigning unconsciousness. In truth, it was not entirely deceptive. He could sense she had indeed sustained serious injuries, though she was not truly unconscious. He chose not to expose her ruse, as it was unnecessary. It is human instinct to feign weakness in the desire for survival. Was he not doing the same by pretending to be a novice? However, his acting skills were undoubtedly leagues beyond those of the seventh princess. Upon seeing the princess awake, the woman whom the princess referred to as Yuan immediately donned a benevolent smile, her face tinged with concern. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened. Thankfully, you seem to be quite well. We are still within the relics of the purple extreme heavenly palace." At this point, her expression grew somber, indicating that their situation was indeed precarious. The seventh princess blinked her large eyes vigorously, as if finally grasping her predicament. Su Shu maintained his composure, choosing to ignore her amateur performance. The seventh princess then pointed at Su Shu, inquiring curiously, "Who is this?" "This is," Yuan began to introduce Su Shu, but abruptly realized she did not even know his name. Thus, she turned her questioning gaze towards him. Understanding her intent, Su Shu replied, "I am Su Shu, a solitary cultivator, currently at the 8th layer of qi refinement." He confidently revealed his prowess with the Cuiyang technique. As being at the 8th layer was neither weak nor particularly strong, it is all too easy to let one's guard down. The two women nodded in realization. Indeed, being in the qi refinement stage signifies a novice. Aunt Yuan spoke up, introducing herself. "My name is Lu Yuan. You may call me Aunt Yuan. I possess foundational strength." She then bowed slightly, gesturing towards the direction of the seventh princess, stating, "This is Her Highness, the seventh princess of the Daxia dynasty, Li Qiu'er." She refrained from mentioning the princess's prowess, merely highlighting her illustrious background. Upon hearing this, Su Shu's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the twin-tailed princess. The Daxia dynasty, due to the events in Qingshan town, left a rather unfavorable impression on him. However, he would not blame others for the misdeeds of a small, peripheral county. After all, even on the fringes of his previous life on Blue Star, there were often vile individuals and circumstances. Moreover, Li Qiu'er was merely a princess, not a sovereign ruling the realm. Thus, there was no need for animosity. His curiosity lay solely in the princess's capabilities. "Rest assured, you are quite safe with us. Like Aunt Yuan, I am also at the foundational level," Li Qiu'er said with a cheerful smile. Perhaps it was due to her genuine and vivacious demeanor, or the way her twin tails danced in the breeze, or perhaps her exquisite features. Whatever the reason, Su Shu felt the heaviness in his heart begin to lift. He simply had yet to discern the source of his newfound ease. Then, he replied, "With both of you being foundational cultivators and a royal princess present, I naturally feel at ease." Upon hearing his words, Li Qiu'er puffed up with a hint of pride, adorably huffing. "Of course, in this place, I can confidently say that I have no rivals." Su Shu slightly curled his lip, evidently unconvinced by her proclamation. No rivals? Then how did you acquire that peculiar injury? Your Highness? Perhaps sensing his skepticism, Li Qiyu stamped her foot in mild irritation, poised to retort, but Aunt Yuan interrupted her with a gentle smile. All right, of course. The princess is the most formidable. Her tone was kind, and her expression benevolent, akin to a doting elder indulging a cherished younger relative. Su Shu observed this scene in silence, yet deep within, an ache began to form. Elders, family, these concepts seemed entirely alien to him. In both his past and present lives, he had been an orphan, inexplicably so. Not a single memory of family graced his recollections. He had thought he had grown accustomed to traversing the world alone. Yet, witnessing Aunt Yuan's affectionate interaction with Li Qiyu stirred a pang of longing within him. After all, he was but a solitary soul, capable of yearning and sorrow. Ah well, if they are gone, then so be it. After years of wandering in his previous life, if they were still alive, they would surely have sought him out. Yet they had not. In this lifetime, do one's parents still remain one's true parents? Upon contemplating this, Su Shu could not help but feel a pang of sadness. However, this sorrow was but a fleeting thought in his heart. He had once been a master of martial arts, and was now a cultivator of the immortal path. Since the demise of his former self, the humble disciple Su Shu, there existed only one Su Shu in this world. With this realization, an instant clarity enveloped his mind. The remnants of melancholic sentiment were completely dispelled. Even the consciousness within his Niwen palace, previously ensnared by negative emotions and plagued by drowsiness, suddenly opened its eyes wide. A deep breath expelled the stagnant air, and those peculiar negative emotions were likewise released within the Niwen palace. Just as he intended to soar out of the Niwen palace, they were instantly absorbed by Su Shu's ministerial fire. He exhaled with relief. Had those negative emotions truly escaped, he would have found it difficult to account for their presence. Grateful for having refined the ministerial fire, he silently expressed his gratitude to the unknown founder of the Three Flames and Fiery Sun Palm. You have aided me once more. I truly wish to witness your vast knowledge and engage in a discourse over fine wine. It was not until the voices of Li Qiyu and her companion brought him back to reality that he emerged from his reverie. I remember when we first entered. There was a grove of sunfruit trees in the eastern area that was about to ripen. Aunt Yuan pondered aloud. Li Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Yes. Yes, Aunt Yuan, Su Shu, let us go and taste the fruit. Su Shu stared in astonishment at the princess, who resembled a young girl, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet Aunt Yuan, understanding that Su Shu had recently acquainted himself with them and was unfamiliar with the temperament of the seventh princess, kindly suggested, Su Shu, shall we go and take a look at the sunfruit grove? What do you say? All right. Chapter 78. Mischief. Shortly after Su Shu and the others departed, 5 men clad in black robes arrived at the location where Su Shu had been. Their attire indicated they belonged to the soul-devouring sect. The leader of the group surveyed the surroundings briefly before walking to the spot where Zheng Yi had been incinerated by Su Shu. He knelt down and picked up a handful of black and red soil, idly kneading it in his hands. Has a practitioner of yang techniques passed through here? He murmured. The others standing behind him remained silent, their heads bowed, seemingly intimidated by the man before them. Just moments ago, an overwhelming surge of yang energy had drawn even the attention of the 9 sons. Ordinary yang techniques could not possess such power. The man stroked his chin, deep in thought. Considering the injuries sustained by Li Qiyu, she would undoubtedly come seeking opportunities, yet it appears I have arrived too late. I wonder if Li Qiyu has found that person. Suddenly, a sly smile crossed his face as he thought of something. Regardless of whether you have found him or not, you cannot escape, Li Qiyu. Black 2 and Black 3. 2 of the 4 figures behind him stepped forward briskly. The sunfruit grove should be ripening soon. You two go and take a look. She may go over there to gather the sunfruit for healing. Indeed, Lord Hunsing. The 2 exchanged no superfluous words and directly headed towards the sunfruit forest. Hei E and Hei C shall accompany me to the purple extreme heavenly palace. Hunsing remarked lightly. Yes. Hunsing gazed into the distance and murmured, the heavenly palace will soon emerge. Li Qiyu, will you choose to venture into the sunfruit forest? Or shall you proceed to the heavenly palace? Along the way, Su Shu gradually discerned the personalities and circumstances of the 2 women. Lu Yuan was Li Qiu's wet nurse. Having lost her children early and her husband in his prime, rendering her a pitiable soul, it was said that Lu Yuan was chosen to enter the palace as a wet nurse due to her unique constitution, though the specifics were never disclosed by either woman. Lu Yuan regarded Li Qiu as her own, treating her as if she were her own child, perhaps due to the sorrow of losing her own offspring. Consequently, she poured all her affection into Li Qiu, doting on her excessively. Lu Yuan's demeanor was rather cautious. She had always been the intellectual pillar among the 2, possessing a foundation of cultivation at the 3rd level. As for Li Qiu, Her antics often left Su Shu feeling both amused and exasperated. A princess of a grand dynasty, she had, over the years, retained the innocence of a young girl. Provided she was safe, she exhibited a curious fascination for the peculiar. For instance, upon encountering a fire ant on their journey, she even contemplated crawling to the ground to excavate its nest, which greatly alarmed Lu Yuan. The fire ants, having been nurtured under the auspices of the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace for years, boasted a cultivation level comparable to the third level of Qi refinement. Of course, a single ant posed little threat to them, easily dispatched. However, what of a nest? Thousands of ants at the third level of Qi refinement could easily overwhelm anyone below the peak of foundation establishment, regardless of their prowess. With Lu Yuan at the third level, Su Shu at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and Li Qiuyue seemingly at around the third level of foundation establishment, their combined strength would fall short against a peak foundation establishment cultivator, making them ill-equipped to provoke a nest of fire ants. Thus, Su Shu found himself quite troubled by the antics of the 7th princess. Fortunately, despite being a princess, Li Qiuyue displayed no trace of regal arrogance. Rather, she was somewhat playful and lively, or at least that was Su Shu's impression. It was said that the 7th princess, lacking the favor of the great Xia emperor, spent most of her childhood within the palace, which contributed to her spirited demeanor. It was precisely this vivacity that left Su Shu both amused and somewhat helpless during their journey. Occasionally, she would feign a light tap on his or Lu Yuan's shoulder, then pretend as though nothing had happened while continuing her walk. At other times, she would affect a face of terror, exclaiming that there was a ghost. She truly embodied the mischievous nature of a young girl. Lu Yuan, evidently accustomed to Li Qiuyue's antics, merely smiled indulgently without attempting to curtail her behavior. Meanwhile, Su Shu found himself both amused and exasperated by the 7th princess's antics. "My lady, are you not aware of your own acting skills?" However, the shadow that once loomed over his heart dissipated entirely due to the presence of Li Qiuyue. Time passed quietly. Throughout their journey, Su Shu marveled at the vastness and peculiarity of the ruins. With their cultivation, they had traversed for half a day yet remained enveloped in the brilliance of the sun, with nary a hint of nightfall. It was only when he silently focused on his cultivation that a familiar voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to realize they had already been traveling for a considerable duration. Ding! Successful completion of the 8 consecutive sign-ins. Reward, 40 pure yang purple pills. Given the presence of the two ladies, Su Shu refrained from directly consuming the pills. At last, just as Su Shu was on the verge of dozing off, they arrived at the sunfruit grove. "Su Shu, come quick. There are so many fruits," Li Qiuyue exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. As their camaraderie deepened, they began to tease one another like friends. Aware that Lu Yuan would likely dismiss her, Li Qiuyue called out to Su Shu. With a resigned sigh, he placed a hand on his forehead, contemplating whether following them had been a misstep. Nevertheless, he dutifully approached to share in Li Qiuyue's joy, for otherwise, he would be faced with her endless playful ambushes. Were she a repugnant old woman like Zhu Yu, he might have been tempted to retaliate. Yet, he was confronted with a lively and adorable girl with twin ponytails. What could he do but accept her enthusiasm with good cheer? "Here they come," Su Shu chuckled helplessly. Lu Yuan, witnessing the scene, laughed and shrugged, indicating her powerlessness in the matter. It was not until Su Shu looked closer that he understood the source of Li Qiuyue's exuberance. "Indeed, there are so many," Su Shu exclaimed in awe. Emerging from the thicket, he beheld a vast expanse of trees adorned with glimmering sunfruits. Lu Yuan had previously mentioned that sunfruits were precious treasures for most cultivators. Imbued with yang energy and rich spiritual essence, they could replenish a cultivator's body, facilitate advancement in cultivation, and even heal specific injuries. The growth conditions for sunfruits were exceedingly stringent, requiring a century of growth in a place saturated with yang energy, never to be deprived of sunlight. He surmised that only a site as remarkable as the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace could yield such an abundance of sunfruits. As his thoughts settled, he noticed Li Qiuyue gazing at the bountiful orchard, her eyes practically shaped like hearts. Su Shu smiled mischievously, taking a few steps closer to her. He seized the opportunity while she was distracted and tapped her shoulder, then shouted, "Boo!" "Ah!" Li Qiuyue, lost in the beauty of the sunfruit grove, nearly had her soul frightened away by Su Shu's sudden scare. It was only when Lu Yuan clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, that she realized it was merely a prank by Su Shu. She gazed at Su Shu, who had already dashed towards the orchard, calling out, "Su Shu, stop right there." Her tone bore a hint of mischief, a touch of vexation, but predominantly, it radiated joy. Chapter 79. Stirred emotions. Lu Yuan forced her spiritual energy to alleviate the cramping sensation in her abdomen. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the 7th princess chasing after Su Shu through the trees. "Despicable scoundrel, you foul Su Shu, halt this instant." "Ha ha ha, who told you to scare me just now? I want to let this go." You must stop. Hey, Li Qiuyue, tell me, are you truly afraid of ghosts? Ha! Ah, Su Shu, I shall have my vengeance. Oh dear, still harboring thoughts of murder. Li Qiuyue, you have revealed your weakness. Neither of them employed their spiritual powers. They frolicked through the forest like ordinary people, infusing the sunlit orchard with a touch of delight. In a moment of distraction, Lu Yuan seemed to glimpse her youthful days. Playing in class with him, the boy would intentionally provoke the girl, and once she became annoyed, he would devise ways to make her laugh. When she smiled, their bond would swiftly deepen. If both harbored a modicum of affection for one another, this delightful cycle would repeat itself, until one day, the boy and girl would embrace. A chill brushed against Lu Yuan's cheek, pulling her back to reality. She realized, to her surprise, that she was watching the playful antics of the seventh princess and Su Shu with tears streaming down her face. Perhaps it had been too long since she had seen him, and her heart ached with longing. She wondered if he felt lonely below, turning her face slightly. Lu Yuan quietly wiped the moisture from her eyes. Soon, she witnessed the seventh princess finally capturing Su Shu after a moment of his clumsiness. The princess shouted fiercely while Su Shu pleaded for mercy. Then, her delicate fist struck down, yet it landed on Su Shu as gently as a massage. Strangely enough, despite his resilience against the black five-blood sacrifice spell, Su Shu cried out in pain beneath the princess's playful blows. When Lu Yuan saw the satisfied smile spread across the princess's face, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a flowing stream. She crouched down, burying her head and weeping bitterly. Lu Yuan exerted all her strength, even channeling her spiritual energy, in an attempt to stifle her sobs, wishing not to disturb the pair. Yet, she found herself unable to succeed. Ultimately, her muffled cries echoed through the woods, startling Li Qiuyue and Su Shu. They exchanged a brief, bewildered glance. Aunt Yuan is crying. They hurried back, eager to discover the cause of her distress. However, upon arriving in the woods, they found her wearing a gentle, serene smile, as though her earlier sobs had been mere figments of their imagination. Li Qiuyue, unable to suppress her concern, quickly sought to inquire about her well-being, but Su Shu subtly tugged at Li Qiuyue's sleeve. Upon noticing her gaze, Su Shu subtly shook her head in a sign of caution. At first, Li Qiuyue did not comprehend Su Shu's intent, until she caught sight of the tear stains at the corner of Aunt Yuan's eyes, which had yet to be wiped away. Suddenly, it dawned on her. It was no mere illusion. Aunt Yuan had indeed shed tears. However, she was determined not to let either herself or Su Shu acknowledge her sorrow. Thus, as she approached Su Shu, she swiftly composed herself, striving to project an air of strength. Li Qiuyue remained silent, her eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. If she were to voice her thoughts now, it would signify her willingness to shatter Aunt Yuan's last shred of stubbornness. Yet, if she refrained from asking, her concern would continue to gnaw at her. After a long pause, Li Qiuyue let out a soft sigh, the comforting words remaining unspoken. Since Aunt Yuan had chosen resilience, she resolved to honor that choice. Observing the scene, Su Shu chuckled quietly, remaining silent but playfully raising her eyebrows at Li Qiuyue. Upon witnessing Su Shu's antics, an inexplicable blush crept onto Li Qiuyue's cheeks, compelling her to lower her gaze, unable to meet Su Shu's eyes. Lu Yuan took note of their subtle exchanges, reflecting inwardly. The seventh princess has indeed grown, beginning to harbor feelings for someone. Although this individual was somewhat lacking in prowess, merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, and did not quite match the seventh princess's peak foundation cultivation, emotions have never been measured by strength or profit. What mattered most was the seventh princess's own affection and happiness. Everything else paled in comparison. Moreover, Lu Yuan had observed Su Shu's actions, his kindness, gentleness, and perceptive nature were all commendable traits. Yet, these were secondary. The most significant aspect was that Lu Yuan perceived in Su Shu's eyes a glimpse of one of life's most exquisite treasures, a feeling known as love. Su Shu, initially jesting and praising Li Qiuyue for her maturity, suddenly felt an odd gaze upon him. Turning around, he was nearly startled out of his wits to see Lu Yuan regarding them with an amused smile, occasionally nodding in approval. In his heart, he silently pleaded, "Aunt Yuan, what are you scheming? Are you attempting to play matchmaker? Please don't do that." Yet, if she insisted, he could only resign himself to the situation with a silent acceptance. Just then, Li Qiuyue's playful voice broke the moment. "What are you still standing there for? Gather the sun fruits." It was then that Su Shu and Lu Yuan recalled the purpose of their visit, gathering sun fruits. With an awkward smile, Su Shu headed towards the grove of sun fruits, leaving Li Qiuyue and Lu Yuan in the woods, exchanging silent glances. Lu Yuan was the first to break the silence. Smiling as she said, "Although we have only recently become acquainted with Su Shu, Aunt Yuan's judgment of character is never mistaken. This child possesses a kind heart, good intentions, and generosity, and he can truly..." Stop, stop, stop. Li Qiuhua interjected abruptly, sensing something amiss as she hastily interrupted Lu Yuan. What are you saying about him? I don't even know him. Li Qiuhua cast a glance at Aunt Yuan, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yuan, with a teasing smile, remarked, who was it just now? The esteemed princess chasing someone for half the day? It's because he scared me. Li Qiuhua pouted, her ears nearly burning with embarrassment. All right, I won't say another word. Lu Yuan chuckled. Suddenly, she felt akin to an elder eager for their children to marry. The two women fell into a moment of silence. He has only reached the 8th level of qi refinement, Li Qiuhua whispered, her voice so soft that she might have struggled to hear herself. A smile reappeared on Lu Yuan's face. Indeed, the 8th level of qi refinement does seem a bit lacking for a princess. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuhua felt a sudden void in her heart, a wave of discomfort washing over her. However, the two words but acted like a lifeline, pulling her heart from the depths of despair. She quickly raised her head, eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's teasing grin, Li Qiuhua's face flushed anew, her gaze dropping, too shy to speak. Lu Yuan, recognizing her princess's bashfulness, decided against further teasing. As long as you appropriately showcase your cultivation, it will suffice to motivate him in his practice. Li Qiuhua suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with radiant starlight. Lu Yuan advised, give Su Shu a little pressure. Enough for him to recognize that your strength surpasses his, but not so much that he feels the gap is insurmountable. You must maintain that balance, 7th princess. Li Qiuhua nodded eagerly, her beauty illuminating the surroundings with a smile that could outshine the 9 suns above. Chapter 80. The feeling of falling in love in the Yang fruit forest. Su Shu, like a robot, mechanically picked the fruits, though his mind had already wandered far away. A myriad of images flashed through his mind, each moment replaying vividly. The stunning first encounter with Li Qiuhua, her pretense of fainting, her playful teasing, her curiosity about the fiery ant nest, the way she jumped like a frightened rabbit, and that moment when she bowed her head, blushing, her eyes filled with tender affection. Truly, it was reminiscent of the saying, the gentleness of a lowered gaze, akin to a water lily untouched by the cold breeze. Though they had only known each other for a brief time, it felt as if an eternity had passed. He was acutely aware that she was just beyond the trees. Yet each second without her presence was a torment. Why wasn't she coming out? Had she left? Did she find him lacking due to his low cultivation? In this moment, the formidable master of the Blue Star felt as vulnerable as a youth experiencing the pangs of first love. Time trickled by, each minute and second striking his heart like a relentless hammer. Days felt like years. No, seconds felt like years. This is his most genuine sentiment. At long last, after an interminable wait, Li Qiuhua emerged from the woods, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Accompanying her was the gentle and smiling Lu Yuan. Yet, Su Shu's attention was entirely captivated by the enchanting figure in a red robe and golden silk dress with twin ponytails. With a racing heart and a restless spirit, he felt a sense of calm wash over him upon her arrival. Su Shu offered her a tender smile. Unbeknownst to him, although Li Qiuhua shyly averted her gaze, her peripheral vision remained fixed upon the young man in white. Upon catching his gentle smile, she instinctively raised her head only to roll her eyes at him. However, midway through her gesture, she seemed unable to contain herself. When the girl in red suddenly burst into laughter, Su Shu felt that the entire golden orchard paled in comparison. At that moment, his world narrowed to the girl with twin ponytails. After laughing, Li Qiuhua felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head once more, quietly returning to pick fruits from the sun tree. Only when the tree obscured her figure did Su Shu manage to divert his gaze. Oh, so you finally dare to look at me? Lu Yuan's teasing laughter startled Su Shu. He couldn't help but curse himself. How absurd it was. In his previous life, he was a formidable master, unflinching in the face of 1,000 troops and their weapons. Yet now, he found himself startled by a mere woman. How utterly disgraceful. However, his thoughts quickly returned to Li Qiuhua. The sound of snickering echoed once more. Is this what it feels like to be in love? He wondered how those who were single could endure such feelings. Yet, he recalled the system suggesting that he had once been a solitary soul. Nonsense. He scoffed. Who would believe that? How could he possibly neglect the sweetness of love to remain single for 9 lifetimes? Ridiculous. The system was full of utter nonsense, spouting absurdities day in and day out. Lu Yuan was left speechless. Just moments ago, Su Shu had noticed her, but had now descended into a realm of fanciful thoughts. Grinning like a fool. Enough of that, Su Shu, she called out loudly, finally pulling his wandering mind back from the direction of Li Qiuhua. Ah, Aunt Yuan. Su Shu scratched his head, grinning like a simpleton. Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook her head with a wry smile. Was this the romance between an ignorant novice in cultivation and a genius at the pinnacle of foundational establishment? Whatever the case, she decided to let it be. Clearing her throat and organizing her thoughts, she inquired, "Where is your home?" Su Shu was taken aback. Was this the legendary matchmaking segment? While it may have seemed amusing in the past, finding oneself in such a situation inevitably induces a slight sense of unease. He hastily declared, "Aunt Yuan, I am an orphan." Lu Yuan momentarily paused, then gazed affectionately at Su Shu, sighing, "We are all pitiable souls." This sentiment might have once stirred discomfort within Su Shu. However, that is no longer the case. "I have my own princess, and that is sufficient." Lu Yuan scrutinized Su Shu once more. In terms of appearance, a solid 9 out of 10. As for his lineage, let us not dwell on that. His cultivation level, 5 out of 10. Personality, a commendable 9. It appeared he had never encountered a woman before, so that earns him a perfect score. Overall, he exceeded the passing mark, and the 7th princess also holds an affection for him. Thus, he shall suffice. Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. After some contemplation, she remarked meaningfully, "Su Shu, the 7th princess is currently at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, and she has sustained an injury. Once she recovers, she shall be even stronger." Lu Yuan refrained from disclosing the precise extent of her strength, fearing it might intimidate Su Shu. Su Shu blinked in surprise, then chuckled softly, assuring her, "Aunt Yuan, do not worry. I understand the principles involved, and I shall undoubtedly exert every effort to elevate my cultivation." He recognized that Lu Yuan was concerned about his ability to keep pace with Li Qiuyue. Although his actual combat prowess might rival that of someone at foundation establishment, his true cultivation level was only at the 8th layer of qi refinement, while his 9 sons transformation technique languished at the 5th layer. Engaging in excessive justification would prove futile. Demonstrating resolve would be far more effective. Indeed, Lu Yuan's satisfaction with Su Shu grew with each passing moment. Intelligent, quick to comprehend. Excellent. Since you are aware of this, Aunt Yuan shall refrain from further admonition. You must also consider the 7th princess's position, even if she appears indifferent. As a member of the Dixia royal family, she bears the weight of royal honor and responsibility. Lu Yuan sighed softly. Su Shu laughed heartily, then declared with unwavering conviction, "Aunt Yuan, I shall not boast excessively. 3 months. I need only 3 months. With foundation establishment, I shall be invincible." His words radiated an intense confidence and the pride of a master. Having arrived in this world only 8 days ago, he now felt comparable to a cultivator at foundation establishment. Was it truly so difficult to achieve invincibility in 3 months? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but recall the woman who had inspired him to aspire for invincibility in qi refinement. Her profound gaze occasionally surfaced in his thoughts. Su Shu smiled wryly, silently reflecting, "Perhaps we are destined to be fated yet unfulfilled." Observing Su Shu's aura of confidence, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of astonishment. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a naive newcomer. Rather, it resembled that of a seasoned practitioner weathered by years of conflict. Had she misjudged him before? Lu Yuan silently affirmed her thoughts. A person with such presence could not possibly be a mere novice entering the realm of immortality. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Much like how Su Shu had not allowed the 7th princess to uncover her final vestige of strength. With a nod of reassurance, she replied, "Very well. With your words, I am at ease." In an instant, that imposing aura vanished without a trace. Su Shu smiled sheepishly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Yuan." Chapter 81. The fruit battle. After the conversation between Su Shu and Lu Yuan concluded, the 3 individuals commenced hastening their collection of sun fruits. Previously, engrossed in the throes of romantic infatuation, Su Shu had scarcely gathered any. However now, the weight of Lu Qiuyue's 3rd-tier foundational cultivation and her royal daxiao identity pressed heavily upon his heart, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Thus far, only Lu Yuan had consented to assist. But what of the others? Had the daxiao emperor granted his approval? To speak candidly, Lu Yuan was merely a wet nurse. Given her position, it was evident that her capacity to make significant decisions on behalf of Lu Qiuyue was severely limited. Su Shu was no naive youth. He was acutely aware of the importance that esteemed families placed on social standing, particularly considering Lu Qiuyue's royal lineage. Therefore, as long as his cultivation remained stagnant, he was likely to encounter obstacles from the royal family, a reality he fully comprehended. It was precisely for this reason that Su Shu had vowed to achieve an invincible foundation within 3 months, aiming to showcase his prowess and confidence, thereby demonstrating that he was no ordinary individual. He harbored the hope that Lu Yuan could, to some extent, speak favorably on his behalf within the royal court, alleviating the pressure from that quarter. With this thought in mind, the initially content Su Shu, who felt capable of overcoming the Black Fifth, resolved with determination to strive earnestly to enhance his cultivation. Sun fruits, infused with spiritual and solar energy. He murmured. These fruits were currently the most suitable means for his cultivation advancement. Thus, he quickened his pace in harvesting the fruits, simultaneously stuffing them into his mouth to save time in his pursuit of cultivation. The The sun fruits were sweet and warm upon entry. Yet Su Shu found no inclination to savor their flavor. He hastily gulped down several fruits, his cheeks bulging like a frog's. Yet he continued to cram more into his mouth. Lu Yuan and Lu Qiuyue observed Su Shu's frenzied consumption of the sun fruits. However, neither of the women admonished him for hoarding, as the abundance of sun fruits here was overwhelming, far beyond count. At Su Shu's current pace of 3 fruits per second, it would take him 10 days and nights to finish them all. Moreover, both women understood that Su Shu's fervent actions stemmed from the pressure he felt due to Lu Qiuyue's cultivation level. Lu Yuan smiled with appreciation. In light of Su Shu's fervor for the fruits, she inexplicably found herself believing in his words to a greater extent. Although the notion of advancing to foundational cultivation within 3 months appeared utterly implausible to outsiders, she held a glimmer of hope, not to mention the invincibility of foundation establishment. However, through her observations, Su Shu is not the type to speak carelessly. Coupled with Su Shu's confidence, Lu Yuan, as Li Qiuyue's wet nurse, is willing to grant him the opportunity to prove his worthiness for the esteemed 7th princess of the Great Xia. Li Qiuyue's thoughts were much simpler. Su Shu is striving so diligently to catch up to my cultivation level. How wonderful. Initially, she was concerned that Su Shu might find the path to foundation establishment too distant. After all, it took her a prodigy. A full 2 years to ascend from the 8th level of qi refining to foundation establishment. As she pondered, a warm feeling arose within her, along with a resolute desire to be with Su Shu. No matter how her father and others might obstruct her, she would not acquiesce. However, she then recalled the predicament of her extreme body. Her once exuberant spirits gradually dimmed. The current state of her master was a reflection of her own future. Without pure yang blood, she might merely become an ice sculpture. Li Qiuyue steeled her resolve. If she must be an ice sculpture, so be it. As long as the time for her to enhance her strength is slightly extended, she could spend more time with Su Shu. Alternatively, should Su Shu's strength rise, remaining as a foundation establishment or even a golden core cultivator might not be so bad after all. After all, the backlash of the extreme power would primarily surge after reaching the nascent soul stage. With this thought, Li Qiuyue's expression softened. Her beautiful eyes gazed tenderly at Su Shu. Upon noticing, Su Shu broke into a broad smile. Unfortunately, as he smiled, the fruit pulp he had stuffed into his mouth spilled out. He clumsily wiped his mouth, fearing that Li Qiuyue might disdain his current appearance. To his surprise, Li Qiuyue, upon seeing him, merely placed her hands on her waist and laughed heartily. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. The anxiety that had plagued his heart settled at that moment. Indeed, if Li Qiuyue were the kind of superficial person who valued appearances, how could he, Su Shu, ever hope to pluck such a magnificent flower? Ignoring his own disheveled state, he grinned and gave Li Qiuyue a thumbs up as a gesture of encouragement. Under Su Shu's encouragement, Li Qiuyue's wavering heart finally made a decision. Let us grow stronger together. Besides her extreme body's affliction, there remained the grudge against the soul-devouring sect and its leader for the murder of her brother, which had yet to be avenged. Currently, her strength was entirely insufficient to contend with the leader. She needed to regain some power. Only by avenging her brother could she find peace in being with Su Shu for the long term. Thus, the once divine maiden with twin ponytails began to imitate Su Shu, devouring the yang fruits voraciously. However, being a girl, she remained conscious of her image, so she did not consume them as recklessly as Su Shu, but rather ate them quickly yet elegantly. Lu Yuan, witnessing this scene, smiled warmly. The 7th princess appears to have never been this joyful or dedicated. It seems her decision was indeed the right one. Su Shu is the one who brings happiness to Li Qiuyue, who has felt like a caged bird. Soon after, she observed the two of them engaging in a playful fruit battle, seemingly unaware of how it had begun. To her amusement and exasperation, they were picking, eating, and throwing fruits simultaneously, seamlessly blending play with cultivation. Initially intending to admonish them for such a frivolous waste of resources, Li Qiuyue's melodious laughter and radiant smile made her reconsider. Since the 7th princess was so blissful, why not let her indulge? After all, there were plenty of sun fruits to spare. Time passed swiftly in their merriment and cultivation, each activity accelerating the other. As Su Shu devoured a large piece of sun fruit, the accumulated spiritual energy and sunlight within him swiftly transformed into his own spiritual power. A vortex of spiritual energy began to swirl above his head, drawing in the ambient spiritual qi. Then, with a resounding pop, he reached the 6th tier of the 9 yang transformation technique and the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the sun refinement technique. The degree of spiritual energy had reached a purple hue of 6. Filled with joy, Su Shu was about to share his breakthrough with Li Qiuyue when, unexpectedly, a sun fruit came hurtling towards his face. Bang! The fruit exploded, its flesh splattering all over him. Ha ha ha, Su Shu, I hit you. I win. Li Qiuyue laughed heartily, disregarding all decorum. Although she had merely struck him with a single fruit, she rejoiced as if she had achieved a great victory in battle. Su Shu, looking at his disheveled state, could only smile helplessly. After all, she was his beloved princess, and he had no choice but to indulge her whims. Yet, he was not one to be easily subdued. With a mischievous grin, he sprawled his arms wide and charged towards Li Qiuyue. All right, to celebrate your victory, I shall reward you with a grand hug. Li Qiuyue's expression shifted, and she began to play hide and seek with Su Shu amidst the sunfruit grove. Lu Yuan suddenly recalled that they had initially invited him to join for the sake of the spiritual stones. In the end, they had not acquired the stones and had instead gained a princess. Alas, what a miscalculation. Chapter 82. The Promise in the Ruins of the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace. Within the sunfruit grove, two figures, covered in glistening golden fruit flesh, silently embraced each other. One donned a simple white robe, while the other wore a red skirt with golden trim. In their own world, it seemed as if there were no one else around. I will treat you well, and I will strive to become stronger, worthy of you. I will always protect you. Will you believe in me? Su Shu whispered tenderly into Li Qiuyue's ear. Li Qiuyue's delicate face flushed crimson as she buried her head deeply in Su Shuhua's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent, as if to etch it indelibly in her heart. In a soft whisper, she murmured, I believe in you. Sunlight pierced through the foliage, bathing the two in a golden glow, bearing witness to the promise shared in that moment. The radiant beams seemed to intensify, as if cheering for their heartfelt connection. Lu Yuan, recalling the once blinding heat of the sun, found it to be surprisingly gentle today. She gazed up at the 9 suns in the sky, softly smiling and murmuring, even you are blessing them. The warmth of this moment was undoubtedly the most exquisite scenery within the orchard of sun fruits. However, it appeared that whenever such beauty emerged, there were always those who delighted in ruining the ambience. Oh, the illustrious 7th princess of the great Xia, shamelessly flirting with a wild man right here. A mocking voice shattered the tranquility of the sun fruit grove. The originally rosy-cheeked Li Qiuyue, lost in Su Shu's embrace, felt her expression instantly chill as she abruptly lifted her gaze toward the source of the sound. Su Shu, too, was taken aback. He had been contemplating how to savor the sweetness of the princess's cherry lips when a shrill, duck-like voice disrupted his thoughts. His countenance darkened. Damn it, after being single for so long, I finally get to enjoy the sweetness of love and the softness of the princess's body, only to be interrupted by you fools. You're courting death. 1,000 deaths wound to suffice. In perfect synchrony, they turned their cold gazes toward the intruders. 2 men clad in black robes from the soul-devouring sect were mockingly observing Li Qiuyue and Su Shu, their eyes betraying unmistakable envy and jealousy. Hey Air, hey San, Li Qiuyue said coldly. With the absence of Han Sheng, do you dare to trouble this princess? You seek death. Su Shu cast a surprised glance at Li Qiuyue. To his astonishment, he sensed her disdain and murderous intent towards these 2 disciples of the soul-devouring sect. He had previously thought of her as a simple, lively girl, unaware that she harbored such a side. Yet, it was only natural. Everyone has their limits, and those who cross them must face the consequences of their wrath. This was reassuring. Just moments ago, Su Shu had fretted over whether Li Qiuyue was too naive. Now, it seemed his worries were unfounded. He then regarded the 2 members of the soul-devouring sect with a stoic expression. Hey Air, hey San, Han Sheng. They must be connected to He Wu in some way. The similarity in their names suggested that He Air, He San, and others were likely subordinates of Han Sheng. Initially, having battled He Wu, Su Shu had held a somewhat favorable view of the members of the soul-devouring sect. However, as the tranquility of this moment was disrupted by He Air and He San, Su Shu had already sentenced them to death in his mind. Ignoring Li Qiuyue, He Air scrutinized Su Shu in surprise, and upon realizing his cultivation level, he let out a mocking laugh. 9th layer of qi refinement? Ha! Li Qiuyue, you find this pathetic wretch appealing? He San immediately joined in with a lewd grin, suggesting, you would be far better off with us brothers. I assure your satisfaction. So, Li Qiuyue, would you care to reconsider? Such vulgar words made Li Qiuyue, a bird caged in the palace for so long, furrow her brows in displeasure. However, being a peak foundation establishment cultivator, she was not easily swayed by crude remarks. Her concern stemmed from the fact that both He Air and He San were foundation establishment cultivators themselves, He Air at the 3rd layer and He San at the 2nd. She worried that should a confrontation arise, Su Shu, being merely at the qi refinement stage, would become a target for their attacks. For a moment, she hesitated, unsure whether to act. Lu Yuan observed the 2 with cold indifference, her magical artifact, the red lotus, already clenched in her hand, ready to spring into action at Li Qiuyue's command. Yet, while they remained indecisive, someone else could no longer contain themselves. Upon hearing the taunts directed at Li Qiuyue, Su Shu's fury ignited. Foundation establishment? Indeed, quite formidable. However, you have failed to manage your tongues. Thus, you shall meet your end. I have slain foundation cultivators before. Moreover, I now wield the chi refinement technique of the 9th layer and the sword technique, sword 3. The man's icy reprimand echoed in Li Qiua's ears as a surge of yang energy in the form of sword intent burst forth. Li Qiua gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, her eyes radiating admiration as she gazed at Su Shu. To dare strike at a foundation cultivator in the chi refinement stage. Such audacity. Truly, he is worthy of my attention. Remarkable. Lu Yuan's previously impassive expression softened slightly as she witnessed Su Shu's boldness. The sword energy was fierce and brimming with murderous intent. This young man was certainly no novice cultivator. He possessed courage and ferocity, truly deserving of the 7th princess's favor. Hei-san, upon witnessing Su Shu's attack, nearly laughed in disbelief. Who gave you the audacity to strike at a foundation cultivator? Li Qiua? She can barely protect herself. He sneered as a dark, spiritual palm imprint surged toward the blazing sword energy. Though he looked down upon Su Shu's cultivation, he could not help but admire his courage. At the very least, he himself would never dare to confront a foundation cultivator while in the chi refinement stage. Those who act thus are either blinded by rage or deluded into believing they possess the strength to contend with foundation cultivators. A man who could subdue Li Qiua was not simply a fool incapable of controlling his emotions. Thus, instinctively, his spiritual palm imprint intensified. The dark handprints and the crimson sword energy collided within the sunfruit grove, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. Boom! A tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by a cloud of dust and swirling leaves that obscured the vision of several onlookers. Su Shu cast a glance at Li Qiua, his previously cold demeanor softening slightly. You are injured. Do not engage, he commanded. However, Li Qiua wished to explain that their capabilities were beyond those of mere chi refinement practitioners. Yet, she was abruptly interrupted by Su Shu's resolute voice. Foundation establishment. I have not hesitated to kill before. With that, Su Shu coldly advanced into the midst of the dust. Li Qiua looked at him anxiously, fearing for his safety. Yet, upon hearing his domineering words, a warmth blossomed within her heart. She understood he was concerned for her. Lu Yuan was about to step forward to assist, when suddenly, Su Shu's voice reached her ears. Aunt Yuan, Qiuya is injured and should not engage. Please help me detain that Black 2. I shall surely slay that scoundrel Black 3 today. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Su Shu's confidence and assertiveness. After all, Black 3 was a formidable foundation establishment practitioner. Chapter 83. Schemes. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Shu noticed Li Qiuya standing anxiously in place, which eased his mind. He was uncertain about the extent of her injuries, but it was evident they were severe. Thus, he could not allow her to take any risks. Immediately, he plunged into the haze of dust, silently calculating Black 3's cultivation level. Although he was enraged, he had not lost his capacity for rational thought. Black 5 was likely affiliated with Black 3 and that soulborn fellow. Based on their names, it seemed plausible that Black 5 possessed the weakest strength among them. If Black 5 had the strength of a first-tier foundation establishment, then Black 3 must surpass him. Reflecting on his encounter with Black 5, he recalled the latter's spiritual energy being quite scattered and unstable, resembling that of someone who had just broken through. Therefore, his prior cultivation must have been at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of chi refinement, suggesting he had only recently achieved foundation establishment. From this, Su Shu deduced Black 3's strength in relation to Black 5. Furthermore, Li Qiuya's displayed cultivation was at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, though the specifics of her tier remained ambiguous. In contrast, Lu Yuan's strength was definitively at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Consequently, the audacity of Black 2 and Black 3 to confront them indicated that their strength was not inferior to Li Qiuya's. Within the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity in foundation establishment, each tier generally differed by a layer of cultivation during the early stages. Thus, the strength of a first-tier foundation establishment practitioner of the heaven grade would be comparable to that of a second-tier earth grade and a third-tier humanity grade. By this reasoning, Lu Yuan's combat capability could be assessed as that of a second-tier earth grade, while Li Qiuya could be provisionally considered a third-tier earth grade. In other words, the prowess of Hei Er and Hei Sen should at least be equivalent to this level, if not greater. Hei Wu is at the refining chi stage, while Hei Er and Hei San have reached the foundation establishment stage. Their names are presumably arranged according to their strength. Thus, Hei Er should possess at least the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, and Hei San at least the 2nd layer. From this reasoning, Hei San's strength becomes relatively clear. However, although Su Shu has just achieved a breakthrough, his actual cultivation level is merely at the 6th layer of refining chi. At present, He estimates that his dual cultivation in spirit and body would only equate to the combat prowess of someone at the first layer of foundation establishment. This places him at a significant disadvantage compared to He San, who is at least at the second layer of foundation establishment, 2 entire realms apart. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly render him outmatched. Su Shu is quite confident in his deductions. Nevertheless, due to He San's audacious verbal insult towards Li Qiuyue, he has become Su Shu's target for elimination today. Thus, a clever stratagem must be devised to secure victory. A storm of ideas swirls within Su Shu's mind as he contemplates the resources at his disposal. Suddenly, he recalls the red demon, Qi Gui, residing within his Niwen palace. A spark of inspiration ignites. Excellent. He San, allow me to present you with a surprise. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, He San, having just exchanged blows with the young man, has indeed confirmed his suspicions. This boy is not merely a practitioner of refining qi. He possesses a certain level of confidence. The might of that sword strike was certainly commensurate with the combat power of someone at the first layer of foundation establishment, at the very least. Refining qi versus foundation establishment. He San cannot help but marvel. However, he muses, it is still only possible to contend with someone who has just advanced to foundation establishment. And I, He San, am at the second layer of foundation establishment. How can you possibly compete with me? He San chuckles coldly. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, although Li Qiuyue appears quite anxious, she has yet to make a move. She is quietly channeling her spiritual energy, gathering it in her hands, seemingly prepared to strike at any moment. He San, who has been closely observing her, notes this with keen interest. Is she planning to launch a surprise attack on us? He murmurs. Ridiculous. Yet, despite his words, He San finds himself compelled to heighten his caution regarding Li Qiuyue. After all, this woman is a proud daughter of destiny at the pinnacle of heaven-grade foundation establishment. Even though she currently seems to possess only the strength of the third layer of foundation establishment due to her injuries, who would dare underestimate her? Thus, he remains on high alert, his attention fixated on Li Qiuyue. As for Su Shu, he subconsciously regards him with less respect. After all, even if one can battle against foundation establishment practitioners, they lack the strength to contend with He San. Before fully grasping Su Shu's capabilities, he maintained a degree of vigilance. However, that sword qi has revealed Su Shu's true strength to him. Merely at the first layer of foundation establishment, pathetic. He could easily deal with him. Just as he silently watches Li Qiuyue, a familiar voice suddenly pierces through the haze of dust and smoke. He San, save me. Upon hearing the voice, He San was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the voice of He Wu? What brought him here? Had he not gone to Qingshan town to retrieve the blood pills with Zhang Yi and the others? A myriad of questions swirled in He San's mind. However, the ambiguity of He Wu's voice was overwhelming, especially at this moment. He Wu, appearing flustered and timid, dashed through the dust and smoke towards He San, with a terrified red ghost perched upon his shoulder. Behind him, a figure clad in white robes wielding a flying sword relentlessly pursued He Wu through the swirling dust. Seeing this, He San's pupils constricted sharply. That young man was hunting down He Wu. When did this happen? Why had there been no prior indication? Given the urgency of the situation, these thoughts flitted through his mind without further contemplation. The sight of He Wu, accompanied by the soul-devouring sect's distinctive red ghost and adorned in the sect's unique attire, convinced him of the truth that He Wu was indeed being hunted. It was not uncommon for cultivators to imitate another's appearance. Yet, the sect's specific attire was another matter entirely. That outfit had been personally tailored for their group by Lord Hunching, bearing a unique insignia known only to the 5 of them and Lord Hunching himself, making it impossible to replicate. Furthermore, only the soul-devouring sect's cultivation methods allowed one to summon a red ghost. Others could not mimic this either. Moreover, He Wu's peak qi refinement level was known to He San, who understood that he could not possibly contend with a youth wielding strength comparable to that of a foundation establishment warrior. Taking all these factors into account, He Wu was, without a doubt, He Wu in He San's eyes. The only mystery was how he had arrived here. Since He Wu had only just achieved foundation establishment in Qingshan town, He San still perceived him as being at the pinnacle of qi refinement. But was He Wu truly who he seemed? Suddenly, He San noticed that as He Wu hurriedly approached, a hand had been concealed within his clothing. Furthermore, the pursuing youth seemed to have slowed, lingering in the haze, as if he had refrained from closing the distance upon seeing He Wu near. Was he afraid that I might strike him down? This was fortuitous, as most of his focus was directed towards Li Qiuyue. Just then, He Wu finally reached He San's side. An inexplicable sensation of searing heat caused He San to furrow his brow. He Wu, where did this fire come from? He inquired. With an air of calmness and a faint smile, He Wu replied, the fire is right here. Upon hearing this, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped He San's heart. Something was amiss. But before he could react, A blazing handprint had silently struck his chest. Heisan's heart raced with terror. But the close proximity left him with no time for defense. No, you are not Hei Wu. In truth, Hei Wu was merely a guise donned by Su Shu. He had slain Hei Wu and donned his ring, thus acquiring his attire. Moreover, that crimson demon, was it not the warmth that Lin Xiong had once bestowed? And that shadow, disguised as the figure pursuing him, why does it linger in the dust without revealing itself? For it is merely an ethereal projection conjured by a fundamental spell. The ethereal doppelganger draped in his attire had donned the garb of the Black Five. A self-directed spectacle, meticulously orchestrated to prepare a grand surprise for the Black Three. Of course, the price of this surprise was none other than the life of the Black Three. Su Shu chuckled coldly. Are you not the one who can speak? Is your tongue not venomous? I shall incinerate that foul mouth of yours. Enraged, he unleashed the three flames of the fiery sun, striking down upon the Black Three with immense force. This blow was far mightier than the previous clash with the Black Five. For Su Shu had voraciously consumed the sun fruits, accumulating a reservoir of spiritual energy and solar essence within him. Additionally, the rewards from his 8 consecutive sign-ins, 40 pure yang purple pills, and all his own spiritual and blood energy were at his disposal. He even ignited a flicker of the Southern Ming's leaving fire, along with the power of 2 true flames, all fused into this singular strike. He aimed to obliterate the Black Three in one decisive blow. To be candid, the full force of this strike could have sufficed for a direct confrontation with the Black Three. However, mindful of ensuring the demise of the Black Three, who might possess a third-tier foundation at the Earth grade, or even higher, Su Shu opted for a stealthy approach. From the moment his sword aura collided with the Black Three's palm imprint, he strategized on how to vanquish the stronger opponent with his relative weakness. It was only when he recalled the Crimson Demon that his scheme was perfected. All of this planning culminated in that singular strike. Those who dared to insult her must meet their end. Boom. The Southern Ming's leaving fire, along with the 2 true flames, erupted violently upon the chest of the Black Three. Crimson, sanguine, and deep azure, 3 distinct hues converged, instantaneously forming a cataclysmic inferno destined to obliterate the Black Three. No, the Black Three howled in despair. Within the raging flames, he was reduced to mere ashes. The ashes danced upon the wind, scattering into the vast sky. Thus, the Black Three left not a trace behind in this world, not even a whisper, simply due to a single cold taunt. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Shu's plea, Lu Yuan immediately advanced to engage the Black Two. Though she was unaware of the source of Su Shu's confidence, she was willing to grant him an opportunity to prove himself. Yet, facing the Earth-grade third-tier foundation of the Black Two with her own third-tier foundation was undeniably arduous. As soon as they clashed, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. However, in that very moment, the desperate wail of the Black Three reached their ears. Both were momentarily stunned, halting their actions, as a shared thought emerged in their minds. What had happened to the Black Three? As the gentle breeze carried away the dust, they beheld Su Shu, expressionless, watching as a wisp of ash dissipated into the wind. What was that ash? Even those who frequently grapple with life and death found it difficult to comprehend that it was the ashes of Heisan. Who could have anticipated that Su Shu, possessing only the cultivation of qi refinement, would execute such a thunderous and cunning assassination of Heisan? Su Shu's complexion was pallid, his face beaded with sweat. The excessive consumption of spiritual energy and vitality had caused his muscles to spasm, although he had decisively determined the outcome with a single strike. That blow had drained him of every ounce of strength and resources he possessed. In comparison to Heisan, Su Shu was now in a relatively lighter state. He gasped for breath, and just as his legs weakened, threatening to collapse, a refreshing fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Someone was supporting him, preventing him from falling. Su Shu paused momentarily, then smiled. Having recently embraced the owner of that fragrant breeze, he immediately recognized who was aiding him. When he looked up, it was indeed as he suspected. A pair of sparkling, captivating eyes appeared before him, brimming with surprise and disbelief that reflected the emotions of their owner. I must not be lacking, right? Su Shu grinned. Li Qiuer's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not only was he not lacking, he was extraordinary. No one surpassed his prowess. She then gently nestled into Su Shu's embrace, her delicate hand subtly supporting his body. Lu Yuan and Hei Er had just been engaged in fierce battle, thus unaware of the events that had transpired here. However, Li Qiuer had witnessed everything clearly. Moreover, she was a cultivator capable of manifesting her consciousness. Unlike Su Shu, who had condensed his but could not wield the power of spiritual awareness, the dust and smoke were merely air to her. She had also observed Su Shu's ultimate display of power, with dual cultivation of spiritual and physical realms. He had achieved the 6th level of qi refinement and the 8th level of physical cultivation. boasting a comprehensive combat capability akin to that of a foundational practitioner at the first level. Yet, with his intellect, he had slain He San, a foundational practitioner at the second level. Li Qiuer was right. She had indeed never seen nor heard of a sixth-level Qi refiner capable of killing a second-level foundational practitioner. Even she and her prodigious master could not compare. They, too, could engage in battles beyond their level, such as a ninth-level Qi refiner against a first-level foundational practitioner, which was already a rarity in a millennium. But what of Su Shu? 100,000 years? A million years? No, it was neither. She firmly believed that he was unprecedented, a figure unlike any other in history. From before him to after him, no one could attain such a level. Only he, Su Shu, could achieve it. Upon hearing these words, Su Shu smiled gently. With great effort, he lifted his weary arm and tenderly embraced her slender waist. The life of He San was his promise to her. He San had insulted her with words, and thus, he deserved death. If she were injured, he was bound to protect her. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and He Er finally regained their awareness of the situation. He San has been slain by Su Shu. Not a trace of his remains can be found, save for the melted imprint of a storage ring upon the ground. Yet, He Er remains incredulous. He bellows the name of He San. Where's He San? Where has he gone? He realizes that Li Qiuer did not intervene. It was merely that Qi refinement youth who acted. However, He San was a foundation establishment cultivator. Not just any foundation establishment, but a second-tier one of exceptional caliber. He was vanquished by a mere Qi refinement practitioner. He cries out, desperately attempting to mask the terror that grips his heart. It is utterly horrifying. Cease your cries. He San is dead, Li Qiuer remarks. Her gaze fixed upon the frenzied He Er, her tone devoid of warmth. Instantly, He Er calms, for he senses the murderous intent emanating from Li Qiuer. Lu Yuan perceives it too. Yet she refrains from uttering any words of restraint upon witnessing Li Qiuer's resolute eyes and the current disarray of Su Shu. Su Shu has proven himself worthy of the seventh princess of the great Xia dynasty. Though Li Qiuer bears the title of princess, she is also a cultivator. Therefore, having demonstrated his worth, she too must prove that she is deserving of Su Shu, and not merely a decorative vase adorned by her royal status. This is her pride as a cultivator. Chapter 85. The Sealing of the Seventh Princess, additional chapter with silver notes. You are gravely injured, do not. Su Shu attempts to dissuade Li Qiuer, but before he can finish, she interrupts him. The frigid expression on Li Qiuer's delicate face softens. Su Lang, there is no need for your counsel. I share a mortal enmity with He Er and his ilk. It is a matter of life and death. The Soulborn killed my elder brother, using his soul to forge an orange specter. This vendetta cannot be forgiven. He Er serves the Soulborn, thus he must die. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Shu contemplates offering further counsel. Yet the way Li Qiuer calls him Su Lang sends a shiver through his very bones, leaving no room for negotiation. Moreover, Li Qiuer has declared her intention for vengeance. His role should be to assist her rather than to urge her to find a resolution. Nevertheless, he cannot help but recall the chilling aura that enveloped her when he held her. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the icy ambience of the Snow Jade Palace. He chuckles to himself, pondering if his thoughts are merely fanciful. After all, there are only 5 of them at Ice Luan Peak. It is implausible that Li Qiuer, a princess of the great Xia dynasty, would seek to become a disciple there, is it not? Therefore, her injuries must have resulted from some form of cold energy or a magical artifact. Furthermore, the soul-devouring sect is known for its sinister arts. Perhaps he only sensed the negative energy without recognizing the poison? With this thought in mind, he returns to the present moment, letting out a soft sigh. I shall no longer dissuade you, but you must exercise caution. Revenge must be pursued only after your wounds have healed. Otherwise, you are merely courting death. Do you understand? Moreover, if I ever have the chance to encounter Lord Hunsheng, I will find a way to capture him. Trust me. Li Qiuer nodded gently, her heart warmed by Su Shu's words. Ever since he vanquished He San, she realized that Su Shu was far from ordinary. Capture Lord Hunsheng? Are you dreaming? He Er scoffed derisively, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. He then pointed at Li Qiuer. Even at her peak, this woman could not contend with Lord Hunsheng. How dare you, a mere Qi refinement trash, speak so boldly? At this, Li Qiuer's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her delicate face turned cold. In my prime, did Hunsheng even deserve to stand before me and dictate terms? If it were Hu and you, I might begrudgingly entertain a match. As for Hunsheng, merely a dog with audacity beyond measure. In truth, He Er was unaware of Li Qiuer's true strength. He only knew that her peak cultivation was at the foundation establishment level. However, he had witnessed too many at that level perish at the hands of Hunsheng. Thus, he believed Li Qiuer was no match for Lord Hunsheng. If you still possessed even a modicum of strength, how could you be driven away like a stray dog? He Er sneered. Li Qiuer was no longer the charming and lively figure she once was. She sighed softly. It seems perhaps I have been too merciful, allowing you rats to look down upon me. As her words fell, a chilling aura abruptly enveloped the Yonghua forest. The air seemed to congeal, and the ground was continuously frozen by the eerie golden-blue spiritual energy. Even the scorching heat of the 9 suns within the ruins seemed powerless against this situation. Lu Yuan, witnessing this, felt a pang of reluctance to behold the scene. She turned her face slightly, forcing herself not to look at the 7th princess, lest tears betray her composure once again. She knew that the 7th princess was in the process of unbinding the seal placed upon her by her master, the seal of the extreme in-body. Only by completely unraveling the seal could the 7th princess's true power be manifested. However, this would also bring about the unending backlash of the extreme in-body. Otherwise, how could she, as the illustrious 7th princess of the Great Xia, a paragon of the cultivation world, be nearly equal in strength to a mere commoner? Previously, in her quest to eliminate Hunsheng while avoiding the constraints of the extreme in-body's backlash, the 7th princess had summoned the 4th prince of the royal family to accompany her. Yet, upon the 4th prince's arrival, his true intentions were revealed. He sought to capture the 7th princess and arrange a marriage with the holy son of the 5-element sacred sect, one of the 7 righteous sects. This was to solidify ties with the 5-element sacred sect and to secure the coveted title of crown prince. Despair began to settle in her heart. The soul-devouring sect, the 5-element sacred sect, and the Great Xia dynasty loomed over the 7th princess like colossal shadows. Moreover, due to her unique constitution, she had joined the Huan sect, which only garnered her further disdain from the already unsympathetic Great Xia emperor. If only the Huan sect would lend their support to the 7th princess. Yet, the 7th princess has chosen to join the realm of the Huan sect, delving into the path of extreme Yin at the summit of the Bingluan Peak. Who in the world of cultivation does not know the master of Bingluan Peak? A formidable being, ensnared by their own constitution. She is confined to operate solely within the confines of the Huan sect. Despite being an invincible powerhouse, she dares not even strike casually. She exists almost like a whisper in the wind. Thus, the 7th princess finds herself in an ungrateful position. With no one to offer her assistance, she must bear all the burdens alone. Now, to prove her worth and to seek vengeance before reuniting with Su Shu, she is determined to break her seal. Once liberated, the 7th princess will attain power comparable to that of a golden elixir cultivator. However, this liberation will also trigger the backlash of her extreme Yin constitution. Typically, such backlash erupts during the nascent soul stage. Yet, the 7th princess has already harnessed her extreme Yin power numerous times. Unlike her master, who experienced this backlash only at the nascent soul stage, she is already feeling its effects. Thus, in desperation, she has compelled her master to seal her own powers. Overwhelmed by helplessness and pressure, compounded by her feelings for Su Shu, the 7th princess prepares to once again wield her inherent powers. Lu Yuan quietly wipes away the tears at the corners of her eyes as she gazes at Su Shu. She sighs inwardly. Su Shu, do you realize how much the 7th princess has sacrificed for you? Unable to bear the sight of the increasingly pale and sickly 7th princess, she muses. Indeed, the 7th princess is the one most deserving of pity. Pure Yang body, where art thou? Do you truly still exist? Oh heavens! If a pure Yang body truly exists in this world, hasten to rescue the wretched 7th princess. Meanwhile, the aura surrounding Li Chioa gradually intensifies. 3rd layer of foundation establishment. 4th layer, 5th layer. Initially intent on further unsealing her powers, she suddenly catches a glimpse of Su Shu's concerned gaze. Her heart softens at once. Perhaps it is best to wait until she sees Li Zhe and Han Sheng before completely unsealing. This way, she can spend a little more time with Su Lang. She cherishes those joyful moments shared with Su Shu, longing for even a fleeting second more. Even though Li Zhe and Han Sheng are within the relic, she is destined to unseal her powers. However, delaying their encounter would grant her precious moments with Su Shu. Thus, Li Chioa's aura abruptly halts. 5th layer of foundation establishment. Fortunately, she had consumed numerous yang fruits earlier. The backlash is not yet too severe, and she can still endure. She reflects silently. So, your peak strength is merely at the 5th layer of foundation establishment? Is it merely your character that is at this level? Ha ha, Li Chioa. You truly have a way with grandiloquence. Heier mocks her, laughing heartily. The 5th layer of foundation establishment is sufficient to vanquish you. Li Chioa responds with a serene smile. Lu Yuan, who had previously sunk into despair, suddenly sees a glimmer of hope. The 7th princess has not yet fully unsealed her powers. There is still a chance. Chapter 86. My affection. Additional update with golden tickets. The aura emanating from Li Chiyue indeed suggested she possessed the cultivation of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. However, this did not necessarily imply that she truly held such prowess. He Er was well aware that Li Qiuyue's peak capability was at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Nonetheless, he was intent on mocking this oblivious woman. You, at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, truly think you could kill me? He scoffed. Do you dare to wager whether I can? Li Qiuyue replied with a playful smile. Hardly had her words faded when a crystalline blue longsword materialized in her hand. In an instant, a flicker of ethereal blue and golden spiritual energy surged forth. Su Shu observed as He Er, who possessed at least the strength of the 3rd layer of Earth-grade Foundation establishment, suddenly widened his eyes, resembling 2 large bronze bells. The blood vessels in his eyes fully visible. His lips parted slightly, pointing at Li Qiuyue as if he wished to utter something. Yet, his body could no longer obey his commands, and he slumped backward, lifeless. Su Shu was taken aback. Is the princess truly this formidable? Am I destined to become a kept man? He pondered, his throat dry, utterly unable to believe his own eyes. Just moments ago, he had exerted tremendous effort to defeat a mere 3rd-layer opponent, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Ultimately, he had summoned all his strength to vanquish that foe. Yet, by all accounts, He Er should have been stronger than the 3rd-layer adversary, at least a 3rd layer of Earth-grade Foundation establishment. And yet, with a single strike, Li Qiuyue had dispatched him. Indeed, he was gone. Had he known it would be thus, why had he bothered to put on a show? Wasn't it preferable to cling to his beloved's side? Seeing this, Li Qiuyue gracefully bounded over to Su Shu, her enchanting eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her entire countenance exuding a desire for praise. Su Shu chuckled softly. It seemed he had underestimated Li Qiuyue's strength. Having absorbed some energy from spiritual stones and solar fruits earlier, he had regained enough strength to stand steadily. Thus, upon witnessing Li Qiuyue's adorably eager expression for compliments, he immediately wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her delicate form and twirling her around in place. Oh, Li Qiuyue laughed joyously. After a moment of playful revelry, Su Shu reluctantly set her down, exclaiming, Your Highness is truly remarkable. You are extraordinary. I am utterly humbled. At his words, Li Qiuyue raised her delicate nose, letting out a playful huff, feigning pride as she declared, Of course, from now on, this princess shall protect you. However, she could not help but break into laughter herself. Su Shu smiled gently. He adored Li Qiuyue's lively and charming demeanor. Subsequently, he held her gaze, gently tracing a finger across her exquisite nose. Just moments ago, this little nose was almost pointed to the heavens, wasn't it? Li Qiuyue's cheeks flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glance. What had begun as a warm moment was now marred by his foolish remark. This princess is quite the tsundere, do you understand? Fool. Lu Yuan jested, saying, I've never seen a princess in such a manner before. Thanks to you, Su Shu, today has truly opened my eyes. Aunt Yuan. Li Qiushuang pouted playfully. Oh, I thought the 7th princess would forget about me once she found Su Shu. Lu Yuan continued teasing. Li Qiushuang crossed her arms and huffed. Who is Su Shu? I don't know him. Su Shu laughed heartily. This was entirely the demeanor of a young girl pretending to be angry while in love. At such moments, a gentle coaxing was all that was needed. One must never take it seriously. Su Shu contemplated briefly and grasped this truth. He approached and tenderly embraced her slender waist from behind, completely disregarding Lu Yuan's presence. What is there to fear? Aunt Yuan even played matchmaker. Truly a benevolent Cupid. Princess. It's little Su. Upon hearing Su Shu's playful tone, Li Qiushuang could no longer maintain her composure and burst into laughter. She flung herself into his arms, her small fists playfully pounding against Su Shu's chest. You're so annoying. She chided sweetly. After a brief pause, she shyly gazed at Su Shu, her voice dreamy. But I really like you. Initially, Su Shu intended to respond, I feel the same. But fearing Li Qiushuang might retaliate with her sword, he opted for a gentler reply. I like you too. Lu Yuan watched the two of them frolicking together with a smile, remaining silent. Eventually, as they both quieted down and turned their attention towards her, she chuckled. Have you finally remembered that I'm the extraneous one? Su Shu grinned. While Li Qiushuang's cheeks flushed slightly, Lu Yuan shook her head in amusement. Girls grow up too fast. Princesses are no exception. Quickly regaining her composure, she inquired. Shall we continue picking the sun fruits? Li Qiushuang looked at Su Shu, hoping for him to decide. Su Shu felt her unspoken wish warm his heart. Li Qiushuang was always a source of comfort for him. Just as he was about to speak, they were interrupted. What sun fruits? Wouldn't it be better to seek opportunities in the heavenly palace? A man clad in a yellow robe appeared, accompanied by 4 attendants in green. Isn't that right? My 7th imperial sister? Su Shu glanced at Li Qiushuang in confusion. She cast a disdainful glance at the man and murmured, Prince Li Zhe of the Great Xia. Li Qiushuang addressed him directly, omitting any mention of their familial ties. Su Shu quickly grasped that this individual was not favored by their esteemed princess. Message received. Li Qiushuang coolly replied, What we wish to do is none of your concern, Li Zhe. Shouldn't you be busy courting the holy son of the Five Elements sect instead of seeking trouble here? Su Shu discreetly noted the mention of the holy son of the Five Elements sect, another individual not favored by their princess. Li Zhe chuckled lightly, shaking his head. If you don't go, how could I possibly seek the holy son? He pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Indeed, that fool Hunsing believed you would seek a savior in the heavenly palace, only to find that you had ventured to the Yonghua forest instead. It seems that my royal brother knows you well, understanding that you would surely prefer the lesser risks and rewards of the Yonghua forest. Thus, he has been searching for you here for quite some time. Thankfully, he has found you. Li Qiuyue let out a cold scoff, retorting, if you dare, say that in front of Hunsing. Engaging in such treachery behind others' backs is truly repugnant. This was a veiled jab at Li Zhe, who, despite being summoned to assist her, had positioned himself in opposition to her. Li Zhe laughed heartily and replied, Dear sister, I appreciate your goodwill, and I am aware of it. However, I cannot bear to see you wandering alone and forlorn in the world. Thus, I am introducing you to a promising match. Duan Tianxing, as the scion of the Five Elements Sacred Sect, is undoubtedly a paragon in terms of status, rank, and cultivation. Sister, you must seize this opportunity. Li Qiuyue felt a wave of nausea wash over her at Li Zhe's insincerity. It was clear that he was motivated by his own desire for the position of crown prince, seeking to marry her off to the Five Elements Sect. Yet, he spoke as if he genuinely cared for her, his nominal sister. Leave. Do not force me to resort to violence. In mock terror, Li Zhe responded, Sister, if you are so fierce, Duan Tianxing may not even take notice of you. In truth, Duan Tianxing had long held an interest in Li Qiuyue and had subtly indicated this to Li Zhe. Thus, his words were merely a jest. Did not your Hecate sect teach you the proper etiquette towards fellow cultivators? He teased. At these words, Su Shu's pupils contracted sharply. Hecate sect? Did Li Zhe imply that Li Qiuyue was a disciple of the Hecate sect? Which inner peak was she from? Lu Yuan had been on high alert since Li Zhe's arrival, brimming with tension. Meanwhile, Li Qiuyue remained oblivious to Su Shu's expression. She replied coolly, What concern is it of yours what my Hecate sect teaches? Then, knitting her brows, she questioned, What exactly do you intend to do? Su Shu, having received Li Qiuyue's affirmation, felt a surge of astonishment. Li Qiuyue was indeed one of the Hecate sect. Coupled with her icy aura and the cultivation path of the Nine Peaks, it became evident that only the Ice Luan Peak and the Snow Moon Peak aligned with Li Qiuyue's spiritual attributes, particularly the Ice Luan Peak, which significantly raised the probability. Could it be that Li Qiuyue was the absent senior sister from the Ice Luan Peak? Su Shu silently reflected on every detail of Li Qiuyue's actions and her injuries. Ultimately, he concluded that she might indeed be from the Ice Luan Peak. This meant that, according to his token, the esteemed princess was, in fact, his senior sister. Su Shu found himself both amused and exasperated. It turned out they were all kin after all. However, having reached this deduction, he began to grasp the origins of Li Qiuyue's injuries. They were akin to those of Shui Yuyan, a backlash from an extreme body. With this thought, Su Shu smiled. Perhaps Li Qiuyue and Lu Yuan were still troubled by this matter. However, with the presence of Su Shu, all these troubles dissipate. The others remain oblivious to the man quietly standing behind Li Qiuyue, who is deep in thought. Li Zhe continues to jest. What else could it be? I simply wish to invite the princess to stroll through the celestial realm with me. What if I arrive there and she seizes the opportunity to flee? How shall I explain this to the Holy Sun? Why should it concern this princess how you explain it? Li Qiuyue retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Zhe appeared somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated yet another confrontation with the formidable Li Qiuyue today, yet she seemed inexplicably amiable. What was happening? His gaze then shifted abruptly to the silent Su Shu. The aura of sunfruit flesh still clung to them, revealing that their bond was anything but ordinary. Thus, he pointed at Su Shu and teased. The princess seems to be in splendid spirits today. Could it be because of him? How should I address this brother? Li Qiuyue's heart skipped a beat. She was well aware of her royal brother's temperament, a typical case of being courteous in person while harboring ulterior motives. His polite demeanor towards Su Shu surely concealed ill intentions. Moreover, Su Shu was merely at the qi refinement stage, while Li Zhe stood at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Should Su Shu lose his temper and act recklessly like that black-hearted fellow, it could spell disaster. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Su Shu did not erupt in anger. He could discern strength and recognize that this individual was formidable. He might not even be a match for Li Zhe. Faced with overwhelming power, it was wiser to bide his time and develop steadily, planning to confront him later. With this thought, Su Shu chuckled lightly and bowed respectfully. I am honored to meet the fourth prince. I am Su Shu. Upon noticing Li Qiuyue's incessant gestures urging him to conceal their relationship, he contemplated briefly before shaking his head with a smile. I am but the Dao companion of the seventh princess. At the utterance of these words, Everyone present nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. While Li Qiuyue felt a twinge of annoyance that Su Shu disregarded her warning, she couldn't help but feel elated. Although revealing their connection could lead to complications, Su Shu's boldness in stating it so openly before the royal family indicated his willingness to shoulder the ensuing troubles. A man of responsibility indeed. Consequently, her affection for Su Shu deepened. Li Zhe, initially stunned, erupted into hearty laughter. No wonder the princess was reluctant to accompany me to meet the Holy Sun. It is because of you. Su Shu nodded and replied with a smile. Thus, I kindly request the fourth prince to refrain from mentioning the Holy Sun. I would be most grateful. Li Zhe, intrigued, remarked, you seem to be merely at the qi refinement stage. Qi refinement, 9th level. Su Shu replied with a calm smile, showing no sign of fear. Li Qiuyue and Lu Yuan, witnessing this exchange, both sighed in relief but could not help but wonder what experiences had shaped Su Shu into such an unruffled character. Li Zhe shook his head with a chuckle, pondering. 9th level of qi refinement. How long ago was it when I was at this stage? 10 years, perhaps? Alas, my memory falters a bit. After all, it has been quite some time, and such a weak realm hardly warrants remembrance. Su Shu could not help but smile faintly, pondering whether this person was a practitioner of duality, for why else would he indulge in such ambiguous banter? However, Li Zhe's tone shifted, his expression darkening as he ominously commanded. The royal family of Xia is not one that a mere qi refinement practitioner can aspire to. Seize this audacious little thief. With a mere flick of his finger towards Su Shu, for sword-bearing attendants promptly stepped forward, ready to act. I dare anyone to try? Li Qiuyue's beautiful visage turned icy, and the crystalline long sword reappeared in her grasp. The attendants seemed to regard her with trepidation. Upon the emergence of her sword, they dared only to keep their distance, refraining from making a move. Only Li Zhe appeared unfazed by Li Qiuyue's presence. He earnestly remarked, Sister, your naivety in the world has surely left you susceptible to the flowery words of deceit. As your elder brother, it is my duty to ensure your awakening. Li Zhe, should you dare to speak such nonsense before me again, I shall ensure your demise today. Li Qiuyue declared frostily, her chilling murderous intent palpable. In response, Li Zhe merely smiled, unperturbed, and said, Sister, do not take offense. I was merely jesting with my brother-in-law. He then mockingly added, as a qi refinement cultivator aspiring to join our Xia royal family, surely Brother Su would not be so devoid of humor as to take offense at such light-hearted banter? Su Shu sighed, when you remained silent. I regard you as the fourth prince, yet upon your speaking, I cannot help but think you resemble a practitioner from the Huan Sect, specifically from the Healing Peak. Do you know why? Because their path of cultivation revolves around the convergence of dualities, colloquially known as dual-natured beings. Su Shu silently apologized to the Healing Peak and Jia Xiantao, for Li Zhe was indeed exceedingly vexatious. Li Qiuyue's cold expression suddenly broke into a laugh. As a disciple of the Huan Sect, she fully understood Su Shu's subtle mockery. Truly, Su Lang. What a relief. Yet, a flicker of curiosity remained in her heart. How could Su Shu possess such familiarity with the Huan Sect, given his status as a solitary cultivator? Li Zhe was taken aback. This audacious youth had just labeled himself a dual-natured being. It had been ages since anyone had dared to provoke him so boldly. Yet, rather than seethe with anger, he responded with a smile. Brother Su, your talent and boldness are indeed commendable. No wonder you have won the favor of my royal sister. He seemed intent on continuing his ambiguous jesting, but Su Shu abruptly interrupted him, stating indifferently, I can empathize with Qiuyue's disdain for you. To be succinct, if you wish to play, I am willing to indulge you. Fourth prince, shall we test the waters? Chapter 88. Duality against duality. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Qiuyue and Lu Yuan felt a flicker of concern for Su Shu. Yet, having spent time in his company, they recognized he was not one to speak recklessly. Their curiosity piqued. Could it be that Su Shu, despite being at the qi refinement stage, possessed a hidden strength to contend with a peak foundation establishment practitioner? Even Li Zhe, who had been smiling all along, gradually tempered his expression. How could someone in the qi refinement stage speak so boldly to a foundation establishment cultivator? Is he foolish? In Li Zhe's perspective, Su Shu is far from foolish. In fact, he possesses considerable intellect. He knows when to remain silent and when to step forward without hesitation. Such a clever individual would not speak recklessly. He must have some hidden trump card. With his naturally cautious disposition, Li Zhe contemplated the necessity of probing into Su Shu's hidden strengths to understand what emboldened him to speak in such a manner. Li Zhe cast a penetrating glance at Su Shu and calmly stated, if Su brother is feeling restless, my subordinates would be more than willing to entertain you. With Su Shu's direct confrontation, he no longer felt the need for pretense. Unexpectedly, Su Shu smirked and replied, as the consort of the seventh princess, I should rightfully be regarded as the prince consort of the great Xia. Are you, The fourth prince, merely sending a few subordinates to dismiss me. The great Xia prince consort? Surely, the great Xia dynasty must have taught you about the decorum of hierarchy. His tone dripped with sarcasm, reminiscent of someone who had never experienced such a rebuke. Li Qiuyi, to defy the hierarchy in the great Xia dynasty is a grave sin, is it not? Su Shu then turned his gaze to the smiling princess, who now felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Never had she felt such vindication in her life. Unfortunately, her straightforward nature could not compete with the cunning of someone like Li Zhe. Today, however, she encountered an even craftier individual. Having ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts from humble beginnings on Blue Star, Su Shu had seen all manner of people. If Li Zhe wished to engage in a battle of wits, he was more than willing to oblige. With his trump card in hand, he felt no fear of Li Zhe. Upon hearing Su Shu's words, Li Zhe's expression darkened instantly. He had never encountered a rival in the realm of sarcasm until now. As his countenance shifted, the aura of spiritual power surrounding him surged forth. Boom! The full force of his peak foundation establishment power erupted, pressing down on Su Shu with overwhelming might. While this tactic may have worked against Su Shu in the past, when he was often subdued by the likes of Guo Wen and Shui Yuyan, the situation had changed. He was now a dual cultivator of body and spirit. To think that mere peak foundation establishment pressure could subdue him was laughable. Su Shu stood resolute like a cold pine tree amidst a winter storm, unyielding. What say you? Fourth prince, shall we play? He remarked nonchalantly. Li Zhe's heart seethed with fury. As the fourth prince of the great Xia and a direct disciple of the five-element sacred sect, he had never been subjected to such mockery. Yet, his naturally cautious temperament and his habitual penchant for subterfuge restrained him from impulsively striking down Su Shu. With great effort, he managed to force a strained smile, saying, "Perhaps next time, I shall surely witness your esteemed prowess." Upon hearing this, both Li Qiuyi and Lu Yuan finally felt their anxiety dissipate. Although they were unaware of Su Shu's hidden strengths that allowed him to provoke Li Zhe so audaciously, they sensed a shift in the balance of power. However, they remain apprehensive about Li Zhe's potential outburst. Moreover, should Su Shu's trump card prove ineffective, it will be solely Li Qiuyi, fully unsealed, who can contend with Li Zhe. At present, Li Zhe has graciously chosen to sidestep Su Shu's provocation, primarily because Su Shu has expertly grasped Li Zhe's character. Li Zhe is akin to a venomous serpent. He advances when you retreat and retreats when you advance, seeking the opportune moment to strike down his prey. This disposition renders him exceedingly cautious. He will not act until he possesses a thorough understanding of his quarry's methods. Thus, even if Su Shu lacks a trump card today, he would still instigate Li Zhe. Even as a mere donkey in the presence of a tiger, it is prudent to maintain a facade until the tiger's strategy remains unclear, thereby avoiding immediate consumption. Since the fourth prince harbors no intentions of action, let us take our leave, Su Shu scoffed, continuing to exert psychological pressure on Li Zhe. At this moment, Li Qiuyi stood obediently at Su Shu's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Su Lang is truly formidable. Li Zhe is no match for Su Lang. What if Su Lang is merely in the qi refinement stage? He still intimidates the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Li Zhe, into inaction. Therefore, Su Lang is the most powerful. This is her perception, having never once bested Li Zhe in conversation. Li Zhe's expression fluctuated, and as he observed Su Shu and his companions preparing to depart, he suddenly called out, "Stop." At this juncture, he gradually regained his composure. Disregarding Li Qiuyi and Lu Yuan as he focused intently on Su Shu, he realized that since Su Shu began to speak, Li Qiuyi had willingly assumed the role of mere backdrop. Upon this realization, his lips twitched slightly. How proud Li Qiuyi is. What merit does Su Shu possess to induce such a concession from her? She is the seventh princess of the great Xia dynasty, a direct disciple of the esteemed Huan sect, willingly serving as an accessory to a mere qi refinement stage man. He took several deep breaths, then calmly stated, "The three of you should accompany me to the heavenly palace. Otherwise, I shall be uneasy with Li Qiuyi out of my sight." He no longer concealed his intentions, even abandoning the title of imperial sister. He was truly disgusted by Su Shu, opting instead for a direct approach akin to Li Qiuyi's. "How then? Does your decision hinge upon my countenance?" Su Shu retorted with a cold smile. Li Zhe remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. "The Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace is the place of the ascension of the Purple Extreme Sage, who is exceptionally adept in the path of pure yang. This will be beneficial for Li Qiuyi's constitution." Su Shu's expression remained impassive, for he understood this well. Furthermore, given that her pure yang constitution is presently intact, Li Qiuyi's injuries pose no challenge for him. A mere bloodletting would suffice. Nevertheless, the advantages the Purple Extreme Heavenly Palace may offer him could be substantial, yet he is reluctant to fall into Li Zhe's trap. It is a most difficult decision to make. Ultimately, The thought of Li Qiue remaining unaware of his pure yang body weighed heavily on his mind. Should he choose to abstain from action, it might inadvertently lead her to misunderstandings. Moreover, he had heard that the one who bore a grudge against her brother, Hunxing, was also present. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shu slowly declared, "We shall indeed venture to the Ziji Tiangong." Li Qiue felt her heart nearly melt at this revelation. Initially, she believed Su Shu had come to the Yangguo forest solely due to his qi refining cultivation and had not ventured to the Heavenly Palace. Now, with Su Shu taking the initiative to consider her, placing himself in potential peril, who could resist such an earnest approach? Especially a girl like Li Qiue, who had long been confined to the palace or the ice palace for her cultivation. Moreover, a crucial factor loomed. The inexplicable attraction between the pure yang body and the extreme yin body played a significant role. Upon hearing this, Li Zhe let out a sigh of relief. He indeed wished for Li Qiue to go to the Heavenly Palace, primarily to keep her within his sight. There, a natural enforcer, Hunxing, would be present, capable of provoking Hunxing to test Su Shu's hidden strengths. A perfect outcome for all. Thus, he resumed his earlier enigmatic demeanor, gazing at Su Shu and chuckling softly. Excellent. Chapter 89. Hunxing within the ruins of the Ziji Tiangong. On another side, Hunxing wore an impassive expression while He Yi and He Si mockingly observed the two figures kneeling before them, begging for mercy. The two individuals were none other than Su Feng and Wang Yao, inner disciples of the Cultivation Sect. My lord, please spare us. We are merely at the qi refining stage and pose no trouble to you esteemed individuals, Su Feng implored, tears streaming down his face as he knelt in desperation. Wang Yao followed suit, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication alongside Su Feng. He Yi and He Si, fixated on the exposed whiteness inadvertently revealed by Wang Yao's actions, swallowed greedily, their desires barely restrained only due to Hunxing's presence. Otherwise, they would have transformed into midnight wolves, reveling in a frenzied feast. Bring trouble? Huh. You truly overestimate yourselves, Hunxing remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. His tone, dripping with disdain and contempt, left Su Feng and Wang Yao feeling utterly wretched. Yet, as mere prey, what could they do but endure? Yes, my lord is absolutely correct. We are but insignificant qi refiners, no matter our talents. We cannot cause you any trouble, Wang Yao flattered, a smile gracing her lips. Su Feng, witnessing this, felt as if a volcano roared to life within him. For a man, there is nothing more agonizing than watching his beloved plead before another. Yet, he found himself powerless. As the individuals before him belonged to the Cultivation Sect, 3 foundational cultivators, with the leader being a direct disciple of the sect. Together, they were hardly a match for even a fraction of their strength. Hunxing remained unfazed by Wang Yao's allure, instead lost in contemplation, stroking his chin as he pondered aloud. He murmured, "It seems I've grown weary of this act of pleading for mercy." Upon hearing this, He Si's eyes lit up. He had long been coveting Wang Yao. He hastily suggested, "My lord, why not leave them in my care? I assure you it will be to your satisfaction." However, he suddenly froze, his expression shifting dramatically. He realized he had allowed his infatuation with beauty to cloud his judgment, daring to interrupt Lord Hunxing during his contemplation. It was over. He was doomed. Then, he noticed He Yi casting a sympathetic glance in his direction, alongside Lord Hunxing's impassive face and his black pupils that resembled a still pond devoid of ripples. He Si promptly knelt, begging for mercy, slapping his own face repeatedly. "My lord, I was momentarily foolish and interrupted your thoughts. I acknowledge my mistake. I hope, considering my diligent service, you might spare me." Lord Hunxing silently regarded him, then sighed. "A death sentence can be averted, yet a living punishment is inescapable. You must sever one of your arms." In the face of such a harsh punishment, to He Si's astonishment, he felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, he decisively severed his left arm, not uttering a single cry. With tears streaming down his face, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." "Thank you for your mercy." Lord Hunxing paid him no mind. He Si, understanding the situation, retreated to the back, bowing his head in silence. "What shall I engage in?" Lord Hunxing pondered aloud, his brow furrowed, seemingly faced with a difficult choice. Su Feng and Wang Yao trembled in fear, especially Wang Yao, who immediately abandoned her previous flirtatious demeanor. Did they not witness how the Foundation establishment cultivator who carelessly interrupted this esteemed lord's thoughts immediately severed his own arm? What did this imply? It indicated that, in the eyes of that Foundation establishment cultivator, losing an arm was a far lighter punishment than being dealt with directly by the Lord. What kind of punishment could instill such dread? The two dared not imagine, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy repeatedly. After a prolonged contemplation, Lord Hunxing's gaze suddenly fell upon the disciples' robes of the Cultivation Sect worn by Su Feng and Wang Yao, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Li Qiue is also a disciple of the Cultivation Sect," he mused. What if I orchestrate a scheme of deceit? Let these two feign allegiance to Li Qiuya, then seize the opportunity to ambush her at her most desperate moment. The thought of Li Qiuya facing betrayal from her own sect while engulfed in despair sent a rush of exhilaration through his veins. How splendidly poetic would that scene be? The spirits he had nurtured would be so pure. A flawless development, a perfect conclusion. Everything was utterly exquisite. I grant you both a chance at life, Lord Hunching said calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Feng and Wang Yao nearly leaped for joy. They had previously heard that few who encountered disciples of the soul-devouring sect lived to tell the tale, as even their souls were often refined away. Now, this lord was willing to grant them a chance to survive. They hastily agreed, and despite the adult's assurances, the younger ones would surely accomplish the task. Huntsing, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Remember not to interrupt while I speak." Suddenly, two orange-yellow spirits materialized silently above their heads, ravenously gnawing at their souls. The agony of their souls being consumed surpassed any corporeal pain by several magnitudes. Su Feng and his companion fainted in agony, only to regain consciousness and then succumb to darkness once more, continuing this cycle for a while until the two spirits vanished without a trace. The two were left pallid and weak, frothing at the mouth, their eyes void of life, numbly seated on the ground. Huntsing paid no heed to their condition and continued. "You shall ally with a disciple of the Huan sect, and at her most desperate moment, boldly launch a surprise attack and slay her. If you accomplish this, you may live." Su Feng, trembling with fear, cautiously inquired, "Is it that Su Shu?" Huntsing furrowed his brow slightly. "Who is Su Shu?" Su Feng paused, suddenly realizing that Su Shu would hardly attract the interest of such a figure. He explained, "Su Shu is a disciple of the Huan sect who entered with us, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement." Upon hearing of her 8th level cultivation, Huntsing completely lost interest. Only the ethereal beauty, Li Qiuya, could ignite his excitement. "I speak of a woman named Li Qiuya. Just wait for her in the celestial palace. She will undoubtedly appear." Huntsing chuckled, recalling the shattered soul tablets of He Air and He San. Without waiting for Su Feng and his companion to respond, Huntsing flicked his fingers, casting two black golden seals that entered their foreheads. He offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly. "You may go. The opportunity lies in your own hands. Seize it well." Su Feng and Wang Yao exchanged glances, swallowing hard. The fact that he so casually allowed their departure suggested that whatever he had could claim their lives regardless of how far they fled. They were not naive enough to believe he would employ mere bluster to intimidate them. Their lives were already in the grasp of another, and furthermore, neither Su Feng nor Wang Yao were virtuous individuals. The prospect of slaying a fellow disciple of the Foundation establishment stage for their survival was too tempting to resist. Thus, they cautiously took their leave. Until they vanished from sight, Huntsing remained still, muttering to himself, "Su Shu? Is she the one who practices the yang cultivation technique that killed He Wu?"